advice doesn't make a lot of sense.
I would check that if I was doing it.
But I tell you what, his lattes, oh.
The greatest day in motorsports. I don't know if anybody wants to, but I could. I might as well share the truck race while we're here waiting on Indy to get going. The pre-race going on at Indy, so I might as well switch it over and maybe we'll watch the end of the truck race first while I eat my breakfast.
Riggs holds the lead off the restart. Egg is second, 3 wide, 2 rows deep, and contact with Chris Wright, and he heads onto the truck to turn 1.
Wow, that
Why
was
not?
a close one. Look at Shane Van Gisbergen up top.
Tabs open at once.
Zillich in the 77 losing some spots, having to pedal it as Wright had to catch the truck going into 1.
Maybe we'll catch the end of the truck race before Indy gets going.
On the bottom in his Ram trying to make some moves.
And just some incredible battles here.
Greatest day in motorsports. You get a bonus truck race in the middle of it too. Of course, they're only racing for another hour, so.
It seems crazy to me the way they battle and block, and we see the result of it. Look at that, stringing all the way to the bottom on the back straightaway is Riggs.
Before you get going up in Indianapolis, and I'm saying optimistic about the weather. I mean, at least the pre-race, coverage weather looks good up at Indy, so.
Spot off the second turn. That was close.
I think you said that right, Eric. He took the spot. It was aggressive.
Ross really finding that lane that he likes, right? And it's so cool at Charlotte, Michael, when you find a lane that you like and you can make it work.
Trucks was racing until noon, so. Noon Eastern. For a while I'm waiting, I'll put that on at least until the Indy coverage starts. So. Didn't plan on really watching the truck race, but
That's the worst place to have that happen. Corner exit pedaling it as he drives it all the way into 3 and 4, just trying to make up that ground on Brandon Jones.
Listen to him work that throttle.
and of course I have to wear my fit today.
Time for it to go, yeah.
I got 2 of them, so I wore the one on Friday, so
I feel like I'm driving. There's so much going on down there. This is intense.
I had to wear this one today.
Lane Riggs working with about the biggest lead we've seen anybody have all day.
I had an Indy 500 shirt I got from Indy in 2017 that I was planning on wearing today, but obviously recent events changed that plan, so. And we'll dive into that. We'll dive into that further as more people show up for obviously Indy and then later the 600, but I wasn't planning on doing the truck race. I seen they were doing it anyway. It's like I might as well put it on if they're only racing until noon, and I can have it on before Indy gets going. Indy, they're just doing the pre-race coverage right now, so.
Last time he won stage 2 was at St. Petersburg, and he went on to win the race. We'll see if he can do it here as well.
How about that last lap for Stewart Friesen? 2 spots, 2 points for Stewart with some great moves to the outside. He was able to complete that pass in 3 and 4.
Got by both of the ThorSport trucks in that final lap of the stage. Well, we just saw a pretty wild incident on the back straightaway involving the truck that led us to the green flag. Amanda is with Corey Day.
Yeah, Eric, is a very scary ride for Corey Day in the 7. Happy to see that he is released from medical. And Corey, I know what this weekend means to you and for the team. We're going to take a look at the replay. Can you walk us through your experience?
Yeah, the 17 just got a big run there off of 2, and he kind of, started to shade down, so I shaded with him, and then he shaded back up, and that was it. So,
whoa.
I don't know. My spotter didn't do anything wrong. He told me he was there. I just
Damn, I
thought I was
don't think I've ever seen
clear,
it.
and I wasn't.
It's been a while since I've seen one get airborne at
So,
Charlotte.
This is exactly what I didn't want to
Damn,
do today.
Corey.
I just wanted to deliver him a good run. So I feel terrible.
Lucky that one came back on all four wheels. I don't think I've ever seen one get.
In Corey's
It's been a while since I've seen one get airborne to Charlotte. Obviously, Chris Buescher had that weird incident here in the 600 in 22, but I've never ever seen one blow over like that at Charlotte in a while.
Sometimes when you're battling, right?
Or almost blow over. I mean, he had all four. The truck was off the ground. I'm shocked it caught as much air as it did.
Between the two series at different times, and it's just one of those situations where
Wild.
Gio was trying to make that move and wasn't going to give when he made.
In case you're wondering, yes, I am getting ready for Indy. We've got the pre-races going on right now there.
I mean, that's going to happen.
Pre-race
You gotta
coverage.
determine when you throw those blocks, is that guy behind you going to take it?
Once the opening ceremony starts, I'll probably switch back over to
There'll be a
there.
few more thrown as well. That won't be the last one.
But we got, this is going on until noon. They're basically setting it to where it's another one like in Atlanta earlier this year. They've got a time limit set. And if the race isn't over by the time they reach that time, they're going to throw the white flag. Noon. So about 50 minutes from now. They just finished stage 2, so 72 laps. As long as we, if they stay green, I think you probably could get 70 laps in that hour. But they'd have to stay green from this point. I don't know if they get rash cautions. I don't know if they're going to get it in an hour, the full distance.
You know what I love, guys? We got varying strategies, and we've seen it all day long.
We'll see.
Staying out while
And obviously no hat for the 600. The hat's for, or no hat for the 500. The hat's for the 600.
who's got what for a plan.
Only for the cup races I wear the hat for.
We're going to see what our stage 2 winner, Lane Riggs, can do with the varying strategy. His second
Yeah, I'm going back and forth. That's why I don't have this full screen right now, is I'm going back and forth checking this for when they start doing the pre-race for Indy.
Steve. John, they say with
I obviously want to
you'll
watch
become a
the.
maestro. Yeah, maestro.
The plan today was to do the Indy 500 and the 600. It's just the truck race with it being delayed from. With the truck race being delayed from Friday night, they're running that this morning, so I figured I'll go ahead and put it on. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know who would have be the best pick, Sean. I'm sorry.
Credit One Bank, we believe anything's possible.
I haven't really followed the practice. I did watch qualifying, which obviously the first name on your list has to be Palou. He's the defending winner and he's the pole sitter.
I've won. You can try. I won.
But as we know at the Indy 500, kind of like we talk NASCAR and the Daytona 500, it could be just a matter of how this race plays out late.
Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I'm hand stuffing this mozzarella to make our epic stuffed crust pizza. Epic. Epic. Hey. We're making you an epic stuffed crust pizza for $13.99.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
IndyCar racing is the fastest racing on Earth. So, Fox made the world's fastest ad at just 0.029 seconds. Here it is. Missed it? Here it is again. Think that's fast? Don't miss the Indy 500, only on Fox.
Oh, you found it. What a relief. Thanks, Gecko.
Geico works hard to find you the right home insurance, so I'm here working hard for you too.
Anything else down there?
Just this old crisp.
Too slow. It feels good to find what you're missing. It feels
And don't get me wrong, I had Pato pick the 1 year to win.
Savings that add up. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Twix bits, a creamy egg crunch.
In a pool, so.
Softer, firmer, your call. Only at Sleep Number.
What would you like the power to do? Ask for the future of the game. Bank of America champions everyone who dares to ask. What would you?
It's funny, I could put the audio on right now for both streams, but I don't think people want double audio.
Fixed and affordable tuition. Chipotle honey chicken is back. Grilled chicken, chipotle peppers, and pure honey. It takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
And obviously, we'll discuss the event of the week as we get more people in here for both Indy and the 600. I talked a little bit about it on Thursday when I streamed my NASCAR 15 season race, and obviously I'm wearing my fit today.
Just a few of the hundreds of bows that Kyle Busch rightfully took throughout his life and career as we welcome you back up to the broadcast booth. And, you know, gentlemen, I love when a driver can deliver a unique style celebration. Kyle did just that, almost as a bit of a tip of the cap to some of the fans who may not have been so receptive when he won some of those races, and he continued that trend, and that trend has carried on to this week, and I think we're going to see some more bows here at Charlotte Motor Speedway today.
You know, and those fans warmed up to Kyle. Later, as he won more and more races, and recently there were more cheers than boos, and that moment at Dover, seeing him give the bow and saluting the fans and their response.
Like I said, I said it on Thursday
with us as NASCAR
that
fans and folks who live with us forever.
I got to,
you know, someone who lived through the Dale Sr. deal,
You saw so many
you know, 25 years ago, it really feels like that. It really feels like how it was after that happened.
Getting to be down there and interview the winners. It was so
This
cool
strange
whatever vehicle he was in, the Cup car, the truck, the O'Reilly car, whatever
post-event
take that
world,
bow,
you
and
know.
to Michael's point, hearing the
It feels a lot like
10 years ago,
2000. It feels like what it was 25 years ago.
so cool to see those.
How much are we looking forward to watching Brexton
Both
stand up there
with
and give
the
those
Dale Sr.
bows?
passing and even 9/11 too. At that post, when something happens that's like an era-defining moment. But literally, I guarantee you ask people now, 10, 15 years later, people are going to be like, where were you when you got the news? And what's I kind of look at it as an irony for me. 25 years ago, it was my mother that told me, the day after the race, about Dale Sr.'s passing. Thursday, my mother texted me when I was at work. I didn't find out the news till like 8 o'clock at night because I work a 2 to 10 shift, and I didn't find out until I went on my lunch break, or what you want to call a lunch break at 8 o'clock is when I checked my messages and saw that she messaged me and told me that Kyle had passed. And then, of course, I went and, what the hell, and searched through the feeds to see, oh, crap, it actually did happen. So...
bottom side, Rogero Sawalich inside of rows 2 and 3 as we get back underway with 68 laps to go.
And while we're waiting for Indy to get going, which again, I've got both feeds up. So if you're just joining, I got both feeds up. Indy right now is in their pre-race coverage, or their, media pre-race coverage. Since the truck race got delayed from Friday night, I figured I'd put it on. And they're racing till noon. But however far they get to by the time we reach noon, they're throwing the white flag, kind of like what they did in Atlanta earlier this year. So, almost had a moment there at the back straightaway.
He may have something more going on with that truck.
Just a crazy block right there. It looks like maybe damage to the right front of Ross's.
Looked like the 62 started to block Chastain, and then he got blocked.
Continuing to smoke as we got a problem.
Connor Zillow's trying to go 2 for 2.
The second corner, one truck went around towards the back of the pack.
Oh, excuse me, Chastain won. Chastain's the one actually trying to go 2 for 2. Sorry, I forgot Chastain won yesterday.
Got started with whatever was going on with Ross Chastain after that back straightaway contact. Looked like maybe
Zowich was in the mix yesterday. That's why I think I got mixed up there for a second.
You saw him kind of backing up off of turn 4 just a little bit, and it continued all the way down into turns 1 and 2, and I think we're going to see.
Don't know for Indy. They have it listed at 12:30, but they're doing the pre-race. They're doing the pre-race media coverage. They started the coverage at 10, so. And the 600 is not till 6 o'clock tonight.
He had his hands full, and the further down to the bottom you get, the rougher that track is.
You can see back there, everything's. I think Spencer let off due to the.
See, I never know what the green flag. Because they don't give you the green flag time when the media coverage. They just give you the time. Oh, this is when we're starting coverage. 12:30 is, or 12 is the time when you're listening for race coverage. Even though the
plenty of contact to cut that tire down.
Even though the
look at that truck hopping up and down, Michael. It's so rough down there.
There may be time after that before it actually. Before it actually
He's already bent up the left front. He's not
get the
out
green
of this
flag.
thing, though, Regan. He's going to come in, get these tires changed, pull that fender out, and be a part of this battle again.
Anytime Ross has got 4 tires on a vehicle, I don't ever think that he's out of it, but that's right. He's still going to have the opportunity to fix it right here. And of course, an extra set of tires today because they didn't get practice and qualifying in, so those carried over to the race. So he's still in a good spot for the end of this race as it'll come down to the final pit stop potentially.
Ross going to come back in for some more attention. Mikey, you hinted at the damage on the left front. That happened at the start of the race. He's been managing that quite well, but evidently they want to take
Getting
some more
IndyCar
time
guys to
right?
promote the
He did
World
come to
Cup.
the pit lane when the pits were closed, so we'll have to restart the back of the pack anyway.
Well, they're going to work on that right front fender, but also this is interesting. He's on pit road. He's getting service. They filled it up with gas. Can he make it to 12 o'clock? I mean, could there be a strategy play here as well?
I can assure you that once the team gets done repairing this truck and they get an opportunity to figure out where everything lines up, they are probably thinking that same thing at some point here, Michael. And
I don't know if we're going to get all 65 laps in before they hit the noon deadline, but
12 o'clock at the pace that we're going could be definitely something to keep an eye on here.
I've gotten to the point in life where I rarely make it to 12 o'clock anymore, but
different 12 o'clock, Michael. Different 12 o'clock.
These guys are going to try to race to 12 o'clock. It'll be interesting for me to see who brings it down here. We've had this happen all race long, differing strategies. These cats at the front of the field.
well, depends. If they get green flag laps in, they might be able to make a good chunk of it. Hell, they only missed a couple laps at Atlanta, but it all depends on whether or not we get a rash of cautions. If we get a rash of cautions, we ain't making the full distance.
Connor Zilich out in front of the field with 64 scheduled laps to go.
Celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed. Together with
Yeah, so you get some bonus truck race coverage from me. Normally I wouldn't react to the truck race, but it's on before the Indy, so why not? Maybe it's a bonus truck race coverage.
Take a truck, sprint down the track, and get ready for a fight.
He is an absolute weapon.
Timid, stay home.
Buckle up, hard racing.
Friday nights under the lights.
Also, if you're just joining for me doing Indy, they're doing the media pre-race coverage and stuff, so not missing much at the moment.
The yard looks incredible. Thanks. All it took was.
You know, lost in all the events and everything that went on Thursday. Catherine Legg trying to become the first woman to do the double.
Really?
Super easy.
Craftsman. What you build, builds you.
Put the work in. At Allstate, what's important to you?
This is such a legendary. No matter where you finish, that's still like a legendary mark in a driver's career to be able to do both races.
The good news is if you have accident forgiveness from Allstate, your auto rate won't go up just because of an accident, even if it is your fault. Sorry, Squirrel's fault. Because we all deserve
That's such a
right, Dad?
such a historic honor to do.
If it's important to you, it's important
to try to run both races in the same day.
We started in Brooklyn in '78 and quickly learned we weren't building exhaust. We were building excitement, giving drivers that same roar of victory on their way to work that they heard at the races. Almost 5 decades later, nothing's changed.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I'm hand stuffing this mozzarella to make our epic stuffed crust pizza.
Epic.
Epic. Hey, we're making you an epic stuffed crust pizza for $13.99.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
But I figured I'd put the truck race on until we get Indy's pre-race stuff going. So they're wondering why you're. And the title, what it is. The title of what it is in reference to the Indy 500, not to the truck race. It's just this is on right now. I figured I'd watch the end of it. I watched the end of the O'Reilly race yesterday, so.
Green flag run we've had today. 12 laps, and we're coming to 62 to go with Gio leading us back down.
And if you're wondering what's going on with the truck race, they're racing basically till noon. Whether or not they can get, I doubt they're going to get 60 laps in before noon, but it all depends.
Look at Honeycutt right up the middle. Ooh.
See, ours 3 wide, all over the place.
This is crazy.
Slipping and sliding.
Tanner Gray coming to the party in that 15 truck. Hadn't mentioned his name today.
SVG trying to come off the top side. Riggs is going to slam the door behind him to try to stop the truck that was trying to follow through. That was Hemrick in the 19.
Ricky Stenhouse up the middle.
And just when you think guys don't want to be free wide in the middle, you see somebody else trying to make the move, and you know, Lane Riggs was trying to make that happen again off of turn 2, as we see Daniel Hemrick with a nice move down the back straightaway.
You know, when you make that
CG using that high lane to the corner, it looks like.
get that truck to stay on the bottom, and you wind up 3 wide like we saw behind the 4 leaders here.
Ooh. Riggs trying to block Hemrick.
Squeeze into the top of Riggs in the tri-oval.
These battles, when this track is as wide as it is, right from the top to the bottom, guys can have confidence whatever lane they're running in.
It'll be interesting what we see tonight. Charlotte has usually been, with, at least since the next gen car has come into play, has been one of the more entertaining mile-and-a-half races for the next gen. Be interested to see what we see tonight.
Adapting to a truck here on an intermediate racetrack, something he's not done very much.
Especially a race that we had no qualifying essentially for. We basically only had a practice session, from my understanding. So,
and no surprise with Shane.
Be interesting to see what we see tonight.
The amount of talent that he has, and you know, when it comes to a race like this, where these trucks are bouncing around, where there's different multiple lanes and lots to figure out, you just knew that he was going to.
I may change the title of the stream in between the 2 races, but I plan to be here straight through from Indy through to the 600.
That outside wall, just learning different grooves. This is the track, obviously, that they'll race on tonight. The conditions are going to be
Gotta check it back and forth here.
He's got a great run off turn 2 to hold on to that spot. Let's go down to Amanda for an update on Grant Enfinger.
Yeah, terrible restart for Grant Enfinger. He was in the 3rd position after those restart cautions. Guys, back to you, Aaron.
Just had another one.
Problems for Leland Honeyman Jr. off of turn number 2. That's been the trouble spot. He did pit on that last caution to repair some.
Yeah, I doubt they're going to get this whole thing in. They keep it this rate, they ain't getting the laps in. We only have another half hour roughly, so.
Left front is flat.
I'm not sure if
I doubt they get it in.
Flat caused the damage and caused him to spin, or which came first.
Could be another abbreviated race, kind of like what Atlanta was. Granted, Atlanta, they were only a couple laps away, so.
Pastrana dodging another one.
He's had a mirror.
I'm not throwing the yellow on that one, though.
That's Cole Butcher on the outside, and just
if it didn't come all the way around.
Side by side in the wrong situation like that, and you're trying to turn to the left to stay out.
Okay, no, it did come all the way around.
It'll feel like it's just spinning right around like you.
Yeah, he did get the end. Okay.
Another hard.
Like I say, just for the onboard shot, that was all that had happened. It was like, I don't know about throwing the yellow now. It's like, okay, yeah, he did come all the way around, and he did slap the inside wall. So.
Spinning 62 of Honeyman as he came off the 2nd turn. So yet another short stretch of green flag racing. We still have not gone more than 12 consecutive green flag laps on what has been a treacherous Charlotte Motor Speedway this afternoon, or I should say this morning.
And the 3 of us have not used our chairs. We're standing up just checking out all this action. It's crazy how intense this battle has been. You could watch them. You can watch them the way they drive and block and 3 wide and see there's going to be issues.
You know, and on top of all that battling, right? Battling is breeding these cautions that we're seeing. And I want to go back to the previous caution. Ross Chastain hits pit road, gets a full load of fuel. We heard Gio Rogero's team talking about the fact that they thought they were 5 to 10 laps short, depending on what happened with the 12 o'clock rule. And as we look at Ross Chastain, all of a sudden now that decision for fuel as we run more laps under caution here looks like it may work out. And you see right here, the pit crew's getting ready.
There's going to be a lot of takers on this one.
This is the one that they're yeah.
They know they can get enough gas here to get to the end. You got to come take it.
You heard the hesitation from the Gio Ruggiero crew as we came to the restart. Obviously, no hesitation would be this time by as the crews are armed and ready to service that truck and see if they can protect the lead in what will be 55 to go at the line. But again, we're coming up on about 30 minutes to that adverse conditions rule, which would get us to the point where the race would end prematurely of its scheduled distance. It's going to be close. So
yeah, I doubt they're making 56 laps in a half hour, but
Eckes, one of the stage winners, just behind him. Brandon Jones, your top three.
Be surprised.
And here they come, Amanda.
Yeah, Brandon Jones started this race in the 5th position, comes in here 3rd. Jeremy Donnelly, the crew chief, on his feet, getting this team ready for what might be the last stop of this race. Brandon Jones, a self-described KB nerd race for Kyle Busch. They're going to tighten this truck up a little bit. He wants to keep it up with the track, Josh.
17 of Gio Ruggiero said he's just a little bit free in 1 and 2. It'll be 4 tires and fuel for him.
I'll hang up on the right rear for Gio. So you will not be the leader leading the pits.
Adjustments going in, it'll be 4 tires and fuel for the 91.
It's Riggs out first. Riggs, Friesen, Chastain.
This whole race, the strategy has been across the board, and this stop.
It was a 5 truck that came out there
We'll
4th.
hit the refresh button, gather the data and details, and deliver it all to you in what may be the final stretch run to the finish here at Charlotte.
77, absolute weapon.
Really? That's my intro?
This is Carson Hoseful. He doesn't follow the scripts. He rewrites
Check the other where they're at on that
right.
coverage. Still
Inches from the wall.
Move out of the way.
Next.
Still doing pre-race stuff at Indy. Not even to the because really what I want to be there for is the opening ceremony. Because I know Indy's opening ceremonies are so. Again, having been there almost 10 years ago, it'll be 10 years next year since I went. But
With mothers, making time for the things you love doesn't have to be hard. That's why we made ceramic even more simple. Just spray onto a clean, wet surface and rinse off to spread the water-activated hydrophobic protection. That's it. No streaking, no buffer, just SiO2 technology and a powerful drying aid for a shine that turns heads long after you hit the open road. Mother's California.
Tyler Ankram's going to be the leader. I think him and Sutton stayed out.
Give it that mother's
Yeah, Swalwich is in the 5. Okay. I was wondering who was in the 5 truck, but I was like, I think the 5 truck came out 4th off pit road, but I don't know who's driving it.
Trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Ego, Milwaukee, Craftsman, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery, or ready for
There's a couple of brands I can vouch for. The Ego is actually not too bad. We have Weed Whacker, our Weed Whacker, Chainsaw, and Leaf Blower are all Ego. Those batteries last, man. The stuff you could do with those batteries, it's like, yeah. Definitely a lot better than paying out the ass for putting gas in them. Especially the gas oil mix, God, that's a pain in the ass.
Spread down the track and get ready for a fight.
I definitely would 100% recommend Ego if you decide to get rid of your gas-powered stuff.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series racing here at Charlotte. Tyler Ankrum, who coming into this race held on to the final spot in the chase standings, 10th, is the leader. What's their thought process? Let's listen.
We have 3 green flag laps on our tires, so no disadvantage there. And save all the gas you can. We made our bet, baby. I think
Well, yeah, at this point, you're basically racing the clock. You're not racing the full race distance, so you're racing the clock. So not a bad play if you only have 3 laps older tires. That's not a bad play. Get out front, get the clean air.
Overtime with 52 scheduled laps to go.
And let me dissect what Mark Hillman was just trying to, or was just telling his driver, Tyler Ankrum, Drive it like you stole it was what he was trying to comprehend to him right there. They've made their bet. He's right about that. And you know,
Yeah, basically we're running the same rules here that we did with Atlanta earlier this year. I don't know. They could honestly get the whole distance in if they wanted to. I mean, the Cup Series race isn't until 6 tonight, but they could have run the full distance if they wanted to. I don't know why. Set up at noon, why they put the time in place, but
no surprise, he's on the front row because this lineup has been flipped from one end to the other all day long.
So the top two trucks stayed out. Most of the trucks that pitted elected to top off. The leader.
It's been wild so far, apparently, in this race, too. I turned it on late. I turned it on basically at the end of stage 2, and apparently they have not made more than 12 laps green, so... That's what I'm saying. The way they race it, I don't think they're going to make the full distance. It's a race against the clock as much as it is a race to the full distance. And Riggs has got a truck tonight, or this afternoon.
Big push from Ross Chastain coming.
And Chastain is one of the trucks that elected to come down.
Yeah, but do they need 6 hours? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, do they really need 6 hours? Yeah, I can understand if you have a lot of people, but 6 hours?
These guys are doing a great job. As the race continues on, problems for one of our drivers attempting triple duty in the top 10. Connor Zilic in a 77 restart violation. He will have to serve a penalty.
Oh, there goes Illich. Wonder if he jumped early.
You can't serve that now. He would hope for a quick caution here, which I wouldn't.
Wonder if he tried to switch lanes early. Only time I hear the restart violation is, that's probably my guess, is he probably switched lanes before the start finish line.
Ross Chastain into one there as he tried to show that nose down to the bottom and had to catch that truck.
And that momentary break in momentum allows Eckes to get right up to the rear spoiler of Ross in what is now a battle for the second spot.
I think Riggs has this at this point.
Power move to the bottom for Eckes in the 91 truck.
That 91 has shown a ton of grip all day long. Michael able to really hold that white line all the way off the corner.
Got a nice gap over the 2. Got about 20 minutes to go, so...
See if we can see what happens to Connor Zilic here. You can't change lanes before the start-finish line.
Where is he?
So close. He just started it.
I don't know about that one. Oh, freezing. Good save, Stewart. He did. He clipped it.
What about freezing? He almost
Smoke out SVG. He's got a fender rub. Oh, I don't know who that gray truck was, but he almost got caught up there. I don't know. It's close.
Jones on the left there, and that one truck continued to make moves.
That's really a great. That could be one of those. It's a gray area calling. Damn, freezing loose again.
Still hanging on to her.
Oh, and they're wrecking.
That's Butterbean and Chris Wright in the wall in the quad oval.
And they still have yet to make 12 laps green.
Championship picture. Butterbean came into this race about 10 points out of the top 10. He was running 22nd at the time. And Wright is burning down the house trying to get detached from that ram as it's pinned up against the wall.
There you see the 28-year-old out of Chesapeake, Virginia, 2025 ARCA champion.
I just answered for you, dude. I think it's 1:45 is what they got scheduled for the time. Actual green flag. Or no, 1:45. I think is what the actual scheduled green flag time is. Doesn't look like they have weather issues at Indy so far, so.
Truck to the outside, the way he came up that racetrack, it looked like Chris Wright was trying to use the entire track all the way up to the wall, but there was definitely a truck, that was almost door to door with him, really, right there. So
that's just a unexplainable move.
Well, Butterbean's teammate, Travis Pastrana, has pretty much seen everything that's happened on track today.
When in doubt, fire it up. Travis said, I got to get out of here.
Par for the course for
I mean,
Travis.
I'm kind of going back and forth, keeping an eye for when the pre-race starts here, because
See if we can figure out what
I
happened.
do like watching the pre-race for Indy. Hopefully this will end before that starts.
I never said clear. I said outside. Still there. You said there.
Well,
Miscommunication between driver and spotter?
You know,
Not the first time I've heard this.
We need the spotters. But there's situational awareness as well that you have to understand what's going on. There's just a wide move.
And Michael, you can see on this shot we're showing right now, the mirror right in the center of the cab of that truck. It's a big curved mirror. And it shows you from almost the driver's side door where you get in and out to the passenger side door where you get in and out. The way those curves are, you can definitely have references to that. And you know, just even if he thought he heard clear and it was there, whatever the situation was, he kind of thought maybe he would know that truck was still out there in that moment.
And speaking of the spotters, and talking to Brendan Butterbean Queen on Friday, he works with Derek Nealon, who of course was a longtime spotter for Kyle Busch. In fact, Butterbean said it was around this time of year last year that him and Kyle went up to watch Derek race one of his late model events. He said it was pretty much him and Kyle the whole ride up to Maine, one of the best times he's ever had at a racetrack. Their friendship developed there, and he was hoping to have a good run with Derek today in honor of Kyle, but unfortunately it looks like with the window net coming down, his race is going to end early.
Just amazing the amount of stories through this garage area and people that
Ricky's got some damage.
Stas.
Look at that right front fender. That's a mess. You know, we also, let's just update Connor Zilic. We talked about his restart violation. He was there, and I said he was hoping for a quick caution, and he got it.
He got what he
like
wanted.
we thought we might see. He was able to come down, serve his penalty. So still got 45 laps to go. Anything can happen in this race, as we've seen. That's a dejected Butterbean, giving his guys a pat on the back for all the work.
Butterbean, who've been on a pretty good charge so far in terms of the championship.
That was close with Zilic, though, that violation.
With 9 races to go.
I mean, looking at it,
At the number 77 of Zilic, who, yes, he's going to have to fall to the tail, but at least
if you look at the rule the way it's written,
by virtue of catching
you
this
can't move before the start-finish line, and he did. He made a move before the start-finish line. Was it was it as dramatic a move as we've seen in the past with those violations? No. I'll be honest there, no. But the letter of the law is that you can't move before the start-finish line, and
Charge up into the top 5.
he did.
What a day.
I mean, that's one of those I would call it. That essentially was a stick and ball call. You know, like a strike and ball call, kind of.
And then got pushed off here to early Sunday morning on the biggest day in motorsports. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. The racing for the lead all day long has been incredible, and it was
he was out from the truck behind him when he got to the start-finish line. You know, that's, if you look at it by the letter of what the rule is written, it was called right. It was called right. And this, I can't believe. I don't think I've ever seen one get here like that at Charlotte. Obviously, we saw the Busher deal in the 600 a couple years ago, but never one like that.
The battle for the lead and win in stage 2 was as intense as the racing has been pretty much all day long, and it was Lane Riggs who captured stage 2. Last time he did that same heat, went on to win the race there. And then Ross Chastain getting off-road.
Just spinning those tires, sliding those tires down the back straightaway, wide open. I guarantee his foot never came off of it.
Well, the issue is that honestly,
Some miscommunication between Chris Wright and his spotter, capturing Butterbean with both cars coming to rest just past the start-finish line.
it's one of my big pet peeves on iRacing is the restart checkups. That's what causes those deals with the
and it's one of those races you just don't.
Well, Grisham's was a lot more violent, but.
The back and forth when these guys get 3 wide on the restarts.
As you say,
running top to bottom. It just, I don't know what more you could ask for in a race. This is the kind of race that,
what was I talking
that
about?
definitely keeps you on your toes. And while it's struggled to get a little bit of a
Okay, now I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, iRacing restarts. Playing the games on restarts. It's like they should make it where you could report that stuff on iRacing, because if you cause an incident because you're playing games on restarts, you should be penalized for that. If you ruin somebody else's race because you want to play games on a restart, there should be a penalty for it.
Yeah, and we talk about Christian Eckes and the struggles he's had this season to have a dominant truck. What we're seeing,
and we see the actual NASCAR races, the games of waiting to go or holding off to go or going early, and the back and forth at that. I hate those games. That's why I think it should be just standard. You go when the flag comes, when it turns green, you go. And if you go any earlier than that, they penalize you for it. So you can have a smooth restarts where you don't get the checkups and you don't get the incidents on restarts that you do.
We'll remind you, 12 o'clock. If we get to that point before the finish of the advertised distance of this race, which is looking more and more likely. Once the leader
Yeah, we only have 15 minutes to that time, so.
The white flag will be displayed next time by. No chance at overtime.
Back to Indy, still.
Josh mentioned the driver
stuff.
Kyle's had an impact on, and either directly or indirectly. We were just, talking about Butterbean a moment ago and the impact that Kyle had on him, and we're going to be feeling that for years to come in terms of, Kyle's, what he's done for this sport from top to bottom, Cup Series truck, O'Reilly, everything. And this restart, this is about to be fun. We got some really good trucks right here that are going to battle.
So it's going to be Lane Riggs, the control truck on the inside of the 30.
Probably get about another maybe 20-25 laps if we stay green.
Caden Honeycutt, row 3. 41 laps to go as we race to noon here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Here we go.
Yeah, about that, King. I've been in many an iRacing race when the restart games have been played and the stuff that it causes, because people, play which right now is legal. You can play the games in the restart zone, but that's what causes issues, and we almost had an issue there in the back straightaway. Somebody did not get going on the inside, and Eckes is going to go after Riggs for the lead. Got a little help from Honeycutt.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that's not our final lead change.
It might not be the final lead change for this entire lap, but we might have a couple more still.
Every car happy owner, every truck, I'm going to take you pretty wild. I think that's what we're seeing tonight, this morning.
Riggs put it up on the boards, had a huge run off turn 2, but couldn't do anything.
Eckes and Riggs they've been dicing it up, so. Oh, he got up the hill, and I don't know if he got the wall there off of 4, but he got close. It's not the leader sometimes either, King. It's people playing games on restarts. Most of the time, yes, they start with the leader, but I've seen it happen because second place wants to play games on the restart. Or the truck to the outside of the leader, I mean. Ooh! I don't know if there was contact there, but Eckes' truck got sideways like it did. That's why they're racing as hard as it is, because they know this could be. Chandler Smith in the next now. There goes Friesen. That gotta bring a yellow. We stay green and he makes it to pit road. Nice. Stewart did not nice for Stewart, but he kept it down. Kept it from going around.
as they drive through the
Drive through the smoke.
left behind.
He just got loose all by himself up there. Truck never came around. Oh, it's another one around. That's going to bring the yellow out.
Caution number 10. As Andres Perez was running,
That self spins.
Spins off the second turn and slows this race with under 11 minutes to go.
Oh, now they're doing the starting grid.
Andres Perez.
For Indy.
Off turn 2. See the 44 truck down on the bottom there. And just bounces into the corner, gets loose, tries to stay off Tanner Gray, and around he goes.
I'm not sure, Michael, that he had, see if he got to the inside wall maybe here, but...
Watch him keep driving.
The streak apparently continues in the truck race. That been 12 laps green.
I'm not sure that he had any contact through all that.
Or that's the most in green today.
On the brakes, off the brakes.
Oh, so cool. Left rear, right rear, they were both close.
Travis Pastrana saw himself another one.
Oh, that's so scary. You don't know where that truck is, but Travis. Woo.
See Lane, looks like Lane Riggs' his team right there. They probably didn't want to see that caution. They thought their guy was out front and was in a good spot to, you know, have a battle with Christian Eckes, perhaps Caden Honeycutt, and unfortunately, guys, you're gonna have to get tensed up again here in a moment.
What? How many cautions have we had today? That seems like a lot. Ah. Russell, the stat guy.
By the way, after Zilich's restart violation, I just now looked up. He's running 7th.
I don't think that I'm betting against that right now.
7th, 8th. The scoring was a little
take the over right now if that was our over/under.
there, but damn.
Unique race circumstance here with us trying to beat the clock, if you will, down to noon. That means that we are inching closer to what is going to be a unique spot for this. We don't normally get to do this in terms of talking about time, but we are about to reach our Craftsman. 9 minutes to go at this point in the race. Don't think I've ever said that before.
Oh. Well, and also, Eric, it's been a pleasure working with you today, but for the first time in my broadcast career, I think I heard someone say, as sand flies through the hourglass. Is that what you said?
Yes. The sand is starting to run out in the hourglass.
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful.
I don't know about the truck commentator lead guy. He seems okay.
I'm having a blast.
I thought I was watching
I mean, I'm partial to Jamie, but I know she's up here for Indy.
Last time that a Ford went to victory lane on a 1.5-mile racetrack in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series here back in May of 2023. That was Ben Rhodes who got the job done. Lane Riggs, for more on that driver and team, here's Amanda.
And his crew chief, Dylan Capella, just said, I'm nervous. It's restart and all out here. What's your final words to Lane ahead of this?
Yeah, I mean, just protecting those big runs. The 98's really strong. The 11's always a sleeper late in the race, and, you know, he's learning a lot of these big tracks. So it's going to take everything we got.
They're doing the driver intros at Indy.
Charlotte, UNC Charlotte, 49ers Nation, and we're going to try and get him in victory lane here.
Well, of course we do. They're racing till noon.
He's the best to do it, you know.
Of course we do. They're racing till noon.
And I trust him 100%, so we're going to go get it done.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And that's coming from
Kind of knew that was going to come into play.
his free time tries to strap behind the wheel of usually a pro late model, whether it be in the Carolinas or
Essentially, I'm wondering if we're going to have a green-white checkered essentially here.
Exactly what Lane is thinking as a couple of trucks hit the pit lane.
And it's so fun to hear about Lane and Dylan going to, as Grant Enfinger, one of those trucks, we see some damage to the back of his. Stuart Friesen, obviously, for the obvious reasons, back on pit lane. But it's fun to hear, you know, when you talk about Dylan and Lane, they go with each other to these late model races and hang out on the weekends. And, you know,
As I think Riggs' crew chief was mistaken. It was the 91 I think he was supposed to be referring to, not the 98.
We're talking 3 years ago for our former champion being able to deliver the last checkered flag for the Blue Oval on a 1.5 miles, and here was how Ben did it.
Wow, it's really been that long since the Ford trucks won on a 1.5 miles?
We have not seen anybody have a lead that sizable all day long today, but Rhodes waxed the field that night. And Lane Riggs is trying to get the job done for
Well, weather
as well.
played dividends yesterday, so, you know.
From that triple truck challenge back in the day, that $50,000 payday.
A lot of good things going that night for Ben Rhodes. The win.
Well, that's the thing. Their limit is 12. So as long as we don't go more than 12 laps,
we've seen him go to the top side of the
we can
make some magic on restarts and throughout the course of runs, and maybe he's got that opportunity to do it.
we'll see the checkered.
Number one to go. We're going to watch what.
And we're probably going to have less than 12 laps to go in terms of making it to that dune mark. So I think we'll easily get this thing under green.
In the position he was in, decided to take the outside and kind of just alluded to that. Is he going to go for it up there?
They just introduced the front row starters.
An incredible
Up
way
Indy.
to kick off the greatest day in motorsports. Don't forget, after this race, the Indianapolis 500 is going to be kicking off at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox. Pre-race coverage already underway. Then, of course, later on tonight,
I know, guys. I have the pre-race coverage on right now. I have it on right now. Just going back and forth.
It's going to be close. And how about Connor Zilic? We talked about that penalty he got 2 cautions ago on the restart. He gained 18 spots in the last run and will restart this race in that 77 inside of row 3.
There you see, watch 45, Ross Chastain. We know.
I watched both those trucks in shot. I think it's a battle between Riggs and Etkiss, but
5 minutes to go before we
we'll see what happens.
2 laps to go in this race.
Well, no, I'm watching the Indy. If I had my choice, I'm watching the Indy 500. It's been the most entertaining race in motorsports the last few years, so of course I'm watching Indy. 100% I'm watching Indy. I didn't even plan on running the truck race, but I figured, well, I got some time before Indy starts, and if they're running it this morning, I might as well go ahead and take a look at it. Been nothing to really write home about, but oh, I didn't realize teammates up the inside too. They fan out. Gonna put honey cut. Oh, that gets really lost on the restart.
Restart couldn't have gone worse for Christian Eckes as we see side by side for second place right now.
Eckes. I don't know if he was at the grass, but he was close to it. Well, Honeycutt up to second. I think it might be Riggs' hands. Contact.
As you see a couple of trucks, Chastain arguing with Eckes over space. Look at Honeycutt. He's right there.
And Zilic now working to the top.
Oh.
Chandler Smith for third.
Damn, Zilic on the charge. I don't know. He's got some time to make up, and he's got a heck of a battle he's having with. Oh, there goes Chandler.
Into the inside wall for Chandler Smith.
No caution yet.
No caution. I'm kind of shocked about that.
3 minutes left to go. Caution is out.
That might be the race. I don't know if they're going to get that. I don't know if we're going to get that done before clock's done.
Chandler doing everything he
Honestly, they should have thrown the yellow as soon as he hit the wall, but
they got so
you know.
close coming off of turn 2. We've seen it so many times today when the trucks are that close and you got wheel input put into them trying to turn further to the left. It just, man, they just go right around on you, Michael. There's nothing you can do as a driver in that aero position.
Aero tough right there. How much sand's left in the hourglass, Eric?
Probably about 2 minutes, 15 seconds worth.
Will they get this thing restarted?
And I believe that is what officials are trying to determine at this point. If they could deem the exit of turn number 2 to not need too much cleanup, verify all of the scoring, maybe we get a chance at restarting this race. I'm sure for Lane Riggs, he's hoping maybe not.
And for me, I'm hoping maybe so. I'm
Me
seeing
as
so
well.
much action. I'd love to see a little bit more. I think Honeycutt has got a truck that could get this race, can take it to Lane Riggs. I said earlier, Lane's got the fastest truck. On that run there, Honeycutt was drilling him in.
Yeah, and if
Yeah,
there's
but we
enough
may
time
run
to
out
get
of
this
time
going,
here.
Michael, I
No
think
overtime.
the biggest challenge is going to be what happens into turn one.
Andy
You know,
still.
does he have the ability into turn one to stay on that door? As we see the replay here, and Chandler just tries to carry it up
The hill,
track.
and she went.
Connor's already there, and at that point, the spotter's saying outside, outside, outside. Really
I'm
intense.
surprised they held the yellow as long as they did. They, as soon as he hit the wall, it should have been out. I know they're trying to get this thing in green, but once that wreck happens,
and that's just aggressive racing at the end of the race, or you know, you're trying to get every inch.
I'm surprised they didn't let him finish the distance, though. That's why I couldn't understand why they put it in place that the Cup race doesn't start. The coverage for the Cup race doesn't start till 6, so I don't know why they didn't just let him run the distance.
When that other truck got to his outside.
So a tough break for the Daytona winner on the season, and problems for Ross
Chastain in trouble.
to a stop in 3 and 4.
Get the truck to push him back. Yeah, the race is gonna be over.
Push back to pit road in pretty short order here.
That's gonna delay us.
This caution, number 11, is going to set the record for most cautions in a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race here at Charlotte.
We're at noon, so we're probably gonna get the white here this time around. Then
These guys have been going at it. This is what happens when you got to wait 3 days to race, right?
You get ramped up. You got all that energy.
NASCAR changes it, decides to let him go, get one green flag run in, but.
Don't forget, 12:30 p.m. The biggest day in motorsports continues on over on Fox for the green flag of the Indianapolis 500. And then, of course, later on tonight here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Coca-Cola 600 to cap off one of the best days of the year.
Ah, what a day. Right here on Fox all day long.
Okay, Trish, you're gonna have to explain that one because I feel like you're making another dumb take here.
Next time around, Lane Riggs will see the white flag under caution with Honeycutt and Zillage the top 3.
Good, I can sit down.
I'm proud of you, boy. Hell yeah.
He deserves it.
You weren't gonna get it yet.
End under caution. The rules are what they are. At 12 o'clock, the teams knew the race would be
And hell, they knew the rule. They made that decision going into this before the race started, so they stuck to that.
If he can run another lap and a half, Regan, I wouldn't even count on that right now with all the action we've seen. But it looks like it's going to work out for Lane Riggs.
I feel like the chances are better at the pace they're running right now, Michael, that he's going to be able to find his way back around here. And you know, you see Dylan Capello with the smiles right now on top of the pit box, and you know, it didn't come easy either. They did have some handling issues.
I'll be able to switch it back over and get going up at Indy.
All day long, had to work on it, try to make it a little bit better. And we saw early on in the race him sideways a number of times.
Got that right. And like sands through the hourglass, he's going to come past the start-finish line. This is one of those days of your lives.
If this was an episode of Friends, I guess that would be the show title for this thing, huh? White flag in the air for Lane
So you want him to risk running wet cars in the rain? Gotcha.
Let's take a listen to the communication in that 34 truck.
Gotcha. We can put the drivers in danger. That's a good idea.
Oh, that's touching.
We can have another 2001 All-Star race.
I think that says it so well, the emotion.
And when you're going to fit it in, dude? They already short the truck race. Do you want them to short the Infinity race so you guys complain about that again? Yeah, I think some of the takes that people have are just retarded sometimes. Sorry. Stupid sometimes. Really stupid.
I grew up watching Richard Petty.
You got to look at the situation you have in hand first. There's no way they would have been able to fit that O'Reilly race in today. What if it rains during the truck race? Then you're screwed. Then you're absolutely screwed. Because you're trying to fit 3 races in one day. Then you'd be bitching at NASCAR about that. So, I'm sorry your guy didn't win the truck race.
Special driver and such a special individual.
That's the 2 guys of the 20.
It's funny you say that. I got 2 guys that would probably argue against you that are at the race today. They were at the race last night, too. Or should I say they're in Charlotte this weekend.
And as he comes to the line on an emotional
And I can tell you already they disagree with you.
Lane Riggs is going to win his second race of 2026, 7th of his career, and he did it for Kyle.
Then you'd be bitching about them running it today and having to cut it short, or having to call the truck race short. You'd be bitching about the same thing, dude. Because then even more they'd have to cut the truck race short if they're going to try to fit another race in between the truck race and the Cup race.
Truck Series 15th different driver to win at Charlotte. And for Lane Riggs, who's from nearby Bahama, North Carolina, able to give this team a chance to celebrate.
Hell, the truck race, they actually made it, both the truck race and the O'Reilly race made it to what would be the official halfway point, which is either the end of stage 2 or halfway, whichever comes first. Both races made it to the end of stage 2. So they would have been official races no matter what.
The biggest win of this young man's life.
And that's in NASCAR's rule book since they put in the stage racing. So they ran it by the rules.
Doing it for Kyle, this is a lot. This is a lot that I guarantee Elaine is inside of that truck trying to process right now.
But that's not what you were arguing.
Lane also becomes the third driver with multiple wins this season. The other two.
Granted, I agree with you. I think they probably could have gotten it in unless there's more that I don't know. I don't know what they're doing at the racetrack. Somebody said in chat earlier that it might be because they want to clear out the people who have the truck race tickets to make room for the Cup people. So people don't try to get into the Cup race on a truck ticket. Again, I don't know why you would need 6 hours, and I brought up that earlier when somebody made that comment. I don't know why you'd need 6 hours, but... And then that's the other thing, exactly right, is you'd have to have the time to move things in and out.
Continuing to follow in the footsteps of his father, Scott, who also had much success in the Truck Series.
Yeah, you're just sour because you don't like probably the winners. You don't understand how big a decision that is, and to try to run 3 races in the same day when you already have weather issues as it is, that's not going to happen.
A couple of other guys up inside that top 5 that had days they really needed. Ben Rhodes, 4th. Gio Ruggiero, we saw some strategy for him. He was able to get a top 5.
Connor Zillich had the finish in 3rd, had the penalty. What was it? 10 laps ago, it seemed like.
Logistically, it may look simple. Oh, we can do that. No, it's a lot harder than you think it is.
Front Row Motorsports crew, who helped propel Lane to victory, is there to meet him on the front stretch victory.
And not to mention, you add in the fact that weather is questionable today.
And what has been a very tough day for the NASCAR community, tough few days.
And like I said, they did what they had to do, which is they got it to the official point, which was stage 2, the end of stage 2. I can't fault them for getting it to the end of stage 2. That's what they did. In Truck Series, they went further than the end of stage 2. So been the rule in the book. Just because you don't like the winner and you wanted somebody different to win does not mean you got to bitch and moan about it. And that's really where I'm getting so pissed at that now. It's more, I see it more and more, especially in Jeff Gluck's best race polls, because half of them are voted based on how their favorite driver did. So getting more and more about it. It's pissing me off more and more.
We heard you come over the radio and say this one is for Kyle. You do the signature bow. The expressions are all over your face. Can you tell me why this one means so much?
I would be proud of that performance. Just the hearts are really heavy this weekend, and just been trying to kind of struggling with it a little bit.
Yeah, rain short and ran. Or well, they had set before the race. They had set that a noon time limit. So they made it to the time limit before the end of the race. So
5th to 10th place truck, and we really got to it on the Ford Racing Simulator. Shout out to Ford Racing, everything y'all do for us. And we went to work. We got it done.
Dude, you bitch about everything that doesn't fall in favor of somebody you like, dude. And I'm being honest here.
Had UNC Charlotte.
You may be one of my regulars, but I know you only show up when Chase Elliott's doing well. I seen that because I seen that at the Glen. And you bitch about everything that doesn't benefit guys you like. Whether or not you have a guy that you like that's in this race or not, I see it happen all the damn time. I've had enough of fans acting like that. Seriously. I've had enough of it. There's a reason why I bitch about NASCAR fans in general. You know? They really have some stupid people that bitch and moan all the time, and I've had enough of it now.
Behind me, I thought I could have had a really good pusher to go and mix it up for the win, but unfortunately I had to race against a
Thank you, Jason. You're absolutely right. And I've stated that for years. Sorry if I talked over Lane's interview, but
but thanks, Safe Flight, Foster Love, the whole 11 team.
I kind of just, I'm sick of it, you know?
Everyone that supports us, very much appreciated. Just,
enjoy what you get, and
definitely wanted to be the guy that
stop whining and complaining about everything.
He would have definitely deserved it. If I planned on winning, I was going to give Brexton and them the flag, because he probably would have laid another butt whooping to us today if he was here. So, yeah, just bad week for all of us. Tough weekend for the whole community. Just hug your loved ones, appreciate them, tell your mom and dad you love them, even if you don't have a great relationship with your family. Just this life means more than racing.
That's what I said.
So, second is good.
Jason, if they had run that third race today, if they had delayed it till today, people would have bitched because they shorted the truck race and the O'Reilly race because of trying to get set up for the Cup race. Because that's what they would have done.
Lane Riggs, though, with that victory and the added incentive this year for a win, he closed that gap pretty good way. He cut it down by about 2/3 there. Now only 11 markers out of the points lead.
Because I guarantee that's what they would have been. You would be bitching about the fact they shortened the O'Reilly race because they had to try to get the Cup race in, which is what they would have had to do. They would have had to shorten both the truck race and the O'Reilly race. There's no way they would have gotten all three races in. Absolutely no way they got all three races in one day to full distance. There's no way they would have done it.
And also for the front row team, seeing that they said they've struggled on 1.5-mile tracks, big opportunity for them.
Well, then you screw the teams. You screw the teams because they literally told the teams what the rules are, and then you're going to change the rules right at this point. Give me a break. Give me a break. It's a shit take. It's a shit take now. It'll be a shit take in 10 years. You know?
Yeah, I'm so thankful that I get to cover the trucks, and I got to.
I'm just glad that the weather has cooperated. They actually got the truck. They actually got it in today. There was doubts they were even going to get it in today.
In my racing career, when Kyle showed up, I kind of looked at him like, okay, here comes another kid that's going to beat me, and it got on my nerves. But there were so many other.
Waiting for the truck coverage to finish up so I can switch it back to Indy.
And wanted to go do what Kyle did, and I think so far this weekend has been a wonderful tribute to a wonderful person and wonderful racer.
All these kids wanted to go do what he was doing. The drivers with him at the same time wanted to do what he was doing, and you could hear it throughout the weekend how much everybody wanted to go do it for Kyle, and I think that sentiment will hold true for a while. The tributes, thoughts, prayers for the family.
Normally, Ran, I'm primarily Cup Series. I do every Cup Series race. It's just this weekend being the biggest weekend of motorsports, you know, the biggest day of motorsports, I'm doing the Indy 500 and the 600. The only reason I'm doing the truck race is because they aired it this morning because of being rained out Friday night. So
Catch the Indy 500 on Fox. So long from Charlotte.
I threw on this while was waiting for Indy to get going. But I cover every NASCAR Cup race. I still can't believe I've seen a truck do that at Charlotte. Now, don't get me wrong. Jesus Christ, dude, you are this close to being kicked.
This year, the destination for those who pursue the original extremes.
Switch it back to Indy. Granted, they're in a commercial, but
job. But with endurance,
go back to the focus.
pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras.
We're on thin ice, dude. Thin ice.
Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
I wasn't to the point where I was going to time him out yet, Hamill, but
The fans and tickets. There are over 1,000 fans who have had tickets here for over 50 years. 350,000 gathering, and Rob Gronkowski has moved out of the snake pit, and I'm trying to find out exactly where he is. I think he's in a helicopter or a
can't be happy with what you get. Always got to complain.
up in the air and over the track. He was high earlier. He's even higher now. Let's check in with Gronk.
Rob Gronkowski here reporting for duty, and in any moment I will be getting in a Black Hawk helicopter right there with my friend Tyler Perry. Come on over, Tyler Perry. He's going to be taking me above with a bird's eye view. I got to get going, but we'll have a bird's eye view of the whole entire Indy 500 Speedway track. See the 350,000 plus people in the stands will be right above the cars. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I got to go. Take care. See you all in a couple minutes.
All right, we're going to watch him fly over. We've had great aerial shots to show you, and having him reporting for duty is a big deal because he was so successful with the Patriots and the Buccaneers, and anybody is joining everybody here as part of the pre-race festivities. All of this, Tony, and we haven't even started a 500-mile race yet with some of the best drivers in the world.
They need to keep him away from the controls of that helicopter is all I'm thinking right now. We're all in danger if he gets up front. But this is, obviously, we're leading up to the biggest race of the year in all of motorsports, and cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
Biggest
today.
event in
An
racing.
awesome race. These cars are going to be fast today.
This is the race that changes your life. There's so many drivers that can attest
Nothing
to
beats
that.
that atmosphere. I was in there, like I said, it's been almost 10 years since I was there, but still one of the great experiences in my life.
I think we're going to see a lot of
Be able to
action
go
on
there
track. Keep watching
for that
all the way to the
race.
end. Your driver's never out of it here.
Yeah. And, you know, having been there for Super Bowls and World Series and opening ceremonies, I got to tell you, when I was here last year to be live in person, I watched it on TV as a kid growing up, but to be here in person and look at the faces of the people, and 300
Hey, Dario sighting.
people go silent when they play taps, it will absolutely move you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for the presentation of colors,
Alan.
invitation, and a moment of reflection for those who have given their lives unselfishly to defend our freedom. To deliver today's invocation, please welcome Indianapolis Archbishop Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. Almighty and loving God, you are lavish in bestowing all your gifts, and we thank you for the favor you have shown us by gathering us together for the 110th Indianapolis 500. Bless the drivers, their teams, and the officials. Cover them with your protection. Help them overcome adversity and reward them for their perseverance. We ask for comfort in this time of need for the friends and family of Kyle Busch. Bless all who have journeyed here to witness these cars testing the limits of speed and achievement. Unite us in appreciation for our freedom and the many sacrifices that make it possible. God bless those who have died for our freedom. God bless all those gathered for this, the greatest spectacle in racing. And God bless America.
Firing party. Halt. Order. Halt. Right. Face. Stand by. Ready. Ready. Aim. Ready. Aim. Ready. Aim. Ready. Set. Arms.
Beautiful for spacious sky, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty above the fruited plains. America, God shed his grace.
the Beautiful was performed by Indiana native, featured on season 24 of The Voice, Ephraim Owens. In the silence and in the sound, in the air and in the earth, in what was and what's yet to be. History is more than what's happened. It's the record of what we've achieved and the chronicle of what it cost. Places like this make that cost real. This year, as America celebrates a milestone, we honor 250 years of self-determination, innovation, inspiration, and of sacrifice. And one way we commemorate is with 500 miles of speed. It's here, in one of our greatest traditions, loudest displays, boldest proofs of what it means to be free. This day and this place, this sport and this spectacle, it's paved with their victory and honored by our memory, bonding us, connecting us in the glory of sound and the import of silence. Now, to honor America, please stand and remove your hats as Grammy-nominated platinum recording artist Jordan Sparks performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah, there's nothing like free racing in Indianapolis. Ah, the goosebumps.
I'm on the Slim Fast plan. Tastes great and it keeps me satisfied. And it's packed with protein, so I still have energy throughout the day. I need a simple plan that fits my lifestyle. Tastes great, so you can lose weight and keep it off. This time, I won't just start strong.
Nothing like
I'll stay
free
strong.
race at Indy.
Slim better, Slim strong, slim fast.
The nice thing about the middle of nowhere is it's in the middle of nowhere. Get an Airbnb and go where hotels can't.
It all comes down to a 2-minute thrill ride. The Belmont Stakes, June 6th on Fox.
It's more than a sale. It's the major sales event. Only at Gowling Chrysler.
Oh, you mean the paper
Jeep
plate I could
brand.
throw it at any
Major
time?
selections, major savings. Plus the highest 5-star rating in Metro Detroit. Right now, during the Declaration of Deal sales event, get a Ram 1500 as low as $269, a Jeep Wrangler $329, or a Jeep Grand Cherokee for just $399. Hurry in today. The major
Probably
sales
old enough to be your dad, dude.
Gowling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Always there for you. That's the Gowling difference.
You want Feiger Law on your side when you've been injured in an auto accident. Insurance companies don't help you. They only want to deny your claim. For over 70 years, we've held the insurance companies accountable. That's why they fear us. Let our trial lawyers go to work for you. At Feiger Law, we expect to win, and nobody wins more.
Feiger Law. All we do is win.
All we do is win. At Feldman, the deals are so good, even a baby could close them.
When the deals sell themselves, we focus on making car buying fun. That's how we became Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer. And oh boy, is it fun being #1.
With deals this good, the only thing crying is the competition.
At Feldman Chevy, it's fun being #1.
Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer.
This is the most immersive experience in live entertainment. It's louder, brighter, faster, and more alive than the rest of the year.
Are you ready for some next round?
When you come to Summit Motorsports Park, you shouldn't just expect a great time. You should know you're going to have one. This is where summer comes alive. Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals tickets on sale now.
Tigers baseball is on Fox 2.
He got him at 100.
It's a day game with the Angels. Coverage starts Thursday at 12.
Welcome back to Indianapolis, where the drivers are moments from firing up their engines. These stars of today are 500 miles away from having their names remembered forever.
Racing asks the same thing of everyone eventually. Make room for the next
Good to see you, Crumble.
The younger one. The faster one. For the kid coming around the corner. That's the bargain. Records are only borrowed.
I'm doing good.
Numbers buying their time.
I've been wanting to win this race so bad.
Wasn't feeling so great yesterday. I had a headache yesterday, but
Nothing lasts forever.
2%. 2%. I really had strawberry milk though. I would do strawberry milk if they had it as an option. I'd be fine with 2%. 2% regular milk.
There's a speedway that doesn't believe in goodbyes. This place where history isn't just remembered, it remains. You feel it in the metal, in the asphalt, in the noise.
This race doesn't just make you a great race car driver, it builds a legacy.
Everyone that's won this race is some type of legend in our sport. To be one of the short list of 70 or so people that have been able to win this race, you are etched in history.
They call us crazy driving these days, but the real crazy ones was the drivers back then.
You feel that vibration, you feel that horsepower, you feel like
You win this race, you win a race. But if you win a race, you win a race. You know, you get your accolades, but you win this race, your name is literally etched in history.
Something that's never forgotten, something that will continue to be a legacy whether you're dead or alive.
A century of speed written in silver.
110, 109 previous times.
On that Bob Warner trophy.
110 today.
To escape history. You come here to be worthy of it.
Every day of the year, I'm thinking about how can I get back to the victory lane? How can I get back to drinking that milk again?
Wins the Indianapolis 500.
My name is gonna be on that trophy forever.
Welcome to a place where forever does
As much as we're thinking about, you know, Kyle Busch through today, let us not forget Alex Zanardi either. You know, Alex Zanardi, more closely tied to IndyCar. You can't talk about motorsports, and the biggest day of motorsports. Obviously, Kyle was the more recent loss, but let us not forget Alex Zanardi either.
This track can make legends. We've got many of them, though, here in Indianapolis. This one goes by the name of MVPCC.
Please welcome today's Grand Marshal, Gainbridge Brand Ambassador, and Indiana Fever Star, Caitlin Clark.
Drivers, to your cars.
We are so close to the start of the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. You can taste it, you can smell it, you can feel it here at the track as I welcome James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell to this momentous day. Guys, this race means everything to these 33. What stands ahead of them?
Well, for me, they call it the greatest spectacle in racing, but you might as well call it the greatest tornado in racing, because after all, no other track in the world brings together this level of speed, this level of risk, and this level of reward. Drivers will tell you that winning here is a life-changing event, but to do it, you've got to go all in.
It's the only way to get it done. But for me, guys, right now, this has been a long month of May. These drivers literally live at the racetrack for the last 3 weeks. And as much as we all love the tradition, we love the pomp and circumstance around the Indy 500, at some point, it's time to shut up, buckle up, get in the race cars, and get the job done. And I know so many of these drivers are just so keen, so
like I
anxious
said,
to get it going. As they say where I come from,
you win a race,
let's get at her. It's time to go
your name may
racing
be a
at
footnote in
500.
history.
300,000 people.
You win Indianapolis,
Magnificent theater of speed. One in every 1,000
and
Americans.
you're
here
part of
to
history.
witness greatness.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts there.
History, as one of this 33 will etch their name into immortality. Down now to pit lane.
You're
and to
remembered
Jamie
forever.
Well, the 2025 Indy 500 winner Alex Palou credits his rookie race here in Indy in 2020 for his opportunity to drive for Chip Ganassi. He was pitted right next to him, and Chip kept his eye on him the entire time. Now, four-time champions, Indy 500 winners, one of the most competitive duos in all of IndyCar racing. They're starting on pole today, trying to recreate the biggest win of his career. Georgia.
Thanks, Jamie. This 500 is all about redemption for Scott McLaughlin and the 3 team. In 2025, after crashing on the pace lap, he's had 365 days to learn and process from that mistake. This 500 is all about patience and planning on being aggressive to be there when it matters most, the last lap. He's going to roll off 9th. Kevin Lee.
Georgia, 10 years ago, Alexander Rossi overcame inexperience and a couple of pit stop miscues to shock everyone, including himself, by winning the Indianapolis 500. Today, he has to overcome a massive crash on Monday and injuries that required procedures on his hand and his foot. He cannot walk, but he says he can drive and can still win this race from the front row.
This race is about racing excellence, but it is also about pageantry and tradition, and a beautiful piece of music that brings us home.
Please welcome Jim Cornelison, accompanied by the Purdue All-American Marching Band, to perform Back Home Again in Indiana.
gleaming candlelight, still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon haze sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana.
I know what you mean, Bumble. But the guy that they got to do it has done a decent job with it since. It's just, it's not the same as Jim Neighbors doing it, you know?
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome
There's the
chairman
captain.
of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Roger Penske.
Welcome, race fans, to the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Today you'll be part of the biggest spectacle in any part of the world on one day with this great crowd here at Indianapolis and the ones watching around the world. Today we honor the 250th birthday of our country and also honor the men and women and the first responders in our military who keep our country safe and secure. Drivers, start your engine!
Years ago, Bumble. Years ago. I'd have to try to dig out the... Like I said, I wish I could re-find the picture, but... Yeah, it was years ago. I was in elementary school at the time. I'll say maybe 3rd grade? 3rd or 4th grade?
Driver's eye view from David Malukas, his best ever starting position for the Indianapolis 500. So too for Alexander Rossi and for Alex Palou.
Like I said, I was really young, Bumble. I want to say it was a pleasant experience, but I wouldn't know 100%. I know it was because my grandfather, when he worked, before he retired, used to work for Detroit Diesel. And they were having it was a fan of it. It was a friends and family event. And Roger was there.
These drivers stay here at the track. That cannon goes off at 6 a.m., guys. These drivers have already been awake for over 6 hours. A lot of prep, engineering meetings. Then you go through the pre-race
It's a picture of
These first
my mother, me, sister, and a friend from that time.
Guys, and what is becoming a tradition at the Indy 500, this is the pace lap for America, honoring the men and women in America's armed forces and celebrating our nation's 250th birthday. And what a sight. There's the 38th Combat Aviation Brigade.
109 previous times.
Fly above the stars and stripes of Santino Ferrucci's AJ Foyt racing car and this entire field.
And if you're just joining in and are not a member of my Discord, both for this race and the 600 later tonight, lap 18, I will go silent for obvious reasons. If you guys want to do your own tributes for the other numbers, say lap 5 or 8, that's up to you. I will not be against it. But I made the decision Thursday night that I was gonna do that. Lap 18. So I will be going silent for that lap in both races. And honestly, I'll discuss more Kyle when we get to the 600. I know I got to at least make mention of them because I know Indy they do so too. But we'll save more of the Kyle stuff when we get to the 600 because obviously, you know, we're gonna have a lot of time. So I know Bumble, you asked me that question, and I gave an answer on Discord, and I can go through so many different memories too. But right now I'm going to kind of focus on Indianapolis, you know. We have plenty of time today. I'm with you guys all the way through until the 600 ends tonight.
The 110th running of the Indianapolis 500.
There'll be a brief time where I go out and get food, but I'll keep the stream will obviously stay up.
The greatest spectacle in racing run.
See national champion Kurt Signetti there. Kurt, this is Townsend Bell from the Fox Sports booth. Do you copy?
He's probably too busy listening to his coach, the pace car driver.
On his job at the moment. As he was saying in our pre-race, hitting speeds of 166, 177.
We can get the one to go here.
That car.
Yep.
And as the 33 run around this
Not yet.
2.5 mile
Not yet.
of speed. Let's take a look at how the grid is going to form up. And on the front row, Alex Palou, his second pole position for the Indianapolis 500. But starting from the rear, our boy, our colleague, our friend Jack Harvey, 33rd. Caio Collet, the rookie. Row 10, Abel, Hauger, and Rahal.
I know, Hamill, if you're still in here, you root for your guy. Rahal back there. Of course, Catherine Legg trying to become the first female to do the double.
And then row 8, a couple of big winners, Hunter Ray and Newgarden. They will be strong.
Honestly, I think my favorite guy currently in IndyCar, I'd say, is Newgarden, so I kind of latched onto him. Also like O'Ward and Lundgaard.
Up on row 5, Rasmussen, an oval specialist. Castro Neves.
Love Helio, though. Absolutely love Helio. That's one of my... if I could ever beat Helio, that would definitely be on my list. Those guys I'd love to beat. Love Scott.
And Connor Daly, Tony Stewart's pick to win the race today.
Felix, who had a good car through the qualifying session, just was not able to get that blistering lap.
And these three on the front row, a best start for each of them. Maluka's third, Rossi second.
Of course, below the defending winner.
With a second pole position.
Trying to become the first one, I think, since... I think Dario was the last one who went back-to-back.
2.5 miles, everyone knows that. 200 laps equals 500 miles of racing. Average speed, T-Bell, is going to be about 225 miles an hour on those green flag laps. And
Wait,
how about
no.
that spectator count?
Well, Dario didn't win back-to-back. He won back-to-back championships, but he didn't win back-to-back 500s. I think Helio was Helio the last one to do back-to-back? Shit, I'm trying to remember who was the last one to actually do back-to-back.
62 degrees ambient, track temp just 66 degrees.
Let's put this into perspective, guys. Only 808 drivers as of today will have started in the Indianapolis 500 in its history, in human history.
Hey, there's Brendan.
Less people that have been to space. That's how rarefied air it is to be on this grid and how special it is.
Brendan Fraser gets ready to wave the green flag and get this
Well, viewers, the greatest spectacle in racing. They've done it 109 previous times. And today, the 2026 and 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 is green. Really spread out start. Alex wasting no time.
No hesitation for Alex Rossi as he takes the point heading into turn 2 now. All clean through that first corner as drivers maybe looking to the high
high side.
I'm watching that red, white, and blue car of Santino Ferrucci trying to make some moves forward as he pops
Low
out
back around Rossi.
Malukas to the inside of turn 3.
Palou retakes the lead from Alex Rossi. Ferrucci on a charge and on the move and up to 3rd. McLaughlin is up to 8. Rosenquist is up to 5th, and Daly is up to 6th. It's Pato O'Ward, the big loser of that first lap from that first opening sequence. Great to see.
No.
Now again, the dance at the
Who led the first lap?
Rossi back to the front around Palou.
I don't know if Rossi actually got it at the line, but it was close. Ferrucci holding down 3rd. Lucas Rosenquist the 5th.
Palou, such a master at strategy, and his temperament is what differentiates him. So precise, so calm under pressure.
Rasmussen on the move. Nice pass. And guys, Alexander Rossi in that last practice. A massive crash for him. He is in his backup.
The change. As Rossi and Palou continue to dice for it. Rosenquist up to 4th now.
Now that this 500-mile race is underway.
It was a pretty bold and aggressive move there from Felix Rosenquist to get David Malukas in turn 1. A late pop. We're going to be seeing a lot of those today.
We are, and look, if you're Rosenquist, you know you kind of want to be in that top 3. If you can get your way.
We know ultimately that this race comes down to that final cycle. The final cycle of pit stops to put yourself in a position to be at the front for that late run. Still dicing up front. Rossi and Palou just having fun at the front, dicing it up. Going back and forth.
Rossi back to the front, 10 years on from his win on debut at this great race. The 34-year-old from Nevada City in California.
Snake down the back straightaway.
This is a replay of Joseph Newgarden, 3 wide on the run down to 3.
It's your 2-time winner of this race.
Nolan Siegel and Christian Lundgaard. Lovely stuff from Joseph Newgarden. He has got
2 for 1 for Joseph.
On board here, the shell car of Newgarden. Watch the draft that he gets on this back straightaway. Absolute monster toe. Pops to the high side as the McLaren drivers battle. Newgarden just breezes to the front.
You got to have confidence in your race car, though, to turn in like that when you know you're 3 wide. We've seen him do it.
And at the front it is Palou over Rossi. They've kind of diced it back and forth already.
With 2 cars to the inside this early in the race, but Newgarden, we saw what he could do last year from the back row, got himself up into the top 6 before mechanical issues took him out of the race. He knows how to move forward. That's a guy we'll be watching. +5 on the day so far.
And he is the biggest mover of the race so far.
That's the one thing I've yet to do on iRacing is actually run the IndyCar at Indy.
On a charge. And once again,
They need to.
Between Rossi.
I did it on NR before, which was a thrill and a half.
This is the corner, of course, where Rossi had that monumental shunt last Monday in practice. It's what caused the injuries that needed to be tended to. As Kevin said, driving with a brace on his foot. But guys, Alexander Rossi at this racetrack, absolutely phenomenal. His finishing record here is incredible. On the years that he finishes this race, as we see Newgarden making
I don't know if
Osborne.
Hamill, I don't know if you're in chat, but you gotta let me know. Has Carpenter's team ever won this race?
You talked about Rossi, I think incredible.
Oh, and there goes Rosenquist up to 3rd. I'm telling you, that 60 car, I think that's my pick.
Many people thought he had the
Honestly, I think that might be my pick, at least from the early going here.
qualifying session. He was rapid, only to be denied by Malukas.
Definitely has a good race car.
And ultimately Palou, and here comes Malukas now on Santino Ferrucci. Nice move up the inside into 3. That'll do it for the Penske man.
And guys, one of the things you work on so much in practice is not.
I thought so, Bum. I was going to say that, but I wasn't 100% sure in saying that. That's why I was like, I know Hamill's my IndyCar guy, but
Broke his momentum, and that's what allowed Malukas to get that run. But right now, if I'm Rosenquist, I just want to sit right there, watch these two dance in front, do this choreographed switching back and forth.
I know Ed hasn't, but I wasn't sure if his team had or not.
2-time winner, Newgarden on Takuma Sato. You know, Joseph Newgarden finished up final practice with an hour left to run. We talked to him said, "How you feeling?" He said, "Yeah, the car's all right." There was a confidence, a cool, calm, quiet confidence in Joseph Newgarden that really didn't need explaining that day. He'd done everything he needed to do, knew where that car was. The confidence has been brimming in him ever since.
Well, you got to remember, Newgarden started dead last year and went ripping through the field. So for him, this year, starting 23rd, no big deal. He's probably thinking to himself, James, I'm going to be in the top 3 or 4 by half distance. It was a mechanical issue last year that took Newgarden out of the race. As we ride again on board, things are looking very, very strong right now. I think this is the best driver in this field at this racetrack. When it's all on the line, there's nobody more fearless, nobody more committed, nobody more knowledgeable, frankly, of what it means to win on an oval.
Another swap for the lead, baby, here down the front straightaway from Rossi.
Last year of coming
Yep.
up through the back of the field from that last row to get himself into contention there. He's already done it now. We know he can race from the front. We've seen that plenty of times, but last year was a really good example of how aggressive, controlled aggression that Newgarden can
See if Felix can get up there and dice it up with Palou and Rossi.
The pace back a little bit. That's helping keep the line nice and tight. So Joseph's got cars nice and close together so he can start picking them off.
Rossi, on the 10th anniversary of his first win, leads Alex Palou, our defending race winner.
Well, take care of yourself, hombre. I understand you want to be here, but take care of yourself. That comes first. That comes first over anything else.
This can be a deadly disease. Every moment matters when it comes to your heart valve.
You can't presume that you know what's going on inside your body.
Once a year, I have an annual pit stop. I may not win the race, I just don't want to drop out.
Get checked out. Make sure that everything's working the way it should be.
Don't wait. Talk to your doctor about getting screened for heart valve failure.
Bring on the spring at the Honda Spring Event.
I think you need to change your name to Super V.
So bring on the fun with a Honda Hybrid. Hit the road with high-tech features like available.
You know, you made the joke the other day about seeing the truck, the Ram truck with the Rumblebee, and I thought, no, she's not Rumblebee, she's Super B. To make another reference back to Chrysler cars. My dad had one. 70 Super B, had the 440 in it. Blue with the white stripe.
I doubt it. These shall ease your grievous throat most readily.
Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes. No.
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way. Your car works hard. It deserves
Maybe you can find some interesting things at a flea market too.
more protection.
You never know what you might find.
That's why Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline removes up to 100% of performance-robbing deposits to rejuvenate your engine's performance, giving your car the fuel it deserves. A fuel like no other. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. More performance with every drive.
Alex and Christian have been great additions to ECR, but really, Gary's been the game changer. He delivered our Java House coffee pods and just sort of never left.
What you might want to do is put a little more grease on the bearings here.
Gary's advice doesn't make a lot of sense.
I would check that if I was doing it.
But I tell you what, his lattes, oh.
You don't want fleas at a flea market.
It was his idea.
Gary.
You know, Ed doesn't mind, because if we win races, we win races. Java House.
I don't know why, but that guy always reminded me of Alan Ruck. I know it's not him, but in case you're wondering who I'm talking about, Cameron Fry from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the actor. Alan Ruck. He was also in Speed, too. The original Speed. And Twister. And Twister. Which celebrated its 30th anniversary this year, too. Like I said it after you, just before you typed it, Hamill.
Quest is exactly where he wants to be. I think he's kind of letting these two swap positions. When you're leading out front, you burn much more fuel. If you can be second in line, third in line, you're going to save a bit more gas. And Rossi doesn't want to lead too much. Right now, he's led 5
Lucas hanging on to third, or there in fourth. I think he got the spot from Ferrucci.
Right on board with DHL. And Pelot goes back to the point.
I agree with the name change, Bumble. Absolutely agree with the name change. You're super beat.
So nice when you're out front, not having to worry about anyone making a mistake in front of you, taking the air off your car. This is the view that you want on lap 199, sure, but it's not a bad one on lap 16 either.
Yeah, looking pretty gentlemanly between first and second place right now. Let's listen to a little bit of radio from Connor Daly.
Small understeer here, just small understeer. Could probably use one turn front wing in. Copy that.
Rossi back to the lead.
You didn't have to delete that message, Hamill. Just I said it just before.
In just 17 laps here at the
No, you didn't have to delete that one.
That is the last here. The whole race we had 22.
I mean, I really don't think I'm a Ferris, but
Daly there talking about adding some front wing in that first pit stop, just battling some understeer. The front tires not quite gripping the racetrack the way that he wants. And as the drivers exit turn 4 and cross the yard of bricks on lap 18, we remember Kyle Busch. Big one on the backstretch. That is Catherine Legg. Ryan Hunter-Reay involved as well. Her dream of the double is over. Ryan Hunter-Reay's dream of another Indy 500 win is done. McLaren and the AJ Foyt racing car, their days are over.
guys, keep spamming 18 in chat. I know we just had the incident, but go ahead and keep doing it. It's okay. We got interrupted.
Is done.
Go ahead.
And our safety team is always quick on the scene.
That sucks for Catherine now.
Saying that she's okay. They're going to work now to clean up the racetrack. Pace car going to bring the field around, having to do a little bit of a chicane on the back straight there. You can see the disappointment on the crew, just all the work, guys, that goes into this race. It's obviously not just from the driver. Racing is the ultimate team sport. So much effort all come undone here. Both of these, of course, one-off entries. The 31 for McLaren of Ryan Hunter-Reay, and the 11 for Catherine Legg.
Let's take a look at this replay
Looking
here
off
on
the
the
corner
right side
here.
of the screen. You'll see Ryan Hunter-Reay just
So Hunter-Reay actually spun on his own.
Of turn 2. He stays into the throttle.
But that's
there,
Catherine just
in
sight, trying to get away, and just could not
Catherine just
get away.
To try to avoid him. Heavy impact to the inside barrier.
He had to make a quick move, and it just
Turn 2, guys. This is exactly what happened now.
got her
That
around.
Monday practice just got a little high. You saw that first moment. He corrected it. Did a good job of keeping his foot buried and keeping it out of the wall initially. And Catherine is not sure which.
And it seems like there's a curse on the double here in recent years, ever since Tony Stewart. And Tony Stewart, to this day, has the best finish of anybody that's done the double.
Had to do that and just narrowly avoided T-boning Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Nobody's bettered him
Sacrificing herself
since
to protect
01.
the other driver. Horrible situation for both.
Again, she did what she had to do. It's just unfortunate that the car ended up hitting the wall.
The driver's vision is impaired. They're sitting so low, guys. They're looking through the aero screen. That smoke.
Not much you can do in that situation. When you're moving that fast, you just got to make a quick decision. And unfortunately for Catherine, it tore up the car.
Waving to the crowd, and a head start to get to Charlotte, unfortunately. And she has been such a popular figure these last couple of weeks here
Seen so many.
Well, I really would have liked to seen her do the double though, to be able to run both the full distance.
She will head on to show now, but desperately disappointed for her. Desperately disappointed for Ryan Hunter-Reay, the
safety truck.
2018 winner.
Safety truck.
McLaren Group for this 500 surge to achieve the seemingly impossible of winning the triple.
Watching that safety truck reverse, I was like, okay, are you really? Is the safety truck really paying a tribute to Kyle now? You know, Kyle Busch had those couple where he was backing up the race car. Is the safety truck paying tribute to him now? I didn't expect that today. That actually kind of felt good. Pit stops.
David Malukas comes to pit lane. Today he gave Team Penske their 50th front row start. He's a first-year Team Penske driver, and he brings his car to the attention of Travis Law, who is usually has in the previous years been a crew chief for the team, calling his first 500 as strategist this year. He makes his marks to his box. They're going to take 4 tires and fuel today. This is going to be his first stop of the day, and obviously an important one. He is down and away.
Looks like McLaughlin already out. And quick stop for McLaughlin. McLaughlin, big gain.
The big winners off pit lane. Rosenquist up to second, but Scott McLaughlin has flown up the order with a brilliant stop from his Penske crew. VK, Grosjean, Kaio Collet, and Jack Harvey stayed out. But of those who pitted, is Palou out of pit lane first. Rosenquist second.
The first yellow in Indy.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. So you don't feel stuck on your weight loss journey. People taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. In a study, people using Lilly's Zepbound lost an average of 50 pounds, compared to an average of 33 pounds for people using up to a 2.4 milligram dose of the Wegovy injection. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Coming soon through Medicare for $50 a month.
Baby.
In a world that doesn't always play fair, someone has to stand and fight for what's right. For the ones who were hurt, forgotten, or silenced.
Here we go.
Flood law was built to be there for when it matters, with knowledge, with heart, and with relentless conviction. Former prosecutors and fierce litigators with 150 years of combined trial experience. For challenging times, unprecedented times, we are here at all times.
There's a second local Michigan law firm that I've seen pop up.
FanDuel Casino has 5 Huff and Puff games that'll blow you away.
I'm waiting for the Bernstein Bernstein law firm commercial.
Bigger, fatter jackpots and flocks of buzzsaws sending bonus wheels your way. Your home for thrills is the home of Huff and Puff. New players get 500 bonus spins plus up to $1,000 back in casino bonus.
While ICE keeps abusing their power, Haley Stevens is fighting back. Haley Stevens, standing up to ICE's reckless searches and arrests.
It's just a complete overreach. It's not acceptable.
Stevens fought to impeach Kristi Noem and stop the massive misconduct and illegal behavior by ICE.
You gotta have accountability for Trump's ICE from top to bottom.
Haley Stevens, standing up to ICE, standing up for Michigan. So call Haley Stevens and tell her to keep fighting ICE.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Live coverage of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge. This is why we are under caution. Ryan Hunter-Reay spinning into the wall. Catherine Legg avoiding him, but into the wall as well. Pit stops have taken place. 4 drivers stayed out. VK leads.
Your mental health is better. But having uncontrollable body movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia, can feel embarrassing.
I asked my doctor about treating my TD with Ingrezza.
#1 prescribed Ingrezza reduced TD movements by greater than 10 times, with most seeing a response as early as 2 weeks. And you can keep taking most mental health meds.
Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden behavior or mood changes, or suicidal thoughts. Don't take Ingrezza if allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially fatal swelling and hives, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and heart rhythm problems. Know how Ingrezza affects you before operating.
God, I want that ice cream so bad.
Report fever, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these might be
Oh, custard with the fucking sprinkles, yes.
Taking control starts with asking your doctor.
I'm a simple man. You give me a vanilla custard with sprinkles on it, yes.
This Memorial Day, the biggest Chevy sale of the year is back. The Great American Chevy Week is here at Feldman Chevrolet, and the savings are bigger than ever.
Ice
Get this
cream.
2026 Silverado only $189 a month, or this 2026 Equinox for as low as $249 a month. With 5 Feldman locations near you, these Memorial Day deals are right around the corner. Don't wait. The Great American Chevy Week is here at Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer.
Mom, I got it. Life is but a dream. Life is but a dream.
Change happens fast. That's why we're giving you our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
We're here for those who build America. Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you should pay what we pay.
Lease a 2026 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $389 a month for 36 months, or a Bronco Big Bend for $489 a month for 36 months. Think Ford first.
We're having a good morning.
In my household, it's on every day, all day. I just love you guys.
Under yellow at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as repairs take place to the outside wall at turn 2. And while we are under yellow, why don't we head down to Kevin Lee to talk some Firestone tires.
Well, Will, much of the significance of this race is about the history, and Firestone has been around even longer. They are celebrating their 125th anniversary, and we go all the way back to the first Indy 500 in 1911. The Marmon Wasp with Ray Haroon had Firestone tires, and that was part of the strategy to take fewer pit stops than everyone else and save time on the track. Harvey Firestone called this place the Great Outdoor Laboratory, and today's tires, including sustainability advancements, still carry the DNA from the very beginning, and today they will carry the winner for the 77th time.
Lovely stuff, Kevin. Thank you so much. Right, 1 lap left to go until we get back up and running. And man who was fighting for the lead for the opening 19 laps of this race, Alexander Rossi.
Slow stop for
What
Rossi.
happened here, James? It looks like the right rear tire changer had to go
Yep.
to the spare wheel nut. Loses valuable
The wheel nut
time
came
right
out.
there. Has to get it rethreaded and then gunned. Horrible under a caution stop for Alexander Rossi, who was breezing at the lead, and you see fuel burning off on the left-hand side, and that's not the only time that's happened.
No, we roll back 12 months to last year. A fire on pit lane for Alexander Rossi. Saw the end of his race. Pit stop woes, though, today for ECR. We've already seen Alexander Rossi lost 11 positions on that stop. All 3 ECR cars combined lost.
They had the frustration in that glove throw.
On that round of pit stops. Christian Rasmussen, for a reason we're not quite sure of, had to come back in the pit lane for a second time. I can only imagine that's because...
So the first 4 cars stayed out.
for Christian Rasmussen. But I tell you one thing, guys, Christian Rasmussen fighting
Below in 5th was the first one off pit route.
Yes, please. Something to watch. He is one of the most exhilarating drivers in this championship when it comes to running.
It's almost like he used his luck to win that 2016 race, Hamill.
The 25-year-old from Hoofddorp in the Netherlands, who leads us away from Romain Grosjean, the former F1 driver, in second place.
Alright, back green and Indy. Grosjean wants the lead. Oh, and he's got to give it up to the one. Hold on. Oh, somebody's wrecking at the back.
Ed Carpenter, team owner and driver for just this race at ECR, the number 33.
Well, Ed's luck at Indy continues.
As the AMR safety team climbs onto the nose of Ed's car, they'll have an immediate conversation and assess the driver. See the steering wheel coming off.
Attaboy how quick the safety crew was there, though.
For Ed Carpenter. So experienced in this race. Wasn't born here in Indianapolis, but is an adopted Hoosier.
It was a late acceleration from VK. He's allowed to go much earlier than that. You see further back off of 4.
Okay, there's Ed on the inside. Red car there.
Traffic jam really at 200 miles an hour, and you
He gets stuck 3 wide going into 1.
Carpenter, Sato to the outside, I believe. Carpenter trapped.
He's still in the middle.
3 wide going into turn 1. And what happens?
Oh no, he had just the car on the outside cut across his nose. Which sounds like it was Sato.
Not being him and one other. Not a lot Ed could do from that place.
Carpenter out of the vehicle, under his own steam. Good to see after a big hit into the turn 1 wall. He's frustrated. ECR's day goes from leading this race to abject disaster. Carpenter's not happy.
I mean, he's not happy, probably with Sato.
If you're planning on all getting together.
Well, they were 3 wide into 1, and you can't be 3 wide into turn 1 at Indy. And nope, yep.
Get an Airbnb and actually get together.
People think you're good at something, or you're not.
Possibly Mumble. It was a restart.
You set a goal.
Obviously, you try to get what you can on a restart, and then this early in the race, I think maybe that's what Sato thought, is he probably thought that Ed would have lifted going into 1. But Ed was in a situation where if he lifted, he was probably going to get run over from behind. You know, just a bad situation. And unfortunately, Carpenter's the one who paid the price for it.
We go perpendicular.
Mark that a win.
That's nothing. I took the heavy dog at plus money. They went vertical out of the gate. Then they got outmaneuvered. Blew the lead.
Tower, we got a loser on our sides.
Negative, Tower. His win is a go. With Bet365's early payout, I won the second they went up big.
Get paid out early with Bet365.
That's got a lot of gray hair for 40s.
It's something people with COPD want. Dupixent makes more possible. It helps adults breathe easier, starting in as little as 2 weeks. That could mean more dances danced. More games played. More classes taken. More to look forward to. It's amazing what can happen when you can do more. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for COPD that is not well controlled and with a specific marker of inflammation. It's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent helps block a key source of inflammation, and it's proven to help reduce flare-ups, so you can do more with less COPD. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away of new or worsening eye problems, like eye pain or vision changes, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection or asthma. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. What will you do with your more? Ask a pulmonologist about Dupixent and COPD.
call Joseph Newgarden the Milkman. 23
Oh,
and 24
dives.
Indy 500.
I'm an idiot. I'm sitting here trying to figure out, okay, who's the last driver to win back-to-back Indy 500s? I say I like Newgarden and forget, oh yeah, Newgarden was the last one to do it, dumbass. Dumbass. That's why I need the red form of that 70 show song. Dumbass.
This year as well seems to have the car underneath him. By this time last year, he made up 9 places. This year, up 10 places.
I'm a dumb. How could I forget? Fuck, Newgarden went back-to-back, dummy.
Sponsored by Harbour Freight. Georgia is standing by outside the care centre.
With Ryan Hunter-Reay, he's the first to be released from the IndyCar Medical Center. First, are you okay?
I said Rosenquist.
It was super tough out there. We were loose in carb day.
I actually said, I think right now I said Rosenquist, but I'm not ruling out Pato though.
Keep it off the wall. Yelling at the team that it was loose, and obviously in that position they have nothing they can do. They just told me that right rear tire pressure and temp were skyrocketing, and
if you have to ask me right now, I'd say Rosenquist.
Super disappointing. That's the busiest I've been around here. First time I've been on the wall here in like 16 years. So it's a bummer, but I'm so grateful to this team, to Arrow McLaren, to Chevy, to Prize Picks, to everybody involved. Going out like that early is just absolute.
It was a great battle too in the 2014 race between him and Helio.
I was holding my breath
down to the end.
Just trying to keep the thing off the wall, and finally one of those wiggles turned into one that didn't come back in turn 2, and yeah, that's the gist of it.
Thank you, Ryan.
Speaks volumes when a driver of that experience and that level of success.
And also,
is just hanging on to
I'd be hard pressed not to mention it.
When the setup isn't to your liking.
How about the one leading the race at the moment and the car number, which he changed specifically for this race?
Grosjean and Collette are committing to it. Grosjean,
How about that?
the 39-year-old from Geneva,
I don't think he's going to hang up there because obviously he was one of those that stayed out, but
has been in IndyCar for so
Grosjean.
years now, adores this championship, has never had a win, but will lead the field back to green in the restart.
And here we go. Rookie wants the lead. And look at Palou way up the hop high, and here comes Palou.
Crucially behind, Palou got back by both McLaughlin and Felix Rosenquist. So the champ on a charge now is Ferrucci and Rosie side by side at 2.
Yeah, Connor Daly there, who runs 4th in line.
Palou with the heck of a restart, and I don't know who that is. Is that Daly? Yeah, it's Connor Daly that had the heck of a restart. Kind of with Palou. The rookie maybe lead the 500, but it ain't gonna be for long. Here comes Palou. With Daly on his heels. McLaughlin gains another one. Through one. Malukas thought about it, but he's gonna lose a spot. I think to Felix. Nope. That got a little hairy there off too. It's gonna cost Rosenquist a spot to Newgarden. Joseph's got a little race car. Felix, hang on to it. I'm surprised he's still challenged for the spot there. Battle for the lead. And here comes Daly. New leader, Connor Daly. Man, what happened to these guys? They cranked it up on this restart. They turned it up a notch here. Losing quality. I don't know why I dropped the quality, damn. Switch quality back real quick. I don't know why I lost quality there for a second. Why is it jumping so bad? We have latency issues right now? What the hell?
Huge boost of confidence for the very best today. So if he can get himself back to the front later on in this race, he's got the confidence now. I can lead, I can win.
Now the teammates.
That's what I was trying to do, Soup B.
Penske teammates.
But it's, I don't know why it's lagging so bad.
Already up to the driver who started on the front row. What an incredible run.
Had no problem during the truck race. Now all of a sudden it wants to be
Joseph Newgarden started 23rd.
Ficky.
He is up to 8th as McLaughlin puts the move on Grosjean. Jamie, what can you tell us?
Connor Daly back to second. Now he took a sniff of the lead. Didn't quite get a lap led, though he has led in 5 different races.
I know, he stayed out he stayed out, but I already mentioned him. I already mentioned him when he was leading.
They put a turn of front wing in, and that car has set sail, guys. Up 3 spots since that restart.
But Caio Collet, the 24-year-old from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, but I've never had this much of an issue with it, Hamill. This is the most I've had it lagged like this since I started using it.
And back into the lead. Can't do it at 1. Collet has been so impressive since the open test that we had here. Qualified up in the top 10 originally before a post-qualifying penalty. Put him all the way to the back of the field, but from the back row, from 32nd to 1st, Caio Collet, what an impressive run
There's
from
the
this
flip.
young man.
And of course, he's driving for AJ Foyt Racing. AJ, one of the all-time greats, and his teammate Santino Ferrucci, one of the best records here at the Speedway. So he's got 2 incredibly experienced and successful drivers to learn from. And man, has he learned quick.
But folks, don't forget, Collet
Oh,
and
why am I
Grosjean
having
first
latency
and fifth on an
issues?
alternate strategy. They won't run out of fuel before everybody else in this field. They've committed to that now.
But what a great situation for AJ Foyt. He's covered with both sides of the strategy. He's covered with 2 fast cars on both sides of the strategy. Collet continues to lead on lap 38.
And it's great experience.
It's like it doesn't want to work the HD.
For him too,
Right
sort of
now.
like you said, T-Bell, just to have the chance to run up front, mix it up with the big.
I don't want to drop the quality because I like the quality, but let's try that. Let's try
Dogs know that you can do it, and if, look, if I'm Connor Daly.
Could be just that it's just a little bit off right now. Your ping's not bad. Checking my internet speed right now. Come on. Why is it loading so slow today? Alright, let's try this again. Jab up.
The Indianapolis 500, the boy from Noblesville, Indiana.
Okay.
Daly adores this track. The fan base here adore him. They are raucous in their approval. Anytime he gets even a sniff of
There we go.
Here comes the defending race winner, the 4-time champion Alex Palou to the lead, and Malukas.
Go back to the lead.
Teammate Scott McLaughlin.
And that FedEx car up ahead is Romain Grosjean. You lose basically about a lap with the pit stop here at Indy. Now Grosjean's out there on full fuel and fresh tires, trying to desperately stay on that lead lap.
Fresh tires are good. Not as good as a massive draft behind. I think Palou's going to have the opportunity to get around him and potentially trap Grosjean a lap down. Should a yellow come out before Palou has to pit again.
Think about the last laps, though, of last year's Indy 500. How smart Palou was in using the traffic ahead of him. Just to drag him along, use a little bit less fuel, a little bit less tires. Really take advantage of those guys who had the fresher rubber ahead. So it's Alex Palou, four-time champion, defending race winner who leads from Connor Daly, who has never won a race in his IndyCar career. David Malukas, driving for Penske, is third. He too has never won a race in IndyCar. Scott McLaughlin is fourth. Joseph Newgarden is fifth. Then it's Rosenquist, Ferrucci, Dixon and Simpson. Pato O'Ward for McLaren rounds out the top 10.
Just great driver's eye camera, kind of shows you what you're seeing if you're the reigning champion and defending winner. And he's just controlling that throttle down the back straight, making sure he's
got a
the
fuel
right
save.
gap, the gap that he wants to Grosjean in front.
While Palou leads from Connor Daly. It's his 13th Indianapolis 500 this year. Unlucky for some, maybe not for Connor. Is this his year?
For 125 years, the people of Firestone have been building products and services with one thing in mind: to make sure you get to where you need to be. So you can show up for the people who rely on you. For dependability that matches yours. Firestone, always dependable since 1900.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other, wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
We're talking about predicting the future. 1964.
Professional technician, or just take pride in maintaining your own vehicle. Harbor Freight has the quality auto tools you need at unbeatable prices. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. Third grade is when I learned Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, little snug. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they
Also, Penske third, fourth, and fifth at this point.
Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way.
Never count them out when it comes to this speedway.
And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
He's been on the charge, too.
To roaring tracks. There's a strength that never falters. A legacy shaped by those who came before us.
Grosjean around Collette.
Us beyond trade or title. It's the grit that
It's a car between him and Palou. Trying to keep up on the lead lap.
to carry on. This is Good Ranchers, proud partner of IndyCar.
This summer, the biggest tournament on the planet comes to America, and you can see it all right here on Fox. Get ready for the 2026.
As a Penske guy, you know, I'm looking at the three of them. Of course, I make note of the three of them and where they're running.
Alex Palou still leading the Indianapolis 500, lap 48 of 200 completed. Connor Daly is second. Then it is the Penske trio of David Malukas, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden is fifth from his starting position of 23rd. But guys, the driver on the move since the restart is not Newgarden, it's not Malukas, it's Rasmussen. We said watch out for him. This is a guy who took his first win on an oval last year in Milwaukee. He is renowned for being electrifying on an oval. He takes chances no one else dares, and he is displaying that here today once again. A driver you cannot keep your eyes off.
He's so exciting to watch. Nobody's more comfortable with a loose car than Christian Rasmussen. That's where the back end of the race car wants to walk around. Exactly what led to Ryan Hunter-Reay's crash earlier, but Rasmussen just loves to dance on the wild side, and late in this race, if he's in contention, that can be an advantage.
And guys, we've been talking a lot about Newgarden.
Approaching the 1/4 mark in this race.
Right from the beginning was Kyle Kirkwood, who was out of position a little bit. We see the Sam's Club on board right now for the Andretti Global driver. Let's listen in on a little bit of radio from Kyle.
Did we help you with that tire pressure adjustment?
It feels pretty good now.
Okay, we're half tanks. Just think about saving fuel here.
There's a name, the strategist for Kyle's team, Brian Herda.
I talked to Brian Herda, who you just heard from, and he has it charted where they need to be at specific points in the race during the last
500 winning car owner right there.
He said we are actually a little bit ahead. He said we only need to be up to 14th by lap 100. I said, will you ever have to go off strategy if you can't pass? He said Kyle is going to be able to pass today. He can get to the front.
17th with 15 laps done. We are a quarter of the way through.
1/4 of the way through the 110th running.
Have gone by incredibly quickly.
I'm just blown away. Not surprised, but massively impressed once again with what Joseph Newgarden has achieved to put himself right in the mix.
Top three have tightened up a little bit.
Whatever disadvantage he had to suffer in qualifying is eliminated. He is right in the mix. He has shown that he's got the race car to make the moves in traffic. Newgarden chilling right now, chasing this guy, Palou.
I do love these DHL onboards as we take a look at the Honda driver profile of Alex Palou. 7 starts in the Indy 500, 1 win, but the average finish 8.2. That's what's so impressive to me. He came here as a rookie, was impressive right away. Year 2 when he moved to Chip Ganassi Racing, he nearly won the thing. The only guy that was able to beat him that day was Elio Castroneves, a 4-time winner of this race. But he took lessons learned from that race, applied it last year, and took home his first 500.
For me, more than the stats, what do the hands tell me? If we go back on board Alex Palou, just look at how calm those white gloves are in the corner.
Palou is trying to do what Newgarden did. He's become the second straight back-to-back winner. Which I don't think that's ever. You have to go through the Indy stats. I know, Hamlin, you're my stat guy. Have we ever had back-to-back? I'm sure we have. I don't know the full history of the race, but I would think back in maybe the 50s or 60s we had back to back.
The 3 Penskes in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We expect them to do well also. But in 2nd place, Connor Daly lost his ride at the start of the season. This is a one-off race for himself, for Dreyer Reinbold Racing. They are mixing it with the 2 biggest teams in the history of this sport, and they do not look an inch out of place.
Talked to Connor Daly last night.
The 2 cars ahead still Dyson, Grosjean, and Collette trying to stay on the lead lap.
We'll have a job tomorrow, Jamie. Tell us about him.
Well, Alex Palou, I sat down with him this week, and it was interesting. I asked him his first experience with seeing the Indy 500, and he grew up in Spain. Well, in Europe, it's not common to race on an oval. He said his dad was watching, and he said, what kind of racetrack is that? You don't turn right. Well, sure enough, his career brought him to the States, and he worked and worked and worked to figure out ovals, and he got his first oval win right here a year ago as he continues to dominate up front, guys.
I can't believe that. As much as Palou has accomplished, that his first actual oval win was here last year. That's wild to me. But then again, you couldn't pick a better race to win your first oval race in, right? The Indy 500, I mean, that's probably as good as it gets.
And we've been speaking about this a lot in the days and weeks leading up to this. They are determined not just to win this race this year, but to lay down a marker and to dominate.
In fact, and people will probably debate me on this, I would say that the Indy 500 is the biggest motorsports race, period.
Just see exactly how that looks, what the draft looks like, what the tow does for fuel efficiency.
And you talk about the prestige of it, the tradition of it, how big an event it is. I mean, it's a whole month dedicated to it. I think without question it is the biggest motorsports event, period.
And off throttle, you certainly burn less.
It's the top of the run, the top of the ladder.
And that fuel save lap will improve your mileage, going up to 3.5 miles to the gallon. And that's what everybody that's back there of the cars of Romain Grosjean and Kyle Collette, including Alex Palou, they're looking to get that extra lap by coasting a little bit on the straightaways. Now, you can't come completely off the throttle. You come to about half throttle, but you're really looking to try to extend. Go 1 lap further than your competition. That gets you that much closer to 500 miles.
And for the folks at home, when
Wow.
we say coasting, we're not talking about
So we could see history today.
miles an hour. The lap speed at the moment.
Below wins this race.
Who is coasting 217 miles an hour?
That was kind of cool, showing the old logos from the previous year's races.
Until June 8th, and see why Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating to a new home or renovating your current one, save up to 30%. Pods brings the container to you, and you can pack at your own pace. Then we'll take it to
Oh,
your
and I
new
just
home
realized the
or
spelling
to a
error I
secure
made.
storage center until you need it, so you don't have to do the driving. Book now and save up to 30% at
I'll
pods.com.
change that
At Gamebridge, we rise
to make sure that it's accurate.
to chase dreams, build futures, and take care of those we love. Isn't it time where
Well, it's gonna take time.
worked for you?
It'll take time. I said it when I started this, and again, I'll talk more of that when we get to the 600. Obviously, I made mention of it here because it's still racing. I'll talk more about it when we actually get to the 600, but very much feels the aftermath of both big events in 2001 for me, having lived through both, you know.
250 years of American summers, millions of American cookouts. Make yours a classic.
And it's going to take time.
Kraft and Oscar Mayer.
It's never truly going to go away, but you know, life does move on, so you just gotta remember the good times.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right.
That's all we can do is remember the good times.
A lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
We return to Indianapolis. Palou leads daily. Malukas, McLaughlin, Newgarden, and now they all throw themselves down pit lane. Lap
Pit stops.
200. Kevin Lee is standing by and waiting.
And the last time the number 2 team picked up 6 spots on a very fast pit stop. Newgarden has charged through the field for the second year in a row. He will hit his marks. Shell 100% renewable fuel and Firestone's stop is solid for Newgarden, Georgia.
His teammate Scott McLaughlin back on pit lane for his second pit stop as well. Just 4 tires, fuel, and a small front wing adjustment. He had an open box to get out. Jamie. They counted Palou down pit road. It's close as they exit and blend at the
And McLaughlin again. McLaughlin's crew has just been on it on pit road. Granted, didn't have as quick a stop as Newgarden, but now, I said early on Rosenquist. I'm still keeping my eye on Award. Obviously, my guy right now, I'd say, is Newgarden, as far as an IndyCar guy. And the way the charge Newgarden has had through the field today. Go down the way with Rosenquist.
See that pit stop time there, 7.2 for Palou. Rosenquist right behind him. MSR crew doing equally as good a job.
Newgarden took McLaughlin heading into turn 1.
Well, we'll have to see how they blend on the back straightaway. Newgarden.
Well, the camera missed it.
Palou's out of the pits.
Palou out. Rosenquist behind him. Newgarden has got to the front of the group. Malukas making the move on Daly. Down the back stretch and into 3.
Ooh, somebody was almost low there, almost into the grass.
To just get by. That was an aggressive move by Pato. Really assertive.
That was Pato. Award.
In terms of those who have stopped, Rasmussen, you see on the left, leads this race. He had to stop a couple of times under caution. He's on an alternate strategy from VK, Harvey, Mick Schumacher. But this battle between Palou, Rosenquist, Newgarden, McLaughlin, and Malukas and Daly, ultimately Award in there as well. And Simpson comes out right into the middle, and Dixon has leapt up.
And now Malukas on the inside of McLaughlin. All sorts of shakeups happening as everybody tries to settle back in after this green flag sequence. But so much time and position, track position, can be lost.
We have some dicing going on here. You're not for the lead yet, but
so it's Ganassi running 1 and 3, and Penske now.
well, provisional. Provisional. I hate to interrupt on that one, Townsend, but it's provisional right now because they're actually not listed as the leaders at the moment. Yeah. I mean, I don't really like Dixon, but you know. Yes, Matt, it is.
Erickson really doing a great job. Up to 13th right now. That'll become 10th.
Lucas after Dixon.
Malukas has pace aplenty in that Penske. It's up to what will be a net third for him.
Now it's cycled back around, so now this is the battle among the top three, and
meanwhile, some drama for Connor Daly.
back through there.
You guys bumped my left mirror. You guys killed my left mirror. Copy. Killed my left mirror. I can't see. Copy that.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna have to do the best we can.
That's not good.
Connor's got a spotter, but that is wounded visibility for sure. It could have been from the tear-off crew member or the fueler, perhaps, clipping the left side mirror when they went in to service the car.
Interestingly, everybody we thought was on
Who you been? You mean how I've been, or? Okay. I'm good. Had a bit of a late start yesterday because I had an early morning headache, but ready and raring to go for today. In the afternoon ahead. Afternoon and evening ahead. I will have to go get food at some point between the 500 and the 600, so.
Decided to just back off and have a little bit of clean room there, but Ferrucci fell down a little bit in that order. Let's take a look at
there may be a change for the lead here. We're tight.
The outside rear, the hardest of the four tires to change, but I saw a wheel nut rolling.
Yeah, that outside front, you can see it right there. Out of the gun. Quick work though, all things. You see him reach down to his belt, grab the backup nut. Not bad, all things considered. That could have been a lot worse.
Ferrucci still in 12th there.
Here comes Dixon.
Dixon back on Malukas.
As Ericsson puts the move on Kip and Simpson for P9. We haven't spoken much about Marcus Ericsson or indeed the Andretti cars other than that of Carl Kirkwood. Ericsson, though, a one-time winner of this race. And look at the pace that Dixon
trying to get around Rosenquist. He does.
Giving us great shots of that pass for Dixon. This guy is so good around here. He's led more laps at Indy than any other driver in history. And we always say he's only won once. And you can hear that call from Dixon saying, let's speed up. We've got to work together with his teammate Palou. They did a beautiful job.
Ganassi won too.
Controlled the first half of the race.
Yeah, we might see that again as
Dixon goes for the lead around Palou.
Nobody's been better on that last sequence of pit stops than Scott Dixon.
Scott Dixon did not lead a single lap in the Indianapolis 500 last year. He has led until today 677 laps at the Indy 500, the most of all time. The six-time champion, the 2008 winner of this fabled race, back in the lead.
When Dixon talks about working together, what he means by that is the 9 and the 10 team cars for Chip Ganassi Racing take turns. They trade positions up at the point, leading this field. Because again, like we said, if you're leading, you're burning more fuel. So if you kind of share the load.
I want to know where the speed came from. Granted, they got up there because of pit stops, which can put you up there. But I want to know where the speed came from. But then again, clean air will do that. You get clean air on a race car, and it can take off, you know. We've seen it before, especially in NASCAR. It's like you get out front, and clean air can do wonderful things.
I don't mind hanging out and working with you. Just don't let these Penske guys swallow me up from behind.
Pato O'Ward now having to defend from the black, orange, and yellow car of Marcus Ericsson. We ride on board with Pato O'Ward. Look at how busy his hands are on that steering wheel compared to almost any other driver out there. O'Ward likes this car a little loose as the Ganassi drivers go to work at the front of the field. Sir Scott Dixon in his 24th Indianapolis 500 leads from last year's defending race winner.
Over here, we have our break room.
Oh, great. I would love a latte. Or an iced coffee?
We don't have that. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Don't get burned by your old coffee. Switch to Java House. Just peel and pour over ice water. Or try it hot. No machine required. Authentically cold brewed in small batches for premium barista quality coffee.
Blow back out front.
Java House. Amazingly smooth.
Huggies Little Movers with HugFit 360. Big moves, even bigger protection.
I'm so worried I'm overpaying on car insurance.
Wonder why you're paying so much. Check this out.
Wow, $1,000 less for the same coverage.
Careful, you might cause an accident.
Download the free Experian app.
And like the start of the race, watching the top two switch back and forth.
With truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I have no idea what that is, Bumble.
Honda vehicles are built for exploring, with available features like all-terrain tires, off-road tuned suspension, and trail wash.
Vitamins.
All in the 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand.
Vitamins.
Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
To dream the impossible dream. To reach
United States World Cup champions.
What? You think the U.S. is going to win the World Cup?
Hey, you don't believe in miracles?
We're back in Indianapolis where Scott Dixon and Alex Palou still lead. Time to take a look at the Pit Crew Spotlight, sponsored by Endurance.
And Joseph Newgarden helped his charge through the field as we take a look at the two team by picking up 6 spots on the first pit stop. Stayed even after he got up to 5th on number 2, but they're a little bit shy on fuel as we look at the rest of this race strategy. You needed to get to 63 for the second stop to still be able to do it on 3 more stops. And what do we see? Scott Dixon, best on fuel as he and Alex Palou trade the lead back and forth a little bit. My math says you need to get to 98, still with some fuel save if we're to stay green the rest of the way to be able to do it on 2 more stops after this 3rd stop that comes out next. If we don't get caution, we might see some surprises and some alternate strategy that comes into play.
It's a great shout, Kevin. Dixon on 63.
Look at the little overcast.
63. Then we look down at Rasmussen, who is up to 17th. Up 13 places since
I'm assuming IndyCar does the same thing NASCAR does, which is if we reach the halfway point, it's an official race no matter what. So they're restarting this thing like on Monday if we reach the halfway point. There's talking there was a chance after 3 o'clock, which is about an hour from now.
You're the one that pointed out at the end of carb day practice on Friday, 90% of the cars had gone back to the garage. They were starting to polish and prep for the race. Scott Dixon was out
That's my memory too. The last one that actually got shortened by rain was 2007. Dario's first.
Of that number 9 machine, and that already is paying dividends early in this race.
That's good. That's good. That means we could possibly get the whole thing in.
This is how we're going to pull each other around this track. It is his 20th.
Clouds we're seeing might be the remnants of that system that's moving out.
Six-time champion, Sir Scott Dixon. Jamie, what can you tell us about the man currently sitting second?
Well, this is teamwork at its finest. Well, as you see Palou and Dixon swapping the lead, Dixon was begging for that to happen just to help them hit their fuel numbers. Of course, leading, you're going to use more fuel. So you see Dixon swap back into second. Now he's led 6 laps today.
I love that shot. And I love that Fox continued that one shot, that iconic shot basically looking at turn 4. Where you get the little like flower bundle there. I mean, that shot's got to be as iconic as the race is at this point.
But of late, it's his teammate Alex Palou in the DHL Honda, the number 10 behind him, who has taken the plaudits, taken the victories, taken the championships away from him. We ask, how do you keep turning up every weekend when you're getting beaten by inarguably the best of his generation when you were the best of yours? Here today, Scott Dixon proving he's no slouch and he's still in the fight.
And where did Alex Palou learn his excellence? The guy that he just passed. Scott Dixon has been the benchmark in this sport for more than 20 years. And Alex Palou joined Chip Ganassi Racing about 5 years ago, studied, watched, quietly observed all the little details that make Scott Dixon so good. James, he's learned it all, he's seen it all, and now he himself is doing it all better than Scott Dixon.
Yeah, he's out-Dixoning Scott Dixon, isn't he? And, you know, it's been a remarkable year in a lot of ways for Scott. Like you say, you refer to being Sir Scott. Jamie mentioned his induction to the IMS Hall of Fame, and this guy, I mean, record after record. One of the ones that stands out to me that's so impressive is 22 consecutive seasons with a win in the IndyCar Series. That is almost, I mean, it is unheard of. That is a record. It is so difficult to be that competitive over that amount of time.
And not just competitive, but a race winner. Every year for 21 consecutive seasons of IndyCar, Scott Dixon has won a race. I struggle to think of another competitor in another sport who has been at that level, not just of being good, not just of being competitive,
There is one.
but of winning.
Granted, he didn't get quite as close to Dixon's number, but
that is our 6-time champion, one of the greatest of
Kyle.
all time. Passed once again
Kyle,
by
what,
his
19
teammate
straight
Alex
years
Palou,
with a Cup win?
the greatest of the current generation.
A record there.
Generation sit behind. David Malukas
So-
yet to win a race. He sits fourth.
His first win this season was in 2024, and that's wild to me, you know. It was 2005, and his first win of the season was 2024. Dixon has an even longer streak.
Earlier this week, they set that car up similar to how they had it last year. We have to remember, he finished second on the track before a technical infraction that sent him to the rear of the field. So confidence exuding from that team. Something that's also helped Ericsson this month and all this year is having Robert Wickens on his stand. He told me Robert's just an extra set of eyes and ears. They go back and and debrief together after each session, and it's been a huge help to him and the team. Robert Wickens, you see now on your screen.
Marcus Ericsson's 8th Indianapolis 500, the 35-year-old from Kumla, Sweden. He has won this race once, back in 2022. And over the last 4 years, he's either won or come second every time he's crossed the line. It is quite the record that this guy has. He is sneaky, just makes his way up to the front.
He's just so good, Ericsson, at being there at the end of the race. Sometimes you don't even mention his name through a broadcast until you realize with 15 to go, oh my God, he's right there. He's in the mix. He's fighting for a win. He's so good, especially at this race, these longer races. I call him a fourth quarter driver. He is there in that moment when you need to be there fighting for the win at the end.
Palou leads Dixon, Rosenquist and Malukas, Newgard and McLaughlin, Daly,
Oh, wait.
Ericsson, Simpson, your top 10 as we get close to the next round of stops.
So, I ran some numbers. You guys might want to consider moving.
Sing worse?
I doubt it. These shall ease your grievous throat most readily. Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes. No.
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way.
All this backyard grill goodness, burgers, sausage for lunch, so good it makes me pumped for something.
Maybe no water slide this summer?
Why not?
You lost your trunks in front of the neighbors.
I think my trunk sort of lost me.
The big stat for me when it comes to Busch is he has the most NASCAR victories. Across all three series, the most NASCAR wins. Now, granted, he may not have, he doesn't have the titles as doesn't have the titles as Senior, Petty, and Johnson, but that's a stat in and of itself, you know.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home.
I think you could. Not saying you should. But I think you could make the case that he's top 5.
Way to see the USA starts in a Chevy SUV with room for the whole family.
I think honestly, if I had to rank my top 5 right now, it'd be Pearson, Senior, Petty, Gordon, and Busch. That would be my top 5. Not necessarily in order, but that would be my top 5.
Alex Palou and the stars of the IndyCar Series take over the streets of the Motor City.
It's survival of the fittest.
The Detroit Grand Prix next Sunday on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Welcome back to Fox Sports live coverage of the Indianapolis 500, presented by Gainbridge. You want lead changes?
235 wins.
The 5th most in Indianapolis
235 wins.
history thus far, and we are only on lap 90. The clouds around the track are looming. The skies are darkening. Let's listen to some Joseph Newgarden radio.
Well, actually, to be honest, Bumble, he sucked anywhere but at Hendrick. Yeah, all his success came in one ride, the 48 car.
So a little conversation about right rear tire pressure. That would have been a change that the team did.
Well, 2 of those championships, he wasn't dominant. 2010 and 2016. He took advantage of somebody else's mistake. Which, granted, that's how it shows up at the stat sheet, but
is to complete lap 101. That's 10 laps away. But Palou, Dixon, Rosenquist, all the Penske's, everybody still needs to pit.
Well, then I'm being honest. That's my top 5. I would not have Johnson in my top 5. I'd have him in my top 10. He probably would be 6. But I'm not putting him top 5.
That'd be quite a ways. Palou last pitted on lap 62. That'd be 38 laps. That's too far. And if they can't,
He would be 6. Solidly 6. I would not put him in my top 5.
16th. He has 2-3 laps over the rest of them, as does VK, as does Harvey.
Guys, we just saw Alex Rossi peeling off a pit lane there.
Oh,
not sure if that's a strategic decision.
I'm not putting Johnson in my top 5. Power round.
Will Power in the Andretti has had a
Even pit lane.
and horrid start to the season for Andretti.
And guys, there's liquid on the racetrack there. He's got a motor going.
Oh, motor went south. You can see the smoke.
And there's fluid on the racetrack.
He's pulling down into the acceleration lane there. Oh, and the rears just completely lock up. Oh my God, that could have been so much worse for Will Power.
Neutral blew up like.
Yep.
Well, under caution, fluid pouring from the back of Will Power's car. We are under caution once again here in Indianapolis. Will Power lucky to escape what could have been a horrible.
Oil gets on the tires, around she goes.
Pressure, the untold true story. You are about to embark upon the Great Crusade. For 250 years, America has been built on courage. The eyes of the world are upon you. And sacrifice.
General Eisenhower, there are 2 aggressive storms.
Send my men into the storm. Why should I trust you?
They'll never see it coming, sir, never.
This Friday, experience the one decision that changed the world. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Pressure, the untold true story of D-Day. Rated PG-13. Only in theaters this Friday.
Summer's here. You can celebrate anything, like buying your first car. Yes. Cute. Finishing a big project. Or even your dog's birthday.
He's eating the cup. Is that okay? It's his daily fiber.
Now get $3,000 customer cash on a new 26 Tundra, or 2.99 financing plus 1,000 APR cash, or lease this Tundra for $439 a month.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
Doughboys, Comets, Gremlins. Every public school in Michigan is proud to be known for something. The Michigan Lottery is proud to be known for something too. Education. 100% of lottery profits go to support Michigan public schools. With your help, the lottery provided over $1 billion to the State School Aid Fund for the 7th straight year. So whatever hometown school you're from, the Michigan Lottery is rooting for all of them. Michigan Lottery, for fun, for schools.
Running a small business, your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need the total solutions advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. It's reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Warm weather in Michigan means hitting the open road. But with that comes
It's
more
my
drivers,
opinion, dude.
more congestion.
Do you discount Jeff Gordon's 93 wins because he has less titles than Johnson?
Call 1-800-LEAVE-FREE. We'll be right
Even though he's the 3rd winningest driver in Cup Series history?
Trying to play games? I'm not ready for all this drama. And you king and queen of Detroit.
You asked me my top 5 and I gave you my top 5.
Moments ago at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Alexander Rossi on pit lane. Already the track under caution. Smoke billowing from
You want my top 5 Cup drivers? I'm going to give you my top 5 Cup drivers. Pure talents.
For Alexander Rossi and ECR, you will remember he's in the backup car. His hand and his foot bolted together after an accident earlier in the week. Not even making it as far as his own pit stand.
Kale was the first. Kale was the first to win 3 in a row.
And there is something of a
Titles.
irony there that he now sits
76, 77, 78.
on Carl Kirkwood's car now and Brian Herter on the pit stand, who called him to his first Indy 500 victory exactly 10 years ago.
Fluid from Will Power's gearbox failure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody's just going to be different.
From the stricken car of Alex Rossi in the pit box of Kyle Kirkwood. There's all sorts of madness.
There may be some names that are similar, but
The man himself crutching back to the bus.
yeah. Damn.
One of the loudest cheers during driver intros. Fans appreciate a driver who's willing to fight his way through anything.
I didn't even see that Alex blew up, but
His team boss Ed Carpenter out with a wreck, but Christian Rasmussen remains on track, is up to 15th place and has more fuel on board his car than the leaders. There's still a chance for the Sultan of Sketch.
Richard to Jeff, first winningest Cup Series driver, third winningest all time.
Likely is going to come in here. It's a little less fill time for Christian Rasmussen. Normally, you're waiting on fuel in one of these.
Like I said, you can't discount the wins list. I don't just. To me, I count wins more than I count titles because of the fact that you do something like where you put your name at the top of a stat sheet. I mean.
So this whole organization that's invested millions into better performance, all of their hopes rest with.
And obviously, I put Kyle in my top 5 because it was straight. The driver who, again, his first winless season was that it's still 2024, is sadly now third to last Cup Series season.
As well, and as the rain continues to make its way towards the track, who will find themselves in the premium positions?
I try to factor both in. You got to factor both. Well, that's my reasoning behind it, I should say, is you try to factor both into it. When you're talking motorsports, it's like you don't necessarily want to weigh as heavy on the championships. Granted, that's the first stat you normally look at, but you also have to take into account when it comes to motorsports, there's the individual race wins too. When somebody reaches a career mark, like for Petty was 200 in Cup, and for Kyle Busch across all 3 series to have the most of anybody.
Yeah, so there you go.
It's hard for me to outweigh that, you know. I can't ignore that. Like I said, Jeff Gordon, 93 wins in 22 years. Third most all time. That's why I rank Gordon and Busch ahead of Johnson, even though Johnson has 7 championships.
How many will pit? Will those who are right on the limit of being able to extend, will they take this opportunity to pit?
They might be studying the weather and say, hey, if we just hang out and skip this pit stop, maybe we luck into something, but I think it's way too much of the risk. I don't think there's much rain. Maybe a little bit of a sprinkle, but I don't think you can count on that. This is going to be a huge battle. Ganassi, Penske, Meyer-Shank Racing all battling for the lead here on this stop.
2 pit road they come.
Pit crews, Dixon, Palou, Rosenquist, Malukas, Newgarden. That's your top 5. Eyes on those positions. See who makes them up.
I'm anxious to watch McLaughlin stop here because these crews been consistent the last 2 stops. There's a lot of things that'll be unmatched, Bumble, and that's just another one, you know.
Mike Cole, the strategist for Scott Dixon, a quick stop for Dixon. He told him, we are racing Palou, we are not racing the weather. Palou, quick stop as well. He saw Dixon coming, he'll come out.
Ganassi and Penske come out 1 through 5.
It's 2 Ganassis, 3 Penskes, and I believe Pato O'Rourke.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation.
Ward holding down the 6th position at the moment.
I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other, wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
Well, I'm just saying, Bumble. You have to weigh both. You can't just focus on one stat when you make when you put together a list like that. You got to look at both. You can't necessarily weigh one over the other. I mean, granted, it's a completely different sport, but I look at Peyton Manning in the NFL and how he's ranked. He's ranked more because of his individual stats, even though he only has 2 Super Bowl rings.
Save up to 30% on moving and storage until June 8th.
You know?
CY Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating or renovating, save up to 30%.
No, yeah, I know you're agreeing with me. I know you're agreeing with me. I'm not. I'm just trying to explain it more for. That's my interpretation. Obviously, everybody has their own, and I'm not saying it's bad because yours is different. I'm just saying I'm not saying somebody's is bad because theirs is different. It's just I rank mine the way I rank mine. Everybody's gonna be different when you ask an opinion like that. You know, who is considered the GOAT? Who is considered the best? Everybody's gonna have their own criteria for why they put who they put.
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
A lot of them will share the same drivers, but nobody's complete top 5 is going to be the same. And if they are, then well, they just piggybacking off of somebody else. Yeah. I kind of like the fact when we got a difference of opinion on those stats. Honestly, that's the way it should be. Because I love that debate.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Gallagher.
That's what I love about motorsports.
Students from 10 local schools for Gallagher Community Day. All 33 of today's drivers engaged in interactive sessions covering racing.
Just like how if you asked 5 different people, you'd probably get 5 different answers on what the best Cup races have been this year and what the worst Cup races have been this year. Nobody's going to be in agreement.
Gallagher is proud to be the trusted insurance broker and risk manager of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, NTT IndyCar Series, and Team Penske.
That's what makes it fun to have those discussions. Civilly, obviously. There's a right way and a wrong way to go about it.
Competitive, even against kids.
How about that? For most lead changes, top 5 of all time, including.
Yeah, I watched that 2013 race.
So far.
I remember watching that 2013 race. That race was wild. Had that race actually finished under green, we probably could have had probably the best finish in IndyCar history.
The rain comes.
James, you got any friends in Terre Haute?
You know what, I do actually have a friend in Terre Haute who just recently sent me a message saying they never had any rain, the clouds have broken, and the sun is shining. So I am looking for that little bit of blue sky.
So we're halfway now officially.
In about 20-25 minutes here, T-Bell.
So
game changer in terms of track temperature. A whole curveball for this field. If the sun comes out, the track temp shoots upwards quickly.
And I do believe that Chip Ganassi Racing thinks the same thing, and that's why you heard Barry Wanzer say, we're racing Dixon, we're not racing the rain, to his driver Alex Palou. And when you're on board with Dixon there, you could hear him clutching and coasting.
Well, I doubt that weather will be an issue. Sounds like it is getting better and better there as the afternoon goes on. So
maybe give themselves a little bit more options later in the race.
We saw
Kyle, work your magic. Get us good weather for both races today, you know.
Let's listen in again.
Okay, so we're tracking rain currently 54 minutes away. That's about 2 stints worth of racing. Cal, we got 3 stints worth of racing to get to 500 miles.
Well, mixed reports coming from the 27th stand and from Terre Haute. Who do you trust? Brian Herter or James's anonymous friend in Terre Haute? We'll find out.
Honestly, at this point, Will, you kind of just leave it up in the air because Weather is unpredictable. They try their best. You have the technology to try to, as best as we can.
This is the nicest thing anyway.
The weather is still unpredictable.
This is awesome. Everybody's excited. Hey,
As anybody, at least in the Midwest, can tell you, especially in the summertime, a 60% chance of rain could eventually mean no rain. Ultimately. I know that sounds wild to say, but I've seen it happen. 50 and 60% chance they predict, and then it doesn't rain at all. So. So what happens when you get the summertime and you factor it? So what happens when you factor in humidity? Humidity is like the biggest weather unpredictable factor. You never know when humidity kicks in what weather's going to do.
Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
Now they were predicting rain, I think, for today where I am, and so far I don't believe it's raining. Rained steady yesterday, but
thanks, man. Pod delivery. Since adding Java House, productivity is through the roof. People don't want to go home, which is why I never do. Java House, anyone? It's gonna help you guys change these tires a little bit faster. I have a feeling. Yeah, here you go. Java House cold brew coffee, amazingly smooth. Turn after
there's then there's that iconic story that Larry Mack told when he was crew chief for Davey Allison about sending a crewman to check the weather radar. The guy says, "We're good. It's all green." No, he said it was like, "We're all good." Right up pit road and started raining, and he was like, "I thought you checked the radar." He said, "Yeah, it was all green. It was good." Paul Page. Paul, I wish you were calling today.
Back in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 110 runnings of this fabled race. 109 winners in the book. The 110 about to be written. We're halfway home in 2026. Back home again.
Oh, Rusty. Midnight. Midnight. That iconic black and what was it? Gold is considered that yellow.
Marcus Armstrong. That's your top 10 as it stands. All have stopped between laps 97 and laps 100. We run lap 103. If we get a torrential downpour now, result will stand. And we are getting conflicting sort of reports from around the track of whether we have a slight sprinkling potentially at the north end of the circuit.
They might. I saw drops on Kyle Kurtwood's windshield. Or windscreen, I should say. To use the technical term for it, windscreen. Or aero screen, I guess is what they're calling it now, but there might be a brief. I think they got a brief shower down there, down turns 1 and 2.
Newgarden and Hinch, just look on the left side. You can see some beads of moisture. They're starting to get bigger. We are in official race distance land right now. 104 laps complete.
So you got a brief cell that's just kind of brushing the track, maybe right now.
Passing showers. I wouldn't even call them a shower. It is a light sprinkling right now. We do hear
well, that's the problem when you got a racetrack that's 2.5 miles in length, is you're going to have like this, where one end of the racetrack is completely dry and the other end is sprinkling.
We can hopefully get back to racing here pretty soon.
You couldn't even call it drizzle at the moment. It's just very light spots of rain at certain points of this circuit.
But when you're oval racing at 220 miles an hour, 0 spots of rain are acceptable. And an IndyCar super diligent
safety thing. I'm surprised that if they do have sprinkles, that they're not bringing them down pit road, that they're keeping them on the track. But
as a driver, it's so tough in this situation. You just want to get back to racing. The race had kind of finally got into a nice rhythm after those early cautions. People were finding their groove.
I understand they're also trying to do their best to make sure that we have the best track conditions.
Trying to save fuel, not knowing how long it's going to be before you get racing again.
One man who will be eager to get back to racing way started today 23rd, currently finds himself 4th, running for his 3rd win in the last 4 years. Joseph Newgarden, Kevin.
And Joseph Newgarden was not even supposed to be a race car driver. He was a baseball and a basketball player as a kid, but he always had his eye on racing. But his parents wouldn't let him get a go-kart, so he talked them into a scooter at 11 years old. And beating the neighborhood kids wasn't just enough. You know Joseph Newgarden. So he started searching out proper events, found a sanctioned series. The family would travel from Nashville to the West Coast and started winning big events. So then they approved the go-kart when he was 13 years old, which is way later than almost everyone else here started racing. 3 years later, he was driving race cars. Today, he is trying to win the Indy 500 for the 3rd time in 4 years.
We sit on board
We're on pit road now. They're bringing down pit road. So
lane. You will be able to see the flashing monitors on the side of the track. We are under red flag conditions here at the Indianapolis 500 for rain on track. And who leads? Her husband, Sir Scott Dixon.
Like a relentless weed.
I think we're getting it back going. It's just we got to let the cell pass through and let them clean up the track a little bit.
Break away to what's possible with Tremfya.
The only IL-23 blocker for Crohn's and UC to offer self-administration from the start.
Tremfya can help with symptom relief as early as 4 weeks, remission at 12 weeks.
Little weather break up at Indy.
Some had visible repair of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Break away with Tremfya.
Backed by over 15 years of clinical research. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Seconds left in the World Cup final. The U.S. gets set from the corner.
Do you believe in miracles?
To dream the impossible dream. To fight the unbeatable foe. To reach the unreachable star.
Told you we'd win.
Zlatan still has.
Oh, no, he's not.
Bethlehem and Texas liquor stores across the state have run out of beer.
What?
You think the U.S. is going to win the World Cup?
What? You don't believe in miracles?
Thank you very much. It's a Ganassi 1-2 so far in 2026. So let's take a look at the history of this great team. First win at Indy for Juan Pablo Montoya in 2000. Dario Franchitti, two-time winner, 2010, 2012, 6 Indy 500 wins, 1,807 laps led. Most recent wins for Ericsson in 22 and Pelot in 25. There is your race leader, Scott Dixon, 106 laps completed under red flag for the time being. as we saw when we went to commercial break, his wife, Emma, getting excited about prospects. Well, we heard her a little while ago as well, saying, I'm sure I can see lightning. They absolutely need to cancel the race. She knows, she's been in this game and around this sport long enough to know that if they call it now, her man will be declared the race winner.
Seems pretty optimistic, but let's go to the man in the cockpit here, see if we can dial up Scotty D. Hey, Scott, it's Townsend up in the Fox Sports booth. You copy?
Yeah, I got you, mate.
Hey, bud, we just saw your lovely wife Emma's been selling the whole paddock that it's raining and there's lightning in the area, but might be a little optimistic.
Oh, it's a lightning delay.
Go back racing here. What's it like for you in the cockpit right now?
That's okay. That's a bigger concern than actual rain now.
I think the pace was fairly slow to start with. Everybody was kind of getting big mileage. There was a bit of a tricky portion there with the 10, just where they started to, everybody started to slow up a lot. You were doing, under 210s. So I don't know, I feel like it's a better idea to kind of stretch the field and try and keep the flow up. So I think we're working pretty good out front there. But yeah, long ways to go and looking forward to seeing how it plays out, man.
You crushed it on that green flag sequence to leap up in the running order. Is there anything you know that you did particularly well in that sequence? I mean, you really nailed it on the green flag stop.
I think it was just a bit of everything, right? Good in lap. The pit stop, the guys did a fantastic job, and then, obviously a bit of the out lap too, which I got a bit of help with some of the traffic there. So, yeah, just one of those ones that was quite smooth. Hopefully we can have more of those and continue that way for the rest of the race.
All right, you got everything you need in the cockpit. We can bring you snacks maybe or water. Probably not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I'm good right now, man. I don't have any water. It's not working, the pump failed, but I just got a refreshment there, so I'm all good. Cheers, man.
All right, bud. Thanks, Scott. Good luck. Sounds icy cold as ever.
I like what he was saying about it, though, just that the pace was going too slow. That's 22 years of experience here at the Speedway, just knowing, like, no, hey, guys, I know the game you're trying to play, but there's a better way to do it. Let's get up front. Let's get that pace going a little bit.
Well, we've heard from Scott. Let's hear from the one person, I think, within the Indianapolis Motor Speedway who doesn't want this race to restart.
And that is Emma Davies-Dixon. Emma, you've been in this situation many times all the years you guys have raced here. What is this moment like for you? As Will just said, you're probably the one person that doesn't want to see racing resume.
No, truly. I was just saying that I thought I spotted lightning, if I'm honest. I think they should clear these stands, get everybody home, call the race. But no, Jamie, we've been here so many times before. I actually feel calmer than I have in the past because I know how quickly things can change, and I'm just trying to enjoy the moment. I just said to the team guys, I won't lie though, look how many times we've nearly got our second win. A good 8 or 9 times. And if it happens today, I'm going to be so unhinged. I don't quite know what I'm going to do. I just want it so bad. And if it is down to Scott and Palau, I know Scott will fight to the end. It will be a gladiator fight. He's so ready for it to go his way. It should have gone our way so many times, and, things happen, but he will fight to the end.
Well, we wish you luck. I have a feeling we're going back racing, though.
Thank you, Jamie.
I like the sound of that. A fight to the bitter end between teammates.
I think it's technically a lightning delay.
Scott, who is inarguably on the list of the all-time greats. Alex Palou, who in recent years we have begun to debate as being potentially one of the all-time greats.
We'll take a look back to 2008 when Scott did win this race. This was an absolutely dominant performance all month long in a season that was completely dominated by this guy. I think 6 wins on the year, took the championship as well. You couldn't stop him. He was able to start up front, drive away from the field, really just control it all day long. And as you've heard, as Emma said, as everybody knows, Scott has come close so many times. 5 podiums here at the 500. Some absolute heartbreaking near misses in the last 5-6 years. No one's due another win at the Speedway, but this guy certainly earned it.
The weird thing about these red flag periods as a driver is it's been long enough now that your heart rate starts to slow, you really start to relax. You sometimes even get a little bit sleepy, like, wow, I didn't realize what I've been through. It's 100 laps of the Indy 500 already. Maybe you start to get a little hungry. You start to think a little bit distracted sometimes with these long delays, and you wait and wait and wait until your team manager comes on the radio and says, okay, we're going to go back to green, and then all of a sudden you get that flood of adrenaline comes back as you rack to do it again.
Well, Scott Dixon may have won the Indy 250, but we still got half this race left to go.
These guys didn't slow down.
I think they know there's a race happening.
We test every vehicle for driving safety, performance, and efficiency. But we also believe a vehicle should be fun. So we set out to test the all-new Prelude for joy, excitement, and exhilaration. And found that it's not just the way our vehicles move, but the way they make you feel that makes them a Honda. Honda, proud partner of the NTT IndyCar Series.
This can be a deadly disease. Every moment matters when it comes to your heart valve.
You can't presume that you know what's going on inside your body.
Once a year, I have an annual pit stop. I may not win the race, I just don't want to drop out.
Get checked out. Make sure that everything's working the way it should be.
Don't wait. Talk to your doctor about getting screened for heart valve failure.
Alex and Christian have been great additions to ECR, but really, Gary's been the game changer. He delivered our Java House coffee pods and just sort of never left.
What you might want to do is put a little more grease on the bearings here.
Gary's advice doesn't make a lot of sense.
I would check that if I was doing it.
But I tell you what, his lattes, oh.
Delivery.
It was his idea.
Classic, Gary.
You know, Ed doesn't mind, because if we win races, we win races. Java House cold brew coffee. Amazingly smooth.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
Welcome back to Indianapolis, where we're taking a look at the heart of the race, sponsored by Edwards Life Sciences. We have completed 105 of 200 laps. The current race leader is Scott Dixon. We've had 8 race leaders today, 45 lead changes. That's the 5th most of all time. 3 caution periods. 1 when Ryan Hunter-Reay and Catherine Legg crashed. The 2nd when Ed Carpenter crashed on the restart. And the 3rd just now for rain. That rain, as we understand, has stopped. The track is being dried, and we are not far off, folks, from having engines refired and this race restarted, and I cannot wait. It is a Ganassi 1-2. Scott Dixon versus Alex Palou. Each of them one-time winners of this great race, behind the 3 Penske's of David Malukas, Joseph Newgarden, and Scott McLaughlin. Pato O'Ward sits 6th. Then Rosenquist, Ericsson, himself an Indy 500 winner, Daly and Armstrong. That is a hell of a strong top 10 to get this race back up underway.
Getting ready to refire engines here.
P2 for 10 seconds.
The command has been given. We are getting back to racing ways here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 110th running of the greatest spectacle in racing.
And T-Bell, this is that moment you were just talking about, maybe nodding off a little bit in the race car. Remember, you're all warm and cozy in there. You're sitting in a custom molded seat. Everything, you've got a helmet on. It's almost like a pillow wrapping around your head. So easy to start nodding off when you get that crash of adrenaline stopping. And now all of a sudden you get, hey man, 60 seconds till we're going racing again, and you got to perk up real quick.
Yeah, same holds true for the wives and girlfriends and all the family members of these drivers who now get to watch their driver do his thing, as they'll get a warm-up lap here, and this is where you got to reset, you've got to recalibrate, think about everything that you felt 20 minutes ago with your race car, the adjustments that you made to optimize things, head down, cinch the belts, let's finish this off.
And Townsend, you just spoke to Scott Dixon. What does it say about the calm behind that wheel that in leading this thing, even under caution, that he was willing to talk, willing to be that open, and that calm about what lies ahead of him right now.
That guy's been doing it such a long time, and he also knows, hey, I've got somebody I can trust at least maybe until the last lap in Alex Palou right behind me. I'm curious, how aggressive does Team Penske get right now on this restart? Are they going to be happy to continue to run third, fourth, and fifth?
And what of David Malukas hunting today for his first ever IndyCar win? His first ever win, naturally, at the Brickyard. Georgia's downstairs.
Longtime crew chief turned strategist, Travis Law, your first Indianapolis 500 calling strategy. I want to say that's an exciting opportunity, but now running third at the biggest and greatest spectacle in racing. What's going through your head, and what are you telling David?
Yeah, really, we're on strategy right now. That's kind of our plan, to be third at this point, you know, halfway through the race. David's done a great job of managing the cars around him. Crew obviously had a good pit stop on the last one, picking up another one, so I'd say we're on target where we want to be right now.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
There is David Malukas. And I think that the weight of responsibility of this great team rests on his young shoulders, leading in that 12 car, which for so many years belonged to Willpower, stepping into that seat. But he has to contend with two of the fastest teammates of any team in IndyCar. Scott McLaughlin sits fifth. In third, it's Joseph Newgarden, Kevin.
And he really wants to get to the next pit stop and just survive. I don't expect him to really be able to tack. He just said during this red flag, I was really going to struggle to fight. The car has a lot of wash right now. I'm really just out of range and can't use the jacker, so they are going to take the time needed to make a front wing adjustment on the next stop, and we are in range to do it on 2 more stops, but they have to get to about lap 133, and the leaders would like to go further than that to be able to do it on 2 more.
One of the fastest drivers of this month of May so far, Felix Rosenqvist, became a father 2 weeks ago. He sits in the top 10, has looked brilliant all day. What of his strategy?
Okay, it probably will be a short time here, so stay fuel when you can. Think about your line here on the start. Don't forget that you get your hybrids. Here you go.
Just got to get everything back in line. I mean, again, you've been sitting in pit lane. You kind of got out of that rhythm, out of that mindset, out of the zone, which as an athlete is such a difficult thing to be able to just switch back on in a few pace laps. So a couple reminders, prompts from the pit lane of what to do, where to put your tools, make sure your hybrid is charged. And I'm looking at the flag stand out of the window. Aaron Likens, chief flagger, is holding a furled up green flag, which tells me we might be getting the one to go this time by.
I'm looking just outside the top 10, guys. Who's got work to do in this second half of the race to get themselves up and into contention? I'm looking at the likes of Kirkwood in 11th, Ferrucci in 12th. Elio Castroneves on the run for 5 is 16th. Takuma Sato, a 2-time winner, is 17th. And Rasmussen again dropped places in those last roll pit stops. He will run off 18th.
It's a great point, Will, because with 2 pit stops to go, if you're south of about 10th position right now, you're thinking, okay, restart, big opportunity. If I want to be in the mix, I'm going to go for it, as Graham Rahal makes a strategic stop, topping up with fuel here on lap 109. But mid-pack, these restarts can get nuts.
Scott Dixon will bring us back to green in a glittering and storied career. Quite incredibly, just the 1 Indy 500 win to his name. It's not an easy thing, never a foregone conclusion to win at the Indy 500. Dixon will lead his teammate Alex Palou away. We're in the restart zone. When will Dixon gun it? Right now. Foot to the floor, and look at Malukas all over the back of Alex Palou on the run down over.
All right. Back to the restart, and everybody is after Dixon.
It got Dixon loose, and Malukas closed back down.
There goes Newgarden by. Daly with a big gain. Malukas for the lead. Lead change. Daly up to 4th.
Front in P1. Oh, big block. Who was that throwing that?
That was Armstrong.
Here comes Ferrucci around Castroneves.
This is what I was talking about, that urgency now.
Palou had a look. Malukas blocks. Daly after Newgarden. The intensity is picked up now.
Between their teeth are two drivers who have never won around this track and have never won in IndyCar. Malukas to the front. Daly makes the move.
Daly after Newgarden takes 3rd.
It's so great as he popped out on Newgarden. He had the draft from
Might have a run on Palou here down the front straightaway. Palou might get a run on Malukas here. He is. He's going to take it.
Now Daly.
Great job, P3.
Behind Malukas as Palou takes the lead once again.
And just like that, Dixon went from leading the race back to 5th on this restart. Lucas back for the lead.
For David Malukas.
To me, that was actually Palou giving them that spot. He was popping way too early down the straight for that to just be a straight-up fight.
It did certainly look that way, but Connor Daly will go back to that aggression. I think
Somehow it always comes back to Penske versus Ganassi. Funny how that works out.
Connor Daly looking strong right now as the American flag waves strongly at the top of the pagoda.
We talked about it earlier with Rosenquist. P3 is just that sweet spot. You've got enough clean air with only 2 cars in front of you that you've got the grip in the corners, but you're saving so much more fuel than the top 2 if they're swapping positions. Malukas has done a great job to get up there, but he's not going to want to lead too much. He's going to want to back off and let Palou go by at some point.
Three Americans in the top 4. Malukas leads from the 4-time champ Palou, who puts the move on him again down into turn 1. Connor Daly is 3rd. Joseph Newgarden is 4th.
God, I love that sound. I love the sound of Indy cars at speed in close proximity here at the Speedway.
Roll the dice for the lead.
Not wanting to lead much at all. Again, backing off, allowing Malukas to get back in front, and I love Connor Daly just letting them do it, not trying to get involved in this mess up front.
Roughly 20 laps to go on this fuel and tire stint. 2 more stops, more than likely, to make it to the finish.
Think about this top 4 right now. Think about the difference in how each of them has come to the place that they are today. They're different approaches to this race. You have Newgarden, steely and cool. You have Connor Daly, who was over in the snake pit this morning, just trying to get his mind off what this represents. Taking himself out of the moment. Alex Palou geeing himself up before this race even got underway. And David Malukas, who 2 years ago, guys, stood at this track, stood trackside with his career in tatters, in pieces. He'd lost a dream ride at McLaren.
Yellow flag, David. Yellow flag.
As we get a yellow flag now for track conditions.
Raindrops at turn 4.
And there you hear it. Raindrops at turn 4. And Malukas
Wrinkles in 4.
was leading as we went back to yellow. So it's Malukas.
Here says back it down. Pace car will be looking for you.
Malukas, Palou, Daly and Newgarden, Dixon, Rosenquist, McLaughlin, O'Ward, Ericsson and Armstrong back under the pace car, back under caution. The race continues.
They said sprinkles in 4, so
completed.
reported sprinkles in 4. Turn 4.
So it's Penske from Ganassi and the one only entry of Dreyer in 3rd.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
On 3. Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to help people save hundreds. 1, 2, 3.
Liberty Mutual
Nailed it! Only pay for what you need.
Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh meats are so deli fresh. People will think they're fresh from the deli.
Hello. I'll have a pastrami rye.
I'm sorry?
They moved in next to a deli.
It's not the deli. It's Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
I'm gonna be back every day.
So, I ran some numbers. You guys might want to consider moving.
Sing worse.
I doubt it.
These shall ease your grievous throat most readily.
Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes. No.
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way.
Pod's biggest sale of the year has been extended. Save up to 30% on moving and storage until June 8th and see why Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating or renovating, save up to 30% at pods.com.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Let's take a look at the big move sponsored by Pods, and it was on this restart after a little pause for rain, where it all went off on the run down into turn 1. Dixon lost the lead to Palou. Malukas went with him, but it was Daly once again on the restart, running 3 wide through 1, making up those positions and enthralling this 300,000 plus strong crowd every inch of the way.
Love this Top Gun cam on board the Pennzoil machine of Scott McLaughlin. You see it cruising around in 6th gear, minimal throttle usage, try to save as much fuel as you can.
Well, in comes Christian Lundgaard, Jack Harvey, Kevin Simpson is in, Graham Rahal is in, Jacob Abel is in. Jamie, down to you.
Well, I know we were under caution for some weather, but I'll tell you, there isn't a single drop down here on pit lane. And I want to give you a quick update. The biggest mover since that last restart, Connor Daly, up 6 spots. He went on kill mode up to 3rd, and I checked with the team. He had talked about his left side mirror got
in crunch time.
The fueler when they made that stop. Well, they were able to repair it, so he's got vision, he's got speed.
Well, there we go. Daly running in the top 3.
Final 80 laps at Indy.
Shadow of a doubt, the most consistent, impressive, and overall, I'd say, fastest race car he may ever have had at the Indianapolis 500.
And that's saying something. He's led 83 laps of this race coming into today, but again, this is one of those drivers that really stood out throughout practice week of being comfortable running in traffic, being able to make moves further down in line than just in the top 2 or 3. And I know he wasn't happy after carb day. He said his car was not good, suffered some damage in that Monday practice crash, driving over debris from O'Ward and Rossi's car, but it looks like the number 23 is hooked up today.
He complained of understeer earlier in the race, but they made the wing change, and he looked awfully fierce on that restart.
Saw himself on the screen's trackside. Gave us all a little wave.
We test every vehicle for driving safety, performance, and efficiency. But we also believe a vehicle should be fun. So we set out to test the all-new Prelude for joy, excitement, and exhilaration, and found that it's not just the way our vehicles move, but the way they make you feel that makes them a Honda. Honda, proud partner of the NTT IndyCar Series.
This can be a deadly disease. Every moment matters when it comes to your heart valve.
You can't presume that you know what's going on inside your body.
Once a year, I have an annual pit stop. I may not win the race, I just don't want to drop out.
Get checked out. Make sure that everything's working the way it should be.
Don't wait. Talk to your doctor about getting screened for heart valve failure.
Alex and Christian have been great additions to ECR, but really, Gary's been the game changer. They delivered our Drive a House coffee pods and just sort of never left.
What you might want to do is put a little more grease on the bearings here.
Gary's advice doesn't make a lot of sense.
I would check that if I was doing it.
But I tell you what, his lattes, oh.
Hot delivery.
It was his idea.
Classic Gary.
You know, Ed doesn't mind because if we win races, we win races. Java House cold brew coffee, amazingly smooth.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other, wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
Love that song. For my generation, The Who. All-time favorite band right there.
Sitting on board with the best of his generation, Alex Palou, second in the race at the moment from David Malukas. They started on the front row together. Still inseparable in the top three, but they've been joined by Connor Daly. What about our boy, Hollywood Harvey, 27th at the moment. Kevin, what do you know?
So we've seen some come in and top off here recently. The last was on 118, and Jack Harvey was one of those. Graham Rahal, Christian Lundgaard, Kiffin Simpson, Romain Grosjean. Here's what's being discussed right now. If we keep running behind the pace car for this mist, another 18 to 20 laps of caution throughout the entirety of the race, they can get it done on one more stop. All those up at the front that effectively have pitted on lap 97 still need 2 more pit stops. So if there are cautions, those like Jack Harvey could get it done on one. They cycle to the front.
Yes.
Bold. You just never know. How do you gamble on Indianapolis weather? It's roulette.
Yes.
At best case
scenario.
Yes, I would agree with you on that one, Marvel. I absolutely probably would agree with you on that one. And again, it's another one of those, you look at the stats, and, well, the stats speak for themselves.
You're going to get beat if you just keep doing the same as the cars in front of you. You see a message from race control. Penalty for the number 18.
Passing under yellow.
So he's been moved to the back of the field. That's the first penalty we've seen in the race today. It's been
Pass under yellow.
up to this point.
See what happened here. Looking out the back of Christian Lundgaard. That is Romain Grosjean.
The Lloyd onboard. He went to pass him coming to pit lane. It was very clearly discussed that this is still considered a yellow flag racetrack. And as such, you cannot pass. You see the pass has already been done up here.
A little awkward because it didn't look like Lundgaard was going to pit, and then all of a sudden Lundgaard started to fade in there.
Rising on board, David Malukas, who is your leader, just cruising along. Look at how much information the drivers have on the dash. I love this shot because it gives everyone at home a little bit of insight as to what kind of info the drivers are digesting while they're racing.
And what's it showing us?
Everything. Everything, and it's different for every driver. Obviously the big 6 in the middle, that's your gear. You see this green box, 95 off to the side here. That's going to be the state of charge of the hybrid system. Speed is on here. You've got things like RPM up here, weight jacker position, roll bar position, and down here you get some temperatures. That's tire pressures potentially.
And what about the buttons? What do the drivers need when they're out there on track?
I mean, the right pedal is the most important thing. But there's some buttons on the wheel that, are certainly ones you want to use. cockpit control, you know, that's PLC, that's a speed limiter. You've got your weight jacker buttons here to adjust the handling of the race car. All these down here, these rotaries down here, these are different engine maps for things like fuel savings and things like that.
As we sit on board with David Malukas, looming large in his mirrors is Alex Palou. But in third place, one of the most impressive drivers of this month and of this day is Connor Daly. Jamie Little down on pit lane. I know you're with somebody who's going to have an awful lot to say in how this race plays out today.
That would be team owner Dennis Reinbold. He's also the strategist for Connor Daly. How about that move? 6 positions gained after that last restart. What do you think about the drive your young driver is having today?
Well, we told him to get going after that last stop, and he did. He did exactly that. He took off. So we're very excited about our race car. It's great. We're trying to figure out, like everybody else, when the optimal time is to stop and when the rain's going to hit, and we're guessing like everyone else.
Dennis, it's great to see you. This man keeps a team employed year-round for this one and only race. This is the 26th time he's tried to win this race.
Connor Daly had his best ever starting position for the Indianapolis 500 this year of 8th.
Let's check out some radio from Kyle Kirkwood.
Right now, we're feeling like we need to take some rear wing out for you. What do you think?
It'll be a little bit on the loose side.
That's what we'd like to do if you're comfortable with doing that.
I got tools to work with.
Copy that. It's a good answer, bud.
I do like that response from Kyle Kirkwood. I got tools to work with. They talk about trimming the rear wing. What that's going to do is remove a bit of downforce from the car. That's gripping the corners, but it's going to give him a little bit more straight line speed as we're coming to the 1 to go. You might see some drivers peel off and top off. Can anybody take it? Yeah, the 51 Jacob Abel's in. He's laps down right now. Oh no, he's not. He's on the lead lap, and Jack Harvey topped off. A few other drivers. They could do this on one more stop if they're saving fuel.
People playing fuel strategy, maybe.
Starting to play out. Malukas will
No, that'll play out.
Green, tempering the pace. Under caution, it's now down to him as he enters turn 3.
Restart will come with 75 laps to go.
Palou will hope to run with him. The crowd rise out of their seats to watch this race get back underway.
We've seen some Dyson on these restarts too, so oh! Newgarden's in the fence.
Back under yellow immediately. And the Penske man, who had had such a wonderful day, rising up from 23rd to
There goes Newgarden. That's his day done.
out of this race with 126 laps complete.
I thought I saw some cars side by side going into 4. Once the green flag drops in IndyCar, you are allowed to pull out of line, pull out of position, and start passing. You do not have to wait till the start-finish line. AMR safety team quick to the scene of the 2. Let's try and see what happened. There's Newgarden.
Got the paint.
Oh, just got onto the curb maybe.
Did that left front cross over to the fin curb on the inside? Watch the left front tire. Does it get there?
Yep.
It does, James.
It is a move we've seen so many times here, Townsend. That rumble strip, that curbing on the bottom of turn 4 has caught out
Got the paint.
drivers over the years. So easy to do. Your eyes are
Not the first time. Not the first time we've seen it. Probably not the last time.
We see this out of a rookie, Will. And Newgarden just trying to get as much clean air to the inside, to the low side for his front wing, and he just took too much. On board here from Dixon.
Oh, no time to react. If you just slam on your brakes, if you're Scott Dixon in that moment, you're going to spin around right with him.
And this on board with Newgarden. That is how easily
Taking the hands off the wheel so you don't snap a wrist.
From back-to-back victories to back-to-back DNFs for Joseph Newgarden.
Such a rare mistake from this guy. 2-time champion, 2-time 500 winner.
One of the best. And his racecraft today has been utterly sublime. Guys, When you run over that rumble strip, is it simply a case of that rumble strip unsettling the car, or because we've had a little bit of moisture in the air, a little bit of rain, can that also sort of pool in the curving?
They're so deceiving because you get to that rumble strip and the camber flattens out there, so the banking of the track goes away. You touch that and it weight jacks the car as Ashley Newgard,
how quick that car goes around.
Can't believe it. And what a day we've had, James, with the likes of Ryan Hunter-Reay making a mistake on his own, a former winner. Newgarden, of course, here right now on the restart, coming out of turn 4, and the crew in disbelief. Although that's Malukas' guys.
Yeah, it just shows you guys this racetrack is so tricky. This race has to be respected. It doesn't matter what you've accomplished here. It can bite back.
It giveth and it taketh away. 2 wins to 2 DNFs for one of the great drivers of this legendary race. Joseph Newgarden is out of the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500.
And Doug.
That name on your shirt, it means something. Because Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save people hundreds. Tom, stop that. Now let's get out there and play like it.
Again, Doug? Parents need to stay over there.
Sorry, Coach.
No, so get your little buddy.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. America's #1 comedian, Nate Bargatze, is on the big screen. Woo! In the family event of the summer.
Your mom does this?
The Breadwinner, rated PG. Special ticket pricing now available.
From green pastures to roaring tracks, there's a strength that never falters. A legacy shaped by those who came before us.
McLaughlin looks high.
Binding us beyond trade or title.
And McLaughlin goes.
It's the grit that fuels this nation. It's the work we're proud to carry on. This is Good Ranchers, proud partner of IndyCar.
Hey, listen up.
Get the Nate rate.
It's gonna be fun. It's happening.
And save some dough on the Breadwinner.
Can you do that?
Yeah, because it's my era.
With special ticket pricing.
Jackpot. Yeah. Everyone wins.
I'm just so excited I could choke you.
Okay, no.
All right.
The Breadwinner, rated PG.
Just explain to the people watching and listening to this show why you think the Indy 500 is the greatest race in the world.
There is nothing I have experienced on this earth that levels up to what the Indianapolis 500 is, because it is so much more than just a race.
It really is. Check out the all-new Fox Sports digital show Speed with Harvick and Buxton, fueled by Poets. Subscribe to Speed on Fox.
That's it. It is the greatest motorsport race of the world, period.
Now, worrying scenes
there's no ifs, ands, or buts there.
That is the remains of Joseph Newgarden's
I mean, no other event has basically an entire month dedicated to it.
Huge hit for Joseph Newgarden. The ambulance taken down as a precaution. Frustration for his fans, but I think we saw Joseph walking from his wreck and that's good to see. Joseph refusing the stretcher and instead walking to the ambulance under his own steam.
That wreck was a good news situation, bad news situation in terms of they weren't going full speed yet. T-Bell, it was just a restart. They were getting up to speed, but he spun around so much that he went into the wall almost head on, almost completely forwards, and that's a bad angle to hit in an Indy car at this place.
Certainly is. You see the shell car taken away and Newgarden taken to the infield care center. And let's take another look here at the impact once again. And this is what you were talking about, James. Spins almost 360 degrees and a heavy left front corner impact there. Exactly the kind of incident that the Hans device that all the drivers wear was designed to kind of help fortify the driver's head and neck in a frontal impact like that. And you see The new aero pop-up devices, those flaps pop up when the car goes backwards. Those designed to try to keep the race car on the ground when it's going backwards at over 100 miles an hour.
Did a great job there.
Yeah, you saw it had that momentum as it was starting to go up and then comes back down. But yeah, you can see Joseph's looking almost straight at the wall when he hits. That's a tremendous impact.
And that view from behind of those 4 neon yellow rectangles that popped up. The number of cars actually from last year that we saw grab air when they crashed violently at the Speedway. This year, not a single one. That has really kept it down, and incredibly fortunately so. But great work from Lara, from IndyCar, to come up with those modifications and to keep our drivers. Disappointing end to the day for the New Gardens. What might have been on the run for 3 in 4 years. It's only been done once before in history, and it will stay once before in history.
We talk a lot about the drivers' preparation and commitment to this race, same for the crews, but the families are just the same. I mean, the disappointment there in Ashley's body language, you can see it. A partner of any
That's
driver
some takers
has
to pit road.
to that lifestyle of wanting to win races, wanting to win the Indy 500. And with the crash cleaned up, we now have pit lane open and some of the leaders diving in.
You talk about committing. Big commitment here from the likes of Ericsson.
Big split, guys. This is where it gets fascinating. Townsend, Award in, Rosenquist, and I think I saw Ferrucci maybe down there on pit lane as well. Yeah, so there's Jack Harvey.
You can try to stretch it.
Thinking they can do it, knowing they can do it in one more stop, Kevin.
So I know what Jack Harvey was told is do the opposite. If the leaders come in, stay out. If they don't come in, you're going to come in, but it was a little bit mixed. Did we have any of the lead group? We are about 3 laps away from where you could have made it home on one more stop on this. But the way this is trending, don't you have to gamble that there's going to be more caution? I think those that just stopped here have a great chance of being able to do it.
They're going to have a great chance to flip this, too. Because if we're only 3 laps from when you'd be able to make it all the way. That's only a couple laps you'd have to save. And if those guys ahead of you, are going to have to stop again, you might be able to stretch it to the end of the race. This might be a great move by those that just pitted.
Alternate strategy. He sits 13th right now. And Kevin, I think you're right. Pato Award should be able to make it home on one more stop. The 12 cars in front of him would have to stop twice, depending on cautions, depending on rain, so many variables that are outside every.
This could get very, very interesting if it goes green to the end of the race.
Is this where the day turns for McLaren?
It could turn into a strategy race.
At the Indianapolis 500, what they are calling unfinished business. Pato O'Ward may just have put himself in a position to win this race. O'Ward will restart 13th. Behind him, Rosenquist and Armstrong.
We'll find out the next 68 laps.
And you heard Pato Award's strategist Nick Snyder tell him, hey, we might be in a situation where we can make it on one more, so be smart with saving fuel here. As Pato Award downshifts now, warms his tires. They know they're coming.
Well, the biggest on edge part of this, John, is the restart. If they can get through the restart clean, I think we can log some laps here. But we got to get through this restart. 68 to go as we get the green.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This race means more to him than any other. Malukas will take us back to green. Palou will again want to go with him. Daly always so quick on the restart, and he's already up and with the defending race winner who moves to the outside.
Daly wants the lead, and he may get it into 1. Dixon, almost 4. Look at McLaughlin! Scott McLaughlin did a second on that restart. Hello, Scotty Mack. Hello, Scotty Mack. As the yellow car is out front. Flo tried to get Daly, not able to. What a restart. Scotty Mack, what a restart. I gotta tip my hat to Scotty Mack on that restart, man. Bro went for what, like 6th or 7th to the lead.
50 lead changes in just 134 laps. McLaughlin was so bold on that restart. He wanted his chance at the front. I got pretty dicey.
Meanwhile, Marcus Ericsson up to P5.
Mixing it up, and
He's back into play, the 22 winner.
I don't feel like this is the moment to risk it all. He backed out.
Now McLaughlin goes on Daly.
Low again, gonna try to get them both in one go. McLaughlin doing a great job at defending, holding off below.
And the reason they are fighting tooth and nail over this lead is that if rain comes at any moment and this race doesn't restart, whoever is leading will be declared the winner. It's no time to hang back. You go now.
Connor Daly got so close to the curb and turned.
Dixon trying to get Daly. Daly able to hold off Dixon.
Defensive-looking move from Connor Daly in reaction to Scott Dixon popping out. James, how'd you see that?
I don't want to put that out in the universe, but the rules.
Low back for the lead.
I'm not sure that was within him. That's something we're going to have to pay attention to as Polo back to the point.
Daly trying to get second back.
Trying around the outside, but no way through at one.
I don't think Scott Dixon's going to be too happy from where he was sitting as Connor Daly made that move. How about Marcus Ericsson?
Lucas back after Ericsson.
With McLaughlin's Pennzoil Chevy.
He got him, and Lucas back up to 5th.
Now has Dixon in his sights. Back towards the back in the group that could ultimately fight for this win later on. There is Foster.
I said I like the call that we saw those people pit if we stay green. McLaughlin back around below. Daly's going to take advantage. Retake second. Race is on, guys. Race is on.
And in the background, you see there, Ericsson and Kirkwood, two Andretti Global drivers still in this race, have made their
Pick your horse.
Dixon having to defend from Malukas. He can do nothing about the Penske driver who screams around the outside and up into 4th.
Lucas around Dixon. Daly's after the lead.
Here comes Marcus Ericsson on Dixon as Daly goes to the front once again.
Daly to the lead. McLaughlin now having to defend from below. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. 55 lead changes for the day.
Can't help but laugh at the spotter telling Daly he's now leading. There's no cars in front of him, but he knows. He knows what he's doing here.
Dreyer and Reinbold Racing in their only race of the year. Lead at Indianapolis from the might of Penske, from the might of Ganassi.
Dixon's going to probably, or McLaughlin's going to get a run here and try to get him back. Polo going to go 3 wide, maybe? Polo back to the point.
You talk about Polo being the most precise guy out there. I love when he mixes that precision with a little bit of aggression because he pulls off some incredible moves.
His facial awareness is remarkable for Polo to know exactly.
Lucas after Daly for 3rd.
Daly all the way back to 4th as David Malukas goes to the point.
That move from Alex Palou was just divine. It was so well calculated. He carried so much.
But he's got Dixon, McLaughlin coming back on him. I'm sorry, I keep calling McLaughlin Dixon because I'm used to Scott. And, no, it's McLaughlin, dum-dum. Scotty Mack.
20 laps now, no fuel saving. They are head down. Everybody wants to lead at this point.
They also know that the cars that did pit can do it on one more stop. If they've got any chance and there's no yellow, they've got to pull out a lead and pull away from that pack. They
Blow back by.
To back the group up and try to extend their stint by a lap or 2. There's no benefit for that at this point. So this is the good old-fashioned pedal-to-the-metal hard racing. And for me, the fact that Malukas was able to bounce
60 to go.
The P6, work his way back up into the top 3. That car again still looking super strong.
Folks, these laps now averaging 219, 220 miles an hour. That's an average for the lap. 220 miles an hour. They are going hammer and
This is why this race is awesome. This is why this race is awesome.
And look, all these drivers know there's still a decent amount of racing left to go over.
Not gonna find a better automobile race than this in the world.
You're figuring out how your car races when you're at the front. You're figuring out your timing, your positioning. You're trying to work from lap 195 forwards.
Here comes Malukas back along with Daly. Closing the gap. Ericsson closing it too. Field's tightening up. Low back around McLaughlin.
Watches on as her husband falls back to second. It's Alex Palou in the lead again.
Well, they're saying there's a couple that can make it on one stop, Bumble, but I think there might be ones close enough that they could actually maybe even go to the end of the race, possibly, if we stay green. If they save enough. So, like I said, if we stay green, this could get very, very interesting if we stay green. And the way this strategy could play out. Hell, remember, it was 10 years ago. Strategy won this race 10 years ago.
Now this race into the top 3 all-time lead changes in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Exactly, Bumble. That's what I'm saying. We could see a replay of 10 years ago, possibly.
But it has not been as gentlemanly as it was earlier in the race. Things are starting to build the ferocity of the passes, the aggression.
Could see a record number of lead changes today. We're only 10 off of it.
25% of the 500.
Earlier it was a little bit after you. No, after you. You drag me around, I'll drag you around. Now there's none of that. It's rivalry and competition all the way.
Get out of my way, I'm coming through. And we always talk about this really being a tale of two races. There's the race to 150, which is just survive, save fuel, take care of the equipment, figure out your balance. Then from 50 to go onwards, that's when the real racing starts. And these guys just turn the wick up a little early.
A little bit. 5 to go to that magic 150.
Teammates chasing Palou.
Running of this great race. Palou now leads McLaughlin, 0.3. Malukas, Daly, Ericsson, Dixon, Kirkwood, Simpson, Castro, Nevers now up into the top 10, and Rosenquist complete the top 10.
I'll tell you what, Marcus Ericsson has done a great job today, just quietly marching his way through the field. He was bold on a couple of restarts.
Scotty Mac's pit crew has been incredible today. And now here he is in a position.
These Andretti boys are coming at the right time.
And we said it about Ericsson.
Lucas after second.
Lucas makes the move on McLaughlin to P2. If you look at his results over the last 4 seasons, it's a win, 2 second places, and a DNF. That's on the road, ultimately excluded from last year's race. But on the road, a win, 2 seconds.
Granted, I wouldn't mind a Helio getting the record-breaking number 5. I absolutely love Helio to death, but I don't think that's enough to start an oldie fan. And Lucas is going to get the lead here.
Great run. And now to the lead once again for David Malukas.
His start was on lap 132 by 147. He's gone from 6 back up to the point. That's a strong effort there for Malukas because this first 10 laps with new tires, that's when they have the best grip. That's when it's easy.
We're getting down to what old DW used to say with NASCAR, is that the left side, rough side drag when you get down to the end of these things, and we're getting to that, almost to that point. Basically 50 to go.
Pit crews getting ready out in front of us on pit lane, namely that of Scott McLaughlin. They have laid out.
Yep, here comes Malukas and McLaughlin. And they're going to have to two-stop it. I don't believe they can make it. I don't know. I'm not positive. Like I said, they were saying 33 to go was you could possibly make it to the end from there, but excuse me, like 133. Somebody the Bell was saying. It was either Townsend Bell. I'm telling you, Scotty Mac's pit crew has been dynamite today. If Scotty wins this race, it's going to be because of his pit crew. They have just been on it on pit road all race long. Hello, Daly, Erickson, all the pit road. Hands the lead to Dixon.
Daly in the 23 gets the countdown into his box from Dennis Reinbold right there, comes to a stop. He said he wants to make some adjustments, trim this thing out. You see it in the rear wing right there. Meanwhile, Alex Palou, 0 changes on this 10 car all day long. Another solid stop for this 10 bunch.
Well, you know what? Only half a second slower.
Lucas around. Lucas nips his teammate.
Clear, push hard here.
Penske teammates helping each other out a little bit. A little bit of pass.
Ooh, there's. Did somebody smoke the tires off coming off pit road?
Malukas will have the run. Malukas will have the momentum. There is Palou ahead. His tires will be colder. Malukas' will be up to temperature. Both him and McLaughlin have.
I wasn't sure if that was Speedy Dry or somebody. Okay, if it's Speedy Dry, somebody just ran through it then. Malukas back around Palou. This is not for the lead. Dixon leads Kane. I know, but I almost mispronounced his name, Simpson, but Dixon on pit road now. 50 to go at Indianapolis. 50 to go in the 110th running of the Indy 500. The final quarter of the race that decides it all. This is going to come off pit road now, but he's going to have these guys flying by him. Palou back around Malukas.
As Palou retakes the lead, but it is only for now the lead of this group, and this group is situated around 18th place.
They're going to easily fly by Dixon here.
When and if they choose to pit, this group is
Malukas back after Palou.
Kiffin Simpson's on a little bit of an island, having pit on lap 118, but below him, Rosenquist, Award, Armstrong. That's that group that took the gamble under caution on lap 130, trying to eke it out to do one more stop. So they're not coming in anytime soon. They still got a fair few laps before they're going to come in.
Oh, yeah, I think it was because that group that's ahead of these guys right now can do it on one more stop. Whereas this group, you know, McLaughlin, Palou, Malukas are going to have to still make one more stop. So I think at this point, everybody except I believe the 8 can do it on one more stop.
And this battle, which currently is for 17th, but was for the lead, also have to do one stop.
That's right.
Then right now, Rosenquist and Award and Armstrong and rookie Dennis Helger, are they in the pound seat?
They're absolutely in a good position. The question is, can they actually make it on one more stop? Do they have enough fuel? Still 48 laps to go. They last pitted on lap 130, so it's a stretch. They know it. I think they might need some caution.
So they need to go another 17, 18 laps to make this thing work.
Yeah, maybe a little less than that. I think they got to do about 12 or 13. That last stint you can do on about 33 or 34 laps of all green flag racing. So it's a gamble right now. We don't really know as we sit here exactly how much fuel they have, but by my calculations, I still think Palou in this gang is on the safer strategy to make it on one more. For sure they can make it on one more stop.
I mean, for sure, but
on the safer strategy.
You know, safer strategy may be safe, but it may not necessarily win you the Indy 500 either. So we'll see which one pays off. I mean, hopefully we'll find out on lap 200, right? Again, it was strategy that won this race 10 years ago. So.
Suddenly realized that I was no longer drive it conscious. And I was in a different dimension. Just going. And I realized I was well beyond my conscious understanding.
The thing I like about this commercial is they actually play the full intro to Money for Nothing.
There's salad and there's bread. It's the perfect bite.
We'll find out. Everybody's basically going to have to make one more stop. It's just a matter of can those guys at the front, currently at the front, stretch to make it on one more stop. And I think they can. Which would make this really interesting because you could see somebody who hasn't been at the front all day be the one in the best possible seat. That's your race leader right there on screen. Felix Rosenqvist leads with 42 to go.
And before I made it happen, I was heard.
At JP Morgan Chase, we listen to what people need. That's why we invest in job training programs all across America to help people build new skills. Together, we make what matters happen.
Well, it's a number of factors, John. It's going to come down to when you make that last stop, and not, obviously, you got to have a mistake-free stop, too.
Place your hands over your heart and hold on to your butt.
June 1st, it's Air Force versus Marines for America's birthday.
Which of these words appeared in the Star-Spangled Banner? I don't know. Oh, say, can you splash? Release the ball and fall on your...
Quiz Balls is all new after the 1% Club, June 1st on Fox.
Coming June 6th, horse racing's greatest thrill ride. Golden Tempo made history once. Can he do it again at the Belmont Stakes? Saturday, June 6th. Coverage begins at 4 Eastern, live on Fox. Well, Felix Rosenqvist leads this race. His main challenger at the top of the field is this man, Pato O'Ward, who seems to be saving more fuel than the race leader and on a strategy which could see him launch up and into the lead of this race and a fight for the win. Man watching on keenly is his team boss, Zach Brown, who's with Jamie Little.
Yes, Zach Brown listening on headset right now.
It all comes down to roughly, like, I think anywhere from 30 to 33 to go is when that window opens. So that's going to be when that window opens. That's when it's going to get crazy.
One more stop's going to be close, but we picked our strategy, and a yellow wouldn't be a bad thing here shortly.
So fuel, weather, how about the race car? Is it good enough if he can keep it up there?
If he can keep up there, Pato can work some magic. I don't think we've had the fastest car all day, but I think we've worked away on it. And if
Start playing the game right.
I'm sure he can do the rest.
Thank you, Zach. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, having a good car helps, but sometimes you got to play the game right.
Only to have his heart broken. This race that he wants to win above all others, guys.
Came within half a lap of winning it in 2024.
Newgarden with just such a big, bold move on the outside. Pato O'Ward.
Just half a lap away.
Contemplates if that would be his best chance to win, or if it would come at some point in the future. And right now, boy, based on what Zach Brown said, James, I think they're a little bit short.
Yeah, but look, they've caught up to the back end of the field. So you got Pato O'Ward here running second in front of him, Rosenqvist, but Rosenqvist is off the back of that other lead pack of the starting with David Malukas. And right in front of Rosenqvist, crucially, is Elio Castroneves, his teammate and team owner, who can help tow him around the same way that Ryan Hunter-Reay towed Alex Rossi around 10 years ago to try to win this race on fuel.
There is a beautiful irony now that the lead group of this race have caught up to the back of the group who were leading earlier, but are now on a different strategy, and that this may allow Rosenqvist, O'Ward, Hauger to save enough fuel to make the strategy work
that would defeat the likes of Palou and Malukas and McLaughlin and Daly.
They had to push hard and burn fuel to get there, but now that they're there, I think it's a good situation for them. They can start saving. That last stint, it's going to be long, it's going to be tough. But look, the other drivers have to make up.
You got to get to that window.
And look who's behind.
You get to that window.
Rookie Dennis Hauger, the reigning Indy Next champion, dubbed the Norwegian Nightmare, one of the most promising young drivers in this championship.
Then the race kicks off once that's when the race really kicks off, is when that final window opens.
Kevin Lee has more on him.
And who is calling strategy for Dennis Hauger? It's the team owner, Dale Coyne. That was a switch in assignments, and Dale has been known to do something a little bit different and has won multiple races over the years with cars that you didn't expect to be in the fight. Hauger has had a very solid but not spectacular month so far, but the talent is there. A former winner on the F1 ladder and F2 and dominated the Indy Next championship.
And he's right there with O'Ward and Rosenquist on pace. What a majestic job he's doing today.
Guys, they only got to make it a few more laps, but Pato O'Ward just pitted. 37 laps to go. That is a long way.
That's a long way to go for O'Ward.
Crucially, able to go an additional lap over Pato O'Ward, along with Felix Rosenquist. These guys are hanging on by a thread to make this strategy work. Jamie.
That's a long way to go, though, if you're O'Ward. I think if you can make it at like 33, you might be able to stretch it, but I don't know, 37 to go? That might be a little long.
See 7.6, that's a pretty decent time. We've seen some a little bit quicker, some a little bit slower, but now you see Hauger pulling in.
Race leader stays out.
Leader Felix Rosenquist, who stays out another lap.
The closer he can get to that, I think that 33 to go mark.
Not sure how long ago that was, but
I'll tell you what, Felix Rosenquist has done an amazing job.
And he's hanging at the tail of this pack, which is allowing him to save. I like this. I like where Felix is sitting right now. If this stays green, I like where he's sitting. I don't know about pitting here, though.
Careful, buddy. Last pit stop for you in the Indy 500. You don't want any mistakes here. It can still all come unglued. This team
And everybody has to make one more stop. The first one it could be questionable is O'Ward.
They've done a good job in the pits as they count him down into his box, which they hope will be his final stop. 4 tires, fill it with fuel as much as they can. You see the tear out there for clear vision. As we have 34 laps to go, they wait on the fuel. Solid stop.
Well, no, it's going to come down to when you stop, Bubble, and if you could stretch it.
So this is just him losing the lead of the race. This is
Yeah.
going a lap down.
These guys will all have to stop one more time. Guys,
Rosenquist is going to be the highest up of those that we possibly could make it to the end. But O'Ward's going to get ahead of him. And again, O'Ward is the first one that's trying this strat. But I don't know if he can make it. The effective race for the lead right now, for what could be the win, might be those two. Oh, and there goes Hauger. He's out. Effectively, the battle for the win could be between O'Ward and Rosenquist, as we run right now.
And the reason they say don't panic is because Malukas, Palou, and McLaughlin all have to stop one more time. O'Ward in 4th is good to the finish.
And they actually had that work out really well for positioning on track, though, to be right there just behind these guys that do have to stop. They could sit there and save fuel.
Now 32 to go. The leaders can pit at any time and make it easily on fuel, but they will stay out in case a caution comes.
And the longer that you can go if a caution doesn't come, the shorter that final stop has to be in terms of the amount of fuel that you have to put on board.
Average fuel 85 to get to the end. Potatoes 2 laps worse than us.
He needs to save 2 laps worth of fuel.
But here's why you can't just sit there and let him burn that fuel. If a yellow does come out, then Pato's safe. So Felix does need to put the hammer down and chase down Pato O'Ward.
Let's listen to Pato's radio.
Meanwhile, Lucas and Pillow dice for the lead. O'Ward, John. They're saying they're 2 laps short. They need to save 2 laps to make it. Rosenquist, we think, might be able to make it. That's why I said the race right now effectively is between those two. That's the race right now. Lucas, Pillow, McLaughlin are all going to have to make one more pit stop.
These guys both pitted on lap 130 on the previous stop. Rosenquist with a brilliant, a magical job to get 2 laps to the good on fuel advantage.
Like I said, I think right now, as much as I want to see O'Ward win it, I think Felix is the one sitting in the catbird seat. I think this is Rosenquist's race at this point. As they run. Again, we still have 30 to go, and a lot can happen in 30 laps, but as they run, I think this race is right into Felix's hands. Unless Ward can save. If he can save enough.
But Pillow's just sitting behind Malukas, saving fuel for exactly what we just talked about, Townsend. Short fill.
It doesn't matter. Those guys are going to these guys are going to lose the lead. So it's the guys ahead of O'Ward and Malukas, or O'Ward and Rosenquist. They're hoping that these guys run out. That's literally what they're hoping, because I don't see any way. Yes, they do, Mark. Once the race becomes halfway, it is official. And they have had the race shortened due to rain. It happened in 2007, but it's not going to be a factor today. We're running the full distance today.
That is an awful lot of racetrack to make up.
I see the sun being out throws in another mark in this. I honestly want to see this race go green to the end, but you put the sun out and get this track slick, there's a possibility we could see handling issues. So exactly. Yep. As we run right now, that is the battle for the win. Assuming they both can make it to the end. I feel confident about Felix, not so sure about O'Ward. Pato's team thinks they needed to save 2 laps once they made that last stop. Rosenquist seems more confident. But we'll see.
He knows that pressure. He knows what that last lap is like. Whereas Rosenquist hasn't really been in that fight. He's been in the top 5. He's seen it unfold in front of him. But the experience right now is advantage Pato.
If I'm Felix Rosenquist, I want to continue to receive information as Felix Rosenquist almost crashed in turn 2. I saw a wiggle there, and boy, with a potential win on the line, he almost...
The battle is cars 5 and 60. That is effectively your battle for the win right now. And apparently, Rosenquist just had a moment on a turn 2, so... Malukas is in.
Boy, that was so close for Rosenquist. Malukas is coming in for his...
I'd have to see a replay of it, because I didn't notice it watching it, but... apparently Townsend Bell did.
Pato
2011. Jerry Hildebrand had the race in hand until turn 4. Put it into the wall, and the late Dan Weldon. Claimed his second win.
Just clip the front end of that curve. It doesn't look like much movement in the wheel for where we're
Oh.
sitting, but I promise you, from the seat of that race car, it's a big one. Watch this one.
Just getting really dicey with the
Doesn't look like much, but
He's making the adjustments, and you can see that gap to Pato O'Ward has grown. Now you've got Jack Harvey sitting between O'Ward and Rosenquist.
I think he was. He was Olivia, and then he finally went around him.
As Palou now on pit lane, clean stop for the pole sitter.
I think Pato O'Ward is stuck in no man's land, and now things are really stacking up.
I was going to say, is he just praying for a yellow, because that might be what's coming right here. Siegel on the outside of Kiffin Simpson.
And these guys know they're fighting for what could be a top 3, top 4 position when all of these pit stops shake out.
Like I said, this is what's going to be hairy. Is this?
Colette as well, the rookie, could be on for a top 3, top 4.
Right now, again, effectively, your battle for the win is between the 5 and the 60.
And this is straight up the lead of the race. Pato O'Ward, Rosenquist, and Marcus Ericsson there, also in no man's land. He still needs to make another stop.
Save, Pato, save. Sit there.
Well, right now, we're clear to go to the end, Mark, so...
Sort of taking himself out of contention with that penalty. Nope.
And with 22 to go, I think this is pretty much a race to the end.
Keep the point and just gamble that a caution's coming out.
There are 22 laps to go. Pro in second. Our only worry is Pro and the fuel numbers. Please use Ray Hall to tow here.
There you go. That's the call I was waiting for. That's the team saying, look, I know you're looking in your mirror. You don't want Rosenquist going by, but you've got to save some fuel. Let's use Ray Hall as a bit of a pick. Have him tow along, and look how much he's lifted.
That was a massive lift from O'Ward. A big
That's exactly what he's trying to do, John.
Shift in driving technique all the way down to 205 miles an hour in turn 4.
But it's going to lead to a big shift in fuel consumption. And as long
21
as
to go.
Rosenquist behind, you've got to have that patience. You got to have that reserve.
Hey guys, there's another player in this party that is starting to close in, and that is the teammate of Felix Rosenquist. Marcus Armstrong is on the same strategy. Meyer Shank
Ooh, hey, we got a new player. Hello, Marcus.
Just 2.8 seconds back.
He's got one lap.
We got a new player. He's on the same strat as the 60. Teammate.
But very much in the fight here in the number 66.
Armstrong has never won a race in the NTT.
Well, I think either way, Rosenquist has to take the fight to O'Ward. He has to. He has to make Pato run out. That's what he has to do. And here he comes.
One of the winningest drivers in the field at the moment. And look at Rosenquist coming up behind O'Ward now.
He's got to take the fight to O'Ward if he's going to have a chance at him.
This is such a difficult position for Pato O'Ward to be in, because he can see Felix in his mirror.
This is going to be a nail biter.
So he has to stay as calm and controlled as possible.
Guys, the last lap, 210 miles an hour for Pato O'Ward and Felix Rosenquist. They are nursing their race car.
19 to go. Meanwhile, the other cars that we know pitted that for sure can make it to the end, Malukas is P8.
But this is going to be
Below right behind the P9.
make it home and stay with your track position for all 4 of these drivers.
You know who else is going quickly? Grosjean, about 5 mile an hour a lap faster. Ferrucci and Sato, all 3 of them catching this battle up fast. Kevin.
Dr. Julia Weiser, the IndyCar medical director, just came out of the care center to update us on Joseph Newgarden. She said he's fine. He is icing a contusion, but wants to watch the end of the race.
O'Ward going to go around Ray Hall.
Great to have that update.
Rosenquist trying to draft up there and stay with O'Ward, stay in his tire tracks.
And we've said it, Pato's been here
18 to go.
time again. Felix has been there or thereabouts, but never really in the thick of it.
I mentioned earlier just how dicey it's been for Felix Rosenquist these last few laps. Watch this, guys. Huge draft up the front straightaway. Watch Rosenquist pop, and then watch how free is.
Felix knows. He knows he has to stay in O'Ward's tire tracks. He has to keep the pressure on him.
Guys, as we've been watching the lead of this race, and and the battle between O'Ward and Rosenqvist as Rosenqvist lines up Pato O'Ward on the run down into one and just sits in his toe at the moment. The one-time leaders of this race.
David Malukas is now the highest running of those that just recently stopped. So
final stop, he's running about 5 miles an hour a lap, up near the 220s every lap. He's not out of this yet.
Let's check in on pit lane with Jamie Little.
he's got to go. If you're Malukas, you got to go. I mean, I don't know if you're going to do it without these guys running out.
We are good to go on fuel. If you want to make a move on O'Ward now, go for it.
And you know what? In all of that,
Felix's crew is confident he can make it. And then take the fight to him.
hadn't even spotted Malukas. Up to fourth, and he has pace in hand.
The top three are on a different strategy than fourth place Malukas. 16 laps to go.
And you heard the call from Will Anderson on Pato O'Ward's radio. If you've got to let him go, let him go. We'll use him as
A couple lap cars there behind Rosenqvist.
Trying to get into the mix there. No, that's
Mick Schumacher.
Oh, excuse us. Mick Schumacher, who is a lap down, is mixing it up.
He is there going for the lead. Rosenqvist to the lead. It is. It's time. You got to go.
He's got to know where he is on fuel. I assume he knows he's good to start pressing for these last 15 laps. Pato, in the meantime, really in a tough spot.
There are no lap cars in front of Rosenqvist. He's at the head of this train. No one to help him out. It all comes down to the engine map that you set on the steering wheel and the right foot.
I would count O'Ward out of it, though. We saw how easy you could draft up to the car in front of you, so I wouldn't necessarily count Pato out of this yet.
Is the most powerful tool when you're trying to save fuel, and if he was comfortable to go by at this point, he must know that he can hit that number.
13 or 14 to go, excuse me.
Last lap for Rosenqvist, a 2:19, so he has stepped it up most definitely.
If they're using the same scale, guys, we heard it was 7-7 for O'Ward, 8-7 for Rosenqvist.
And this the move that seals first place for now. O'Ward in the live pictures at the top of your screen, now having to defend from Mick Schumacher as O'Ward desperately tries to make a fuel number work, not just to get him home.
Meanwhile, Armstrong has fallen off of that battle. That is the lap car. It's Mick Schumacher. The lap car, John.
It's not over. On board with O'Ward.
Like I said, effectively the race for the win right now with 13 to go is these two. They're the only two within striking distance of each other.
Even Rosie's backing off a little bit now, so he does have to hit a number, but Pato smartly backing off to save. He needs to have the fuel.
Ah, that may be a good play for Rosenqvist. Put the tail end car in front of you. Get the draft off him.
To have Mick Schumacher get ahead, and maybe Rosenqvist could draft off him.
Pato's just got to stay controlled here.
Armstrong did gain time on these two. He's now 2.5 back.
Strategists are trying to figure out how much gas do we have left, how much do we need to save to make it to the end as we take a look.
Lucas still trying to gain as much time as he can. That's all he can do is go hard and hope to try to gain time. Hope that something happens to the three in front of him. 11 to go at Indy.
This is actually sort of working out now. This is what we saw Pelot doing last year, having a lap car.
Like I said, 2 years ago, Pato O'Ward came within half a lap of winning this race.
Rosenqvist has only won one race in his 119 starts here in the NTT IndyCar Series on an oval. His best finish is fourth. He's done it
Be 10 laps to go. And it's about a half a second. Maybe 0.6 of a second. Go round it up. 10 to go.
this race in 4th or in 27th. With 10 to go, he leads.
And as much as that gap to the other group, led by David Malukas, has come down, there's just not enough laps left for the pace that the 60 and the 5 are able to run 9-0. That number's getting better for Rosenquist. That means he's got more juice to use.
The question is, can O'Ward turn up the wick here late? Can he? Does he save enough to be able to make a last run here at Rosenquist? 9 to go.
Pato O'Ward will not give this up until the flag falls.
Pretty fantastic.
And he's keeping it close. I mean, he's not let Rosenquist drive away yet. Still within drafting distance of where you could suck back to him. There's no overtime here, Mark. So we get enough laps left of this race, or so few laps left of this race and get a yellow, that might be the race. And the yellow's out. Oh, this has got even more interesting. Couple laps shootout to decide it.
The last thing that Felix Rosenquist wanted to see was a caution right now.
This gives Pato O'Ward a chance to fight. This gives maybe David Malukas a real chance.
You thought the last couple restarts were hairy. Just wait till you see this restart.
A scary looking crash for rookie Caio Collet.
Well, I think you just jinxed him, Ellison.
From Sao Paulo in his first ever attempt at the Indianapolis 500.
He will not be the top rookie in this race.
All 24 years of age, graduate of the Indy Next series.
Had been running as the highest rookie after the penalty for Hauger, and he's had such a great month, really. All month long, he's been so impressive, really building up to it at a good pace. It's a devastating way to end your first Indy 500.
And the red flag is out. We are going to have a shootout at Indianapolis.
Yep.
That is not entirely unexpected, Townsend. We've seen that a couple times in the last few years, and it really sets the stage for one heck of a finish.
All the cars will come to pit lane.
Mike Shank just cannot believe it.
The teams will not be able to touch the cars except for backup battery support and fans.
Well, no, they had to get everything out. He's coming out now. I see him moving now.
Lead changes, one short of the all-time record in the Indy 500. As we see Caio Collet climb from his stricken AJ Foyt racing machine, and that is good to see that he's getting out of his own accord. The crowd salute him and cheer him.
I think they were trying to get all the safety equipment out from around him.
He has impressed this 350,000 strong crowd all month of May. What a sad end to what has been such a phenomenal rookie
What happened?
performance. So here's
it snapped in two.
Caught it. Oh, that's horrible.
Overcorrected it into the wall.
Exact same.
He just side slapped it.
Exact same moment that Ryan Hunter-Reay had earlier in this race. Tom Rinaldi called it at the start of this thing. Treacherous turn 2 has defined this place for so many years.
Just look at the deformation of the safer barrier as he gets in there. Just such an incredible safety improvement. Really pioneered here at the Speedway. That would be a much more...
I've ripped an oil line or fuel line off there
wasn't there.
Where that fire was from.
He still felt every bit of that. I know they call it the safer barrier, and there's some foam inserts between the steel membrane and the concrete. It's James, you and I have both hit that thing. It feels like it's all concrete, but it does an amazing job of dissipating energy.
And it was this racetrack that developed the safer barrier too.
Brake rotor and hub just tumbling along through the turf.
And the crew devastated. What a month they've had. What a job they've done.
That's a good sight to see. Thumbs up from Caio Collet as he climbs into one of the safety vehicles.
It's the replay from Connor Daly.
Yeah, Connor smart to get back on the throttle there to try to beat the car if it hooked left. He's already had to avoid cars in turn 2 this month.
I just looked at the drivers in the top 6. Who has the freshest tires? Alex Palou. As we go to red flag, this has gone from a Cinderella story with Felix Rosenquist to a lot of big guns back in the mix with a chance to go big on what could be the final restart.
Now, guys, for folks at home,
Now keep in
what are
mind,
you allowed to do under this red flag? What are
the
you
crazy
allowed to do
restart,
under
the
red flag?
last
Different
restart we
championships
had.
have different rules. Can you refuel? Can you change tires? Can you fix anything on your car? Or can you do nothing at all?
You can plug in batteries and you can give the driver a fan and a drink of water, and that is it. You cannot adjust your car. You cannot work on your car as it should be under red flag conditions. They stopped as they ran. They will start running again as they were, and we are set up for a heck of a showdown.
So it is a literal pause of the race. Nothing changed. We roll. How they finish.
I think the question is going to come down to how many laps we actually get once they set the restart.
Is he nervous? Is he excited?
You know, that's going to be the question.
And we'll find out here, Will. I'm here with Mike Shank, owner of Myers Shank Racing. You have 2 cars in the top 3 right now, given all the variables, including fuel. Once they go again, can they fight?
They can absolutely fight. Our fuel's going to be okay. Now they have a little bit better tires than us. I'm so fucking disappointed in what happened here with the yellow. We had this first and third done, and to have this happen was really gutting. Now we got to regroup, re-rack, and get 6-7 laps done here and push as hard as we can. Everyone's doing a fantastic job. All of our partners are here, and I couldn't ask for a better show no matter what happens.
What are your drivers being told?
Push like hell.
Thank you, Mike.
Emotions going to the fore from Mike Shank. Our apologies for the language, but I think a recognition and a reflection there of just how tense things are down there on the pit wall. As he said, the message to both of his drivers now, push like hell. First and third in this race.
Well, I think back to 2022 when fellow Swedish driver Marcus Ericsson was leading comfortably when a red flag came out and bundled it up for a late restart. He came out on top that day. I know he would love to be the 3rd Swedish driver after Marcus and Kenny Brack, of course, back in '99 to win the 500.
How does this help Pato O'Ward? Because that last lap under caution, we will roll out behind the safety car. Does this help him? Does this
Absolutely, yeah. Pato O'Ward's going to have some fuel to use. Is it absolutely max fuel to the finish? I don't know. We sit on board, thanks to Arrow, looking at Pato O'Ward. But David,
This restart could get hairy. Again, I really do think back to 2013. The 2013 race. How that race played out.
You are currently in P2. It's Fro, yourself, Armstrong. You 3 have all been out there the longest on the fuel safe strategy. David Malukas is P4, and he is a full push strategy.
That doesn't sound like full push to the end for Pato O'Ward. It gives us the history how we got to this point, but it suggests to me like there's still a little work to do for Pato O'Ward to get to the finish of this thing. Where does Ferrucci sit right now? He pitted on 165, so he's level on fuel with Marcus Armstrong.
I'm looking at Malukas, Palou, McLaughlin in the top 10. Those 3 were fighting for the lead. They're in that mix.
Let's find out back on pit lane with Jamie Little. What's going on with the 5?
Nick Snyder is the strategist. You've been on the radio. This changes everything, but tell me, how good is your driver? Can he go max here for 6 or so laps?
I sure hope so. He did a good job a couple years ago. See if we can do it again. We'll be able to push with another lap of yellow here. I think it'll be full rich. So it's all in his hands now.
I know Zach told us he was a little nervous earlier. What are these emotions like at the end of the race now? You're in it.
We're still doing our job. Just stay focused when we have task at hand and see if we can get it to the finish.
All right, let's see if Pato O'Ward can
You're going to want to watch this front straightaway from the time they hit the restart zone to turn 1. That's all I'm going to say. We may not know who the leader of the race is till they come out of turn 1.
And the local Kings will starting on FS1 and the Fox One app. We will get get you to Lerville once we conclude our broadcast here in Indianapolis.
Immediately after this race, I gotta go get my food, go get dinner so I can be ready for the 600. I may keep the stream on though.
But what I love about what Nick Snyder said is it's in his hands. And guys, there's
You just have to switch it back and forth.
set of hands in IndyCar around the Indianapolis Motor
Actually, what I
Speedway
should do while we're under red, just get myself prepared while we're under red. Actually, duh, dum dum. Duh, dum dum. We gotta go to Prime.
Even down
Dum dum.
11th is Connor Daly. Alex Palou with fresh tires. Daly could go absolutely bonkers here on a restart. I mean, we've seen guys all day make up 5-6 spots by going huge on the very first lap. So anything is possible. It will be all or nothing for these top 10. I'd say
Oh yeah,
11 drivers to close this out.
well, I don't have any real personal stories with Kyle, but I'll probably talk about KB and then pre-race for the 600 for sure. That was my plan, was to kind of focus more on KB with the 600 because that's, you know, that's NASCAR.
Be more tantalizingly set up. Felix Rose and
I was going to try to put more emphasis on talking about him there than here.
David Malukas, Romain Grosjean, your top 5.
Outside of, I did mention him, and we did have our little tribute on lap 18.
0 race wins between them. Let's head back down to pit lane.
And Will, you mentioned Romain Grosjean, and he is legit, even without this red flag, to be able to make it home. He had a penalty. He had to give up a few spots not that long ago, but 5th was going to make it on fuel. He was just told by the team, hey, you pulled a rabbit out of the hat today. Let's go ahead and bring it home. They have full push to be able to go to the finish to see if they can pick up some more spots or maybe even steal one.
We'll find out.
To racing ways. Engines are about to be fired, folks. Do not go anywhere.
Possibly, I think 6 to go, I think is what we're going to get for the restart. And depending on if we see a yellow, that could be the race.
They are gonna get a show.
We'll see.
The rain may have delayed us, but only marginally. It has not.
They also said, I think they said they were only 1 lead change away from the record. Could set a record here today.
This sellout crowd has absolutely got their money's worth, guys. This is going to be a heck of a showdown. You've got Rosenquist, Award, Malukas.
A late lap shootout, essentially, to win the 110th running.
You can see the stress from Zach Brown, from Mike Shank, from Nick Snyder.
Rosenquist, Award, Armstrong, Malukas, Grosjean, Palou, Ferrucci, Sato, VK, and McLaughlin, your top 10. Alright, guys. I'm putting Chad on the spot here. Pick your horse. Pick your horse. I'm officially going to put you guys on the spot. Pick your horse. Who you got? You got to pick one and stick to it.
When Lando Norris was going for the Formula One World Championship last December.
Because this means so much more to him. This is the race that he wanted to win.
Like the what is it? Like the Kentucky Derby. Pick your horse. I will say Grosjean would be emotional considering his number if he were to somehow pull this off.
Everything is seemingly out of control as more cars come to pit lane.
Ooh, more cars came to pit road.
Lap cars getting out of the way.
Oh, that's lap cars, sorry. Lap cars. Like I said, this restart, we may not know the race leader until they come out of turn 1 is all I'm saying. The race lead may not be firm until we come out of turn 1, and even then we may have to wait till the exit of 2. Yeah, it's going to be less laps than I thought.
Be clean to the high side because of the sweep
maybe 4 to go, I think. We get the 1 to go here. So yeah, if we see another yellow here, that might be the race. I think it is going to be the race if we see a yellow, so this very well could be the last restart of the race.
There inside the top 10 guys, he could make some moves happen. We know how aggressive he could be late in this race.
This is everything. This is the Indy 500. This is everything right here.
The 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 is still anyone's for the taking. We will have 1 to go.
Yep. It will be 4 to go as we get the green. Get 5 to go, we'll get the 1 to go here. So 4 to go.
5 laps to determine the outcome of the Indianapolis 500. 4 laps.
This is give it everything you have. 4 laps. 10 miles to settle the Indy 500.
Just get it done. That's what a driver needs in this moment. That little Coach Signetti kind of pep talk just to get amped up to go finish this thing off.
We could see the winning move on this restart.
You're in that seat right now, James. How's your heart rate? What are you thinking?
Your heart rate's as pinned as it could possibly be. The hairs in the back.
The entire month comes down to these final 10 miles. Reach up there and pull those belts tight. We're going to need them. We're in the zone. Watch what happens here out of 4. For the Indy 500. For the win. Here we go. Oh, look at who's the blue car? Was that Renus VK? 3 wide for the lead. 3 wide. Look at the crowd. Marcus Armstrong gets the lead out of 1. Marcus Armstrong. Where did you come from, bro? Up, the caution's out.
3.5 to go. Marcus Armstrong leads. A yellow flag is out.
Is that for moisture?
Has the rain played?
Is that it?
What is the yellow for?
I think I saw the 47 high up.
Struck the wall in turn 2 and is still moving.
Ooh, it might be for the 47. I think the 47 got the wall.
What a move from Armstrong and Malukas.
I don't know. Is that the race?
It was a late restart. We can see
Nick got high there.
Mick Schumacher just gets
Yeah, he did hit the wall.
And the race officials never risk it when there's contact, especially on a high-speed oval. Good news is they should be able to re-rack and restart right
But we
away.
may get either a 2-lap or a 1-lap dash. And the man who might be sitting in the catbird seat, I don't know. I don't know now. If we only get like a 2-lap dash, this could be interesting.
Took his advantage. Daly lost positions. Ferrucci made some up.
We'll see. We
one to go at the line. That means when we take the green, it'll be the green.
it's a 1-lap. We're gonna get a 1-lap dash, guys.
Well, it'll be 2 here. Yeah, it will be.
It'll be the green and the white. It'll be a 1-lap shootout.
1-lap shootout like it was a couple years ago.
It's gonna be a 1-lap dash. We get the 1 to go here. It's gonna be a 1-lap dash to settle it.
All or nothing. The top 2 drivers in this race have never won an Indy.
Now remember,
For Marcus Armstrong,
2024. We did this 2 years ago. Who was sitting in victory lane? Joseph Newgarden in the Penske car. There's a Penske in second. Yep. 1-lap dash to settle the Indy 500.
who carries the weight of responsibility of that famous number 12 Verizon Chevrolet.
Marcus Ericsson, David Malukas. Not ruling out Rosenquist or O'Ward here, but. And how about Scotty Mack, P6? Been Mr. Restart all day, it seems like. So.
It was Joseph Newgarden, another Team Penske driver.
seen it, guys. Being first on
Arenas VK had a hell of a restart the last restart, so I'm not ruling out somebody from back there winning this thing either.
Award in fourth, VK in fifth, McLaughlin in sixth. Don't count out Palou in seventh.
One lap dash to settle the 500. Who wins it?
We will have one lap to define and to decide the 100.
Who etches their name in history?
Armstrong and Malukas first and second will take us back.
Record number of lead changes, perhaps, in this race.
Through three now.
Here they come through the corner. Armstrong's on it. Can Malukas get the run? They snake it. They snake it. Malukas is going to get a run. Oh, Rosenquist had a look. Oh, he's outside. David with the advantage as they come through two. Still side by side. But they're both going to get a run on Malukas. Oh, but they're still side by side. That might not be enough. Award. Trying to make a run. They're both getting the suck back to Malukas. It's not over. Rosenquist with a run. Down the straightaway. Does he have enough to get there? Oh, he's outside. Felix wins it. Felix Rosenquist wins the 110th running. How about that? How about that? That's how you finish Indianapolis. What a race. Unbelievable. What a race. Guys, I think we just beat the record for the closest 500 finish. I think we just beat the record for the closest Indy 500 finish. It was 1992. Al Unser Jr. over, I think it was over Cheever. But I think we just beat that.
It is unbelievable. I cannot believe that race I just watched. I got to thank everybody involved on this team. What a run by both guys there at the end. I'm so proud of this team.
Unbelievable. Indy again delivers. Best race of the year. Best race of the year. Unreal.
What a race. What a month of May for this man. He became a father 2 weeks ago. His baby girl will have no concept.
Feels like he got robbed of the pole a few days ago. He don't care about that now.
Just won the biggest race in the world.
What a race. That is one happy man right now.
Not only was it his second win in IndyCar, he just won the Indy 500 by the closest margin.
Closest margin, yep. Closest margin of victory.
Go down for the record books.
And you know what? You know what's impressive too? Is him.
He had to be side by side for the entire lap.
He was side by side with that other car. That's the most impressive thing, is both of them ran back to Malukas, which I can't believe that. You know? The draft here. Wow.
Accomplished. He was so quick through qualifying, guys. He was the benchmark, but this is what it means.
The closest margin of victory in Indy 500 history.
And 32 walk away.
And I think we did break the record for most lead changes in Indy too.
Devastated.
It was looking so good. Side by side behind him, he thought he had it.
And here is our winner. Felix Rosenquist with Jamie Little.
Felix Rosenquist, you are an Indy 500 champion. Congratulations.
Celebrate that one.
I don't even know what to say. What a car. What a car. Massive thanks to the team. We had 2 cars there in the wind at the end, and that's a very luxurious situation to be in for a team. So thanks, Maishank Racing, Honda, Sirius XM, the Morgan Wallen car. I think we were the best car today. I felt like we were in all situations.
And you know what? What I say earlier, guys, for those that were here since the start of the broadcast, what did I say? He was my pick.
It was just the coolest way you can finish a
Maybe not the way I wanted to see it, would it? But hell, he was my pick.
I wish they were here with me, but my sister is here somewhere, so I'll celebrate with her. Thank you.
How has your new baby girl, Stella, and your family supported you to help you get here? You have been fast all month.
Second ever IndyCar win for Felix.
Yeah, unreal. I still don't
And what a better race to win.
Becoming a dad and then winning the 500. We joked about it in the beginning. It's like, oh, maybe you'll win the 500 and have a baby. And yeah, it's just unreal. But good job to Marcus and David at the end. They raced really cleanly, and it's because of drivers like that you get really good racing. So cheers, both. Thank you, man.
Scotty in. Dixon in there, I should say.
Yeah, unbelievable.
How about that last stint?
Yeah, you got to feel for David, though.
You're dealing with
that close.
Saving fuel, and then the yellows. What is going through your mind as you know you have to do it all over again, that final restart?
No, it was the perfect situation for us before that. We kind of had everything lined up. Pato was struggling with fuel.
Also, I don't know if I peaked my audio or not on that call, but yeah, I was excited for that one.
To the win, but then in the end everything just flips upside down. But you just have to reload. I was a little negative at first when it happened. I was like, yeah, of course this happens. Kind of like Long Beach. But then you just have to think forward. And it actually good when I got back to third because I felt like I was like hunting instead of being hunted, and it paid off.
Congratulations, Felix Rosenquist is your Indy 500 champion.
Indy means everything, and emotion.
What can you say?
Through the veins of David Malukas, a hug from his father, just inches away.
Closest finish in the history of this race. 110 runnings. The closest finish ever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else. I don't know what else we could have done. Yeah. We were the fastest car that whole race. I don't know. I gave it 150%. I mean, I almost crashed this damn car every lap. And we still up with
David, hold your head proud.
I can't believe it. I don't know what else I can give. So.
There's not much more you could have done. You put yourself in a position and just not able to get it at the end. Hold your head high, bro.
I give everything to this team, man. I mean, we've had such a stellar season this whole month. I mean, they give me so much support, everything I needed, and
hell of a race. Oh, seriously.
Just so close, but
had a couple of hiccups for weather issues, but
I mean, we're gonna bring it everything. We're gonna give it 160% next time. Thanking everybody here for staying here through the rain and everything. Incredible race. Thank you everybody at Team Penske, and thank you Roger Penske for believing in me when nobody else did. We're gonna keep on going.
Wearing his heart on his sleeve. That's David Malukas.
no, that's Indy. That's Indy. The emotion is there.
This race, he's done it twice. His Pato Award with your fourth top four. Did you have a chance to fight at the end?
I mean, we were definitely in position, but I was sitting duck. We had excessive amounts of brake drag, and just in traffic by ourselves. It's impossible to get any runs on people. Maybe we could have gotten a wing in, but we know how the wing ends up. You got to get a car there to be able to have just a chance to be able to overtake. And yeah, I felt like a sitting duck all day, really. It was a very long day. I'm glad it's over with.
You also get to see your friend Felix Rosenquist. What do you feel about this?
Very happy for him, and he just had a baby, so I'm sure Emil is ecstatic back home, and yeah, this
Don't you mean Chicago?
This is a day he's gonna remember for the rest of his
I thought
life.
Chicago was the closest one for
Auto Award didn't win today,
IndyCar.
his friend Felix Rosenquist does.
If it was going to be anyone other than Pato,
Oh, it's just Chicago,
Pato
too.
would have hoped that it would be Felix. Well, guys, this
Look at this.
blur to
Coming to the checker.
Malukas defending.
I gotta see the finish line cam. That's what I want to see. Show me the finish line cam. Right here. Look at that. There you go. Half a car length.
Not even a nose.
You can see why Malukas is so devastated, because you just never know if you're going to get that opportunity again.
Honestly, shades of
Look
2006.
at that. It's that final move out.
A little closer,
You know
but
what? David Malukas has won himself an army of fans today. You think 2 years ago he stood...
was that with Sam Hornish Jr. Bumble? That's how I know that. That was Sam winning that race. It was the closest. That close. Half a car length.
Seemingly all month. He was confident in the race. As we take a look at Mike Shank, he'll look at the timing monitors and know that his beacon on his car crossed first. What a roller coaster of emotions with the red flag when Mike Shank had first and third, as Felix Rosenquist shares his feelings with the crowd.
One lap, one winner. What an emotional roller coaster here at Indianapolis. We'll be back.
Enjoy that one,
It's kind of funny how
Felix.
some people talk about racing like it's all the same thing. Is this IndyCar? Well, it ain't like the others.
Dangerous situation.
Kind of high-octane, high-stakes racing some drivers won't even attempt. So if you want real speed, real racing, then pull up a seat and strap in.
Green, and wheels down the hill.
You're in the right place. Welcome to IndyCar. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
RAF on Fox Nation, where every match is a main event. Wrestling's top-tier grapplers set to collide for big stakes and Big D. RAF 9 is streaming live Saturday, May 30th, exclusively on Fox Nation.
Next on Fox.
Let's go!
The playoff push is on as the Dallas Renegades
Huge play.
face the Louisville Kings.
Oh my goodness!
Next on Fox.
This Memorial Day, the biggest Chevy sale of the year is back. The Great American Chevy Week is here at Feldman Chevrolet, and the savings are bigger than ever. Get this 2026 Silverado only $189 a month, or this 2026 Equinox for as low as $249 a month. With 5 Feldman locations near you, these Memorial Day deals are right around the corner. Don't wait, the Great American Chevy Week is here at Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer.
Some traditions aren't taught. They're felt. The first time the ground shakes beneath your feet, you never forget it. And one day, you pass it on. 4 days, one tradition, memories that last a lifetime. Be there.
What a race. Indy again delivers.
We need to pay rent.
I just, yeah.
This isn't gonna end well.
Don't regret the bet. For tips that can help, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board.
We're gonna need something with our pizza to make it more desirable.
Like this?
Get the combo you really want. Choose 2 or more of these Jets favorites for just $7.99 each. Jets. Better because it has to be.
The courtroom. It's our office. It's where we work. It's where we win. For over 70 years, Figer Law has been delivering justice for our clients right here with a track record for winning. Make Figer Law your first call and get the justice you deserve. Figer Law. All we do is win. All we do
It's more than a sale. It's the major sales event. Only at Gowling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Major selections, major savings, plus the highest 5-star rating in Metro Detroit. Right now, during the Declaration of Deal sales event, get a Ram 1500 as low as $269, a Jeep Wrangler $329, or a Jeep Grand Cherokee for just $399. Hurry in today, the major sales event. Deals this big won't last long. Only at Gowling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Always there for you. That's the Gowling difference. Tigers baseball is on Fox 2.
We got him at 100.
It's a day game with the Angels. Coverage starts Thursday at 12.
Let's take a look at the moment of the race, sponsored by Pennzoil. No surprises for guessing which one. The move for the win that will define his career. Felix Rosenqvist over the line by the smallest margin in Indy 500 history. And folk, we have to say as well, a record-breaking 70 lead changes. That, the 70th over the line, that is a record.
Record-breaking, record-setting in so many ways. And you see it, guys. You see what Indy means. The agony and the ecstasy.
Not the closest in the history of the sport, but the closest in Indy 500 history.
Felix Rosenqvist, hugs all around from the team. We need to find you some milk. Is the milk making its way over here? There it is, Felix right there. Let's see it. And now the princess. A kiss on the cheek. All the tradition here at the Indy 500. The team's passing around the ice-cold milk. The ring should be coming in next. And here they come with the ring. Full of bling. Beautiful, look at that. Felix, the 110th running here. The traditions here at Indy. Look at how beautiful. It's a wreath inside. Felix, how does reality compare to all the moments you've seen drivers in your position right now with that milk and that wreath?
I don't know, it's a mix of, having dreamt about it a lot and not really daring to think that you can actually do it. Today, I don't know, the last 5 years I've been in the front, and I've had a good enough car probably to win it. But today there was just something more. I don't know, even in qualifying, to the race, we just had something extra. These guys at Shank Racing and the Honda, they just built an absolute rocket this month. And yeah, it was still there in the race. We weren't super happy on carb day, rolled out in the race, and it felt really good, really good on fuel. Yeah, everything was just rolling so well. And yeah, here we are. I don't even, I don't know. It's so cool when it actually happens. You can allow yourself to take it in, because you're flirting with the thought when you go to bed, and like in the winter you're thinking about it. But yeah, now it's not what you think, but it's even better.
It's even better. Well done, Elio Castroneves. Yes, just climb over the race car. We'll talk to you right here. Elio, 4-time winner here Now you're a winner as a team owner. What is this moment like for you?
What a mixed feelings, you know? I mean, same time I'm right there with this guy. I see him behind me. I'm like, what can I do to help this guy, you know? But in the end of the day, it's all about him. It's all about MSR. They did an incredible job. The people from the shop in Ohio, obviously working so hard and to win this race. And when I saw 2 cars of us like right there, I couldn't believe it. So obviously credit to each one of them. Honda did an amazing job. I just can't thank enough all our partners. So wow, it is a mixed feelings because this is amazing, but this guy did a great job. Well done. What a finish.
Elio, it was a drive for 5. Are we going to see you try again next year?
Let's see. We got to work on it, but right now, let's celebrate this win.
Congratulations, Elio Castroneves, co-team owner for the race-winning car for Felix Rosenqvist, guys.
What a sensational day. What an incredible result. And look at this. It was less than half a car length. And from our cameras,
That's unreal.
trackside,
Unbelievable.
that is what it looked like. The closest finish in the 110 runnings of this storied race. More lead changes than ever. The closest finish in history. Felix Rosenqvist has
What a
won
race.
the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. What a sensational finish.
At Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. They get under our skin, the sound and smell, how they make us feel. Windows down, wide open throttle, it's what we do. Because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers. Get a free quote at Hagerty.com.
So, I ran some numbers. You guys might want to consider moving.
Somewhere else?
I doubt it.
These shall ease your grievous throat most readily.
Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes. No.
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way.
Alright. Yeah, I'll put the post race up while I go run and get food, and then I'll be back to switch it over to the 600 coverage.
Read every headline.
I'll be back. At least on screen, I'll be back.
But when you're surrounded by the right people, you learn it's about more than just racing. It's about why you're racing. Who you're racing for. And when you realize that, you take control of your story.
I'm just letting it play so you guys get the post-race coverage.
And Jameis Winston tackle soccer. Celebrity guests, experts, and insiders. Unfiltered takes. The other football, only on Tubi.
The speedy Swede Felix Rosenqvist, 12-1 odds when the day started. The 5th last lap pass in the history of 110, and he is your Indianapolis 500 champion and the closest ever finish. As we welcome you to the wrap-up desk with the pagoda behind us, Tony Stewart, Danica Patrick. I'm Chris Myers, and boy, what a finish. On that restart, he came from 3rd, and it really was a one-lap shootout, but showing great speed and ended up capturing and getting past an emotional David Malukas.
Wow, what an incredible day. There was so much excitement. From the start, we had action, we had cautions. We saw maybe the most amount of lead changes than we've ever seen here at the Indy 500. We had fuel strategy playing out at the end with 2 different strategies. Obviously, the one prevailing, it seemed, was going to be Felix and Pato really going for it, of which they had their own fuel strategy situation going on. So, of course, it looked like Felix was going to run away with it, but then when that caution came out, unbelievable amount of grit that it took for him to dig back. In the end, the right winner came through, but to see David Malukas put up a fight was so fun to watch, and man, I was doing all the movements down here, so excited.
It was a record lead change with 70 lead changes and 0.0233. It beat the old record of 0.043 for the finish. That was back in 1992.
Yeah, this was David versus Goliath, and we got to see what everybody, these 350,000 fans deserve, to see a toe-to-toe joust between these gladiators, and sit there and to make that commitment for a full lap to run in lane 2, wide open, trust your car, trust your teammate on the inside of you, and get that run down the front straightaway to win this thing. What an unbelievable finish.
Yeah, and for David Malukas, 24-year-old, trying to become the second driver from Chicago to win the Indianapolis 500, it was 200ths of a second that, again, he finishes second in his young career.
Man, I don't know what else he could have done, and he said it himself. He had an incredible run through 1 and 2. He gapped down the back straightaway, and then you saw they closed up so quick into turn 3, and we saw it all day. When you're in the lead, you're a sitting duck. There was so many lead changes because of that, and obviously that's what was able to give them the run behind him, and he did everything he could to hold that lead. But it's so, I love watching sports for this reason, to see that real, true emotion, and to see David Malukas in tears after the race. That's what we come here for. We come here for those moments.
I mean, not pouring his heart out, his ability out on the track, and then afterwards, Tony, this is an emotional weekend, Memorial Day weekend, the day, the pre-race ceremonies, a lot of emotion, and it's great to see the drivers live through it, survive stopping and starting, rain and strategy, and such a frantic but fantastic finish.
You see the highest of highs, and you see the lowest of lows, and listen, David has nothing to be ashamed of. I feel like looking at that last restart, he did everything right. He mixed it up. He picked up the throttle at the right time. He sat there, gave himself the best opportunity to get to the end, and just fell a little bit short. But he has absolutely zero to be ashamed of, and I can promise you, Team Penske is very proud of his effort today.
And we really shouldn't be surprised. Felix Rosenqvist, and 20 days ago became a new father, and talked about that emotion, and now winning this, it measures up there with a lot of things. Just where this takes him in his career.
Well, he's going to always be remembered as the Indianapolis 500 winner, which is a very, very big thing. But as he said, he's a dad now. But it didn't slow him down at all. He's got a baby at home, and his family wasn't here, but he was able to still leave it all on the field, as they say, just like everybody else did. And I'm going to promise you, all of these drivers are going to be pretty exhausted. They're riding an adrenaline high right now from the end of the race, some of them obviously in a negative emotion, but they're going to let loose a little bit tonight, as we always do after the Indy 500, and go back at it next race.
At age 34, the biggest win in his career. Congratulations to Sweden's Felix Rosenqvist. UFL football is coming your way live in just a few moments. We ran a little long with all the stopping and starting, but worth the wait. This summer, the biggest tournament of the planet comes to America. You can see it right here on Fox. Get ready for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, kicking off June 11th on Fox and on FS1. And we saw a number of the drivers in the pre-race show having some fun with a soccer ball as they look forward to their country representing this great event on June 11th. All right. For our entire crew, Felix Rosenqvist, outstanding. Press Spires, the history, the mystery, the tradition continues.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
How many did you make?
10,000.
10,000? We're not going to win.
Yes, we can.
You ruin us.
Olga, Adajan. We can win.
New threats will rise.
All gas, no brakes, baby. Let's go.
To take a big slice of the pie.
At the quarter of the floor.
The Floor, all new Wednesday on Fox.
We're here for those who build America. Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you should pay what we pay.
Now during employee pricing for everyone, get $10,002 in savings on the 2026 F-150 XLT 4x4. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today.
IndyCar winner Joseph Newgarden explains his new free 5-minute delivery at Gardner White.
It's simple. Point A, point B. 5 minutes. Now that's IndyCar style, right? Yeah! All right!
I think free same-day delivery is working just fine.
Gardner White, proud partner of the Detroit Grand Prix.
Did you know the average roof loses flexibility and protection over time, leaving shingles brittle and prone to damage? With ProTech Roof Coating, a Peak 301 provider, you can add up to 10 extra years to your roof. Our advanced coating moisturizes and rejuvenates shingles, restoring flexibility, stopping cracks, and protecting against sun, rain, and wind. Why spend thousands on a new roof when you can extend the life of your existing one safely, effectively, and affordably? Protect your roof. Save your cash. Call ProTech Roof Coating now. Make the old roof last.
You know, I'm checking weather, I'm checking local news, and I'm checking out what's going on in my city.
Go with Fox 2 because they really relate to the people.
Mom, I got it.
Life is but a dream. Life is but a dream.
Change happens fast. That's why we're giving you our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
We welcome those of you who are watching the Indy 500. What a thrilling finish and win for Felix Rosenqvist alongside Devin Gardner, Jake Butt on the field on Kevin Kugler. Dallas in this game, if they lose, they are eliminated from UFL playoff contention. For Louisville, they have to win the last 2 games. They clinch a playoff spot with a win over the next and last 2 games. They are trailing right now 7-3. Dallas scoring a touchdown on their opening drive. And now Dallas, with 40 seconds to play in quarter number 1, takes over with a first down and 10. And on first down, Reed loading up and going deep. One-on-one coverage as he tries to fit it into Emmanuel Butler and a flag. Good job. Keaton Ellis in coverage.
Pass interference. Number 2, the defense. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. First down.
So I really want to see this because my knowledge of the rule, you've got to impede progress, and it just doesn't look like there's a ton of an impeding of progress there. It just feels like they're both fighting. Ellis has hands on, you got hands on by the wide receiver, but they get him for pass interference.
We're good. And now Dallas with a huge chunk play to the 25 of Louisville on first down, on the ground for a yard to the 24 and Lorenzo Lingard, and that's likely going to be the final play of quarter number 1.
I don't know what he wants. Yeah, we'll take it the quarter.
Yeah, they're just going to let this quarter run out. We will be done with 1 in Louisville. A 7-3 lead for the Dallas Renegades, who must win to keep hope alive for a postseason berth. For Louisville, trying to win 2 and lock up their ticket to the playoffs.
Pod's biggest sale of the year has been extended. Save up to 30% on moving and storage until June 8th and see why Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating to a new home or renovating your current one, save up to 30%. Pods brings the container to you, and you can pack at your own pace. Then we'll take it to your new home or to a secure Pod storage center until you need it, so you don't have to do the driving. Book now and save up to 30% at pods.com.
Over 250 years ago, we didn't like the taxes, so we dumped the tea. Now with the Ram Declaration of Deals, we're pledging our allegiance to the American people. 0% financing for 60 months on select 2026 models, or we'll cover your sales tax, plus no monthly payments for 90 days, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Nothing stops Ram.
Or purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
See? These dishes are still dirty.
You need a detergent that cleans your dishes and your filter.
Filter?
Yep, my go-to is Cascade Platinum Plus. Only these action packs have double the Dawn, breaking down food residue, even on your filter. Cascade.
Kevin Hart here to tell you all about Taco Bell's new jalapeno citrus salsa. Hey guys, I kind of feel like you're chopping off my head a little bit. It's spicy, balanced with a sweet and tangy citrus touch.
New jalapeno citrus salsa, the sauce with more main character energy than Kevin Hart.
PCA and the Cubs take on the Cardinals, or Braves, Reds. Baseball Night in America, Saturday on Fox.
Design you feel in every detail. Technology as innovative as it is effortless. These are luxuries you don't have to wait for. This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. GM employees with a current eligible Buick lease get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2026 Envision Preferred all-wheel drive for $359 per month.
BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
New customers get 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus another $25, all paid in bonus bets. Only from the casino, born in Vegas.
3 weeks into the season, this Dallas Renegades team was 3-0. Rick Neuheisel was fired up wearing cowboy hats and post-game celebrations, and now they've lost 5 straight games. To go from the team everybody thought might be the team to beat in the UFL to needing a win today to keep alive for the postseason. How quickly things change in the UFL. And through one quarter, Dallas feeling good. 7-3 lead and on the move again as we start the second quarter in Louisville.
65, wide corner, Z Valerie, F jerk on the turbo, right? Here we go.
Starts off our second quarter in Louisville. After rain about an hour ago, just pouring down. Second and 9 from the 24. Reed in a clean pocket, floating it for the end zone and a little wide of Curtis Hodges. And a 3rd and 9 coming up. Noel Mazzoni with a play call.
Y'all gonna call the holding on us, but not on them? Hey. You good? Don't trip. Go to play. He said they're holding.
Austin Reed waiting for his OC to bring in that call.
Z Valerie, F jerk. Hey, Ocean left. Ocean left empty. 51. Z Valerie, F jerk on the turbo. Just go ahead. Empty.
They've got to hustle here. Play clock under 5.
Turbo set.
On 3rd and 9. Reed in trouble. Down he goes at the 30-yard line.
Take a look right here. It's going to be speed to power right over that left tackle. Oh my goodness, what a great job there by Cam Gill. And that's the reason he leads the UFL in sacks. The ability to have a multitude of skills in the pass rush game. Speed to power, club, grip. There he shows that speed to power and almost knocks the tackle on its back.
And now a 49-yard try after the loss of 7 on the sack. And the play clock expires.
Go for it.
Second charge, timeout of the half.
Timeout called before the delay of game penalty.
30 seconds and late.
So they were late getting the 3rd down play in, and now they have to use a timeout before the field goal try.
You know it wasn't him.
I'm right, but you ain't throwing it. Chris, great job.
I want to be right. I want to be rewarded.
Right. Good shot. Good job the next play.
You're right. Come on, man.
You're right.
He straight up bear hugged me, man. We're getting the play call in at
You hear Cam Gill talking there. Hey, man, I'm getting bear hugged out there. Can you give me a call?
Umpire Art Brown did not seem particularly inclined to give him that call.
Cam Gill's like, man, I got to get these sack numbers up, man. I know I'm leading, but I got to far away.
So 49-yard try for Colton Feaker, whose long this year is 51. Good snap and hold, and Feaker's kick is good, and Dallas gets the 3 back, and back to a 7-point lead, 10-3 with 13:38 to go in the first half. Well, let's go back to week 7 with these Louisville Kings. It was the biggest hit of the UFL season, crushed by Derek Roberson. He fumbles, but Roberson called for unnecessary roughness. He goes out one play, comes back and throws a touchdown to Tariq Black. Louisville was down 13-3 when he took the big hit. They scored 27 unanswered to win the game 30-13. Then Louisville wins again last week against DC. Since taking that big hit in week 7, Chandler Rogers' numbers have been outstanding, and the success rate for Louisville, Devin Gardner, has been outstanding as well.
Yeah, I talked about it in the open. He's been efficient. He's taken big hits, and he's shown he's one of, if not the best leader in the UFL. He has completely forced his team to do a complete 180. This team is in the hunt, and they are possibly the hottest team in the UFL right now.
Well, 2 wins for Louisville, and they are in the postseason. For Dallas, up 10-3. They need a win to keep hope alive going into the final week of the regular season. From the 4-yard line, Wheeler trying to find space, and he cannot get around Trey Fluellen at the 25-yard line, and a flag down on the return. So Rogers and company may be starting deep in their own end.
Is it doing it? There's no way. We never get caught during the return. Illegal blocking the 10-yard penalty, first down.
So they'll have to start deep in their own end, and they're hoping that the Chandler Rogers that was inspired by that hit is able to come back out and lead this team down the field, just like he has since that hit against DC 2 weeks ago. It was a blast, and we couldn't believe, Devin, that he came back in the game just to play later after he took that hit.
Yeah, Kevin, sometimes when you're a fierce competitor, it takes that big hit. Now, do you want your feet touching the sky? Absolutely not. However, sometimes it takes that to get you going, and he said as much. He said, listen, that hit made me angry, and it really got me going, and he was almost flawless for the rest of that game.
I agree with you, though. Having your feet touch the sky seems suboptimal.
Yeah, give me the big hit, but let my feet stay like parallel, like down low.
After the penalty on Davidson, back to the 15 and a first down. They go back to the ground, and Robinson bouncing it to the outside. He's got a first down and more. Robinson building across the 35 and down at the 36. 21-yard burst for James Robinson and a first down.
Yeah, he's also a really nice story, right? He's going to get into the line of scrimmage and then cut it back and find that open space. And there's Taco Charlton. He's got to make that play on the backside. He has quarterback responsibility, but after the quarterback doesn't have the ball, this has to be number 33 getting Robinson to the ground. But when Robinson first came to the team, he got cut early in the season, and they brought him back, and he has done a great job with his second opportunity.
Well, Robinson pushing his way to the 41 on that carry as we check in with Jake Butt.
Yeah, guys, perseverance has kind of been the story of Chandler Rogers' career. To go back to how he got his journey started with Louisville, he was not on this staff's map. They actually found him at a UFL showcase camp. He was not a lottery pick. They brought him in, and even before he was named the starter, he took a big position of leadership in this locker room, hosting the offense for walkthroughs, staying extra for film sessions. He knew that there was a void of leadership and wanted to take accountability. That's why he's been able to hit the ground running when he did get his opportunity.
2nd and 6, Robinson about 2 yards short. And that's really been, Dev, the story of Chandler Rogers throughout his career. He began at Southern Miss. He went to Blinn College, Louisiana Monroe, North Texas. He backed up a guy named Fernando Mendoza at Cal in 2024. He has taken the long road to a starting role in the UFL.
And Jake and Kevin, the selflessness for him in the run game where he doesn't care about putting his imprint on the game in the passing game. If the team is running the football well, he'll be with that, and he'll be rooting everybody on if he never puts up a stat.
You see it's a long one for the first down, and he will not get there. Robinson gets the carry, and JT Tyler slamming the door on James Robinson.
That's a really good read. Tyler commits right away and gets through to make a play on Robinson. That's a really nice job. The tight end is just not able to get to him. Number 85, Jalen Wildermere. JT Tyler diagnosing and taking him down. The pride of Detroit, Michigan.
Forcing a punt from Mac Brown. Fielded at the 9. And down at the 20 is Strake Stoops. First down and 10 for Dallas from there. A timeout on the field. Tyler making the big play to keep the Renegades on top.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone, building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
With all these Hilton Honors points, I could stay for free. At the Waldorf Astoria in the Maldives. What about the Canopy in Paris?
Hilton Honors, babe. When you want points that can take you anywhere, anytime, it matters where you stay. Hilton, for the stay.
America, this tournament might be fought on the pitch, but it'll be won in the backyard barbecues. Nice save. That guy looks like Tim Howard.
I am Tim Howard.
Jim Beam, official spirit of U.S. soccer.
She's got 12 items.
Okay, eyes on your own basket. Young homeowners turning into their parents love rules.
Come on, man.
Let's go.
Everybody knows you're not supposed to put yard waste in the trash bin.
Let's go. It's a thing.
Ah, there's dedicated RV parking around the back.
No, we're not leaving a note. It's okay. You don't need a ticket. There's no one waiting.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents.
See?
But we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Technically, these onions count as one item.
You're literally the only one who cares.
Yep.
Why is Noel not getting the call? I know. Take that jerk. Why do you shake your head at me like that? Where were you looking?
First, I'm reading the seams, right?
Huh?
I'm reading the seams. Then I'm coming down to the jerk.
Okay.
I can't start right on a jerk.
So a little frustration from Austin Reed about the play call getting in. But Devin, tell me, take us inside football a little bit. Rick Neuheisel wants him to take the jerk, and Austin Reed says, I got to read the seams before I can get to the jerk.
Yeah, they're in disagreement there, and I'm with Rick Neuheisel where the jerk happens a little quicker, and you could probably get to the seams afterward once you see the jerk isn't there, because the seams will be vacated if somebody is guarding the jerk, if that makes sense, because the jerk is underneath the seams.
Good tackle in the open field by Quindell Johnson. And it's second down. Well, it's been an interesting journey through this spring for Rick Neuheisel and for Austin Reed. Rick Neuheisel, of course, a former quarterback in his own right, longtime head coach. He's seen a lot of different quarterbacks. We were talking with him about it, and he said, look, Austin is an authentic good guy. He's as authentic a good guy as you get. He said, is he perfect as a quarterback? No, he said there's some throws that are missed that shouldn't be because of some footwork and some things that we can still get better at. But how many quarterbacks, Devin, would you say are perfect quarterbacks? That's a very short list.
Yeah, he has his flaws, but he's a quarterback that's one of the best in this league. He's done a really nice job. If you eliminate the Louisville debacle where he threw 4 interceptions, right, he's having a really good season where he's protecting the ball. Now, that's not allowed. You can't just eliminate what happened. However, he's still a really good quarterback. You can see there on the left of your screen in 2022, Look at those names that are under Austin Reed. He's a guy that can throw the football down the field, but he's still trying to figure out where should my eyes be on this specific play versus this specific coverage. And on that one where he's talking to Rick Neuheisel, I agree with Rick Neuheisel. Try to get to that jerk. Pick up some yardage, catch and run before you go to those seams.
Saw Eric Garrer down on the field. Garrer up and making his way to the sideline. Certainly a key cog of what Louisville wants out there defensively.
Hey, here we go, on the turbo. I'm going high. On the turbo.
Whoever's to my side, you're going inside.
Hey, on the turbo. Hey, let's go blue travel. Blue travel. Stick Sarah on the turbo. Ready? Sarah. Here we go.
2nd and 7.
Wait, 80. Wait,
you got a stick in there somewhere. It's usually by a guy here. There goes.
He'll jump it out of the backfield, and that's incomplete. Keegan Jones, who just came back to Dallas this week, couldn't make the play on that high throw in all kinds of traffic, and it's 3rd and 7.
Right, so I think he comes off the stick a little too soon. Take a look at Stoops here. He does a really nice job of reading the coverage and sits down open. You want to bang that right now. He does it, and the linebacker is flowing to that swing route. You want to throw that. He got off it far too quickly. And when we talked to head coach Rick Neuheisel, he said that's a lot of what he's struggling with. He's going through his reads far too fast, and that's why he threw interceptions multiple times against Louisville in the pass game.
3rd and 7. Louisville rushing 4. Reed steps up. Reed with a lane to run. That lane closes quickly, and he'll end up short of the first down. It looked for a moment, Deb, like he had a path to that first down yardage, and then all of a sudden, closing that out, he ends up out of bounds with a 2-yard gain.
Yeah, the team speed of Louisville on defense is really impressive. They are rallying as quickly as you can. Not only on that play, but the previous play. When Reed thinks that he can throw this swing, get it to him quick, there's a linebacker in the face of the pass catcher right away. This is a really nice job by this defense. We've talked about it ad nauseum. They have really turned over a new leaf, and now the offense is going to have to join the party today.
And Hall punts it away. From the 20-yard line, Lucky Jackson. He had one earlier returned for a touchdown, negated by a super challenge penalty. Nowhere close on this one. Stopped at the 27-yard line. 10-3 lead. Renegades in Louisville.
Protecting what you care about is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. That's why we have a plan to protect just about anything, like this car. And this awesome bike. The stuff in that apartment you're renting, it's protected. This golf cart, it's protected. Hey, don't worry, that phone's protected too. Protection for just about every part of life, no matter what kind of life you have. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate. Good boy.
We've been building chainsaws for over 100 years. Now that century of cutting comes in a mower. New blade, same bloodline. Right now, save $50 on select mowers. Steel.
Steve. John, they say with Lavazza, you'll become a maestro.
Yeah, maestro of coffee.
So it has nothing to do with music?
It does not.
Just coffee.
Coffee.
Shall I go again?
Please don't.
Enjoy the pleasure of a masterfully crafted coffee and feel like an Italian barista at home.
Just don't do it.
Discover Lavazza blends now.
I need that one. That is my G flat.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. Or Glide Step wide fit, hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
Today's game is sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands.
I'd like to give a Memorial Day shout-out to our servicemen and women for the outstanding job that they do.
You know, Memorial Day, we celebrate it, we get a day off, but we should also be very mindful, pay tribute, and remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice so that we can enjoy things like spring football.
Well, we wish you a meaningful Memorial Day as we honor and remember the brave heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. A 10-3 lead for Dallas on this Memorial Day weekend. Louisville and Dallas, week 9 of the UFL. Louisville wins twice. They know they're in the postseason. Dallas needs a win to stay alive for playoff berth. To the sideline goes Rogers, where Isaiah Winstead makes the catch, and he's tossed out of bounds after a short gain.
So Louisville has found success on the ground, right? They've run the ball really well today. And it's forcing the Dallas defense to bring those safeties down low in the box, right? So I think this is a real opportunity for Chandler Rogers to really pick this defense apart. They're playing a cover 4 where each defensive back is going to have a fourth of the field. But in cover 4, these guys start to creep down into the box. And if they do that, you can throw the ball over their heads.
2nd and 6. They'll check it short. And the catch made by Ian Wheeler, who's able to spin off contact and get the first down out near the 42. What is it about the Renegades jerseys that gets Wheeler going?
Yeah, so they do a nice job here of recognizing, okay, they come out of that cover 4, they drop those safeties back, and Rogers just finds his check down. And when you get the ball to Wheeler, good things can happen on a check down.
Now going up top on first down, drops it into Tariq Black. What a beautiful pitch and catch, and Black runs under it at the Dallas 25.
Hey, red ball 4. Red ball 4, TJ. Red ball 4.
Right, you see this slow safety is going to allow Black to go one-on-one down the field. Wade comes up, the safety can't get over the top, and a perfectly placed football by Chandler Rogers.
Spotted at the 27th, first down and 10. Rogers looking for 6 to the end zone, and it's batted away. Outstanding defensive play by Sean Wade, who was able to swat it to the turf, and it's 2nd and 10.
This is a really well-designed play. They're in that coverage that I talked about, cover 4, where the safeties are low. However, if you're Winstead, you've got to get further down the field to get the attention so he can't fall off on the outside post. That's bad structure by wide receiver number 11, Isaiah Winstead, who has made a ton of plays for this offense. But on that play, he allowed for a safety to get back involved.
On 2nd and 10 from the pistol. That handoff is to Wheeler, and Wheeler pushing the pile to the 24. Now a big 3rd down coming up for Louisville, down 10-3 midway through this 2nd quarter.
I drop 43.
Hey, on the right, on the right.
The jump.
Let's go, Liz.
Okay.
Below alert Scorpion on the white, ready.
Get that bitch and I'll get arrested.
3 yards, you're going for it.
Hey.
Heard that little tidbit at the end. If it's inside 3 yards, they're going for it.
It's a good note for Chandler Rogers, so he knows he doesn't have to get all 6 of these yards.
Here we go, Sabu. Ball start,
Now, we've got a little bit of a stoppage.
Hey.
Which number?
And yardage going to cost Louisville.
False start. Offense, number 84. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Zach Davidson moving early, and now 3rd and 11.
Let's go.
Man, Kevin, that was super close. It didn't look like he moved before the ball moved. It looked like he moved simultaneously, but they get him for the false start.
What? Lenny, what is that? Wide flag, B4 Dago already.
There he is right there on the end line of scrimmage.
Let's go.
Maybe a tick too quick.
Blue out of the eye. Blue out of the eye.
So back it up to the 29. Here's Rogers, 3rd and long. Throws open at the 10, inside the 5 and down to the goal line, and in for the touchdown is Caden Prager. On 3rd and long, the Kings cash in, and they're within 1. Now they may be saying he is short of the goal line.
I mean, just great poise. Touchdown or not, great poise by the quarterback. And you can see Prather here is trying to get to the end zone. He's
After video review, the runner was short.
That elbow's down just shy of the goal line.
The touchdown. The ball will be placed at the 1-yard line, will be 1st down.
And for people watching at home, obviously it's not his elbow. However, the ball is in line with his elbow and his frame. If his elbow's down, it's right over. But how about the poise in the pocket, climbing into the fight like I always talk about, and driving that dig route to make sure Prather has a chance.
So no touchdown from the 1. 1st and goal for Louisville. Now remember, Louisville was inside the 5 on a previous drive, and James Robinson fumbled it away. So this is no gimme, despite the fact it's at the 1.
I know. Right hands. I just don't. We're good. I mean, we thank you.
Hey, Prather, we're trying to see you, buddy.
Yeah, you can't see him. He's covered by that towel.
Yeah, he's like, listen, I didn't score. I don't deserve the camera time.
6-month-olds watching across the country have no idea where he went. First and goal. The handoff is to Wheeler, chugging for the goal line. Helmets are off, and he's short of a touchdown.
Kevin, to me, it looks like they're ignoring Rodgers, right? It looks like they are not worried about him as a threat, as a runner, and he's a good runner. So he has an opportunity. Maybe they go quarterback sneak here.
Rodgers bouncing and jumps inside and a touchdown. Looked like he was picking his way through traffic at Grand Central Station, and he weaves it for 6.
You gotta respect the legs of Chandler Rodgers. He doesn't use them often. He only uses them when he has to, and that's a great job on the quarterback seat. Not a very big guy, right? So he's not gonna just power his way through, but he finds a way to sit like a great running back and gets into the end zone. So impressive
ground on for the extra point. Oh, it is.
Just whatever needs to be done, it seems like he finds a way to get it done. That in a normal world, that quarterback sneak is stuffed, but he will not be denied.
And this game is all tied up. Chandler Rodgers.
First you play quarterback in the pocket, you drive that ball on the chest of Prather. You can't get in, but he says, hey, you know what? I'll take it. Puts it in the end zone and ties the game up.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time. That's why we hand batter every chicken finger, mix every cane sauce, butter every Texas toast, stir every slaw, salt every fry, squeeze every lemon, and brew every ounce. We do this inside every Raising Cane's, every day. Because when you do it right, you can taste it in every bite. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
I'm a different kind of threat. You can't call the cops on me. I don't even have to break in. I'm invited.
Bubble your insurance with Liberty, Biberty, and save hundreds.
Cut. It's bundle your insurance with Liberty Mutual and save hundreds.
These are fun.
I know they are, but let's focus. Let's go again.
Are they in my hair? Stubble and shave.
It's not it.
Bumble and save.
Bundle with an N.
Crumble and save.
Who gave them crackers?
Cuddle and wave.
You know, that's close enough.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
With Chewy, pets get their care taken care of. With everything to be their healthiest, happiest selves. Quality meds, supplements, and nutrition at great prices. For help with health, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
Gain scent boosters keep Amaya smelling great, even on the longest days.
Ooh, smells like sunshine. Is it such a scissors?
Long-lasting scent for long-lasting days.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Chandler Rodgers has had a smile on his face for several weeks now. He's fired up again today as his Louisville Kings are even again with the Dallas Renegades. 10-10, second quarter, 5:44 remaining in this first half with Devin Gardner, with Jake Butt, Mike Pereira in our Rules Center. I'm Kevin Kugler. Good to have you with us this afternoon on Fox. Week 9 of the UFL season wrapping up today. And then week 10 begins, and there's so much that could potentially be at stake for Louisville. A win today, and they are guaranteed a chance to get to the playoffs if they win next week. They win twice, they're in. Dallas has to win today to keep their season alive and a potential postseason berth. So Groove on the sideline, and that one closing on Keegan Jones as he gets across the 30. We check in with Jake Butt.
Well, Chandler, that was a huge drive, a great drive. It started with the pass to Tariq Black down the sideline, ended with you dancing into the end zone. Take me through what you're seeing out there and what's working.
Just right now, we ran the ball great, so we're going to get in our passing game. They're playing a lot of quarters and 2x2 sets. This is what they typically do, so I'm really expecting that. And, you know, go palms coverage, so just anywhere, outbreakers in the vertical outside, just picking on that corner because the safety's not going to be able to make the play. So I just want to hit to Tariq and just trusting my guys. I mean, we had the best receiver corner in the league.
We talked this week. I mean, you've been a different guy, and this Louisville team has been a different team since that hit against DC. You guys control your own destiny to get to the playoffs. What's the mindset of this team coming off that hit against DC?
Yeah, this is a playoff game right now. We started that when we were at DC. We were like, hey, there's a defending chance. We're in their territory. This is what a playoff game like. So we know we control our own destiny. We just want to take it one play at a time, one game at a time.
Awesome. Thank you, Jen.
What a good feeling, though, to go from the rough start that the Kings had to, in week 9, Devin, being able to be in the driver's seat for a chance to go to the playoffs. You know, if you win today, you win next week against Columbus, you're going to the postseason.
Yeah, that's all the team can ask for, especially when you start the way they started. The opportunity to control your own destiny.
Turbo shot! Second and 10. The handoff to Lindgard into the secondary and a first down. Both teams have run the ball effectively at times in this first half, and a good burst from Lorenzo Lindgard there.
Yeah, a person that would usually be in the middle, he's coming on the outside here, so it creates a big cavity in the middle of that defense, and he runs right through it and picks up a nice game.
On the turbo, right? Here we go, here we go. Hey, alert, 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 alert. Turbo shot!
10 to 49, and she's tripped up shy of midfield. Lindgard, a shoelace tackle. They kept him from the midfield strike.
Really nice job there on number 44.
Here we go.
Daniel
Here we go. Ocean right.
Daniel Griziak. He does a really nice job of sacrificing himself and making sure he gets that shoestring before Lindgard can get going.
Here we go.
Cincinnati Bearcat, so at Utah State and that. Second and 10. On top, incomplete. Listen in to Jamie Sharper.
Texas cover 8. Texas 8. Texas 8. Hey, people run. They try to run. All right, Texas cover 8. Texas.
Texas on the turbo, right? F jerk.
So officials timeout. Something snuck out onto the field from the sideline.
Yes. Hey, you're running a rail. A rail.
What? We're going to give you 10 seconds on the play clock. What? 10 seconds. That's fine.
Here we go, here we go. Here we go.
Third down and 10.
Wait, you have a rail.
If you get man-to-man coverage, you got an opportunity here for a natural pick on the rail.
Reed in some trouble. Flag is down. Reed on the run. He's got a first down if it stands, but this one might be coming back, Devin, with a hold.
Hold it. Offense, number 71. 10-yard penalty. Third down.
All right, let's switch this over. And we'll retitle this. No, I said watch.
And you know, I love Samantha, Braxton, Lennox, Kurt,
There we go.
I can't even imagine what they're going through right now.
Screen it.
For me, it's very important to let people know the kind of person that he was, because on the racetrack, when he was on the helmet with the helmet on, he was one kind of driver, but behind closed doors, he was a completely different person. And not many people out there actually knew the Kyle that we got to know.
Thank you all for painting that picture. He believed in each of you. He loved each of you. And I know you have a job to go do. So thank you guys for spending the time and make him proud tonight. He'll be riding with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
We appreciate you all so much. Let's send it down now to Marty Snyder.
Danielle, fantastic stuff for the drivers. You know, when it came to interviewing Kyle Busch, it was always an adventure, especially when he finished second. Anticipation when he had to interview a runner-up Kyle Busch. As he once told me, dude, I'd rather finish ninth than finish second. Kyle never turned off the emotion at the checkered flag, but that passion and that relentless drive to win is what makes Kyle Busch great, and honestly, what makes NASCAR racing great. Unlike other sports, there's no 15-minute cooling off period for drivers when they don't win. In NASCAR, you see every emotion, the highs and the heartbreak. It all unfolds live right in front of you. These moments are what make Kyle Busch such a polarizing figure. As a race fan, you either love that tenacious drive to win or you hated it. But either way, you certainly had an opinion. And no matter what you thought, Kyle didn't mind. I asked him in that Bristol interview with about 100,000 people booing him, does that bother you? He said, live on TV, not at all, as long as they're making noise. At his core, Danielle, Kyle Busch, like Steve O'Donnell said, was unapologetically himself. And everyone who loves NASCAR racing is better for it.
Said so well, Marty. Thank you. Kyle grew up in Las Vegas, and from his earliest moments behind the wheel, it was clear that Rowdy was something special.
The winningest driver of the decade, and now he is joining elite company. Kyle Busch is going to win his second Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series championship.
In 2001, Kurt Busch said, "You think I'm a pretty good race car driver? Wait until you see my brother." He was right. Kyle was born into racing. He drove go-karts before he could reach the pedals. His dad working the gas as Kyle sped around a homemade course. By 10 years old, he was the crew chief for Kurt's team. And at 13, his own racing career began. 65 wins and 2 titles in Legends cars at the Las Vegas Bull Ring.
We got it done, and we got it done fast.
Then late models. And his truck debut at 16, where he finished 9th for Roush Racing. About the only thing that could stop him was a rule change that raised the minimum age in trucks to 18. And then, 23 years ago this weekend, he made his O'Reilly Auto Parts Series debut at Charlotte, finishing 2nd. It wasn't long before he went from Kurt's little brother Shrub to Rowdy, and man, did it fit. A generational talent with swagger for days, and that signature bow that his fans loved and his critics hated. Skilled, fierce, and competitive as hell. There was some hard racing and some hard feelings.
There goes his car.
But beneath it all, he had a simple approach. You win in order to go race again next weekend. And boy, did he win. More than anyone else, ever. 63 Cup Series victories, 102 O'Reilly Auto Parts Series wins, 69 Craftsman Truck Series wins, and a record 19 straight Cup seasons visiting Victory Lane. 4 crown jewels, including the 2018 Coca-Cola 600, and of course, 2 Cup Series titles. Along the way, as he evolved, the boos gave way to cheers, and rivalries, they became friendships. Some time ago, Kyle was asked how he wanted to be thought of when he retired. His answer, "The first thing they'll remember me by are my on-track success." And then he added, "The second thing would be how I grew up in the limelight." I started this when I was 18 years old, and now I'm 26, and when I retire, I'll be 40. And they'll see the whole transition of my life, how I made it through, and it was all under the skeptic's eye. Certainly, I know I wasn't the best coming in, and I'm not now, but we'll see how it turns out when I'm 40. It turned out to be legendary. I will always remember him as the guy who hated to lose.
Okay, I'm back now.
More races across the top 3 NASCAR series than any driver in history, with win number 234 coming in the Truck Series just last weekend at Dover.
Why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
Because you never know when the last one is.
It seems so unfair that Kyle's next chapter was taken from all of us as fans, and for Kyle himself, passing away at just.
I'm gonna eat, so I'm gonna mute up, let you guys listen to this, and then we can. I'll discuss KB and that. We can do more of that.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps: stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa Know-How.
Jack Links presents There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Links Duos.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit! Hamlin is out of it!
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell has taken the lead. What a finish! He's done it again! Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
Welcome back here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Kyle and his family have been in everyone's hearts all weekend long. When I entered the garage Saturday morning, it was eerily silent, somber, and each driver and every team member paying their own silent tribute to their hero, wearing 8 gear for Kyle Busch. For more, let's send it to Kim Kuhn.
Well, Danielle, when I joined NASCAR, I was immediately made witness to the titan that Kyle Busch is in this sport. My very first solo victory lane as Miss Sprint Cup happened to be Spring Bristol 2011. I had no idea what to expect. Kyle swept the weekend like he did multiple times at that racetrack. It rained M&Ms, and it was clear that Kyle set the standard. And then as I think about covering Kyle on the broadcast side, at times, Kyle could be a hard interview, but in a way that challenged me to be better at my job. I had to be creative in how I asked questions. I had to be super smart with the questions I asked him because he is so sharp. He kept everyone on their feet that had a microphone. And Danielle, I think you can agree that Kyle had some of the most memorable interviews over the years that we've gotten from drivers.
Yeah, Kim, I think we've all been watching some of those clips on the internet over the course of the last few days. Some bring a tear, some bring a smile. Coach, you had a range of emotions being with Kyle Busch as your driver at Joe Gibbs Racing for 15 years, and only over 50% of Kyle's 234 wins came with you. I have to be honest, since Thursday, Coach, I've thought about you and your wife, Pat, a lot, and just praying for your family after such a significant loss.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, when you think about Kyle's life, how do you capture somebody's life, particularly a guy that's bigger than life? And so I thought Adam, his crew chief, had the best description. Kyle was like a NASCAR locomotive. Get on board. He's going to take you to some great places. Don't get in front of him, but he may go over the top of you. So honestly, though, the end game for us, in life is, for me, is heaven. I know that's where my two boys are. I'm so excited about the fact I know where they are, and I get to spend eternity with them. I'm excited about that for sure.
I wanted to ask you about mentorship. It's something that you've been incredible at your entire life. You've affected so many people, and I know that you had a big effect on Kyle, and also he had a huge effect on you. The person he was when he came to Joe Gibbs Racing versus the person he became. Tell us about that process and how y'all worked together.
Yeah, actually, him being a free agent, it was an exciting time for us, and I think for him too. But when we convinced him to come with us, I just can remember that first year. Think about this. So he's coming over to us. Toyota's our first year. Mars is first year with us. The guy won 8 races. It was like, it was just fantastic. And the thing about Kyle, which I think for a lot of people I like to say, there was a great side of him where he was funny. He had a great sense of humor, really bright. We do at Christmas some crazy skits. He was number one wanting to do this crazy skits. He put a rubber glove over the top of his head. My favorite skit was he was going to do mentoring to our young guys on anger management.
Oh, gosh. The irony.
Let me say this. He was all in on stuff like that. And I'll say the other part of that. You know how hard it is to have a sponsor, keep a sponsor, the relationships he had there, and just to watch him and all the different parts of his life. When he got hurt that time, I admired him so much, because when you get hurt like that, compound fracture your leg, tore up your left foot. I went over to his house the day after surgeries. He's already doing chin-ups on the bar, and he goes like this. He goes, "Look at my foot," and he was wiggling his toes. And I went, "Are you supposed to do that?" And he goes, "No, they told me not to do that." I said, "Quit doing that." That man came back in 11 weeks, won 5 races, a championship. That takes a lot to be able to do that. So there's so many things you can't capture Kyle Busch in a short moment or a conversation like this. But hopefully, over these last couple of days, there's been a lot of great stories. And so I just appreciate what we got to share with him. And now our focus is on Sam, the kids, Kurt, and the future. We're going to be there in the future for him.
Absolutely. And I know that's a commitment from you and everyone at Joe Gibbs Racing to foster that relationship with Kyle's family in the future. Coach, I know this is a difficult time and you have to compete tonight. Thank you so much for joining us.
You bet. Thank you.
The legendary Coach Gibbs. For more, let's send it down to Trevor Bain.
Yeah, guys, very early in my career, I was an 18-year-old kid showing up to my first O'Reilly's race at Nashville Superspeedway. Went out to qualify. I was top of the board, feeling like the man. Well, here comes a helicopter right over turn 4. Coming from Pocono, Kyle Busch is on that helicopter. Had no practice in that Joe Gibbs machine that he was showing up to drive. Gets in behind the wheel, goes out and puts it on the pole, knocks me down to second. So I found out really quick just how good, I called him at the time Superman, but Rowdy Busch was going to be. I can't tell you how many times I just went to the office after the races to sit there and study video to see how this man did his tire prep, the way he fired off on restarts. We've heard all week about the mentorship that he's given drivers, but I can tell you every one of the drivers on this starting grid has had to spend a lot of time studying thanks to Kyle Busch. We're going to miss him, and we're thankful for all the time that we got to spend with him.
Very well said, Trevor. Thank you. Our hearts are broken over a life cut so short. A legend, a larger-than-life personality that helped shape NASCAR into what it is today. We all gather together and race in Kyle's honor tonight as part of Rowdy Nation.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with Safe Light, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want. I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Watch this.
And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN too. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this.
The WNBA is on Prime, Thursday night. It's a star-studded doubleheader. It all starts with Asia Wilson and the Las Vegas Aces.
Fires in.
Taking on Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings. Then it's Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever.
Makes it rain.
Facing Kayla Thornton and the Golden State Valkyries.
Welcome to the party.
Aces wins, followed by Fever, Valkyries. Thursday starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's on Prime.
Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, as we get closer to racing, a look at driver number 24, William Byron, for Hendrick Motorsports. Another driver looking for a win this evening. It would be his second Coke 600. Kyle's former teammate Christopher Bell, drivers being introduced here at Charlotte moments ago. For more, let's send it down to Kim Kuhn.
Well, Danielle, Kyle's reach across the industry is so widespread, and some teams feeling the loss a little extra hard, including the 24 team of William Byron. William driving for KBM, winning multiple races for Kyle. But Byron's road mechanic, Tyler Kuiper, had also been a mechanic and tire specialist for KBM and directly for the Busch family. And then Rudy Fugel, who cut his teeth at KBM, crew chiefing for 8 seasons at KBM, winning 2 drivers' championships and even more owners' championships. And they all had on their KBM gear yesterday. As you see, the emotion was visible. You could feel it. Kyle wasn't just an owner and a teammate to them. He was a friend.
Well, when the news came out, a lot of people thought about this guy, Adam Stevens, who is Kyle Busch's longtime crew chief. I want to know, how are you doing? How's your heart doing? And where's your mind been since the news on Thursday?
I'm doing okay. You know, it's been a rough week for a lot of people. It's been really nice to get to the racetrack and all the fellowship in the garage and you know, going both ways and sharing memories with everyone, teammates from years ago and current teammates and guys that have had the pleasure to work with them and know what that experience is truly like. And, you know, a lot of hugs and a lot of tears, but it's been good to get back to the track.
I think it's fair to say he challenged you. How did he make you better, though, as a crew chief?
In so many ways, you know. I don't think we have enough time to get into them all, but Kyle Busch, he's great. And his greatness can't be contained. And he wants to win. And his will to win can't be contained. And I think we've seen that over and over again through the years. And if you've had the pleasure of working with him, it comes with a great responsibility. But when he knows that you have his back, you're along for the ride. And it's like a freight train going down the tracks, and you can't stop it. And he's going to take you with him. And there's so many people in this garage, and myself included, that owe a large portion of their success and their career to Kyle Busch. And I'm certainly fortunate to be included in that group.
28 wins together, 2 championships, and a lot of life lived for Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens.
Indeed, Marty, thank you. Another beautiful tribute done by the racetrack here. Kyle's number being honored in the infield. Richard Childress Racing announced they will now use the number 33 on that Cup car going forward, saying the number 8 is now reserved for Kyle's son Brexton when he is ready to go NASCAR racing. For more, let's send it upstairs to Adam Alexander and NASCAR's Mike Helton.
Thank you so much, Danielle and Mike. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you leading us through so many difficult times over the years. And when it comes to Kyle Busch, what is NASCAR's message to Rowdy Nation, all of his fans?
That we've hurt along with everyone that misses Kyle so quickly and never had a chance maybe to say goodbye or the things we'd like to say. But I think it's very appropriate in Charlotte this weekend that all 3 of our national series are here, and each one of them, as they unfold, can pay tribute to a guy that was great influence at each level. And that speaks loudly, I think, about Kyle and his contribution to our sport. For us to be able in his home, their home, to say thank you, and we're going to hear stories the rest of the weekend and probably for the rest of our lifetime about Kyle Busch that will help us understand Kyle better, and that helps the healing process. But Kyle will go down in history as one of the greatest influencers in our sport.
One of the many things I've always respected about you, Mike, is your activity in the garage and the relationships you've always developed with the competitors. With that, what will you miss most about Kyle?
It's been mentioned a lot this morning about how he would challenge himself, but he also challenged other people. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of stories about Kyle in my moments, but I always had great respect for him. But he would challenge things and make the sport better. He made himself better doing the same thing. And I give Samantha a lot of credit for the Kyle that we've known in the last several years as a husband and a father. Early on, and I've said many times that the character of NASCAR is made up by the characters in it, and Kyle was one of the bigger characters.
No doubt about that. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your perspective and the leadership you always provide.
Thank you, Adam.
Danielle, NASCAR's Mike Helton.
Beautiful words there, Adam, from Mike, putting a lot of things in perspective. You know, the word influencer gets thrown around a lot with this younger generation, but I like how Mike says Kyle Busch was truly an influencer. This next guest needs no introduction. Another NASCAR great, Denny Hamlin, was teammates with Kyle Busch for 15 years, 523 Cup races together, the most starts for any teammate combination in NASCAR history. Denny, I'm so sorry for your loss. If you could take us behind the scenes, what it was like all those years away from the cameras with Kyle as your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you got a great asset in Carl here that also was teammates with him and learned a lot from him, right? I mean,
oh my gosh,
yeah, the gold standard in speed. Anytime you had rough weekend, maybe your car wasn't right, first thing I would say was, what did Kyle have? Because he just was the person that you knew was going to bring it every single week. He was able to put his car in places that you didn't think he was going to come out of, and he came out on top. And so he just raised the game. He really pushed me to be better. And, when I came into the sport, the short tracks was really my forte. And it was something that, it was my strength. Coming, from the short tracks of Virginia, I had never run on 1.5 mile, 2 mile racetracks. And Kyle was exceptional, the best at it. And so, while it's the bulk of our schedule now, I know that the speed we show today is largely in part because of the feel that Kyle Busch taught me on what a race-winning car feels like on a track like this.
And Denny, along with that teammate driving you and teaching you, it was real easy to get on the wrong side of Kyle Busch. And I heard you talking about your last conversation that you had with him, that time at Dover. I just wonder if you could talk to us about how special that was.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unexpected. I didn't know I was doing the appearance with him until it actually happened. But it was a good opportunity for us to just cut it up again, right? I've come off of being on my podcast saying, maybe this, maybe that. And like Kyle Busch, he takes it personally, as he should, and says, see, I can still get it done. And I said, I'm proud of you. So, it's just an unbelievable talent. Our sport, he was the generational talent of my era. Yeah. When I came in, it was, you had the Tony Stewart's retiring, Jeff Gordon's, and then it was Jimmy. But Kyle was the one throughout the entire time that was dominant. So he was the gold standard as far as talent was concerned.
You and him both sort of had an evolution that was really similar in terms of fatherhood and just maturity. You knew him, as you mentioned, Carl, as well as teammates, but you also knew the man he was. Talk about that a little bit and how much you saw him change and evolve.
I thought early on when I got to know Kyle, I'm like, man, that guy is really selfish. But I realized is that he's a lot younger than I was. And the minute he met Samantha, started a family, I realized he is one of the best dads. He is committed to his kids. And I just saw a change in him. I really did. I saw a change personally in how he treated people. I think the perspective of his kids, it softened the peaks and the valleys of his, he wasn't riding or dying by his finish on any given weekend. Those kids brought Kyle into a more level place. And so we all have experienced that, and we know it firsthand. They told us about it, yeah. But none of us knew the impact until we all had our first kids.
Very well said, Denny. I know this is difficult, so thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and we wish you the best of luck tonight. While we remember Kyle Busch, Memorial Day weekend is also a time to honor the men and women who have died in service to our nation. Now in its 8th year, Mission 600 pairs NASCAR drivers with U.S. military bases around the country to experience a day in the life of the men and women in the armed forces. This community and military outreach initiative was created through a collaboration between Charlotte Motor Speedway and Coca-Cola. This year, Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon, Daniel Suarez, and the Watermelon Man, the defending winner of the Coke 600, Ross Chastain, connecting with service members of all 6 branches of our military, serving as a patriotic pre-race salute leading into the Coca-Cola 600. Each car running today carries the name of a fallen service member on its windshield. Driving in place of Kyle, Austin Hill and the number 33 RCR Chevrolet will carry the name of Matthew Donald Burns, who served with distinction as a special warfare operator first class with SEAL Team 5. There's a special bond between NASCAR and the military, and it's never been more evident than this weekend. Carl tells us more.
20 years behind the wheel.
We won the Coca-Cola 600.
Every race weekend surrounded by men and women who serve. These are the words of one of those men, my dear friend, U.S. Army Sergeant Joe Sepulveda. What is the meaning behind Memorial Day? It wasn't until I went to war that I truly understood. It's not a day off. It's not meant to celebrate the living. It is a sacred day, established and reserved to honor the brave men and women who have sacrificed their lives in service to our country. A folded flag, an empty chair once filled, a name you trace with your fingertip and carry with you forever. That's what today feels like. Respect, gratitude, and a quiet so loud it shakes you. As the engines fire and 600 miles of thunder begin, you'll hear that silence. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of every soul we've lost. Hold it. Feel it. Let it remind you that someone is willing to fight and die for your right to be free. To the fallen, I salute you. To the families still carrying that weight, I wish you peace. We remember, today, Memorial Day, every day.
Beautifully done, Carl. Thank you so much. Christopher Bell and the 20 team are honoring U.S. Army Chief Warrant Officer II Nicholas P. DeMona II and his son, U.S. Army Specialist Nicholas P. DeMona III, both of whom died in service.
The Burger King value menu lets you make the rules.
I decide how I keep it cool. Brain freeze.
From chicken fries to the Whopper Jr., build your $5 duo or $7 trio, now featuring Freezy Kings.
Over 250 years ago, we didn't like the taxes, so we dumped the tea. Now with the Ram Declaration of Deals, we're pledging our allegiance to the American people. 0% financing for 60 months on select 2026 models, or we'll cover your sales tax, plus no monthly payments for 90 days, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Nothing stops Ram.
Or purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
Jack Links presents There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Links Duos.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes. You are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan rewards.
Welcome back to Charlotte, where Mother Nature played with us a bit over the weekend, but we got the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race in last night. Ross Chastain won, and you see the 34 team of Lane Riggs this morning in the Craftsman Truck Series race with the battle, honoring the legend, Kyle Busch. In Indy earlier today, Kyle Busch was remembered during the 18th lap at the track, where he had so much success. 2 Brickyard 400s and 8 years ago here winning the Coke 600.
Kyle Busch grew up dreaming of racing in NASCAR, dreaming of calling Charlotte home and winning right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Coming around to lead his 307
One of the best Coke 600 performances of all time. Kyle called that win a dream come true. The pre-race festivities continuing live here at Charlotte. Black Hawk helicopters in the infield, and Catherine Legg's helicopter landing just moments ago, arriving from the Indianapolis 500. The first woman attempting the double. Crashed out early at Indianapolis. Will not be able to complete all 1,100 miles. We know how difficult that is, but is preparing to at least run the 600 miles here in the 78 Live Fast Chevrolet tonight in the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600. It is NASCAR's longest race. Kyle Busch still on everyone's mind. And as we talk about the track, this is where we come to heal after such a difficult loss. And Carl, I'd like to think that your former teammate wouldn't want it any other way.
I think we owe another thank you to everyone who's come up here and honored Kyle. And we're going to honor Kyle for years to come, for generations. But I know Kyle well enough to know that he is up there looking down saying, come on, guys, let's get on with this race. And what a race it is. It is a crown jewel. It's difficult. It's going to serve us up so much entertainment, so much passion out of every one of these drivers and competitors. I think we've got a lot to look forward to tonight.
Danielle, if racing heals, we have a lot of healing in front of us because it's 600 miles. It really is the true test of where you stack up as a team because you have to be perfect all night long. You have to be perfect on pit road. Your restarts have to be on point. And, Carl, that communication between your crew chief and the driver to keep that car ahead of the adjustments all night to be in position to win like you did 11 years ago.
Well, and thankfully up there alongside Adam Alexander, we've got a crew chief in Letard and a driver in Dale Jr. that can tell us all about it. What you're going to see tonight, I believe, is what you've seen a lot of times in the Coke 600. The first 50, 100 laps is not going to be indicative of the end of the race. Things are going to happen. They're going to develop. I can't tell you how many times I was driving into the sunset here, running up front thinking, oh, I got this thing in the bag. Not the way this Coke 600 is going to end. A lot's going to happen between the start and the end in every stage.
Well, we talk about tests of a team. I feel like a team that really needs a shot in the arm is a 19 team. Those guys have the opportunity here to get a lot of points. But also, we talked about the rookies, Carl. Those guys could have a big day as well.
But whoever does have that big day, it's going to really forecast their strength in this championship. We come back to Charlotte again. It's a mile and a half. We end on a mile and a half this year. So everyone's really taking the temperature of the championship contenders here tonight.
We watched practice. We heard all the drivers complain how edgy these cars are. You have to stay mentally locked in, Carl, for 600 miles while you're dancing on razor blades.
So before we change the focus, you're talking about the race. Obviously, they're starting to do that too. Let me speak. And the first thing I will say is Friday felt a lot like February 19th, 2001. And hell, I'll even go as far as to say it felt like September 12th, 2001 as well. You know, as somebody who lived through both events. Just that trying to process everything that happened. And I'll say this. Kyle Busch, I've heard it said, and trust me, I've seen the posts, I've seen the statements from drivers, I was listening to the Sirius station after it happened Thursday night, and even on Friday on my way to work and way from work. Kyle Busch was first and foremost, he was always a racer. You put him in whatever you put him in, he was going to drive it to the best of his ability and get you the best result possible. He hated second place. He'd rather finish 17th than finish second. He hated second place. But I remember, you know, I was obviously, I consider myself a fan of Kurt's. When Kurt won the title in 2005, and I was like, or 2004, and when I heard that his little brother was coming up, I was like, oh, that'd be interesting to watch. And I had no idea what I would experience, and man, that Kyle Busch was a wheelman. I mean, you go to any, you look up any NASCAR save compilation, And I guarantee you a good half, if not most of the clips of those videos are of Kyle Busch saving a goddamn race car. Bro could wheel a race car. And nobody, I don't think I've ever seen anybody with that kind of talent. And what he was able to do is just unreal.
Welcome to NASCAR Live from
And I got a couple of memories that a lot of stuff I shared, and some of the stuff I even shared in my Discord, but
moments ago.
Aw.
Members of Kyle Busch's family entering Charlotte Motor Speedway from left to right on your screen. His father, Tom.
that's his parents, Kurt, and
Older brother
I mean,
and NASCAR
Kurt's
Hall of
wife.
Famer Kurt Busch and his girlfriend Lyda. On hand for the
Or
festivities tonight.
significant other, I should say.
I can't explain why this is so special to me. Tom and Gay and Kurt have given so much to this sport.
But to know that his parents and Kurt are there.
Makes sense to a lot of people, but I could feel it earlier.
Oh, that.
How they're going to sit at home. For
Yeah,
it's such a show of strength. Braxton, Lennox, when you watch this 20 years from now, just remember who the Busch family is.
That's a hard one right there.
The Busch family is fearless and brave. This is amazing.
I mean, Carl, I see the tears in your eyes. I got the love in my throat myself just by watching that image there.
To see
Look
that-
at everybody standing behind them. I mean, that is, we have the Bushes back. This is the community in which we love. We have a mutual respect for all of our competitors, and we lost a tremendous one.
Anybody out there who feels alone, you ever feel alone, you're ever suffering, don't ever be alone. It's not where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be with your community, with your friends. With
Oh,
your
is
family.
that-
I'm so thankful the Busch family is out here tonight. This is beautiful.
There's Samantha and Braxton.
Live here as we see now Kyle's wife Samantha for the first time publicly since her husband's tragic passing on Thursday. Beside
There's
her,
RCR.
her son Braxton.
Damn.
A few weeks ago. Now let's turn it over to the public address announcer, Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NASCAR CEO Steve O'Donnell.
No one ever feels fully prepared to speak at a moment like this. And I think we can all agree that this was Kyle Busch's home. Every racetrack was Kyle Busch's home. He competed like he had something to prove every single race, when in reality, he'd already proven everything. What I think we'll miss most isn't the wins. It's the guy who quietly wanted to help a teammate or give some advice, who's the husband, the father, or the guy who quietly did things for others when no one was watching. And to the Busch family, Tom, Gay, Kurt, all the folks at RCR and JGR, we are certainly thinking about you. Samantha, I want you to know that this sport stands with you, and that you and your children are NASCAR family forever. And Braxton and Lennox, your dad loved you with all his heart. Everyone gathered here, everyone behind you, everybody watching on TV, and all those people up in that grandstand are your family, and we've got you. Kyle Busch is NASCAR. He was one of a kind, and there will never be another. And I'd ask everybody now to join us in a moment of silence for Kyle.
This year, our nation celebrates 250 years of independence. However, we would not be a great nation if it was not for these brave men and women, which are husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, who fought for the cause of liberty and selflessly sacrificed all for the freedoms we have today. For there's no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends, as your son Jesus taught. Therefore, may we remember all the families who have lost a loved one in service to our nation. May we never forget the legacy that they represent. For NASCAR and the Busch family, I pray for your comfort and peace to be upon them as they grieve the sudden loss of Kyle Busch. For the Coca-Cola 600, I pray for the safety of the fans and each competing team, for the drivers and the crews to be fast and efficient, knowing only one can win this tough race. Thank you for giving us this weekend to remember and honor all the brave men and women serving and those who died for the freedoms we enjoy today. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Detail, up right, pace. Ready, and march. Ready, and march. Ready, and march. Detail, attention. Up left, pace. Present, arm.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the military Joint Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Chief Warrant Officer 2, Craig Morgan Greer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the barrel of the spire. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaked, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the brave and the home of the
I think there's no more appropriate thing I need to do right now. Just
Have it the way. Now playing in theaters. At Napa, we know how to keep undercar.
got to hold out of my headset so it doesn't come
That's
off.
why our
But
solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go.
yeah,
Stop
feels
seeing the issue
appropriate.
by checking systems before they become bigger problems.
Feels appropriate.
Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the pros, or to reach a recess?
The thing,
Some might say
and I address
is an unfair advantage. But I say
most of Kyle's fans that are in here that were, you know, Kyle fans from the beginning. He will not be forgotten. We'll make sure of that. He may be gone, but he will not be forgotten.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it. I need every man, woman, or whatever that is.
you may have the power, but you're too scared to use it.
I know how to use it.
Masters of the Universe, only theaters June 5th.
NASCAR Live from the Grid is brought to you by Burger King.
I found myself watching the other night
As we close in on the command
because of how much he was the restart king. The 2008 race at Chicagoland, when he schooled Johnson on that 2-lap shootout, and the 2017 All-Star race, and the restart, the $1 million restart, I guess you could almost call it.
This is as good as auto racing gets. 1 second separates the front of the 40
And honestly,
field from the rear.
I could probably think of no better race for us to go to
Nowadays, some are rich and famous,
after Thursday than
some are not.
the 600.
But they all remember well from whence they came. The cars, they're our cars.
So 2011, John.
Work, what we drive to play in. Hello, everyone. I'm Ken Squire at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And on this day, I can't think of any other place I'd rather be. And I'm glad you're with us.
There is no voice in this sport quite like Ken Squires, a true legend in his own right, calling so many Coca-Cola 600s. The man sitting beside me has run his fair share, as has Corey LaJoie. And Carl, you won this race in 2015. Is there any one key to ending the night tonight in Victory Lane?
I think in a way we're all going to be in victory lane tonight. As I watch Ken Squire and listen to his voice, I think this whole thing is made up of amazing memories. Thank you again to the Busch family for giving us permission, for being here, give us permission to go enjoy this, to make these memories, to live out this sport that is so special to all of us. And so who's going to be in victory lane? I think all of us need to take a moment and realize that we're all winning by being here and doing something we love. But to switch to racing, I think it's Denny Hamlin, a veteran, a person who knows how all of this works. We heard him sitting right here talking about the lessons he learned from Kyle through his career, and I think he applies them tonight.
I'm going to go
Yeah, Denny did win this race in 22.
He run third here last year. That 19 team needs a shot in the arm. Like I said, they have the opportunity to get more points than any other race tonight to get that 19 back in the championship hunt.
And now for the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600, let's head up to the booth and join Steve Letarte, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Adam Alexander.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Really looking forward to this amazing night. It's a crown jewel event, so where do your eyes go as you start to think about what's going to happen this evening, Dale?
Well, I know
know it's been exciting the last several years, one of the best races in the season, and this track is wide, it's very racy. They'll be all over this racetrack trying to find speed, and it's more challenging. The bumps down in turn 3 and 4 are giving the drivers fits. That was a problem last year. It'll be another problem tonight.
You mentioned the challenge for the drivers. Well, on top of the pit box, my job is twofold. I have to operate the game plan, make sure the pit crews, the engineer, the spotter, they know what we need to do for us, but my old buddy, the driver,
I'd like to see us get
him
done.
and I together. I'm the guy on the radio. I'm managing the ups, the downs, the challenges that Dale mentions. I'm going to have to help him through those, both physically by working on the race car.
We'll see what happens. You know, it's
We have his back. We're supporting him because it's a long night.
It is a very
long night. The daylight, the nighttime. Nighttime's the right time now.
He's had a lot of success here the last 3 races, second, third, second. He starts 31st. He's 12 10 points. They need a big night to be able to climb through the rankings.
I'm going with Carl Edwards here. I like the veteran Denny Hamlin. The 45-year-old has won 61 times, and later in his career, they all seem to be a mental approach. I think tonight is going to be just that, not just a physical challenge, but who has the right mindset when the lights are the brightest, whose car will be the best. I think DH in the 11's my pick.
He seems to just get better and better. Now we hear from our pit reporters. We lead things off with Trevor Bain. Hey, Trevor.
Hey guys, as we get ready for the 600 miles tonight, the question the drivers always get is, how do you pace this marathon? And let me tell you, it's by running 1.5 mile sprints at a time. You get to the end of the stage break after 100 of those and you catch your breath and get ready to do it again. The enemy of the drivers here today is complacency though. You cannot settle. When you're leading the race, the track's gonna change. You gotta stay on top of it. If you're behind, you still know the track's gonna change, so you've got some hope. You gotta stay after it all day. You're never out of the game with this long of a race, and it's not for the drivers only, right, Kim?
That's right, not just a marathon for the drivers, a long night ahead for the pit crews. With 600 miles, these guys have at least 7 pit stops ahead of them. And with each pit cycle, they run the risk, if you're a contender, of setting yourself back with a mistake. Everyone comes into this race wanting to light the night on fire. It's a crown jewel, but you have to remember to pace yourself. Another thing that can be extra challenging, Marty, these pit stalls are very short, and you can easily get blocked in.
Kim, it's hard to believe Kyle Larson hasn't won in over a year, but he's trying to end that streak tonight here. And talking to Cliff Daniels, they have one thing in their corner they haven't had the last 2 years. No Indy 500 this morning. He said that singular focus has helped us so much as a team. Danielle, 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus winless streak here in the Coke 600. Kyle Larson trying to become the 8th.
So many of us still thinking about Kyle Busch. He'll be riding with the entire field tonight as we race with heavy hearts here at Charlotte. And now let's go trackside for the command.
Please welcome USO Chief Executive Officer, Lieutenant General Retired Mike Lennington. He is joined today by the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom.
This Memorial Day, the USO and Coca-Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. On this 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600, I am honored to be here today with the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, the USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Coca-Cola 600 Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom. We are proud to stand here in remembrance of those we've lost and in gratitude for the people serving our great nation as members of the United States military. Please join the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom, in saying the most famous 4 words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engine!
Let's go racing.
Well done, gentlemen.
NASCAR's longest night.
Fired. You've been watching NASCAR live from the grid, presented by Burger King. We're going green, and NASCAR's longest night next.
I suddenly realized that I was no longer driving it conscious, and I was in a different dimension. Just going.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of.
Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day, powered by DoorDash.
The Burger King value menu lets you make the rules.
I decide how I keep it cool. Brain freeze.
From chicken fries to the Whopper Jr., build your $5 duo or $7 trio, now featuring Freezy Kings.
They'll tell you who you are.
What you can't do.
Where you don't belong.
But with the right people at your side, you write your own story.
You don't wait for success. You chase it. Sharper, tougher, faster, with every lap.
And when you give everything you've got, you don't just win. You inspire what comes next.
The engines roar. The crowd screams. And the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
There is plenty of emotion in the NASCAR community this weekend. On Thursday, we lost one of the all-time greats, Kyle Busch. Tonight, we honor his legacy. And on this Memorial Day weekend, we pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. We race, we remember. NASCAR on Prime welcomes you to the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600. As part of tonight's 600 miles of remembrance, each car in the field will carry the name of a fallen soldier on their windshield banner. And now we look at the Coca-Cola starting grid. Qualifying rained out here yesterday. Points leader Tyler Reddick starts on the pole next to Ty Gibbs. Row 2, the man that won a couple of weeks ago at Watkins Glen, Shane Van Gisbergen, next to Michael McDowell, making his 550th Cup Series start. Row 3, Chase Briscoe and Ryan Blaney, who won here in 2023. Row 4, two drivers from the Ford camp, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric. Austin Dillon got his first career victory in the 600 in 2017. He's in row 5 with A.J. Allmendinger. Denny Hamlin won this race in 2022. He sits alongside Ryan Preece in row 6. In row 7, Austin Hill driving the 33. That's the second entry for Richard Childress Racing. The 8 will not compete tonight. He's there with Daniel Suarez in the 7. Let's go trackside to Marty Snyder.
Adam, because of rain in the Charlotte area yesterday, qualifying was canceled, so the field was set by the Matrix, which means Tyler Reddick will start on the pole today. When I asked his crew chief, Billy Scott, the biggest advantage from that, he said, normally every week I would tell you the track position, but today I will tell you because of the #1 stall on pit road. He expects pit road to be very chaotic tonight with very tight pit windows and a lot of cars on pit road at the same time. That #1 pit stall could pay big advantages for Tyler Reddick.
Continuing the starting grid in row 8 at the Dollar Tree Toyota with John Hunter Nemechek and the Dawsonville, Georgia's own Chase Elliott. Back in row 9, a couple of favorites tonight to keep an eye on, Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson. Row 10, we have teammates Zane Smith and Todd Gilliland. Then Eric Jones and Cole Custer are going to share row 11. A lot of eyes will be on Carson Hocevar tonight, back in row 12 with the 23 of Bubba Wallace. And rookie sensation Connor Zilic and the veteran Brad Keselowski make up row 13. In row 14, last year's winner Ross Chastain with the Ford Noah Gragson.
We'll see what happens.
Chase Elliott has a lot of confidence coming into the game. Like how he's talking about practice. Alan Nelson told me that maybe Chase is getting a little critical of himself. He's done a great this race car.
Thank you, Trevor. Finishing out the starting grid in row 15, Alex Bowman out of Hendrick Motorsports will start alongside Riley Herbst for 2311. Row 16, William Byron looking for bounce back after a dominant performance last year that didn't quite end up in victory lane. He'll start next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Row 17, Joey Logano and Josh Berry both behind the wheel of the Ford. Row 18, Ty Dillon out of Welcome, North Carolina will start next to Timmy Hill. Back in row 19, completing the second leg of the double, Catherine Legg, who was in the Indy 500 earlier. She'll start next to Cody Ware. And rounding out the field in row 20, the 23-year-old Corey Hunt.
All the stages and led those to the fourth place before finishing second, but it's going to be an uphill battle for the 24 to have that kind of night. He started 31st after qualifying was canceled, like Marty mentioned. Crew chief Rudy Bugle telling me it's going to be hard to pass that many cars to even earn points in stage one. Also, Rudy adding it's been really hard to get the car where they want it this season overall with the new body, but they do feel like they are making small gains in the right direction.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Kim. Great night for racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's get a little weather update, maybe our track facts before we go green, Steve.
We talk a lot about 600 miles and what does that look like? Well, as Kim just pointed out, that extra stage, 4 equal stages tonight of 100 laps each will equal the 600 miles of racing. Pit window 65 to 70, so they will need a pit stop at every stage to make it on fuel. Pit road 45 miles per hour, and normally weather from day to night. That's the famous line. That's what this race is always about. I thought it was going to be an overcast day, but I'll tell you, the clouds have broke. The sun has come out. 70 degrees right now, not a lot of wind, but how much will the track change? The magic to this race is when the lights come on. You have to be great at the finish. Can you continually adapt as the weather changes?
I don't know another racetrack that changes as much as Charlotte does.
No.
The way the sun sets and the grip goes up. The surface cools down, the cars get freer. It's going to be tough for crew chiefs to stay ahead of the changing of the racetrack and the balance on the cars.
45 minutes of practice yesterday, but it was cool. It's kind of damp. So what did you learn? You could easily dial yourself out of the game if you weren't careful. A whole lot to manage for all these teams here tonight.
We saw lap times in practice faster than qualifying a year ago. Some of that is team gains every
2 stats that should be notable coming into today.
Ty Gibbs' machine as we come down.
The first race,
Monster Energy on board.
probably since the
kind of verify
early mid-70s that no Busch or Earnhardt at the field. But the other one I heard on the radio actually when I went to go get my food. The first time that there isn't a multiple-time 600 winner in the field.
The segment times of all these teams as they go down pit road, and they'll be able to see their car, where their car is speeding, where they might need to adjust the lights, tell the driver, hey, he's a little quick here, be more careful here, dial it back, or you can be more aggressive in certain areas. So all that information coming from the crew chiefs and pit box.
As we execute pace laps tonight in anticipation of the green flag, we form the missing man formation.
Oh.
Honor Kyle Busch.
Just like Rockingham, 2001. Remember Mike Troy getting choked up at that too. That's an honor. That's just a straight honor too. The missing pole sitter's position.
So much emotion here this weekend for so many reasons. We honor Kyle Busch, think about everything we do to recognize the men and women that we've lost fighting for our country. And the execution has been outstanding. fans are out in full force. Sold out crowd for tonight's Coca-Cola 600. And now let's listen in on some of these teams as they get ready to go green in NASCAR's longest race. We start with the 3-team, Austin Dillon behind the wheel.
The longest race of the year. I know we all want it. Can't win it on the first lap, one lap at a time. Focus in all night. Love you guys.
No matter the result, work off, make TV proud. You wave to me, Daddy? I love you, buddy. Okay, have a good night. Love you guys too. Standing tall up there, brother, I love it. Well, all night for you guys. Love you, brother. Love you too.
So much emotion as we talk about, but eventually you've got to turn that corner and focus. How challenging is that for a driver, Dale?
What we heard there was
Yeah, we gotta
everybody wants to go out there,
put the belts tight,
for Kyle and be the one that gets
strap the helmets up, and get down to business.
after every win.
And ultimately, that's
A lot of emotion, and once this race gets underway, everybody will be gunning, trying to figure out how to get themselves.
time markers on.
It is a long race, but they don't run it how they used to, Steve. They used to set pace, relax, let it come to them, but the way the strategy works, the way the stops
Today is the beginning of the healing.
you have to be hustling all night long.
Just like that Rockingham race was 1 week after the passing of Dale Sr. The healing starts tonight.
That's what these drivers are asked to do in today's world of NASCAR. The equipment is top notch. The engines can withstand the punishment of 600 miles. So it truly is a 4-hour sprint, if you can believe it. And who can just kind of manage the ups and downs of the day, because it's going to throw a tremendous amount of challenge at you. And here's we see one to go. The lights will go off. It kind of becomes real. To your point about the transition, this is the moment, right? You have to pull your belts tight if you're inside the car. The crew chief, you're just
We go on.
sure all the details are checked.
The final word from our pit reporters, Trevor.
Yes, sir, Adam. I talked to Jonathan Hassler earlier, crew chief for the number 12 car, and asked him about that car carrying the flag for Team Penske. The struggles for this group have been well documented, but Ryan Blaney's been able to find speed. I asked him what they were looking to lean on for Charlotte, and he went back to their Chicagoland test that some of these teams were able to do, and said they took a lot away from that they could bring into tonight to help them run good, Kim.
Well, Trevor, Chase Briscoe currently sits one spot outside the Chase standings, and we are 6 points away from that final spot. We are halfway through the regular season after this race, but crew chief James Smalls tells me they have by no means hit the panic button. There are a lot of points on line today. The 19 team.
And I think it's, I granted I should be using a code for this, but
There are a lot of drivers in the field who want to win this
a
race.
toast
Kyle Busch, but an emotional Wallace credited Kyle Busch with starting his Cup
to Kyle.
Series career. He was so fantastic in that interview, and you know there's a little extra motivation tonight, Adam, for the young man driving that 23 car.
No doubt about that. Gorgeous night for racing in Concord, North Carolina. It's a crown jewel event at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, that's race time.
Happy to be back with NASCAR on Prime.
There's no enemies this weekend, Peter.
Pace car coming to pit road. We're going green. And the Coca-Cola
All right.
600.
600 miles. Let's get her done.
Drivers getting aggressive, making it 3 wide down the back straightaway. Reddick advantage inside lane. He's going to lead the opening lap.
Tyler gets the first lap.
I heard on the radio about being patient. It's a great thing to say, but these drivers are wired to go and go right away. We saw a big move out of the 7 back in the field. SVG doing a nice job there inside row 3, using that good qualifying effort. His result from Watkins Glen, trying to settle in here in the front.
Michael McDowell third, that dark number 71. Working that outside lane, red, white, and blue, number 12, Ryan Blaney going for a spot in the top 5. Gets around Shane Van Gisbergen.
Blaney and the Penske Ford, they've struggled on the 1.5 miles this year, but showing speed in practice. They need to make a lot of gains on tracks like this throughout the season to be able to get better results.
High pace opening first laps in the 29-second practice. Those are qualifying speeds here at Charlotte. So these cars glued to the racetrack early in a run.
Battle for fourth has been fun. Thought Blaney had it. SVG wouldn't give it up. Now Blaney is there, and his teammate coming from back behind him. That bright number 2, Austin Cindric, racing Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, a little side draft down the back straightaway. Cindric not going to be able to take the spot. Goes back single file down in the corner. They have to fan out a little bit, trying to look for clean air. Give themselves the best opportunity to make speed to the corner.
Right behind Cindric, Mr. Consistent out of RFK. Chris Buescher.
Pretty
17 car, black hood,
pretty even start here.
Panels up the lane. He's gonna run the middle of the racetrack. This is a team that I feel just finds the most out of their car every week. Once again, nice move, a little bit of a crossover here. He'll turn to the left. Bottom of the racetrack can be difficult at times. Will he be able to carry the speed through the middle?
Well, a lot of fun schemes tonight. Obviously, with it being the 600.
I think as we get more rubber built up on this racetrack, the groove is going to move up the racetrack. The top against the fence will actually become a place where they'll find a ton of speed. You already see down in 1 and 2, a lot of cars running in the middle of the racetrack. There's been some treatment on the racetrack. Resin put down in the middle. No resin was put in the bottom groove on either end of the track. So that's why you see a lot of people looking for speed and grip in the middle or the top of the racetrack at times.
Going to see a lot of movement early. Qualifying being rained out. Some really good cars coming from deep in the field. Blaney trying to get another
On the
one.
charge for third.
Racing inside of Michael McDowell for third.
Got to feel good about this. A little loose right there. Coming up off a 2, but still side by side down the back straightaway. Blaney showing that speed they had in practice, hoping that was real.
And a very special moment coming here as we work lap 8. We go silent in honor of Kyle Busch. Tributes have been unbelievable all weekend long.
I'm still doing mine on lap 18, but to me that was all his biggest number. He was only in the 8th last in the 3 years of his career, but a little tribute there though.
Always ran good at this racetrack. I think they're much better than this year. I think that gives them a really good shot at giving more confidence that they can get the job done. Ran in the top 5 all last year.
I'm not gonna hold up fingers, but I got my shirt, you know.
The gap from first to second as we get the Monster Energy onboard camera. Not a lot of distance that Reddick's able to create between himself and Ty Gibbs. 54 hanging in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're going to talk about a driver with 5 wins yet. I'm not sure of those 5 they were just dominating the performances. They were great execution, improvement throughout the day, but I look at that 54 car in second as probably the most improved from year to year. What he's been able to do behind the wheel, I know he got that win. We're going to talk a lot about Bristol, but it hasn't been just Bristol. Other than Texas and Talladega that were accidents, all these finishes for the last couple months have been in the single digits. Ty has turned this corner. His maturity is clear. At 135 starts, he's really becoming a confident race car driver at the top level.
That's what I was going to say. It's maturity, but it's also confidence. And when you get those results, they're up there top 10 in points in a really good position for weekly success. Kim, what's going on?
And something that comes with maturity is focus. And when I talked to crew chief Tyler Allen about what's been the difference this year, he said Ty has shown a huge improvement on his focus for driving the average 400-mile race we typically see each weekend. He said, now we got to add 200 more miles. So the goal today was to keep him focused. They are absolutely doing that.
I'm just having some leftover lays, small bag lays that came with the Jersey Mikes I got tonight.
Be sure to take care of that right front.
That's important information about keeping the right front on the car. These guys are going to have these cars. Well, they love these cars. They're kind of on the tight side, the comfortable side. They're not worried about the car being free or loose, but that does work that right front tire. And the driver that can manage how much they're beating up their right front tire and abusing that right front, the driver that can change the arc of the corner, shape the corner to help that right front tire without making the car loose, without wearing the right rear, that's the driver that'll have a good run tonight.
And Dale, you, I'm sure, are a fan of this, as throwback as you are about the days of old. It does remind me of that. Goodyear has built this tire that we don't see as many just fail or lose air because of low air pressure, but now it's more in the driver's hands. You can abuse it. It's available, but you also, that ability to take care of it, I think it's a skill set that the great ones have.
Yeah, they got tires that wear out now, but they also got tires, once you get them hot, they get mad, they don't want to work. So you slide the right rear, if you're working the right rear lap after lap in the corner and get the tire temp up, it loses grip. So you have to kind of drive the car and stay off the right rear, kind of keep using the right front, pushing the right front, making the right front do all the work.
Hendrick, Cars.com onboard camera riding with Kyle Larson.
Just about 7 back to the 9.
14th on the board behind Denny Hamlin. Not a lot of movement for driver 11 early in the race. 13th position for the man that picked up $1 million last Sunday in the All-Star race.
A lot of eyes on that 5 car. A year, and exactly, over a year now since we've seen him go to victory lane, and this is a driver that won about every 5 or 6 starts until then, right? And now there's been this little bit of a dry spell.
Yeah, Larson's gained a few spots since the start of the race in that 5 car. Trying to figure out a way to get the next position there over a car that I believe is his best car in practice. And though mired in the middle of the pack right here, it's going to be tough to get that spot. 11 there driving away a little bit here in the last couple of corners.
16 laps in to the Coca-Cola 600. Reddick leads Gibbs, Blaney, McDowell, and Van Gisbergen. Everybody chasing a win in the Coke 600. You want to win, and you want to offer the bow in honor of the late Kyle Busch.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again. Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for one.
They were for a wide, John. It wasn't a matter of they almost went for a wide. They were for a wide.
T-Mobile 5G home internet. This place is spooky.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. Protein pocket, $3.99, and a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
And there it was, the first great American yell, echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby.
Yeah, just wait. Later in the night, we might see it.
Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Go camping, he said.
fun, they say. Does a rash spreading faster than these two got bored with the great outdoors sound like fun? Lucky Amazon Health AI is on your side. You can upload good. Because Lewis and Clark over there sure aren't gonna.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Just over 20 laps in, opening stage, Coke 600, it's NASCAR on prime. Chase Briscoe looks good early. Moving through the field, Shane Van Gisbergen continues to race with Michael McDowell. It's all happening for the 5th position.
McDowell's lost 3 spots in the last half lap. The 19 went by on the front straightaway. There he loses a couple more spots down back straightaway. So
that's really what we heard from a lot of drivers yesterday. We heard a lot of radio in practice. A car is good for 3 or 4 or 5 laps, and then that balance, taking care of those tires that you talked about, those gremlins show up, whether the front starts to lose grip or the rear starts to lose grip.
Ryan Preece, orange number 60, flexing some muscle, getting 7th away from McDowell.
He's going to make this pass here, and another car is flexing some muscle.
Number 60 has already won this once this weekend.
Byron, see him running right against the wall here in 3 and 4, +9 positions. Only couple other cars have done that since the start of the race. Heim, who was shotgun on the field, and Alex Bowman as well, +9 spots since the start of this race. That 24 car moved to the front.
I mentioned it in the starting grid when we went through the lineup, but a year ago this 24 car looked unbeatable. Ross Chastain didn't get the memo because he continued to make his car better, and in the closing laps really simply ran him down and was better. And that has to be on the mind of this 24 looking back at the race. Early, we have to get later.
You start out front, you dominate, you lead all the laps, win the stages. Tonight, compromised with your starting position after qualifying is rained out. But he's showing once again just how good he is. Local kid from right here in Charlotte.
Seen the lap time drop to mid 31s or low 31s. We're 27 laps. We think they're going to come, if we go green, we're going to come to pit road around lap 45. So 20 more laps here. Guys are starting to fade. More opportunity for this 24 car to grab a few more spots before they come to pit road. Get tired. Big gap in 3rd place over Briscoe. Briscoe's closed that down quickly. This 19 car showing some muscle. Set on the pole here last year, but kind of faded to the backside of the top 10 in the 600. Rallied to get a good result. But tonight, they've come with some speed right out of the gate. Trevor, what you got on Blake?
Blaney's saying the rear tires on that car are just screaming at him. I've seen it move it. We talked about that arc earlier, Dale. He has not been one of those guys that can move his arc out while those rear tires are yelling at him.
Going back a lap on that onboard, we can see the 12 car. Look at him right there. A lot of movement in the back of his car, extremely loose. He has no idea how much rear grip he has. No confidence to be able to go in there and laterally load that car into the banking. That is the worst thing for a driver, especially with the next gen era.
Here's the sophomore you were talking about on board with Briscoe, looking at Blaney, watching.
He's just uncomfortable. A lot of movement in the steering wheel.
What I loved about that radio was I heard the emotions of Blaney about how the car was driving. Instead of trying to coast or push, they said, if you need to, back it down. Right? We are 371 laps from the finish of this race. This goes back to what we were talking about, managing the day, and that help from your spotter, from your crew chief. Make it feel like you're not out there alone, because it can feel that way, I'm sure, for a driver battling an ill-handling car.
And as we're going later in the night, you're assuming the grip is going to improve, and that front grip is going to improve. So the swing they need to make on this car would be tremendous as we go You know, around lap 50, we have a big transition in the balance of the racetrack. It gets looser, and so they've got a lot of work to do to get him comfortable.
On board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin. National Debt Relief onboard camera. Watch the back of this 3 compared to what we saw with Blaney. Look at the 3. When he puts in the gas, the car drives relatively straight, relatively stuck. It is bouncing over the bumps, but not as much left to right like Blaney. Still not making the difference, though, as the 11 had to run into 1.
They're starting to make gains. Hamlin and Larson together kind of starting to make gains.
Trying to make this bottom work. It's a little tough down here. No resin to run in, no grip.
Then he started 11th, fell back to 14th, I think, as deep as he was in the running order. But as the run goes on, picking up the pace, not surprised from the veteran driver who just seems to have it in the wind all season long. Mission accomplished on the 3, 11 up to the 9th spot. What's going on there, Kim?
And Adam, that's exactly what crew chief Chris Gale pointed out to me, is that pace was good on the long run for them yesterday. Specifically, the backside of pace is always good with Hamlin on these intermediates. That's one of his strengths. The balance, though, yesterday needed a little work. It still needs some more work today. Fired off really tight, and he's still complaining of a tight condition.
Back to what you were saying about the cooling night, I feel more comfortable with that. I think as the track cools, the cars normally turn better. So compare Blaney, who's already on the loose side. I think you have a more of an uphill battle versus Hamlin, who's a little on the tight side. I think the track will shift in his direction.
Talked about the strategy and the way it will play out. Probably 10, maybe 15 laps away from green flag pit stops here in the opening stage. It's Tyler Reddick leading Ty Gibbs, Briscoe, Van Gisbergen, and Reese.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control.
Yep.
That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps.
Barrier around, it looks like.
Grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP.
God, he was up against the fence, and then they turned it down off the wall, and that's when it went around.
Will you sign my pancakes? We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable, and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29.
That's what you get when you drive for BJ McLeod's team. You're going to be a second and a half, if not further off the pace.
I like being different.
All right, Chewie. I have some other questions. Why do you hate the bath? That's why. When's your next flea and tick delivery?
Well, his equipment is not the best in the field, Bumble. I mean, probably the only car he can beat on a routine basis is probably the Rick Ware cars, but.
Saw it side by side under caution at Charlotte for Josh Berry.
Yeah, Josh gets loose right up here against the wall. Tries to
Well, she never got a chance, CJ.
concern
Lap 13
sliding across the apron. Trevor
was when that wreck happened, so.
Shane Van Gisbergen very happy with that first run to be able to maintain track position. Very happy with his car, just saying it turns from the rear on throttle, Kim.
Top right, Chase Briscoe. He said, I need more rear grip and help with the right rear 4 fresh tires. Snowboat fuel. Ty Gibbs, bottom left. Said balance is good, just needs a little help in the rear, Marty.
Kim, this caution coming earlier in stage 1 than the crew chiefs would have liked it. It's going to create a long run to finish this stage. Tyler Reddick described his car as
Briscoe might have got his teammate. He did. That spot. Brian Priest's guys. Good stop.
-1 for Gibbs. Reddick hold serve coming off the pit lane. Green when we return.
Can't believe he lost a bunch on pit road.
3 for me, only at Chili's, is now available with the big crispy chicken sandwich that's so big the McDonald's McCrispy has nowhere to hide. Oh, never mind. It was hiding right there. Hey, little fella, This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, you're all set.
Thanks, Ted.
Oh, check it out.
Oh, man. I think he's gonna do it. This might be a good moment to share. Mom, you seeing this?
Hey, baby, I'm here. Is he gonna dunk it?
No way.
When the connection matters, it has to be AT&T.
Bro, no charge call?
Your defense is trash.
Get home internet from AT&T. Now available across the nation.
I suddenly realized that I was no longer driving it conscious, and I was in a different dimension. Just going.
Discover an epic menu inspired by The Mandalorian and Grogu, only at Burger King. Have it the way, now playing in theaters.
Everything cool?
What happened to your face?
Walked into a door.
How many times?
The city's a mess. The people could use a hero.
I hope they find someone.
Closing on the midway point, stage one in the Coca-Cola 600. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. And this relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Timmy Hill will return to the lead lap here.
We documented the handling issues for Ryan Blaney. Will pit road no better in 6th, out 20th. This is the Achilles heel of this team. And take a look on the right rear. Watch this exchange back here. Watch the time it takes. This should be quick. Tire on, tire off. They have some sort of fumble. The jack man lets it down. He has to come back, rejack the right side. Wise, so they don't have a loose wheel. But it's going to cost 14 spots. You take a hill handling.
Guys passed more cars because of issues on pit road than any other team this season, and Hocevar had issues.
Also, taking some extra time on the right side. Not sure if this is an adjustment or just an issue, but time spent on cars from Hocevar. Perhaps they wanted to get ahead of some adjustments. We didn't quite see the start of it, but the result the same. The 77 of Hocevar will start nearly the tail end of the field all the way back to 37.
Talk about Blaney and the problems they had on pit road. Denny Hamlin, that 11 team, other end of the spectrum. He goes +4. Going to restart outside row 3. Tyler Reddick, the control car, takes the
All right.
lane. His right, Chase Briscoe.
Restart him again. Reddick has led every lap to this point.
Alongside him, got his best running position of the night. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone.
Briscoe did a really good job there getting launched, getting into the gas right at the right time, almost even. Heading off.
How about Ryan Preece up in the mix there? We already had 160 car win today.
Kyle Larson right in the game.
Almost 3 wide down the back straightaway for the lead.
Chris Buescher making a move in the back. Briscoe trying to get to the outside of Reddick for the lead. They continue side by side for the top spot off of 4.
Briscoe wants it.
A little bit of side drafting for the 45 off into turn 1. Try to wrap tight around the bottom. He's clear. Gonna drive
Reddick gonna clear, I think, maybe off 2. He does.
How violent those cars are coming off of turn 2.
He's already won 1 crown jewel this season.
His arc into turn 3 is really, really late, the 45. So it's hard to guess where he's going to go. Is he going to run the bottom, the middle? Almost dirties up the air pretty good for the entry on the car following.
Blaney, as we talked about, back in traffic because of the pit stop, and look at it back here. This is absolute chaos. Clean air is a joke. It doesn't exist. Up top, you see the leaders, and we have a move for second with the 54 Ty Gibbs. 3 wide on the bottom with Chase Elliott. We have action in the front and the back of the pack.
42, John Hunter Nemechek sandwiched.
Chase actually lost a couple spots on the restart. He restarted 18th. He lost a couple spots there. Going to gain it back.
We talk about the Toyota advantage, Dale, and I know that the speed is real, but it's execution as well. Remember the 11 gains 4, and that kind of breaks that wall, that barrier of traffic, and now here 4 of them are racing for the lead.
Execution, name of the game. It's been there all season long for this 11 bunch.
Ty Gibbs painting the bottom of the racetrack, that left front tire, left rear tire right on the paint. The bottom of 3 and 4, it's a beautiful thing when your car can get down there and take advantage of that. Does it as well down here in turn 1 and 2. So hard to make passes on the bottom of the racetrack, but that's an advantage you have to use. If your left front tire gets off of the paint, if you get up even a foot off of that paint, it's much slower, almost a tenth or so a lap. Run right on the bottom, right in the middle, or right up against the wall.
Teammates run second, third, and fourth.
Kind of got to be patient. You can see he can't do really much with the throttle there, trying to accelerate off the corner, gives up a little bit of space there.
Dale, how do you decide, painted line for the left front tire versus maybe splitting the 2 cars, trying to get that gulp of air that's between them? Like, how is it? It looks a little bit like an Easter egg hunt back there, just trying to find that air.
Yeah, Denny just made a choice right there into turn 3 that didn't work out. He thought the 54 was going to run the middle, so he went to the bottom. Well, that's where the 54 went. Denny lost a ton of speed because of the dirty air. It's fascinating with these cars how they have to search for that, how they're able to make speed in the middle, in the top of the racetrack. We see a ton of side-by-side racing right now. Denny fighting to keep that 4th position over Christopher Buescher.
I think Ryan Preece, who's been so impressive early in this race.
RFK, it's been well documented that maybe Team Penske doesn't have the pace, but this RFK camp, I mean, there it is, Preece and Buescher, right? They're running once again together, 5th and 6th, doing a really, really nice job. Brad Keselowski back in 22nd, so a little split in the organization, but 2nd year for Preece at RFK, he seems very comfortable. Derek Finley on top of the pit box, they just do a nice job. He won all the way at the beginning of the year, he won the Clash and was very emotional in Victory Lane, how much it meant to him.
Got a car coming to pit road here in the 7th.
Suarez.
This soon after a pit stop, you have to wonder if this is a loose wheel, perhaps.
And we talk about mistakes in this race. Seem to have it every year. Suarez unscheduled at the midway point here in this opening stage.
Yeah, running 11th. Spire is this team now that's not shocking anyone when they run inside the top 10, top 15. The only good news for the 7 is it's early. If this was in the final stage, it's going to be really hard to come back. He's easily going to go a lap down. As you see on the top, the leaders now into turn 1.
Talking to him this morning, he's super excited about his car, loved his car in practice, looking forward to the race. Been running great all year long in that 7 car.
I mean, make an unscheduled stop, it really puts you at a deficit. The other thing to think about with Suarez, where he is in relation to that chase cut line. Doesn't have a lot of margin for error and giving up some spots here early in the race.
Connor Zillich right here. Coming up off the turn. Looks like he's going to get into the turn 2 fence. Pretty hard right there. Just lost the balance of the car, trapped behind a couple of cars. We saw a lot of issues off of turn 2.
Top 4 tightened up.
Loose, overcorrecting into the wall. Our leader Tyler Reddick did that off of turn 2 at one point, as well as John Hunter Nemechek. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. We talked about turn 3 being tough because of the bumps, cars getting out of shape, but exit of 2 could be a challenge as well. Lead staying pretty tight here with Briscoe not allowing that 45 car to get away. Oh, he had to get out of the gas right there. You hear him lift real hard. His car got tight up off of 2.
Look at those eyes. know, Briscoe here last year, you referenced the fact he started on the pole. They had a great finish, but lost in all of that. You look at the box score, you say, well, they were pretty good all night. The reality is they had a penalty, and they were compromised and had to drive back through. So the fact that he's got this track position now gives you a lot of hope about what they might be able to do as the night goes on. How about the race leader, Tyler Reddick, a half a second in front of Briscoe, Marty?
Adam, we talked about how short that first run was, just 35 laps, leaving a long into the stage run here of 60 laps. After that was happened, when they came to pit road, they pulled the tires off the 45. Look at the right front, cording already in just 35 laps. Here's what Billy Scott told his driver, Tyler Reddick.
Looks like just starting to cord there.
Oh, we got a car in the wall, turn 2. Big contact right there. Connor Zillage.
Cindric went for a ride. A lot of traffic there, nowhere to go.
See the back of the race car, he slid with the back across the fence. Looked like he got in the corner, got loose, slid for a long time.
Sorry.
Against the wall with the tail of the car up against the fence, and then down the racetrack. Connor Zillage comes by and collects him, and that's probably some terminal damage to the 88 as well as the 2.
Yeah, it looked fine on the left side. I guarantee the right doesn't look as well. I think he caught him in the right half. Yeah, there you go. That right rear suspension heavily damaged.
Man.
Now, unlike in years past, this 88, as you see, the right rear shock comes off the car. If you want to run a coil-over shock, looks like. But unlike in years past, where it would be the end of the day, 88 will have the chance perhaps to come in and see if repairs are possible in the garage. I'm not sure. For the 2 day over, let's take a look down.
Down on the bottom of the racetrack. Did he get a little help there or just get loose? Love to see that a little further back. Oh, the 24. Byron comes by with a little contact, and look how hard that
Zillage right into the side.
Doesn't look like the 20 of Bell made any contact with him. It just got up off the bottom of the racetrack. We talked about keeping the tires on the paint and the grip that's there. Looked like the 2 just missed the bottom a little bit. The back comes around.
24.
Right.
Oh,
That's
there's
contact,
damage.
yeah.
You definitely saw some contact. So the right side of the 24 is going to have to be looked at. And what a big hit for the 88. I agree with you. I don't think there was contact for the 20. I think he just was turning in. The 20 was right there.
Back it down. Stay calm. Go top here. Go top. You're getting behind you.
Riding with Hocevar, and I was just thinking about the reaction on the spotter stand because there were so many other cars coming through, and well, there's a really good shot of it, the damage on the right side of the 24.
And I was looking at the wheel. I could see the damage on the fender top, but the wheel itself doesn't look discolored. So sometimes if you unfortunately, just like your street car at home, these aluminum wheels, when you hit a curb, they kind of get shiny. The right rear wheel doesn't look shiny or discolored where it didn't make contact.
Body looks good.
Yeah.
Only thing you're going to worry about is if that right rear is pointing in the right direction.
That's right.
Jenny Hamlin talked about how you get a very, very small amount of reflector bend. Any of those suspension changes entirely how it drives. So it's about perfection in how these cars are set up and which way those tires are pointing.
One. It's a bad break for one. The 2 of Cindric, a great break. 7 Suarez, who we saw make that pit stop, he'll get his pretty fast. So while track position from 11th has been given up, he's back on the lead lap. A lot of races still ahead.
Tough break for Cindric because he goes out early in this race, and we talked.
No, I'm okay. I just was a little tired today, so.
Flirting with that chase cut line. This relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief.
Stayed up a little late last night, and then got up early today so I could catch Indy. So.
Suarez gets a lap back here. Steve, you just referenced that, getting him on the lead lap. Be 36 cars.
Trying to make it through tonight so we can see the rest of it.
Well, it's been an interesting start to this race.
I just don't want to do what I ended up doing once. I did that when we had the double header one year, running Xfinity and trucks Daytona the opening weekend, and fell asleep during one of them. I don't want to do that again. Not on stream.
We really didn't talk about these bad days as having too big of an impact on the team, but they will, you know, regardless of what happens, they'll look back at the end of the year and go, man, we really needed those points we gave away that night in Charlotte. Came in here 15th. He's going to leave here more than likely just outside of that top 16 and make the chase. So,
and they've been running really well lately. I was talking to Cindric's crew chief Brian Wilson.
Well, you just said you're not Matthew Stafford, so I don't think you could throw that far. That far, B.
And in recent weeks, a run of top 10s and top 15s, very, very competitive. So they were doing damage on the point side of things that way, and tonight going to pay a big, big price.
You know, a bunch of cars planning on coming to pit road here.
Yeah, I believe even with 14 laps, this is, you know, tires are losing grip. I think you might see a gamble later in the field. There's a chance somebody might do something different. A few cars staying out, but the majority are going to kind of stick with the plan right here. Fuel, maybe a 2-tire option. That would also be part of the playbook here. We'll see if anybody pulls that off.
Denny Hamlin, top left, opposite problem this run. He's too free and actually needs to be tightened up this time. Air pressure adjustment. Chase Briscoe, top right, feels like he's on the limiter. He said worse at the 3/4.
Turn fire alarm on.
Just too edgy to go fast. And finally, Ty Gibbs said fired off good, just a little snug. Marty.
Ryan Preece and Chris Buescher.
There's a lot of debris down in the
Find
middle
something.
of 1 and 2, Adam. You can see the cars go directly on the racetrack when they pull off pit road.
4 drivers stay out, among them last year's winner Ross Chastain. First off the pit lane is Ryan Preece. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. Tonight, it's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Ruben Marcus Fernandez III, United States Army.
Private John Calvin Morgan, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Thomas Lazaro, United States Army.
Sergeant Dana K. Kramer, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Matthew Ammerman, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Ryan Christopher Mall, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
NBA playoffs are back. You ever miss it, Blake?
Listen, I'm in the playoffs right now. Scoring points, getting blocks, grabbing boards.
Draining threes.
This guy gets it.
You drained a lot of playoff threes, Blake?
29, brother.
Oh, I guess anything can happen in the playoffs.
Did that feel a little insulting?
Yeah.
Be a part of the NBA playoffs with better payouts on FanDuel.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Prime, live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. As part of Coca-Cola's Mission 600 initiative, last year's race winner Ross Chastain participated in the annual wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery's tomb of the unknown soldier. Chastain going to be leading the field here. He stayed out. The three other drivers that stayed on the racetrack in that cycle of stops have now come down. So Chastain leads us. Preece and Buescher get a couple of tires. Same for Zane Smith. Reddick, the first guy on 4 tires. He's dominated the race, leading 55 laps from the pole. Ready to get it going.
Back green again.
One to go, stage 1. The leaders in the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Well, we'll see. It was what, it was a 14 lap difference. Ooh, look at Zane Smith.
Into the top 10, and how about this move? Zane Smith out of line, working over Ryan Preece for the top spot. 38 looking good on the restart.
Looks like the end of the race. These guys are driving tail drops. It's insane. These restarts are wild. This racetrack's been like that all weekend with the trucks, the Rally Series.
Bubba comes to pit road after that contact you mentioned, Dale. Both front side tires look like they have damage. We'll just have to see how much damage there is on that 23. A lot of interesting eyes on the one of Chastain with those little bit older Goodyears. Definitely having a hard time keeping pace.
Meanwhile, Zane Smith on those 2 tires out front now.
Smith has the lead. Preece is second, and look who's right behind him. Tyler Reddick got those 4 tires. 45 looking at the runner-up spot. No problem. Reddick is
He may be a sitting duck with that 45. Reddick takes the 2nd spot.
Let's take a look at that restart. You see
We punted Bubba into the fence here.
top, that white tail. You're going to see some contact here between the 20.
Oh no, that was
71, which shoves
McDowell into Byron into Bubba.
Contact continued between the 34. Look how hard this hit is. Man, that's a pretty hard hit. Car jumped right off the ground with the contact.
I don't know where McDowell was going. Did he get hit? I don't understand where he was going there.
Trying to gain spots on these restarts. See his teammate Corey Heim flashing by in the 67. Next week we go to Nashville Super Speedway. A couple of years ago, Zane Smith had his best ever run there. He was second. And he's been top 10 in the Coke 600 before. He knows success here in Charlotte. 38
Between the teammates for 6th.
Battle here. This is 6th. The 19 Chase Briscoe. Hamlin trying to get the position.
Reddick trying to close the gap on your leader, Zane Smith. Up the racetrack, going to carry the momentum down the front straightaway. And he's going to take that spot, but now they got a little contact there with Briscoe.
Smith doing a good job holding on to the top spot right now.
Toyota Racing on board with Briscoe here, down the back straightaway.
77 cars on pit road with an issue.
Larson after Buescher for 4th.
Larson has been quiet, but he's getting it done tonight. Trying to get 4th away from Buescher.
You're hearing reports of a potential flat tire for Hocevar. That's what brought him to pit road. Zane Smith running outside the top 12 before the gamble to take 2 tires. Great call by the team. Think about what this does, right? Even if he can't hold the lead, which I don't think he'll be able to, Reddick on the 4 tires, but Ryan Briganti gambling, believing in his young driver, the 26-year-old. This not only helps track position, but what this does more than anything is how is our car drive up front? Now that we have clean air, do we get a great balance? This can be so valuable for decision-making for the rest of the night.
Chastain continues the slide on those older tires. Logano flashes by in the 22. 48's there. Alex Bowman, Noah Gragson, and the 21 of Josh Berry, who had the early problems.
It's
so aggressive back here. Yeah. We saw that last year, Steve. The back half of the field was a bar fight all night long.
You're still in Latar's phrases now.
I like that. He's been it. We all watched the race back. The air, I mean, it's what this car creates. They are all looking for clean air, the cleanest air they can find, and there is none back here, right? And so this is what we have.
1.5, roll your momentum, there you
Pass
go.
after pass after pass, side by side by side, 3 wide.
Tight on you.
They're running all over this racetrack.
Corey Heim, young talented driver, Toyota Racing onboard camera. Talk about learning, jumping off the boat in the middle of the ocean. I mean, he is right in the middle of it here.
Half back in the mid.
Been wondering where the Chevrolets are. Well, the 5-car Larson through 1 and 2 was side by side with.
About time Kyle showed up. Where has he been the last few weeks?
We thought he had speed in practice. Now he's
But then again, long race to go.
I think the 45 is one of the cars that can. Oh, look at this. 45 tried to shut the door, couldn't do it. They had to make an adjustment there. That's going to allow Larson to be able to get up beside him down the back straightaway.
I don't know. I don't have the conversion right in front of me.
Can the 45 jump at the throttle, carry the momentum around, go through the bumps? Can't stay there.
He got in the throttle, and then he got to the 2/3 mark and had to get back out of the throttle.
He's trying to send it around there, but he couldn't do it. Larson the second. Look at how vicious those bumps are getting down into turn 1. We talk about bumps. Watch this. Watch his head bounce around. Down the back straightaway, there's some big swells across where the crossover gate is now to the bottom of the racetrack. And this is the bottom. This is the good part. It's even worse up top. Imagine doing this 400 laps. Look at him trying to move his head around, just getting a little relief on the straightaway. And it's just as rough down here in 1 and 2. Landing down into the bottom of the corner.
Look at those eyes.
Trying to focus.
That's the smooth
he
end.
got it. Oh, he got tight. He got tight off the corner and to get out of the gas. He's looking in the mirror. Here comes the 45. Now he's up in the bumps. Your hands just, oh man, that's vicious. And you're doing this every single lap
P2.
all night long, and you really can't see all that well. We've talked to the drivers. They talk about their
Just
vision.
took that spot back from Larson. And meanwhile, Zane Smith's still on those 2 tires.
Before we talk about
Able to hold these guys off.
this morning. Just trying to get some relief on these straightaways.
Zane Smith doesn't mind this battle, right? You see, you just keep after it. I'll drive away out front. What we talk about.
He's maintained. I'm actually surprised he's been able to hang on with those 2 tires.
Win the stage. So when you think about someone like Zane Smith and the year he's having, you know, he's currently 23rd in points. 10 points is a huge chunk. Stage points specifically. You go back there in the 20s, most of those drivers only have 10 to 20 stage points all year. So when you score those stage points, that is a big factor of who succeeds when you can look further down the points grid.
Yeah, he's one of the cars that took 2 tires. Also, Priest, Busher, those cars are staying in the top 10 with that 2-tire change. Byron has
Yeah, by comparison, you know, Chastain did take tires and he fell like a rock.
That he took 2 tires, but then got blocked in or slow to exit with the 42 in front of him. Remember, qualifying rained out. Byron qualified poorly because of the results from Watkins Glen, and that's what hurt the 2-tire
Between the
call.
teammates.
Stage 2, you really need track position. He was unable to get it.
Byron racing Elliott here. Coca-Cola onboard camera with number 9.
He's got less tire and worse air.
Yeah, right.
Back there than these other guys. So
Yeah.
now look at the headrest on the 9-car Chase Elliott. Look how smooth his head is in between. There's a little gap. There's a little movement. You can see the head can move down the straightaway, but look how he leans hard against the headrest in the corner. And his head doesn't move quite as much. Now we're not able to really see his head inside because of the visor, how dark it is. Maybe late in the race, he takes the visor tint off, and we can see his head moving around there. There's a comparison between the two. It looks to me like Chase has a much smoother ride, whereas with the 5-car here, he's got quite the job trying to stay focused on what he's seeing.
I agree. I think that's more than headrest foam that I'm looking at right there. I don't know what's different between the setups, but I'll take the more cushy Cadillac ride for the 9 than the sports car Corvette that Kyle Larson might be sitting in.
Well, it looks like Larson doesn't really lay his head against the right headrest in the corner. He's still using his neck muscles and trying to lean to the left, whereas the 9-car Chase and many other drivers do it differently. The Chase lays against that headrest. I know Briscoe does that as well.
Can't get over how rough it is.
Yeah. Like Chase goes in the corner, his whole body lays into the right side of the seat. His head lays into the headrest. He's just being lazy there. You know what I'm saying? He's just loud instead of
Right now, Larson clearly the class of the Hendrick cars. And Priest actually going back by him. I'm surprised Priest making that a race, especially on 2 tires. There's Danny.
We better take a break and reset. 22 laps to go, stage 1. Zane Smith leading. He's led more laps tonight than he has ever in a race in his career.
Zane, I'm actually shocked at that. As good as dominant as Reddick looked early on, I thought we put 4 tires on him that he was gonna easily run up there and continue the domination, but
means better results. TopDog makes professional-grade diagnostic tools for professional-grade do-it-yourselfers just like you. When you want to fix like a pro, you can't top TopDog.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day. Powered by DoorDash.
Gibbs into the mix now.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
We're up to 13th. Gotta recover our spots from the
That's true in racing and life.
slow stop we had.
Helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebrelief.com to get started today.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99.
Got her around Byron.
Always available every single day.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish!
Hamlin around Larson. Now Priest after Larson.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Larson has a pretty good short road car if he looks at it, but I don't know if it's as good on a longer run.
Do you mean an unsanctioned black ops team designed for psychological warfare, assassinations?
Gibbs around Priest. Or battling Priest at least. Of course, those two had to run into Texas earlier this year. A few weeks ago.
Jack Ryan Ghost War, rated R, now streaming on Prime Video.
The 2026 NFL schedule is out now. Thursday Night Football kicks off September 17th. Detroit going to Buffalo.
And Hamlin after Reddick. Denny's car come to life here on this run.
I love some NASCAR, but I enjoy the fall as well. Thursday nights are good.
Meanwhile, Zane Smith is loving life right now.
Thursday? I mean, I was working for
Bro's got about a 1.5-second lead. Well, he had a 1.5-second lead.
Plus, has no idea what Ryan Fitzpatrick's going to say, so I just,
Did he ever try to make this pass on Reddick? Battling for second.
I tell you what, as we see Reddick and Hamlin
The
battling
12s.
here, hats off to Zane Smith and this 38 team. There are a bunch of guys that took 2 tires. These cars behind him took 4. And he's driven out to a 2.25 lead.
Well, look at the drivers behind him. Tyler Reddick, 5 wins this year. Denny Hamlin, one of the greatest ever. Kyle Larson, our reigning champ. I mean, he's just doing an incredible job and holding off the best in the business.
They got a good Hamlin race car in that 38 if he's able to do what he's been able to do up front with 2 tires versus these guys behind him who took 4. That's just a good little Hamlin 38 car right now.
He gets results that I just don't know if realistically this team's capable of, Kim.
Yeah, and these laps led for Zane Smith is absolutely the shot in the arm that this team needs. I talked to crew chief Brian Briganti earlier today, and he said, look, we have not done much well in the last 6 races. In fact, Vegas was the last time we felt we had a race we were happy with. So they were very much going back to the basics this weekend. Brian, though, always a crew chief that's willing to take a gamble. He did that with 2 tires. And yes, there were other teams that took 4.
Now, your car's handling well. Sometimes taking a gamble 2 tires, put it clean air. You never know what can happen. Hey, we might get stage points. At the 10th.
We talked about calm demeanor guys, and Zane certainly fits that. And look at this photo that he posted. A young Zane Smith with Kyle Busch. So much of this coming out this week, and I love the reflection from guys that are now delivering at the top level of NASCAR and what Kyle Busch meant to them when they were just a kid.
Kind of neat to see those pictures. I like the one that Hosevar posted too. Gibbs around Larson. Also Christopher Bell. All 4 Gibbs cars in the top 7. Oh, and there goes Chase Elliott's in the fence. Well, that's his night pretty much done.
2-time winner this year, Chase Elliott.
Not even going to make it through stage 1.
Having a great year, a couple of wins, a lot of driving points. Yep, a lot of great finishes. He doesn't love to be called consistent, but that's what they've been over the past couple of seasons. Let's see how this started.
He was back there too. I don't know what was going on with him, but started 16th, had pretty much been running there. And does he get the wall? Yeah, he did. Got the wall and went around.
We had a couple of cars just back it around.
And just catches the inside wall.
He's a little free. I mean,
just snaps off the corner.
It doesn't look like these drivers have any real warning that the car's going to get loose there, and there's no way to save it. Once it starts coming around, it doesn't seem like that they have.
Gano did a good job to not get a piece of that. He might have got a little bit as Chase's car was coming around, but
so frustrating. But when they're running the top and the high line around turns 1 and 2, Steve, they get into the turn and they load really heavily into the banking, but that load goes away coming up off the corner, and the car gets light before you finish the turn, and that's how that back's coming up out of the racetrack. This will be a great look.
See, watch the rear end just step out.
It's exactly how you pointed out, and to be successful running the top, you have to be in the throttle so early, so long that, it sounds crazy, but the 9 straightaway started all the way back in the middle of the corner, because that's where you have to be wide open for the top to work, and it just comes out from underneath it so quick.
Caution comes out at a really interesting time. 9 to go in the stage, and maybe some opportunities. I don't know. What do you think here, Steve?
This is where I'm so thankful I'm up here and not down there. If stage points, we will definitely restart before the end. After seeing what happened to the one at Chastain, I don't think if you stay out, you can even score stage points. That's the only saving grace. I believe you have to pit here. Anyone that took 2 is going to have to take 4. There may be options for Hamlin and Reddick to take 2, but I think they're thinking of the bigger prize and winning the race.
Somebody stayed out.
I'm ignoring the stage end. It's 4 tires if I'm a pick.
I think that was McDowell.
And the 11 of Denny Hamlin with the first time tonight where there was no complaints. He said that was better, way more stable. They will take 4 tires. You see Zane Smith top right. They told him good job.
Hamlin, see somebody else might try too.
Bottom left, he said we heard it on the front side of that run. Not so good in traffic.
Maybe almost contact between Zane and Hamlin as they left pit road. Is that Jones? Jones with the 2 tires.
Those who pitted here will not pit at the end of the stage.
drivers stay out. Ross Chastain among them again. Eric Jones.
Ross, what are you doing? What are you doing? I would have taken tires there, Ross. That's not a good move.
This is Arby's quarter-pound pulled pork and chopped brisket. Both are smoked slow for up to 13 hours. Tender, juicy barbecue like this isn't magic, although there is a lot of smoke involved. Poof!
Arby's, we have the meat. Every day of the week,
At the end of the day, we're all chasing something. Imagine what you could do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. From rapid pump jacks to mechanics tool sets, whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do, do it for less. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
The true West has no fences. There's an edge, but you gotta find it. Find comfort.
We're continuing on Bubba's car.
Define it. And
And his earlier wall hit.
having the courage to defy it. But being brave isn't about being different. It's about
They're
being
checking the toe on that car.
Now, we might not need more people in the West, but would it hurt to have a little more West in the people?
Do parents
Oh no.
Uh-oh. That's a
Penalty for Zane.
to secretly steal their
Damn it.
races?
He was having a good run too.
super scary.
Perhaps moms know.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's still a chance to get up there, but that sucks. Absolutely, that's what that looks like. Is he got penalized for something? I don't know what, but God, that sucks.
The barbecue. You won't need a tiny designer dog or a Swiss bank account. Just 78 years of hell yeah. The guy
That's not confirmed, Bumble. I did see the interview, but he didn't specifically say that he was going to do it. He just said that
the official uniform of the most epic fan base.
he was asked about it,
Get yours.
and he said he would possibly consider it.
Side of 10 laps to go. Coca-Cola
I saw exactly what you're talking about, too.
Speedway. Tonight we race.
I told my mom about it because I told my mom about how Bill Elliott had given it up in 01 for Dale Sr.
Sergeant Glenn L. Harris, United States Army.
Corporal Anthony J. Smaka.
I mean, I'm hoping he will, but
Special
I mean, that's the one award that Kyle, you know, that would be the ultimate tribute to Kyle is if he could win that, you know. Waiting to see. I just seen them falling back. They just haven't said anything yet on the broadcasters. Obviously, saw it in commercials, so
William C. Hook, United States Navy.
waiting to hear a word on what it actually was.
Such a special weekend in the NASCAR community as we do our 600 miles of remembrance here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A couple of things to clean up from pit road. Zane Smith, unfortunately, had a speeding penalty, so big
Speeding
pickup
penalty.
for them and an issue for the 20 of Christopher Bell.
20 of Bell has an equipment interference. Let's listen in.
And Bell had a penalty too.
I don't understand what the penalty is. The right front tire was the perfect position. It's completely legal.
So obviously the team is going to need some clarification. We'll dig in and see if we can find the video, but we'll keep an eye on that. NASCAR, those with sticking behind the penalty to the 20 falls all the
Too
way back
fast
to 20.
entering on Smith, which is odd considering he was the race leader. But 5 to go in the stage.
Stayed out of since come down pit road. 5 to go, opening stage. We got a whole lot on the line here. Michael McDowell with a jump. Hamlin coming through on tires. Inside lane, Kyle Larson driving to the race lead.
We got a crowd. Larson's got company. And his name is Denny Hamlin.
They're going to be side by side off of 4 if Denny can stick to the throttle here.
I think Denny's car is better. Honestly. But look at Chase Briscoe. Larson's got company. He's got a couple of Gibbs cars on his butt.
Can he finish the corner? Breathe the throttle just a little bit there, but he does take the spot away from Denny. Side by side teammates. Briscoe, Hamlin into turn 3.
Look at Larson painting the line.
Reddick holds down the 4 spot.
Able to drive through to 4th. He's on 4 tires, passing Eric Jones, who took only 2 in that last cycle. 3 to go, opening stint of the race.
Oh, Briscoe drives up the racetrack, trying to take the air away from his teammates. Gonna do it. Denny just not comfortable enough to have the fire off speed to do the
Flyer's going to hold him off to win the stage.
guys on the long run. I think he's got it. Back there behind him, Reddick around the top. A lot of momentum from that 45 car down the front straightaway.
2 laps to go in the stage.
Chevrolet, 3 Toyotas. You mentioned it. 4 Toyotas. If you add Jones to the mix back there in 5th. That's been the 11's weakness. Has been the first couple laps after a restart. You see now it's coming to him as he climbs the banking. The 19 defensively climbs in front of him. Larson tried to wait as long as he could to decide on where he wanted to run. Now he's looking at slow arc into 3. Everybody has to kind of wait to see what he's going to do so they can go where they need to go to get clean air. And he's trying to make that
Last lap of the
decision as
stage.
possible. Look, trying to go down the racetrack, breaking the draft.
Final lap opening stage. It's Larson and 3 Toyotas. Briscoe, Reddick, and Hamlin.
Kyle might be okay here. Unless Briscoe could really get a run down here and make a move. And Larson's going to be okay for the stage win.
Exactly do that, but he's going to win the stage.
Ooh, Reddick, I think you got a Hamlin for 3rd. Yep.
And the opening stint of the race in the Coca-Cola 600. How about this? 7 straight
Hey, we ended up 6th. SVG. Hey, Stenhouse.
Good points for Briscoe, Reddick, Hamlin, Jones complete the top 5. Blaney back in the game, finishes inside the top 10 in stage 1. It's the Coca-Cola
1 stage down.
eventful opening stage. We're glad you're with us on Memorial Day weekend. It's NASCAR on Prime.
1 stage down, 3 to go.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way, with preparation. Practice is about consistency, because mastery isn't about where you start, it's about how you train. Feel the road, own the road. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN too. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the USO. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
Say you get a surf shack on Airbnb. Now you can also get a surf lesson with a pro surfer. Or if you get a place in Mexico City, you can also get a taco tasting with a food critic. You can even get a home in the heart of Seoul and a dance class, K-pop style.
All of my girls looking good and they got their own money.
Homes, experiences, and services. Now you can Airbnb more than an Airbnb.
The WNBA is on Prime. Thursday night, the Las Vegas Aces take on the Dallas Wings. Then it's the Indiana Fever facing the Golden State Valkyries. Thursday starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's on Prime.
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Coca-Cola, the proud signature partner of America 250. Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com. Get smiling today. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt.
Pit road was open that time. Most of the leaders stay on the racetrack, but a few come to pit road. The 43 of Jones, 17 of Buescher, the 4 of Gregson. The 43 was on just 2 tires and probably needed to get those left sides, but it worked for Jones. He scored stage points. Buescher now coming to the service of his crew.
Buescher spent so much the first half, first 3 quarters of that stage inside the top 5, 6, 7 positions. Lost a little ground there through the cycles. And free pass here goes to Carson Hocevar. So I look at a number of drivers that have had some problems tonight, kind of fighting their way back. Hocevar back on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace got a free pass. He's back on the lead lap. And I have a feeling our Chili's onboard camera is going to give us some love tonight. You know Hocevar's waiting to put on a show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Ride the Dente. I thought you were going to. All right, so we played some radio. The 20th Christopher Bell, a yellow ago, was penalized for equipment interference. Normally, that means you interfere with another pit box. So look up here in this area. Watch this tire as it rolls in right there. You see that tire changer have to jump and go over that tire. Remember, you own your pit box, not the one. This is going to be a great look. We're going to pause it right there. Look at this guy right here. This tire changer is in his pit box trying to service the 4 car. He has to climb over the 20 tire. It's only 2 feet in the 4 stall. I understand the confusion, but I will have to admit that is a clear penalty. If the 4 is not pitting, you can use that space, but you cannot interfere with another crew's pit stop. So a good call by NASCAR. Understandably, frustration out of the 20.
How did I get here? Shooting all the action despite vision loss from wet AMD. It started when Vabysmo opened up my world. I was worried when I started to lose my sight, but my doctor recommended Vabysmo. Vabysmo is different. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD. So I'm back doing what I love, knowing that Vabysmo improves vision. And there's a chance for up to 4 months between treatments.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your doctor or retina specialist right away.
Now, I'm bringing it all into focus. Open up your world with Vabysmo.
Trust the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for wet AMD and diabetic macular edema. Ask your retina specialist about Vabysmo.
This is Body Armor Flash IV, the only rapid rehydration drink that's scientifically formulated with electrolytes, zinc, coconut water, and no artificial dyes. For days that don't slow down, choose Body Armor Flash IV.
Just like that. Just like that.
For the 17th time, the
That's how you become the legend of the woods, with battery life for days from the processor your PC wishes it had.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast.
Look, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes?
My fellow American, today I bring you good news. I am your savior.
How bad are you? Wasn't I
must go. Let's find out.
Let's get into our stage break presented by Snapdragon. Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, just over this hospitality wall, we see the 9 team of Chase Elliott at Hendrick Motorsports packing up their pit box. NASCAR's most popular driver will have to wait another year if he's hoping to win this crown jewel, the Coke 600. Trevor Bayne is standing by with Elliott now.
Chase, we saw the car snap out from under you there off of turn 2. Did you have any warning? What'd you feel?
My balance, had been that way for a bit, and I was, just trying to push and find some pace. Felt like we were bleeding out really bad, and was just, trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, stepped over the line and made a mistake. So, super unfortunate, man. I feel like I've spent way more than I've watched more of the ends of these Coca-Cola 600s from the couch than I have been a part of. It has been just a horrendous race for me throughout the course of my career. So just really bummed. Apologize to everybody at HMS and all the guys on the 9 team. Just made a mistake and got over my head and paid for it.
Thank you, Chase. Guys, we talked about how hard it is to manage the pace of this race. Marathon with a 5K sprint.
You can hear the frustration in Chase Elliott's voice, Trevor. Thank you. And we've also seen the aggression, already 3 cautions in this race in stage 1. Carl, what do you make of it?
One of the most talented drivers in the sport just lost it, right? We take for granted how difficult it is to drive one of these cars on the edge. You're the only one with a prime microphone that's done it. Tell us what that really feels like for the people at home to be on that edge.
Well, you hear Chase Elliott just talk about stepping over the line. With the older car, Kyle, that line was a little bit bigger. You had a little bit more warning to kind of slide that car around. This car, that wheel gets a little light and you're thinking the right rear's there, and instantly you break tracking and you're around. Obviously, he had some effect from the car right behind him, but the line is razor thin with this next-gen car, and we saw it bite Chase Elliott and other guys. We saw it bite the 2. We saw it bite Josh Berry earlier in the day.
I was in the TRD sim this week. You can make some time, but when it slipped, it was gone. So you're seeing 600 miles of just right on that razor's edge, and I still don't understand how you manage the people behind you. That's spectacular.
And we still have 300 laps to go. So how close do you want to toe that line, Carl, and still be there at the end? Because the 9 car ain't having a good day.
Carl said, I could not be able to save it in these next-gen cars like I was in my iteration of car. Why is that?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the way the air flows under the car and past the diffuser. We could have Letarte explain it in detail, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Kyle Larson, one of the guys with the most car control on Earth, is at the front of this.
Well, he's also the most comfortable on that razor edge of grip, right? And he knows just where it is and not step over it. That's why we're seeing him pace the field tonight.
Kyle Larson won the first stage. The last time he did that, he went on to sweep them all and win the Coca-Cola 600 in 2021. Double A, our defending champion, off to a great start.
Yeah, he's doing great things and didn't have a great starting position, Danielle.
Yeah, a big part of the conversation they're talking about with the air is, think about it, this car makes downforce underneath with the air going underneath it. The other car made it like pushing on its side like a crutch. When you turn the other car, the crutch gets more weight on it and it almost straightens you back up. This car, when you turn it to the sideways, it shuts the air off going underneath the car. The vacuum's gone, and around you go.
Those drivers that came down pit road into stage 1 have been cycled back outside the top 25. We'll see if they make any progress here. Front row is we begin our second stage. Larson, the control car inside of Briscoe. Pace car is in. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Oh, Bragg Lavely had a little issue right at the top of the racetrack. Had to jump out of the gas. Oh, a little contact back there. Battling around 6 or 7.
So many red, white, and blue cars.
It was
hard to tell who's who, but that was Daniel Suarez. Had the problems, unscheduled pit stop, got a lap down. He's right in the game. Larson gets away with the lead on the restart.
Side by side here for second, now for third. Toyota's trying to figure out a plan. And there's Blaney. Ty Gibbs back into it.
Give a lot of credit to Ryan Blaney. Went from 6th to 20th. on that cycle of stops when they had the issue, but he is stayed with it.
Hey, we are challenging. I want to see. Got to be a factor today.
Faster than that 5 car, but Larson's doing everything he can to make that 5 as wide as possible.
He's got a swarm behind him, that's for sure.
Big recovery. Yeah, I really thought that pit stop was gonna kind of doom their night, but here they are back in the mix.
I didn't think the balance was good enough to drive back to the field. But
Briscoe wants the point. He's gonna get it.
Taking the lead away, Briscoe to the front.
Talked about what a pivotal moment this could be in a driver's career. To win this race and get on a hot streak over the summer. Briscoe, a guy that needs it. He's been in the game all night long, and he now leads Larson in the Coke 600.
Another car we saw that was really fast in practice, 47 to Stenhouse. He was the fastest car in that short practice we had this weekend. We wondered if that was real, Steve. A couple of cars up there in the top 10 of practice that we weren't quite sure if they really, truly, genuinely were going to be able to have that speed or produce that speed today. Look at this 47.
I mean, this is a good track for him. You don't always think of Ricky it's a mile and a half, but when you look at his numbers in the Coke 600, he's a sleeper. He's an underdog, and he seems to pop when we come to this race.
I think it's that blue-collar mentality. Some drivers are thinking, woo, 400 laps. I think Ricky's thinking, absolutely, let's run 5 or 6 or 700. He's unbelievably physically fit, and I think that mental toughness comes with those tough workouts he does. But you got to think about that team.
Around Larson.
Disadvantage they are, one single car team. Not a whole lot of data and resources to be able to share among teammates. Fighting against these bigger teams with a lot more resources, a lot more funding. So impressive work for them to be able to go out there and be able to match their speed.
Work that will continue into the future. Worth noting, it was announced earlier that the 47 Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has re-signed with an extension for Hayek Motorsports. Great pairing. Happy to see they're sticking it out for more years.
Well, and you talk about the pairing with Ricky and the team. Mike Kelly, the crew chief, they've had a great relationship over the years. Continuity pays.
Yeah, SVG having a good night.
Yesterday during our practice session. Look at our pylon here. And if you look at the top 10, we talk about the comeback for Blaney. I mentioned Suarez. Josh Berry had the early problem. He's back inside the top 10.
Dude, Josh spun out and down.
Battling for the 10th spot, actually. Between him and Keselowski. Mr. Rebel trying to come back from that penalty.
Back onto the racetrack. Apparently the damage underneath not too severe.
And I'm going to give you the credit. You pointed this one out to me. Just in front of this battle is the 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen. It started up front because we went off Watkins Glen. We all know he's so good at the road courses, but his ovals are improving rapidly. For as little practice as we receive and as little testing as we receive, driver 97 is figuring it out.
Busy times for him. Ran the truck race earlier today. Riding with Brad Keselowski here. This is the BuiltSubmarines.com onboard camera. Man that won this race 2020, having a solid night up to 9th.
SVG, one of those drivers that did run the truck race, to your point, you know, all those laps, just laps and laps and laps. Man, look at Suarez, dives to the bottom and is able to carry some momentum. That's pretty impressive when you could turn the wheel like that and not kind of scrub that speed. Now he needs a little help, he's not going to get it. Buscher's going to stick with the Ford on the top side, give a little push, and now Buscher's going to run that middle lane, not because he loves it, but because that's not trailing either car, even though you still see a wiggle out at 17.
Yeah, there's a nice little dance there, wasn't there?
Barry back to the inside here, side by side, bring the fight back to Suarez. Suarez going to try to side draft off into the corner. Barry's going to take that spot right back.
Those little wiggles, Dale, didn't bother me until I watched Chase Elliott spin out by himself. Now I'm a little bit more sensitive to the back.
Down to 17, Buscher trying to take the spot away from Suarez as well.
And make a note of this, Steve. Talking about Buscher, he's one of those drivers that came down and pitted at the end of the stage. Lost all that track position, but big time on the move since the restart to begin stage 2 on those 4 fresh tires.
And look who else has joined the fray, right? We talked about Priest and Buscher. Well, in front of them is team owner driver Brad Keselowski, all the way up in the 9th position. So RFK at this point, worst running car, if you can believe it, is Priest in 14th, doing a really nice job with all 3 automobiles.
Dono in the 22, another team looking for speed, looking for results. Man, they have had an awful season trying to be able to get in the speed, the 22 car to be able to run up front. Here's a battle for 4th.
You're working our pit stop stuff, you know.
Well, you said it on the restart. I'm not sure that Larson is faster. He's doing a good job playing defense. And since that time, he's been on the slide, going from first to fifth as Gibbs completes the pass.
It's obvious the Toyotas are the team to be here. If you drive a Toyota, you've got an advantage. Seems like that their cars are better on the mile and a half. It's a better package of downforce and power. Whereas the Chevrolets, they have a new car. They're working the kinks out on what this car likes, what it loves. They will figure it out. They will figure it out. They will be able to match what the Toyotas are doing. They got a little work tonight.
Bell, that interstate battery scheme, up to 13th from that penalty. The 77 of Hocevar also recovering from some trouble earlier, up to 14th. Look at Bell, just move. These guys take a run like a speedway race. When you have momentum, they just left, right, they dart down the straightaways.
Christopher Bell's the one Toyota that's not been able to show the speed. He's anxious to be able to get up there and match his teammates in performance. They've been searching for that speed this year in the 20 car.
Hocevar is now riding the Dente, Steve. I mean, it's plus 20 since the restart. Let's get an update. Driver 12, Ryan Blaney. What's up there, Trevor?
Yeah, guys, Ryan Blaney, early on, we saw how fast he took off at the beginning of this race, but faded hard. Since then, they tried to work on that long run speed, maybe overstepped it a little bit, felt like they were hurting on the short run. So now they're trying to find that happy medium to have speed on both ends of the run, Marty.
Trevor, you can see why Ricky Stenhouse Jr. feels like the Charlotte Motor Speedway is one of his best racetracks. And this is straight up on speed for that 47 team as he battles the 97 for that 7th position. A drive from 32nd
He wrecked.
to 8th, Adam.
Lost it off turn 2.
Told me today, hey, listen, I feel like this format, night racing like this at a mile and a half, perfect for Ricky, and they're showing it early in this race.
You know, he's been pretty friendly when it comes to competition on concrete racetracks as well. We go to Nashville next weekend.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Ricky is we see him lose a spot there. He talked about his car in practice. Feels awesome for 3 laps, but after that, he starts to lose the balance quickly. You know, we see speed in this car, but can they figure out what he needs for that long run so they can maintain that track position?
Great point, Dale, because that first stage was broken up with a lot of yellows. So with 77 to go in this stage, if we run clean and green, you know, will that hurt the 47? Does that not suit the balance that they have?
What's going on? Brad Keselowski looks pretty solid tonight, Kim. They're ninth.
Yeah, they made some major changes halfway through stage 1. Lowered the left front. That seems to have helped the car. Brad saying, we haven't gained everything we need, but that definitely was a step in the right direction. But there's a bigger problem from Brad. His cool suit is not working. They tried to reset it around lap 56, 57. It has been glitchy ever since. So the next yellow flag, they will flush that. He'll stop to purge that warm water that's circulating through the suit when we do get a yellow flag.
And I'll say this too, humid evening here in Concord, North Carolina. Let's get more on that 16 radio.
Yeah, copy that. I'm freaking burning in this car, man. We keep resetting this thing. You know, Jeremy, there's weeks I feel like I get paid too much, and there's weeks like I feel like I don't get paid enough. It's just gonna have to be one of the lighter of the two. I'm just tough it out, man.
As driver owner, I'm wondering, does that mean he's an owner some weeks and a driver some weeks? How does that work?
I don't think anybody's going to tell him no if he wants to come down pit road and fix it. So
but to be serious, the cool suit is, when it stops working, it's worse than nothing because it just holds the liquid without recirculating. The liquid heats up, and now you're almost like you're wearing a heated vest.
It's really, really thick. When it works, it's great. But when it doesn't work, it's just like wearing several layers of thermal. So not going to be comfortable until he can figure out how to get anything to give him a little relief at him.
Closing on 30 laps complete. Stage 2. Briscoe leads Hamlin, Reddick, Gibbs, and Larson tonight at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We race, we remember.
We say your names so we never forget. Staff Sergeant Frank Peroni, United States.
At least tonight.
Sergeant First Class Eugene Ashley Jr., United States Army. Corporal Matthew Paul Steyert, United States Army.
Sergeant Robert Wayne Crow Jr., United States Army.
First Lieutenant Ace Wayne Tyler, United States Air Force. We honor your sacrifice.
Discover an epic menu, inspired by the Mandalorian and Grogu. Only at Burger King. Have it the way. Now playing in theaters.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
What causes a curve down Is it Peyronie's disease? Is there somebody I can talk to or help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Over 250 years ago, we didn't like the taxes, so we dumped the tea. Now with the Ram Declaration of Deals, we're pledging our allegiance to the American people. 0% financing for 60 months on select 2026 models, or we'll cover your sales tax, plus no monthly payments for 90 days, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Nothing stops Ram.
Or purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day, powered by DoorDash.
It's time to go racing under the lights.
There could be chaos here tonight.
Okay, yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I needed that laugh.
Saturday night from Nashville at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
Yeah, that's good. Things you find on Twitter.
Changing conditions, the lights starting to come on. To be good, you're going to have to stay in front of them.
And you got to manage the ups and downs as well. There'll be issues, maybe mistakes on pit road. You're going to lose spots. Try to stay in the fight. Try to keep yourself, keep your spirits up, keep your team's morale high. It's a long race, a lot of opportunity to recover.
Don't allow the length of the race to fool you. You have to be great when the lights come on. Ross Chastain proved it last year when he passed William Byron in the last 50 laps. Keep yourself close, but don't dial your car out of the speed it needs when it grips up, cools down, and the trophy's on the line.
I put it in the memes on Discord, Bumble. The link.
So much about the length of this race, and I feel like all of our driver analysts at some point in our meetings, they talk about driving down into turn 1, you glance up at the scoring pylon, and you're like, what? We got how many laps left?
Well, we're guessing we're about 10 laps away from a pit stop, breaking the stage in half. 65 to go here. Last year, guys were coming pit road 43, 45 laps into the run.
And we got the moment of silence at the halfway point, too.
Yeah, the 3 car of Austin Dillon, do expect him on pit road. He said he had a right front coming down. Was supposed to pit the last time by. Looks like he missed pit road, but you do expect him to come down, change that tire, so we'll see if he can make it. Yep, as we see Austin coming right down. Right now, again, this is an unscheduled stop. It is not going to be what they intended to be their green flag stop, but still out there.
Well, the good news for the 3, with 63 to go on the stage, he can make it to the end of the stage on fuel. Let's see, bottom screen, Austin Dillon, will he choose to pit this time? Stays on the racetrack, and I think at this point, as a crew chief, you just paint the picture. Hey, 63 to go, if you have to come, we're ready, and we're inside of fuel, and we would prefer to run 15 more laps or so as we're on board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who's run Briscoe down. Battle for the lead, no surprise. Longer we run, the better the 11 gets. That's kind of been his signature this year, Dale, the long run.
Yeah, Denny had a great run down the back straightaway, but Briscoe...
Yeah, Bumble's a good follow on. He's a good follow on Twitter. I probably spend more time. Granted, a lot of Twitter is junk, but probably spend more time on there than I do on Facebook, even though I have both.
The 19 waits before he commits to the bottom, so Denny goes, all right, going to the bottom. Well, the 19 makes a big arc and drives across the nose. Then he has to jump out of the gas. Look at the gap now that the 19 enjoys. That's what the leader has to do. And it's frustrating for Denny, but he's going to be able to keep coming and close that gap again and try again to try to take the position away. He has the faster car. Just got to figure out a way to outsmart or trick the 19.
Talked about the fact Thursday Night Football just a few months away. Briscoe playing a little defense out front here tonight.
Oh, for sure. Yep. And Levin's closing back in, and Briscoe will start looking in the mirror, trying to figure out, all right, what's Denny going to do? How do I trick him? How's he going to trick me? Battle for 11th right here, the 22 of Logano. Hocevar all the way up to 12th, making a great
Appreciate the follow there, Brian.
How about the 77 right there? Just lost the car. And I wonder how many times, if we really just rode on board for all 400 laps, how many times your car just skates up the racetrack? You kind of have to catch yourself, recover, and go back on the offense. And he's not letting Briscoe out of sight here.
Yeah, he ran the top of 3 and 4. Should produce good momentum down the front straightaway.
That's where the 11's better, is on the top.
Oh, man. He just followed him. He doesn't know. You know, he's like, are you going to the bottom? Are you? No, you're not. Okay, well, it's kind of tough for him because Briscoe's trying to camouflage, right, where he's going to end up in the middle of the corner. That big arc.
That's right now the only Hendrick car in the top 20. Obviously, Chase Elliott wrecked. Byron's 26 at Bowman, 2 spots behind him in 28th. I expected Byron's team to run better tonight. Granted, we're 57 laps from halfway. There's still time to get up there, but clearly something off with that 24 car tonight. Hamlin wants the point. He's got it.
Denny Hamlin, new leader as we anticipate green flag pit stops. Teammates going at it for the lead in the Coke 600.
This is what I liked about the package. In years past, when the 11 passed the 19, the 19's kind of done. The air gets shut off, he loses it. But you saw in the front stretch, he actually kind of got a toe back to the rear bumper. Now, I don't know if he's good enough to use that draft.
I don't think he has the speed the 11 does right now. He's about 2/10 off. Denny, car's coming to pit road.
Byron's going to be the first one to hit pit road.
Yeah, the early side of the cycle, but if your car's ill-handling, which some are, they'll come to pit road early. It looks like the 24 of William Byron is going to start the plan. Kim?
And 24 comes to a stop in his pit stall. The biggest complaint all night has been just can't feel the front tires. Maybe just a little slow on the right side, but 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and for the 3 of Austin Dillon finally coming down. We talked about him thinking he had a right front going down. He did in fact think that his crew chief Richard Boswell calling him down to pit road. Austin saying, can we make it till the green flag cycle stops? They told him no. He decided to stay out on the track and nurse it. We also have Daniel Suarez on the pit lane. This is the best the car has been all night. This front end, he needs a little bit more help on. Marty.
Kim, here comes Austin Hill in for Kyle Busch. They changed the number at RCR
Yep.
to the 30.
Trouble on the right rear
On the right rear, we'll have to see if that right
for Hill.
did indeed get tight. Hill has been
I don't know if that tire was tight, though.
in the top 30, Kim.
And for the 6th of Brad Keselowski, I talked earlier about the big swing they took in the middle of stage 1 that has improved the car's versatility. Brad saying they can do a lot more with it now. So it's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They make that chassis adjustment. As you see, Chase Briscoe making his stop right now. He said it fired off great, that run. In fact, the best it's fired off all night. It feels almost like it does in clean air, just a slight chassis adjustment, Marty.
Kim, the terrific fire-off speed we saw from Ryan Preece from RFK earlier in the race, he didn't really have that on this run, so the car was just way too free. And you can kind of hear drivers in their voice. You can feel the track is going through a swing as it gets cooler here, Kim.
And Denny Hamlin on the pit lane. They will come down for service. Denny,
Hamlin
no
in.
major complaints on that, so we will not see any big adjustments on this stop as they put fresh rubber and Sunoco fuel in that car.
All this cycles Ty Gibbs to the race lead. Reddick is second, Steve.
On board with Briscoe on the bottom of your screen. He was running second to the 11. He came a lap early. A lap of newer tires should be about a second of an advantage. So as you see the 11 exit pit road on the bottom left, you see the map right here. Let's see what the 19 does. It's hard. We don't know exactly where their pit stops were, how they compare.
The race leader Bell, just his teammate.
Is kind of battling with Bell. That tells me that Denny Hamlin did a really nice job on and off, because he should have lost time pitting on the later side. But a dominant performance by the 11 to stay in front of the 19. Remember, both of these cars have already pitted, so they're behind the 20, who is the actual leader.
It's not the battle for the race lead now, but once everything cycles through, it likely will have been. Here's Tyler Reddick, Marty.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick saying the car just got way too free on both ends of the racetrack, and quote, the entry was choppy over the bumps, especially in turn 3, already back out on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming down. We talked about that front run speed for Stenhouse. He was a little bit worried about his right front tire towards the end of that run. Mike Kelly said, hey, if you can stay out a little bit longer for me, I would love that to make this second run shorter. I would love to split it closer to half.
Oh, forget that.
51 to go in stage 2.
Yeah, too. I gotta get rid of the bonus part. This isn't the bonus episode, this is the main episode.
You know, these cars are pitting with 40, 45 laps on their tires. There's still 50 to go, so you can run all the way to that perfect split point. Now, the advantage of coming early. All right, it's time for the 20. That was the radio of the 20 as we see trouble. Looks like a jack issue on the 22, Trevor.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, a 20 car, Christopher Bell was able to drive up to 6th place after that.
They had a jack brake on Pagano's stop.
20 car will be hitting pit road this time, but the reason they stayed out is because that pace.
2024 winner to pit road.
The last 4 laps before that green flag cycle started.
Well, let's compare where the 20 is when he blends back on the racetrack. Clean right side, Jackman around with that patented swing around.
Pretty solid stop, it looks like.
Down and away. Don't blink. I mean, 9-second pit stops happened in an absolute flurry. Top of the screen, I watched the 11 come through, so Bell will rejoin. But remember, he'll have a little bit fresher tires. There'll be 48 laps to go in the stage. On the pylon, you see him falling. He should rejoin somewhere inside the top 10.
He was 7th when the cycle began.
So probably 9th or 10th. Let's see how he does. 9th right now. SVG is coming. SVG will probably get him. So now Bell can settle in. He's only a straightaway back to the 7th position he was in. Looks like about 4 seconds. He should make that up in theory with fresher tires over the longer run. It really just comes down to, you know, how traffic catches him. Here he is, oh boy, coming to pit road, back in the car, kind of stepping out.
When the audio matches the video. Is that what that was?
That was sound effect, so he's pretty good.
So a couple of drivers yet to come to pit road. Hocevar and Bubba Wallace, they still have to make their scheduled green flag pit stop here in the middle of stage 2. Then everything will cycle back to Hamlin.
Bubba's on pit road right now. So the 23 car. Remember, he's on the comeback after some contact with the outside wall on a restart. Marty.
See Bubba Wallace coming down pit road. Carson Hocevar is going to come down next time. Yeah, they steering wheel for Bubba Wallace was at 2 o'clock, and they have not been able to fix the toe on that 23 car. Meanwhile, if Carson Hocevar told anybody in the field about that last run, they told everybody tires are very important tonight. He restarted 34th, drove to the back half of the top 10 purely on speed. They bring him here down pit road right now. 46 to go here in stage 2. Clearly some speed in that 77 after a problem earlier. And now a problem on the right rear. You see the waving there. They've got to get it jacked up on the right side once again.
Didn't have the right rear wheel tight.
Once again, losing track position.
Yep.
Now they're having continued issues because it had some issues with the nut. They changed to a fresh wheel nut. Go back over, but this probably would be an extra lap loss by the 77. Good news is the tire changer realized that the wheel was not tight. Jack got dropped. These wheels cannot be tightened up properly with the weight of the car sitting on them. The car has to be in the air. So let's just take a look at this. He comes in on the mark, right sides up. Is it a handle issue? That's exactly what happens. So on the exchange, the tire carrier, a little bit messy, kind of stepped on the hose, then he bumped the quarter panel, and the Jackman doesn't even look. To do a 9-second pit stop, it is a timing situation. And then right here, they had to get an extra wheel nut. Jackman helps him out. Damage is done, but Slow pit stop's never good, but better than leaving with the wheel loose. Very mature, waving, not leaving your post if you're that tire changer. You can't just kind of put your head in the sand. You have to understand the problem's real.
And better to do it now than later. Still plenty of time to recover. They've already come back once tonight. Past the halfway point, stage 2 at Charlotte in the Coke 600. Denny Hamlin in charge from Joe Gibbs Racing.
They're not going back to 5 lugs. They're not going to have slower pit stops and create the issue for more issues on pit road.
Conscious, and I was in a different dimension. Just going.
They just mad that I'm him, and if you don't like it,
I like being different.
You've fought against the odds in every inch of every race with endless determination and grit. All of your hard work and dedication have brought you to where you are today. Keep moving forward. Talk to your doctor about Breztri, 3 medicines in 1 inhaler. Learn more at Breztri.com.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
My name is Daniel. I've been a barista for 8 years, but I wanted to bring my take on real coffee to the community, and my Toyota BZ helped me get there.
Imagine what you can do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota. Let's go places.
When a buried mission resurfaces, Jack Ryan is pulled back into the CIA. John Krasinski returns in Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan Ghost War. Rated R, a new movie streaming now only on Prime Video. Inside of 40 laps to go, stage 2, and the Coca-Cola 600. We're live.
Not in recent years, but I would assume maybe they would speed up stops. Eventually try it.
Just wrapped the cycle of green flag pit stops. Let's go to the pit lane and Marty Snyder.
Adam, I wanted to show you the tire, the right front tire that came
Could develop
off
it.
Kosovar's car. We've talked about these teams being worried about right front tires hoarding speed, and we saw a number of them on this last run. We saw it from Kyle Larson, we saw it from Tyler Reddick, we saw it from Carson Hocevar's car as well. And in fact, Luke Lambert told Carson Hocevar on the radio, I think this is going to be the game for the rest of the race. You're going to have to take care of my right front for me. Teams talking about, there's that right front from Carson Hocevar. Teams talking about it getting cooler, the track getting freer. So what's your level of concern when you see that right front off the 77?
Well, it's for certain concerning because as the pace picks up, I don't think the wear will get better. And that unwinding, the fabric you see is you kind of have a layer of rubber, and then underneath there, you literally have a layer of cords, and they're wound around. Think about like a ball of yarn. And once you wear through and kind of break the first piece, it unwinds across the tire, and you have to. The good news is, I think the driver can feel it. He knows it's happening, which I love. I think, you know, I don't like tires that just kind of fail. I like the driver to know, hey, I push it too hard, I have to pit. That's part of trying to managing the race.
Hocevar, the 4th driver in the 1 lap down category, 4th in order, I should say, those drivers that are a lap down, 31st. So he's got some work to do if he's going to put himself in a free pass position at the end of the stage. You got 35, now 34 laps to go here in this second run of the race, Kim.
Yeah, the second unscheduled green flag stop of the night for Daniel Suarez. He was reporting a vibration, came down, they took all 4 tires off and changed them. Looking at the team, as they check the tires out right now, they don't really see anything in particular. Daniel coming on the radio though and saying something is not right. The team telling him, under the next caution stop, we will take a look at everything. So what could be causing an issue to where he could feel a vibration, but the team is not seeing anything on the tires?
So it's interesting because when we say he feels a vibration, you know, Dale, is he feeling the seat, feeling his feet, is he feeling the steering wheel? I have seen driveline vibrations, obviously tire vibrations. This is going to sound crazy. I've seen aero vibrations where parts and pieces on the cars break and they shudder. You know, when you open, you crack just the driver's window and the guys in the back seat can't stand it driving down the interstate. Think about that. That's at 70 miles an hour. Well, at 180 miles an hour, that pressure can be so violent, it can shake a part of the car at a harmonic that, Dale, you can't tell if it's aero or what it is. You just know there's a buzz or a vibration.
Yeah, back in the COT days when they first brought the splitter, we had these splitter braces, and you might break a splitter brace, and the splitter would shudder, and it would take grip out of the car. It would make you feel like you couldn't drive the car as hard as you wanted to. It kind of disconnects that sensor you have to the tire to understand really the level of grip and how much you can commit to the corner. Anytime you got a vibration in a race car, it absolutely makes it harder for you to know how much grip you have in the car, and then therefore you can't confidently commit to the corner like you want to.
First go around Gibbs.
Briscoe, Gibbs.
JGR 123.
Close in and take this spot away. Briscoe's car is fast, just not quite as fast as some of his teammates here.
All 4 Gibbs Toyotas inside the top 6, and each of their drivers have led at least 1 lap in this race tonight. Very much in the game, all of them.
Right before we pitted, Denny came up and drove by the 19. 19 was fading on the end of the run, but now the
Maybe something if Gibbs could go 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race.
That's a good word.
Briscoe's like, man, I need, what do we need to get? What do we got to do? What are our teammates doing? We know what they're doing. We know all their parts and pieces, air pressures, everything. What do we have? Or what do they have that I need or could help me find the speed to be able to match his teammates? Doing a pretty good job, though, hanging on to this second spot.
We talked about the 19 and 11's battle through green flag pit stops. I thought there would be an advantage for coming earlier. Look at them side by side, the 19 and the 11. Watch how similar these stops look. Very clean on the 11, a little bit slow on the right side of the 19. If you could believe, there is over a second-and-a-half difference. That's how quick these stops happen. I mean, the 11 gone, the 19 still working. No big difference. And think about this, 8.86, one of the 2 fastest stops of the year for Denny Hamlin, 10.5 for Briscoe. So what looks like, if you don't put them side by side, you could barely tell the difference. But that is a huge difference. I think it's important when we start talking pit stop times to really show you what a second half looks like, because it's not as obvious as you think it would be.
Long green flag run here, and Denny Hamlin has now put Austin Hill a lap down, so 24 cars on the lead lap. And I reference the number of cars on the lead lap because we talk about how congested this pit road is. We're going to have some more pit stops tonight under caution. Boy, if you're those front runners, you don't want anybody around you. You want to be as clean as you can. So the more guys we put a lap down, the door opens for some of these guys to have success. And I said he put Austin Hill a lap down. He hasn't done it yet. 33 hanging in there.
Yeah, Austin's going to fight on the outside here. He's going to try to do it respectfully, give the leader plenty of room, but not just lay over and allow him to, take the lap away.
Hill, an awesome veteran of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
I think Austin's learning too, right? He doesn't drive these cars all the time, so every lap he's getting better, every lap he's getting smarter. It's a great opportunity for him to be around the leader and see what Denny's doing, maybe pick up a few things.
Already told the story, 33 second car this weekend for Richard Childress Racing. As they will not run the 8 in honor of Kyle Busch. 25 laps to go, stage 2. Hamlin picking them up, putting them down. He's led 26 laps tonight.
Denny's been racing with the 32 a little bit. So looking at his lap times, I'm kind of wondering if Gibbs is better right now. Denny doesn't have the fire-off speed on restarts, but we know he's the class in the field in the long run. Once they get beyond, 5-10 laps, he seems to have the best car. Down at 54 here, Gibbs in some traffic, so we really can't compare the laps. I think both of them in clean air running 31 teens. The rest of the field a little bit slower than that, but these two cars right now are the best out of the field.
One of the great stories of the night, ninth place Shane Van Gisbergen doing an unbelievable job, Trevor.
Yeah, Adam, how about that? We would expect this at a road course, and that's kind of what got Shane his track position. The metric from Watkins Glen allowed him to start this race third. Really, I believed he would kind of sink back into the bottom half of the top 10 and maybe the top 15 by the end of stage one, but he has fought hard, stayed in the top 10 all night. He was even surprised to start this race that he was able to do that, but now he's settling in, starting to work on this car some, saying he needs a little bit more short run speed, a little bit tight right now, getting fired off.
Been working with Shane. SVG's been taking me to school about all the road courses we've seen this year for a little digital series, and he's so fun to talk to about the road courses because he speaks with so much confidence about what I need to do here, what I need to do there, what I need to do here. But we've had a lot of conversations about the ovals, and he's so respectful to the talent in the field, and he has so much humility. He won't admit, I think, that he's getting better, and I keep telling him, man, you look like you're very comfortable out there. He reminded me he was not comfortable yet. He thought it was taking too much effort to run the pace he needs, but he was thankful he could run the pace. Where he thought last year just that pace wasn't even kind of in there. He wasn't sure what he needed to do to get better, but man, what a great SG over here into these stock cars. And
This was the race last year where I think we saw some, evidence of his improvement, running the top 20, 25 all night long, started easing forward at 14th overall at the end of the race, at the end of 600 miles here. That's hard to do. And we also got to look at Trackhouse. They're trying to get better. They aren't where they want to be as an organization. But if he, if he's running as well as he is
Gave me
tonight,
some gummy
I think that
bears.
says a lot about his progress, because you definitely have to, handicap the vehicle just a bit. I think that's an honest thing to do, because Trackhouse has struggled just a little bit this year.
Never been here. So the facility's just unbelievable. What a shot.
It's an amazing weekend every time we come here on Memorial Day. 20 laps to go, stage 2 in the Coke 600. Tonight we honor and remember.
On Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Michael David Verado, United States Army.
You'd be shocked what 4 points can mean the difference in him.
Corporal Eddie Wade Forrest II, United States.
Hell, the regular season championship was settled, last year by a single, last year or 2 years ago by a single point.
Earl Hines, United States Marine Corps. Captain William Jacobson, United States Army. We say your names so we never forget.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, is now available with the Big Crispy Chicken Sandwich. Wait, and it still comes with bottomless chips and salsa and a bottomless drink? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Every point still matters.
And there it was, the first great American yell, echoing like a sonic boom.
You want the best points finish you can get, even if,
World stage? Hell no.
Maybe a good gap out from being able to make the chase.
Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the
Then give the 4018 better equipment.
to reach a Reese's? Some might say that that is an unfair advantage.
That's the case.
But I say everything happens for a Reese's.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thing, fellow people that sacrifice.
I mean, clearly they're the fourth-tier team.
Pride and reverence. To celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible.
Been that way since outside of the outlier year in 21. It's been that way since Johnson left. And hell, even in the last couple of years of Johnson's career, that car was shit.
Honest deal. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. Denny Hamlin continues to just drive his way through the field. Going around Riley Herbst, putting him a lap down. Riley running the 23rd position.
Last handful of laps, Denny's added about a second to his lead over Gibbs. And Briscoe's kind of hanging in there, only about a second behind the 54. So things are kind of leveling out. I think it's because they're all in this type of a situation with lap traffic. And it's how well can you get through. Everybody's going to run the preferred line, which is up the racetrack. That's where Denny would want to go. But if the traffic's there, he has to run the bottom, and you can see he can't get off the corner quite as well. A little bit of help down the back straightaway right there.
Closing on 10 to go in the stage. Let's get a report. Alex Bowman, what's going on there, Marty?
Yeah, I wanted to give a quick update, Adam, on the 48 car. They've had a transaxle issue for pretty much all of stage 2. No first or second gear for Alex Bowman. I got to give him some credit, Junior. I mean, even with that issue, he stayed on the lead lap until that last green flag stop. And I mean, man, it took him 10 seconds to get out of his pit stall with no first or second gear. I'm sure there are few things more frustrating to a driver than trying to get out of your pit stall or restart with no first or second gear.
Yeah, that's something I don't think any of these guys have a ton of experience with the new next-gen car and the transaxle. So they'll be soldiering through the night trying to figure out how to get this car home. Hopefully whatever's, destroyed inside that transaxle doesn't become a bigger issue.
Denny Hamlin just lapped William Byron. That car hasn't really been the same since that contact with the two of Cindric. So I don't know what happened to that 24, but it's not awful. It's 22nd, but I think it was a little bit faster before that damage.
Yeah, it's like that right rear's got just tweaked just a little bit. Something just slightly bent. Can't really see it with the naked eye, but with its, that toe's just 1,000.
Not much.
Thousandths off. It's going to affect how that car drives, especially on the right rear tire. Battle right here, the 5 of Larson. Trying to hang on to 4th, Reddick in 5th.
19 cars on the lead lap.
Bell had a penalty on pit road. He's up to 6th, right here in the picture. We talked about him. Zane Smith is 12th after an issue on pit road. Josh Berry's 13th after spinning down the banking. So
what about Eric Jones right there behind them? He does the 2-tire stop. He's able to get stage points, loses all the track position when they make their stop, but he's driven back up inside the top 15. Give some love to Cole Custer. He hadn't had a top 15 finish this year until Watkins Glen, and he's 15th tonight.
Fun little battle right here. See if Bell's got better tires, right? He pitted later than everybody else, and look at that. He's going to drive in there. Oh, he's going to cross the wake right there. He's going to lose a lot of speed. Here comes the 45 back by. And so, he made
Bell trying to get that Gibbs 1, 2, 3, 4 if he can get around Larson. He's definitely got the freshest tires of these guys right here. At least Larson and Reddick.
Larson, not quite as good as the Toyotas. Trying to do everything he can to keep the spot with 2 cars that are faster than him on his heels.
And Briscoe keeps telling, just keep swapping the spot.
Look at that, 3 different lines through the corner.
This stage.
Tyler Reddick dominates the early portion of this race.
Again, 3 different lines. They just Reddick and Bell just switched which line they were running.
From Kyle Larson here in stage 2, but he's not unhappy with how the car is handling. Listen to the radio.
Pretty close. I think the top's going to wake up and help our bounce a little bit. Pretty happy at the moment. I'll let you know as it goes.
Adam, this has been a fun battle to watch, but Junior...
Reddick got a little loose there off, too.
Why would the top wake up so late in this race, and why will that help that 45?
I think the track's really green. They haven't ran a ton of laps all weekend long, so there's
Got
not a
about
lot of rubber
5 to go with the
As they
stage.
start to put rubber down, that top groove will start to get a little bit better as the bottom tightens up, but that's happening really, really slow tonight. You can see these guys, there's a lot of cars that are actually making the bottom work late into this race.
Yeah, Bell got a nice run there through 1 and 2. I think he's going to get Reddick. Not quite.
Cars on the fence, running the wall. The leaders were running the wall at lap 14 of the race. Not a
He was
lot
trying.
going to the top of the racetrack and making a ton of time up there.
One thing consistent from last year to this year, turn 2 is a challenge. We saw Chase Elliott spin earlier, a lap and a half ago. Watch this 45 car right here. Watch how loose he gets. Oh, man. Like he's not sure where the 20 is. He has to put some wheel in it to not get up into the 5, and the back tires just could not accept any more wheel, and this is going to be a 3.
Oh, Reddick.
Now right there.
Almost tried to, maybe try to pin Larson behind the 71 there.
Yeah, he's coming to pit road or something. He's got an issue.
Top of your screen, this is Dirt Track Central, isn't it? I mean, you got Larson there, you got Reddick, you got Bell. Just in front of them, Briscoe, as McDowell comes down to get his service.
We talk about right front tires. I wonder if the 71, see, he can go way up the racetrack trying to get to pit road. I wonder if he's lost the right front tire, if it's corded. It looks like he's been into the fence.
Yeah.
There's no Goodyear on any of those tires.
That's got no sidewall. Oh,
Look
yeah.
at that.
If Reddick can get to his quarter panel, he might be able to slow the 5 down enough. Be able to complete the pass, but he's got to get to his quarter panel.
Is everybody going to be able to get to the finish with no issues?
Ooh, I thought he was going to pull a slide job there.
This might be where we get the issue.
There he goes. Now he's going to pull him back.
Third, Reddick and Larson. 2 to go, stage 2.
You called that out like you've been there before. Oh, yeah. 71 had no chance.
He's going to bring Bell right into the mix. Mess of traffic ahead of these guys.
Into the stage, just couldn't nurse it home. Now he cycles way back.
Larson got Reddick, or Reddick got Larson, sorry. Hey, I reversed that. Bell goes high here.
Oh, it's chaos in front
Last lap, stage 2.
those cars, but 2, 3 wide in front of that battle.
Keep an eye on that battle between Larson and Bell, because that's the battle for the channel point prediction. Larson holds off Bell. One optional win. If Bell gets by, that'll change that.
Bottom of the screen right here. He's got a right front tire coming off of that car.
Same led 31 laps, had speeding penalty. Troubles here.
Reddick all over Briscoe as Hamlin will come around to win stage 2.
Earlier this season on the mile-and-a-half at Las Vegas, and tonight he gets his second stage win in the Coca-Cola 600.
Larson did hold off Bell.
Briscoe, Reddick, and Larson the top 5. 5 of the top 6
So now we'll bring him down pit road and do our little moment of silence that we do every year.
And I will tell you, as a crew chief, seeing those right front tires not last, I might shift that green flag stop a little bit later to make sure I don't have to run 55 or 60 laps. Look at these right front tires that are worn out and then unwound. Drivers are just purely passengers when there's no tire on the car to steer.
Found a little something on Michael McDowell here.
So you remember the 23? Let's see what happens here. Oh, little contact right there. I don't think that had any. I think the right front tire on the 71 was coming off the car over the course of multiple laps, right? So it finally just unwound. Same thing for the 38.
Oh no, 2 trucks have met. I feel like I just witnessed the Spider-Man meme.
Memorial Day weekend. Time to honor and remember. They do such an outstanding job every year, Memorial Day weekend here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Cars will come through turns 3 and 4. Drive down the pit lane, and we will go silent.
And as much as we were doing the remembrance for Kyle Busch, we got to remember what this weekend really truly is about, though.
It's impossible to fully express our gratitude for the men and women who work around the clock and around the globe, providing us the freedom we all share tonight. Their selfless commitment allows us to live freely. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. We lift up their names, and we lift up those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one serving this great nation. Let's join together for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Watch this.
And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN too. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this.
Mom, I got it. Life is but a dream. Life is but a dream.
Change happens fast. Lock in your internet price for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine.
Well, the Vietnam War was just a hard time anyway.
Today, the gap between the garage and the living room has never been smaller.
Sucks that the people that got thrown into it
It's about where you train. Fuel the road.
weren't even the ones who could do anything about it either.
Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
NASCAR Powerball. The chase to 1 million is on.
Finalists, are you ready?
Memorial Day weekend for you, though.
Don't miss your chance to collect cash prizes on your way to an all-new destination where you could take home $1 million.
Insane! The winner is contestant number 2!
I can't believe it. The official lottery game of NASCAR is back for the chase. Powerball. The chase to 1 million starts now.
The universe shall quake and must shudder.
This is my home.
I'm gonna fight for it.
You may have the power, but you're too scared to use it.
I know how to use it. Masters of the Universe, only theaters June 5th.
Prior to the Coca-Cola 600, Staff Sergeant Ian Storms was surprised with the keys to a brand new Toyota Tundra, courtesy of Coca-Cola and the USO. Staff Sergeant Storms is a C-17 loadmaster who's airlifted disaster relief and flown critical combat missions overseas. As the proud signature partner of America 250, Coca-Cola, in partnership with the USO, honored a true hero in Victory Lane, celebrating the service men and women who make this country great. What a scene here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the drone show.
So awesome.
You know, I was talking to Mike Helton from NASCAR when he was up here with us on the pre-race.
Yep.
We were talking about this.
He ran it first. It was really Kyle,
Every year, all the things that we do to recognize
in a way, also paying tribute to that scheme too.
And he said, this is like the party you keep going to every year, and as soon as you get here, you remember why you keep coming back. It's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember Lance Corporal John R. Wheatley Jr., United States Marine Corps.
Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Mark Cardillo, United States Navy.
Staff Sergeant Jack Zygmunt Sky, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, United States Army.
Lieutenant Eric Parker Bryce, United States Navy.
Chief Warrant Officer Nicholas P. DeMona II, United States Army. And Specialist Nicholas P. DeMona III, United States Army. We honor the fallen.
And so now, start thinking once again about the second half of this race. One of the big elements, no doubt, going to be execution on pit road. The pit lane is open now. We're heading your way, Kim.
And for Denny Hamlin, he needs to fire off better. Could never get the right front end of the track. They're going to take 4 tires fuel, go on the jack. Chase Briscoe top right. He said, really rough ride, beating my brains out. Can't get the corner loose and over-rotated. He said, it needs right rear grip. And then Ty Gibbs, car is worse this run. He said, needs to be a number tighter. Hardy.
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, man, I feel like we're in a tough spot here. I'd love to free up the early part of the run, but I'm really worried about how that will affect the right rear. Eventual decision was to leave it alone and right pit road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Pretty conventional here. Everybody comes down. Everybody gets 4 tires. Going to be level to begin this third stage of the night. +1 for Briscoe. Gibbs goes 1 in the wrong direction. Larson feeling good. Reddick lost a spot. Chris Buescher stays in it. +2 for that 17 team. And I got to tell you, Shane Van Gisbergen, I mean, just doing an unbelievable job, and the crew delivering as well.
No, I don't want to be the weatherman here in the booth, but I will tell you, in a race of ever-changing conditions, the sun has set, the lights have come on, and the rain that was a good distance away is closing in. And look, I don't know what it's going to do in the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, but I do think we're going to start hearing more and more radio chatter, because are we looking at a 600-mile race or a 500-mile race? And you start positioning yourself and leaving yourself the biggest window of opportunity to stay on the racetrack if you think weather is coming. Let's listen into Team 11.
There is one cell popped up about, I don't know, 10, 11 miles out. I don't know if it'll hit us. It might just miss us. And then the rest of the stuff's still about 25 miles.
Oh, we're halfway. So, this is an official race, no matter what.
The race is now official. If that little cell he's talking about gets the track wet.
Once we reach halfway or stage 2, in this case, it was the same.
I think it's a nice job of you're driving, no Dale, because the intensity, I don't know if they can pick up because it's been unbelievable already, but maybe it can.
I would be thinking that everybody's going to start racing like this is the final stage. This is the final run.
If weather hits, might just be a matter of who's out front.
45 to 55 laps before they have any kind of a tire issue or want to get to pit road. We're probably going to have the weather here before then. So I absolutely think that you got to gas it. The race is complete. We've had a lot of weather issues this weekend. There's a lot of weather building behind these cells. If we do get rain, you don't have the confidence that it could get restarted tonight. So I'm racing to win as soon as they drop the green flag here, and I think that's what everybody's going to be thinking.
And now our pit reporters join the conversation. What do you have for us, Trevor?
Yeah, Adam, early in this day, we talked about the track taking changes. As the temperature changed, as the nightfall came, well, we're here. It's cold, it's dark. Over that last run, we heard a lot of conversation around cars shifting, getting freer. Ryan Blaney was one of those guys on the radio talking about how bad the bumps are now because the back is just bouncing around and he can't take it. They're having a debate, though. How do we tighten this thing up without hurting our short run when we're in traffic? Because everybody has been tied to dirty air, Kim.
Well, Trevor, Charlotte marks the halfway point between the regular season. So I asked crew chief James Small for the 19 team, where do they need to step up their game? And he said, look, stage points have been our Achilles heel so far. We have not been earning the stage points we need to. They've earned 40 stage points coming to this race on the season. That's less than half than Tyler Reddick at the top of the point standings. But he did remind me, that was the trend last year for the team too at this point. They were able to turn it around at this point in the season in 2025. And it looks like they're answering the call here tonight. Chase has earned the most stage points at 17, tied with his teammate Denny Hamlin. So maybe, Marty, they are in fact turning the corner on stage points earned.
Well, Kim, if you look at the top 5, it's Kyle Larson versus Toyota, isn't it? He's the only Chevy in that top 5 for Toyotas. He's trying to fight for this win against. Again, Larson has not won in over a year. 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus race winless streak here in the Coca-Cola 600. Larson certainly in a position to do that. Cliff Daniels wanted to make sure that his driver knew the right front that they pulled off of the 5-car last time had some pretty significant cording on it. He said, anything you can do, help me out with that. I know you're free. Do the best you can to take care of that right front. And Steve, look at that right front that came off Larson's car.
Now, the good news is, if managed correctly, I'm not sure we're going to have to run that far on a right front tire, but it's always in the back of your mind. Just one more piece to the puzzle you're trying to put together as this race unfolds.
I want to fire Dale up and talk stage points. Yeah, 10 extra ones on the line here tonight with that added stage. And you look at the guys that are delivering. Hamlin and Briscoe both putting 17 on the board. I mean, everybody down on pit road's talking about it. Kim referenced it with his 19 team, but you got to go out and get it done. And Joe Gibbs Racing's doing it, but in particular Briscoe, who needs him coming in.
Yeah, Larson's having a good night there, and he needs it as well, 7th in points. So he needs to climb a few spots to be comfortable about his opportunity to race for a championship this year. Ty Gibbs doing a great job, as he has done all year long. Sitting right now in the top 5 in points. And 54 car gobbling up some extra stage points tonight.
I'm waiting to see how this 11 does on the restart. That's been the one weakness of the 11 consistently for the year. And we had Green, he drove off to a pretty big lead, and now we're bunched back up in his car. Can the balance, can the 11 do what it needs to do on the sprint right here off the go?
Fire Dale up with stage points. We're going to fire Steve up with the betting numbers. Let's do our FanDuel race chat.
Well, you see Denny Hamlin's the favorite for good reason. It has been an impressive performance, but like I just said, restarts have been his weakness. So if you think it's Briscoe or Gibbs, one of the other Toyotas, Reddick, or maybe the Chevy with Larson, now's perhaps the time.
All right.
Because once they get out front, you're going to lose those odds.
Less than half this race to go now.
Starts on the front road, being out of, not the control car. He still fought hard to be able to outside of the control car off into one. Can he do it again here?
Joe Gibbs Racing cars up front for the restart. Christopher Bell pitting outside the box, penalized. He'll have to come from deep in the field. Hamlin Briscoe coming to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone, underway in stage 3 in the Coke 600.
It's a great launch by the 19. Denny doesn't have a ton of help. Off into turn 1 and 2. Oh man, the 19 couldn't get the throttle just as good, but he's going to side draft here on the outside.
Briscoe gonna make it a battle though.
Slow him down, he does. Big run for the 5, Larson.
Reddick pushing through right behind him. Hamlin trying to get free in that inside lane to get the top spot. Is he all clear? Yes, he is. 11 back on point early stage 3.
That's huge for Denny Hamlin to be able to clear there. Now he tries to make dirty air from the 19 car down into turn 1. He does.
Look at the varying lines here. Low, middle, and high. Everybody's starting to flirt with it.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Busher right there.
Yep. Flat right front for leg.
In the 78. She has the right front tire flat, limping around on 3 and 4 apron.
I'm bringing this to you. I'm just going real slow. I don't want to run up on the racetrack.
Got to salute Catherine doing the double. First woman to do it, 6th all time. Ran the Indy 500 earlier today. Unfortunately for her, crashed out early at lap 17 and the tire just came off. She was
That wheel came off. That's going to bring out the yellow.
It needs to be before it gets any higher. It looks like it's going to stay on the apron, but
Yep.
Caution number 6.
It looked like it was just flat. I'm shocked it actually came off the car.
Flat tire, obviously it was a loose wheel, and then the wheel exits the 78.
It's flat too.
Oh, it was 2 for 2.
Yeah, it was flat. It was flat, but I'm surprised the wheel lug nut came off there. I wonder if running over the bumps on the apron shook the wheel lug. Shook it loose.
Not run these cars that often. Come out here. The lap time that the field was running in practice was better than the track record in the next gen car. And she was right there clicking along some solid run laps as well.
She talked about how important it was to get practice because she had never been here in a Cup car. Ran the O'Reilly race here a season ago, but had not seen this place at the Cup level. Did get some practice. I would also say, you know, she's running a limited schedule. We'll see her from time to time the last couple of years. You know, her best ever finish was in a Crown Jewel event, Brickyard 400 last summer. So we congratulate her on all the other things she's done, and today competing in the double, which is, I know it didn't go the way she would have liked, but just an enormous challenge for anybody to take that on.
The road's closed this time around. It wouldn't shock me though when it opens that we see maybe some back half lead lap cars come, and it's more of a fuel game or a fresher tire game with the potential weather coming. You know, if you're a car right now, if you are Cole Custer running 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, with only 17 cars in the lead lap, you come, put some fresh tires
4
on,
Toyotas, 3 Chevrolets, 3 Fords, your top 10.
Maybe you know,
You're looking at the radar though, Steve. You're a crew chief on the pit box. What do you think? I mean, how long are we going to be running before we have to worry about the weather getting here? Are you willing to take that risk and give up that track position that you may never get back?
Man, I feel like I just got put right on the spot right there.
Well,
Adam's looking at me.
Dude, you've been in that position.
I'm making that assessment on those drivers because that's what I would do. If I'm in the top 10, I'm sticking with the plan. But I am telling you, if I'm Joey Logano in 12th and I'm looking literally for lightning to strike, I need something to jumpstart my season as we ride on board right here with the Ford onboard camera. I think, and Paul Wolf is Mr. Creative. Come down right here. Just stay ahead. So if another quick caution comes out, maybe you can stay out. Just try to keep my options open.
You mentioned Paul Wolf. He's always been so good at nickel and diming Joey into a great finish.
I was here the day David Ruderman stayed out. We all pitted.
Yeah.
I was one of the cars that pitted. And we were like, it's just a quick shower. And then a day later, when it was canceled, we all dropped our head, and we were like, we could have been David Ruderman. Congratulations to them. They did a great job. Rodney Childers on the call that day. It was an impressive run. Let's listen to the 6 of Brad Keselowski.
What's the story on tires? You got any left down there? I got 7 sets laying, especially with the radar I'm looking at. I am not opposed.
Love it. Let's see it. Green light on pit road. Who's coming to pit road? If I'm Brad, I'm turning left right here. He is. You can tell out the rear window.
He's not the only one.
Brad. I love this call. Keep crew chiefing. Keep giving your driver whatever advantage you can find. Kim.
And for Brad Keselowski, you heard that radio. What you didn't hear on the radio was the code word diamonds. We'll see what that means when he gets to his box. He did report that he was just a little bit tight metal in the middle. They will at least take right side tires. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, looks like. Marty Ford, Brad Keselowski.
Kim, Derek Finley raised his hand at Steve's proposal and said, hey, I'll take that shot. Why not? Remember all the speed Preece had earlier in the race. They have not had it here in the second half of the race. So taking a swing just outside the top 10, pitting here with 188 to go and 88 in the stage.
I just think earlier into stage 1 when some guys came down and then the rally that they had on those tires next stint of the race. We'll see what these guys do here. We're underway. Stage number 3 in the Coca-Cola 600. Tonight we race to remember.
No race means more. Sergeant First Class Jonathan B. McCain, United States Army.
Private First Class Willis Earl Norris, United States Army.
Sergeant Bobby Frank Limerick, United States Army. Senior Airman Jason Plight, United States Air Force.
Lance Corporal Brent T. Froman, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant Ross A. Pennanen, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again, Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat.
You know what? Now you can officially do it, even though I can actually reference the title now, so I will do it again.
We've got it.
This Coke's for KB.
Do it for less. Harbor
Or
Freight,
KFB.
your automotive destination.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast.
Look, it's pancakes.
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sign my pancakes?
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile.
Bet you I can.
Well, you better pick it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet.
Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. It's $35 a month.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want. Any way I want.
I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped? Yep, they can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
Still like the video for that song, which is somebody going to the jukebox, putting a coin in the jukebox, the record flips over. Departure record flips over, flips on, and then it shows the band playing the song. Departure, 1980.
I hope they find someone.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Stage 3, Coca-Cola 600. With the Hall of Famer, Dale Earnhardt Jr., our crew chief, Steve Letarte. I'm Adam Alexander. Big restart coming here. These drivers that came down pit road, took tires and fuel here. Priest, the best of the bunch, restarting. He's 15th prior to the choose. Hamlin, Briscoe up front. The Echo Park Automotive restart zone awaits.
You know what? I don't know how that is actually determined, Mark, so I can't answer that. I don't know how that is actually determined.
Back in the game, Briscoe, outside lane power move. Couldn't quite get there to clear Hamlin to 3.
Can he stay on his right side door this time? No, Hamlin with a big corner entry.
He's coming back. Indy's going to have to give him the room. He's going to be outside down the front straightaway.
Major momentum for Briscoe.
Big run for the 45. Does he go 3 wide?
Reddick. 3 wide for the lead in the 600. And Tyler Reddick gets the lead.
Going to the point in the 600. And he slides up to block the 19 of Briscoe. Incredible.
Tyler Reddick from 3rd to the lead.
Then he got through the last restart, but this time a little bit of maybe an overdrive into 3 and allowed the 19 to get back to his right rear. The car just got tight. I'm not sure which. But either way, Reddick was there to take advantage. Hamlin is still in a fight with the 19. I think he's going to finally clear him right here. He does. He slides up. Oh, man. You saw the fire
get out of the gas,
pipes. Oh, the 19's like, please don't. Oh, and has a lip block.
Attack, attack.
4 tires on that 20.
Bell is on the move, trying to charge.
Already, only 3 lap pressure tires. Tires
The
matter, and
10th.
it makes for great racing here at Charlotte.
You know, we've heard
Keep an eye on Bell, too, on those fresh tires.
continue to improve his craft when it comes to restart. Second now slides through to third. Little crossover from Briscoe. I mean, Van Gisbergen just not going away. It's unbelievable to me how consistent that team has been tonight.
Stenhouse as well, back there in 6th, on board with Gibbs looking ahead. The car behind him would be Stenhouse, but in front, Briscoe. Gibbs with a run. What does he do with it? Does he look low? He does.
Gibbs wants the spot for Briscoe.
To approach here, but you know the rain's coming. But you also could be racing a lot longer if it misses us. You don't want to throw away something really good, chasing a short-term gain.
And I'm going to tell you, I didn't think 3 laps would matter as much, but the 20 of Bell has kind of leaped through the canyon. He's now to 8.
Up to 8.
Just past the 17 of Busher, looking up to SVG, up the road ahead. Battle for the lead at the top. Bell slicing through traffic at the bottom.
Denny's making great time across the bottom of the racetrack right there, the 5.
Bell's going to get another one.
Reddick not really able to take a lot of opportunity off the top here. So Denny to the bottom. He's going to wrap real tight. Try to come up here and side draft down the straightaway. The 45 just not really good. Look, see the bobble? Reddick is not comfortable, not making the pace at the top
Gibbs
of the
loses a
racetrack
spot.
like he wants to. I think Denny takes the spot with ease right here.
Hamlin wants to be in control.
Hamlin back into control.
Wiggle as he comes off the corner, but he's able to hang on to it and maintain the top spot in front of Reddick.
None of them look like we could drive them, Pat.
I want no part of this.
Oh.
The climb continues for Bell.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I know the 20 is good, but I was thinking more of fresh tires for a strategic advantage, but Bell is thinking fresh tires for a speed advantage.
78 is Catherine Legg, brought out that caution, which he lost a tire.
45's got a run here. Catherine's dirtying up there just a little bit for the leader. Now the 45's back to the bumper. Then he's going to go to the
They're
bottom.
going to be side by side with SVG. That's going to drink Bell to both of them. Reddick back for the lead.
Back and forth, Reddick and Hamlin.
And whenever their balance is, it's almost like the trailing car either gets tighter. Like, I think they're all fighting loose, and when they get into second, they can actually get a little bit tighter balance because of the air. Wouldn't surprise me if the 11 runs the 45 right back down.
Reddick's won 5 times this year.
Oh, didn't he almost into the outside wall off of turn 2?
Hamlin has 1 victory, but Hamlin probably feels like he should have 2, and Reddick should have 4. Go back to Kansas, 1.5 miles. Looks like Hamlin's going to get it done.
Watch this right here.
Right at the camera. Oh, maybe rushed it.
Right there. Denny just lost the handle of the car. Last handful of laps, the last handful of corners not being great for this 11 car. Clearly looked like the better car of the 2, but a little issue with lap traffic there, and now struggling to be able to get the form back and get the speed.
Duos combined to lead 130 laps here tonight, Reddick and Hamlin.
Reddick looking for his 6th win on the season.
Bell's climb up the standings kind of got halted. He got to the 97. SVG doing a really good job of just committing to the top, running the top. Really no defensive moves on the 20. He's just forcing him to run the bottom, the non-preferred lane. Trevor, 97 in the 20, a heck of a battle.
Yeah, guys, the 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen, he can't even hide his excitement on the radio. During that break, he was like, guys, this is so freaking cool. And now you see his restart. He came from 11th up inside the top 5 for a moment, able to rip the top 3 wide. Talk to those guys about his maturity and confidence. Dale Jr., you mentioned it. What is this going to do for Shane Van Gisbergen's confidence going forward on these ovals?
It's just going to keep building and building. And he's going to start, you know, where he might be giving guys some breaks, right? And maybe, hey, I don't have the speed to be up here. I don't have the speed to hold this car off. He's going to stop doing that. He's going to expect himself to be able to get up there and do this every single week. He's going to get tougher and tougher to race with, tougher and harder to pass, as he should. And let me just add on that, Dale, right? The 88 was in an accident, so can't use Connor Zillage. But, you know, when you look for the 1 of Ross Chastain, you have the 97.
Actually, you know what Bell's scheme reminds me of a little bit? Granted, his is a little grayer than the one I'm going to reference. Reminds me of another guy who won his lone Cup Series race in this very race, say 19 years ago.
Chastain racing Logano,
a name is kind of synopsis with another racing event that we watched earlier today. The nephew of the Indy great Rick Mears, Casey Mears. Very much reminds me of what that 25 car looks like a little bit. And Casey won this race in 2007, his lone Cup Series win.
In the bank. So for a guy that is so new to all of this, when you look at it broadly, he continues to impress, but nothing here for Christopher Bell. 20 drives underneath and slides up for another spot.
Pretty respectful slide. I thought he could have really slammed the door in the middle of the corner, but he carried it around exit. Maybe he just
Go up
knew he was
P6. You got the 4 Gibbs cars in the top 6 box.
Right in the center of the corner, just a little bit of smoke. And the 20 did not get off that corner very well at all. And even with hitting the center of the wall in the center of the corner, SVG back to the bottom of the racetrack trying to get by.
This for 4th. Ty Gibbs been in the game all night long, racing Briscoe.
Ooh. Interesting.
And that gets tight on corner exit.
I mean, it doesn't affect the finishing order, though. Well, it affects him for points, but
66 Timmy Hill, several laps down.
And Hamlin has got to be just thinking, how did I give this lead back to Reddick?
how are you thinking? Penske wasn't even connected at all with Montoya, let alone Montoya didn't win his first, didn't won more than one Cup race. I don't know how you think Juan.
Just over 30 laps in stage 3 at Charlotte. And as we run the Coca-Cola 600, we give you the Coca-Cola Racing.
But it's not his best finish on Oval, I believe. His best overall race, but it's not his best finish. It wouldn't be his best finish so far.
Wallace has been behind the 8 ball tonight. Austin Dillon has also faced some problems in this race.
Looking at that radar right there, it's hard to tell if it's going to go just a bit north.
Hamburgers, I don't like.
Of the racetrack.
Maybe Swiss cheese on a hamburger, but I don't usually get a. Usually it's hamburger without cheese.
Race is so good. I want to see all 400. This is unreal.
Jesus Christ, children. Children.
Stay with us. It's NASCAR on Prime.
I was 21 when Montoya hit that jet dryer.
Veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the USO. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
There was a time when Burger King was...
I mean, Juan won two Cup Series races, you know?
Somewhere we just fell off. You called out our restaurant, service, and mistakes. Oh, and this guy. We needed to be better. And I'd know. I'm Tom, the president. So we fired the king and crowned you, reinvesting one restaurant, team, and Whopper at a time. Because there's a new king, and it's you.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way. Because mastery isn't about where you start. It's about where you train. Fuel the road. Own the race.
Depends on how committed NASCAR would be to drying the track and how many laps we got left. We were already pushing 9:30 East Coast time, so I don't know. The biggest thing I'd say is the fact that we're past that we're past the official point, you know.
Nominate a veteran or active duty service member for the NASCAR Heroes Pass and give them a lifetime of NASCAR.
We're past the official halfway point. We're 140 laps from the finish. Or excuse me, 160 laps from the finish.
Just over 60 laps to go, stage 3 at Charlotte. Let's do our Credit One Bank 1-1.
And that's the biggest thing I see. You know, when people start talking weather and stuff, I was like, well, they're past the halfway point. they're past the point at which they could call it an official race. NASCAR could decide to call it because we're past that point.
playoffs and have a great season. So felt like tonight was another night for that. They've been struggling to find speed throughout the year, really put it together and execute right. Tonight, I think they might bring this thing to victory lane.
I can't change my pick now. It was Denny Hamlin before it started. It's Denny Hamlin still. He's led 66 laps tonight. He knows how to win here. He won here in 2022. He won back at Las Vegas on the same tire 7 times. He's put those rings on the crown jewel races. Maybe tonight's number 8.
Full disclosure, I went last in the draft, but I'm getting the guy that's running P1. Thanks for leaving me, Tyler Reddick, who until
Denny Hamlin,
outside the top 10 in a Coca-Cola 600.
If he were to win this race, he'd be the only multiple-time 600 winner in the field. And I said that stat earlier, but I still find that wild. This running of the race is the first to feature to not have a driver that's won multiple 600s in it.
On restarts, he struggles. He gives up a spot. He's doing a little bit better.
For a number of years, that was Jimmy Johnson. When Jimmy was making the one start, it was Johnson that was the one that was making that happen.
After the restart, sorry, but remember, like, just made a little mistake in the 3 and let Reddick get around him back on the outside. You know, that's even increased his determination, feeling like he should be that.
No, that was Chevrolet during Jimmy Johnson's era. Again, look up the name John Middleton if you don't. Again, I'm not one to believe conspiracy theories, but look up the name John Middleton and yeah, something tells me something was still up there. You put a former GM executive that was one of the actually was the chief appellate officer during that era.
I think my balance is okay.
Again, not one to imply that stuff, but
yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you either direction.
yeah, since I think the mid '70s, Ellison. What? 77, I think. 77 or 78.
By this point in the year, I want to have it figured out, even if it's only 80% of the potential that we had in the last body.
I think for sure there are certain ones, this being the 600 is a big one just because it really is a true test of a man and machine. I will say the other one.
Because I don't remember if Earnhardt started 78. I know he started 75 if I remember correctly, but not.
What he means by that is you know, there's
I'm not sure about 76, 77, or 78. It's one of those 3 years, I believe.
horsepower does it make, how much downforce or grip does it make, but what we forget a lot is drag. These cars are very draggy. They are pulling a very big parachute between the underbody and just the shape of the car. So one car might be able to make the same amount of grip with a more efficient, more streamlined setup, which makes it seem like it has more horsepower, but maybe it's a actual aero advantage. I know Chevy, though, is going to keep working on how this body needs to be placed on the racetrack. There's no doubt they're going to make gains. That's the one good news for them. With a new body, there's probably more potential gains ahead.
Watch his 5 car, watch the helmet.
The best race in a while that the 5 cars had.
The worst in 3 and 4. Look at that. Really bad. On corner exit. Unbelievable what these guys are having to put themselves
5.
through.
Okay, thank you, What. By the way, nice to see you in the stream. I seen you comment earlier when they were doing the whole tribute to Kyle, but obviously I was letting that play out. That's why I didn't say anything earlier, but good to see you in the chat.
A whole lot of suspension happening. All the dampening is going through the sidewall of the tire.
Wish it was under better circumstances, but good to see you in chat.
You talk about the roughness of the racetrack and the compromise you have to make there. Well, another compromise they're going to have to make is when do you want to pit under green? The weather's coming. We're only about, they have 36 laps on their tires, 52 to go in the stage. So there is something that says the front end of the pit window is probably in the next 1 or 2 laps. But are you willing to run long? Are you gambling on weather? There's more to the equation now than just simple math with the weather potential. Trevor.
Guys, 21 starting this pit cycle here was really happy with his car on the short run, but thought it fell off too hard, fell back to 18.
There he's in.
Outside the top 10 on that run, taking 4 tires and fuel.
Hill's in.
I don't think the answer
SVG, Blaney.
Here because of that potential weather. A couple more on pit road. We have the 97 of SVG.
We kind of fell off here this race. We were the top 10, fell off.
Normally we see a wave that kind of all come in 2 laps. I'm not sure everyone's convinced, Trevor.
Ryan Blaney there was the best running Penske car for most of the race. His teammate Joey Logano
There's
just
loses the spot to Gibbs.
Ryan Blaney really finding a loose balance there, trying to work on this number 12 car as he hits pit road.
Now these cars will absolutely have a grip advantage. A second to a second and a half of fall off tonight here at Charlotte, so new tires will instantly pick up that speed.
So I'm surprised that, well,
has joined the group that
as I think about it, I'm not surprised I got more here for the 600 than Indy, considering what happened this week, but I'll pick up there on Buscher's stop. Herbst down and away. Ty Dillon, Reddick, Hamlin, Briscoe, Gibbs, Larson, they're all in. And 3 of the Gibbs cars, good stops. There's a little slower stop.
Outstanding restart, was able to get the lead, happier with the handling of the 45. See the 11 chasing him off pit road. While the 60 of Ryan Priest, he took tires. Remember when Steve said some of those at the back end should take tires? On that last stop they did and drove.
Reddick leapfrogs Hamlin.
And also Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They've kind of migrated the speed, which was really on the front end for the 47, to the middle part of the run. They told them that they need to work on 3 and 4 the most. But this battle up front between the 45 and 11 after the cycle of stops, fun to watch, Adam.
Oh, it's been incredible. I mean, they all come together, so there's no drama of how they're going to blend. We just got to watch them do their work and slice and dice down the pit lane.
See that 45 car out front there, bottoming out down in turn
Interesting he had the split call here because Bell stayed out, but the other 3 Gibbs cars came in. So interesting bit of split strategy there. Speaking of Bell, that is Bell the leader right there.
That's the leader of the race. So this pass matters because now they're back on the lead lap in case we do have a yellow. Very important pass for these 2.
So they both get back on to the tail end of the lead lap. And there's 3 cars that are yet to make a pit stop. You talk about
Bell, Keselowski, and Zane Smith.
Leader of the race. He's going to have to come down the pit lane. So is Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith. It will all cycle back to this duo. This right now basically the battle for the lead unless we get rain or something. Reddick just hanging tight in front of Hamlin.
You see that 45 bottom out? I mean, 185 miles an hour in the middle of the corner, and you have to contend with the car just bottom down.
Talk about how physical this track is. I go back to our production meeting earlier today. Corey LaJoie had run the truck race, and he came in. I mean, he was scrambled, and he told us that just because of how physical this racetrack is. We've watched it all night, and now we're heading toward...
Hey, happy birthday, Ricky Craven.
And these 2 greats are going at it.
These guys are battling for
Burrow only won 2 Cup races, but he made them memorable.
It will be the battle for the lead. I think Denny knows how important it is to try to strike while he can.
The last time through 3 and 4.
He's going to get there, I think.
Ooh, Hamlin's got the tug.
I was going to say last time through 3 and 4, the 11 kind of hitched to the right. I wonder if the 45 is going to shut that off. this time.
45 doesn't go to the top of the racetrack, crosses down in front of the 11. That's going to cause Denny to push way up the racetrack, lose a lot of speed.
Kozlowski's on pit
Show
road.
you that because that's one reason why I believe the 20 is running long, thinking the rain could come, and they are controlling the race right now. The negative,
Well,
though, is
wouldn't be the first time that Bell's done that.
two on newer tires.
You see it now. Our pylon showing.
Well, he's giving it up now.
His scheduled stop, Trevor.
And we saw this play
Hands the lead to, will hand it to Zane Smith. Nope, Zane got a pit.
This stop looking clean so far. 4 tires for Christopher Bell. Really happy with his balance, and they want to keep this track position.
Zane Smith gives up the lead, comes down pit road as well. So it cycles back. It's Reddick P1, Hamlin P2. We'll see the merge here, but there they go by. No problem at all.
Yeah, it's a great way to kind of pay off the distance, but look who has joined the fray. The 19 of Briscoe, from a pretty decent ways back, has run these two down.
Yeah. Must know what I'm talking about.
Because you are Super B.
Briscoe going up there to take the lead. Give you the win.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Done this before. Check out the 11 of Denny Hamlin and how much he gains all the way to the rear bumper. The 40.
Damn, Hamlin.
Watch this.
Talk about getting all you can get coming to pit road.
It was so close. And then walks the race off. The 45's gone out of the pit boxes, out of control. I thought they were door to door. And watch this right here. It's like the 45 just knows the way the timing loop is. He doesn't have to really kind of accelerate, get back to speed, and to gas up again. So he is pedaled down all the way from pit stall 1, and it's like a top fuel dragster. Just the momentum carries out in front of the 11.
Try to ride on board with this 19 to see if we can see what Denny might be struggling with.
Briscoe all over Hamlin. Briscoe seems to fire off good, but I don't know if he can maintain that long run speed.
Now he's trying to fend off the 19 of Briscoe to keep second place. Briscoe's car seemed to woke up a little bit. Can it sustain this advantage over the course of the run? Like he gains a little bit right there on Denny from the center of the corner off.
Hey, you talk about Briscoe, and we said coming in this could be their night. The 17 stage points he's accumulated, it's gone from below the chase cut line to 11. That's plus 6 for him so far tonight. It's Tyler Reddick leading the Coke 600.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control.
Because considering I'm watching it on Prime.
When life wrecks your finances,
I know how I'm faster.
helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Do parents cover kids' eyes to protect them?
Uh-oh, that's a scary part.
Or to secretly steal their Reese's?
It doesn't sound scary.
Super scary.
Perhaps moms know everything happens for a Reese's.
I've doubted myself more times than I can count. Heard every opinion. Read every headline. But when you're surrounded by the right people, you learn it's about...
He fired off good tonight, and I was curious as to whether they could keep the speed going because he fired off so good at the start of the night.
You realize that? You take control of your story.
And yet they've been consistent, so.
15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99.
Trying to become the first driver since Johnson to win the Daytona 500 and the 600 in the same year.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger.
Excuse me.
Go further.
That's not right.
Repairs that prevent costly comebacks.
That's not right. Sorry. I might stand corrected on that because I don't think that's right. Because the 2013 500 was hard, or the 2013 600 was Harvick. I got to think about that one for a second. Actually, it might still be Johnson in 06. Or no, 03. No. No, it isn't. I'm trying to call this offhand without looking it up, by the way. So if I'm screwing this up, I'm not looking. I'm trying to not look this up. I'm trying to remember it from memory.
NASCAR returns next Sunday on Prime. And we're looking forward to Nashville Super Speedway. It's the Cracker Barrel 400. Live from Music City. NASCAR Live on the air. 6 p.m. Eastern Time as we race on the concrete. So fun.
Under the lights, too. You know,
yeah.
We've seen some delays that got us under the lights, but normally been a day race under the lights.
When was the last time that happened?
Tyler Reddick drove off to a comfortable lead over Denny Hamlin. The 71 car of...
I was trying to remember who won the 600.
car they were trying to get around the 45 has newer tires.
McDowell about 10 laps pressure off the pit road, so...
You know, and I look at Christopher Bell, who pitted later. We talked about that. After the cycle, he had fallen back to 9th. Bell has gotten himself back up to 6th in the running order.
Yeah, I was just talking to Dale under that commercial that he only has 6-lap pressure tires, but they're worth about a half a second at this point in the run. So, that's just, you got to kind of always have that in the back of your mind. If you get the right yellow at the right time, that decision to pit or not pit and 2 tires,
Look
it'll be
here.
a big test.
The 19's called Denny and got to his quarter panel down on the back straightaway. Can he finish the pass? He's going to be able to clear him here. I think so. Behind them, you see the black car, Ty Gibbs, kind of closing into this. Denny's car not looking as good on the long run here.
So you and I talked about that this week. When we went back and reviewed last year's tape, we watched the race. We thought that when the cars all stopped at the end of stage 2, that the track itself might have gone through a little bit of shift. We see this in practice. You throw a red flag, everybody comes off the track. I don't know the phenomenon, but if the cars leave the track for a minute, it's like it goes through a change. And it seems like the 11 is maybe a touch off what he had in stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, if there's any kind of a break where the track rests, it's going to change. It's going to cool. It's going to affect your car. Will not drive identically when you get back out there. And sometimes that improves for some guys, and some cars don't improve. We heard other drivers last year say, well, after the break I was tighter. After the break I was looser. After our break I was this. So there's definitely something to the track resting. We see that as well, as you mentioned in practice. We see it qualifying as well. There's a commercial break in qualifying where we don't have
think about it, I don't think it's ever happened in the same season.
do affect the racetrack somewhat, and then the next group of cars go out and either go a little faster or a little slower. So maybe Denny and those guys got a little work to do to get the balance back to where he was happiest earlier in this race.
Yeah, sorry, Dale. Inside of 30 laps to go here in this third stage. We could be looking at 2 more pit stops. Don't know how it's going to play out. Cautions obviously could change the thought process on that. But Steve, I look at our running order. The lead for Reddick is over a second. Is there an opportunity here?
Somebody's going to have to look up the stats for me because I don't really want to take the effort. I don't believe there's somebody that's actually done the 500 and the 600 the same year. There's drivers that have done it over the course of their careers, but I don't think there's somebody that's done it the same year.
Let's go back to the last long run we had. In the closing laps, we had Zane Smith. We had other cars lose right front tires just instantly, corded right off the front of those vehicles. So you mentioned it. The cars pitted at 251. They're going to have to go nearly 50 laps on this cool, fast
Maybe DW?
compared to a Bell who
If
doesn't
DW won the 689.
So that would probably be in my
Well, Rusty won the All-Star race.
once you find a place and you can settle in, kind of click the laps off, and let's just make sure we get that right front tire to the end of stage 3.
Yeah, and that 19 car of Chase Briscoe kind of coming to life here right now, and that car just has gotten better and better as the run has gone through. In fact, Chase quiet on the radio, which usually means a happy driver. They didn't make a big adjustment.
Bell obviously has the freshest tires, so not surprised if he's gaining spots at the end of the run.
So this car getting better throughout the night. I also want to note Denny Hamlin running in that 3rd position just asked how many.
Well, what year was Jeff's? Was it 97?
Again, this is a couple laps ago, 29 to go. So maybe a tire manager.
That would have been the last year it was done then.
That we're seeing right now.
I think he's smart enough right there.
Because what I was trying to figure out is if it was done the last year it was done. Which, in that case, it would have to be Jeff in 97. the last year it was done.
Getting a little tire temp out of the tire, settle back in. You see he's starting to take the fight back to the 19 here. Just being smooth. That's Denny's MO, man. He's one of the smoothest.
Oh, damn, almost, almost 30 years ago since it's been done.
You're going to see yawed out sideways or overdriving the car.
Riddick in a position now.
And look, here he is.
Do just that.
Slowed down. Worked on his race car a little bit.
Also, what's interesting is the last time it was done, Jeff went on to win the championship. Or should I say the last time it was done, the driver that did it went on to win the championship. '01. '01 was the year he recorded the best finish for somebody ever doing the double. Was it 6th at Indy and 3rd in the 600?
So many opportunities for distraction. He's a team owner, co-owns with Michael Jordan at 23, 11, and you think about the growth of that organization, going from 1 car to 2 cars to 3. They got 4 entered here tonight.
Bell after Larson. They try to make it Reddick followed by JGR 1, 2, 3, 4 if he can get around Larson.
You think about the loss of his father, but Denny stays in it and just seems to improve year by year, week by week, and now we're seeing the long haul pay off for Christopher Bell. No problems inside of Larson. 20 drives by for 5th.
So now it's Reddick followed by JGR. Yeah, Tony did it twice, but his best finish was 01. He finished both in 99 as well, but his best finish of the two was 01.
To make up before he can go up there and fight for the next spot. 20 laps to go.
But with that, it gives Toyota 1 through 5. We have 23-11 leading. The Gibbs organization 2nd through 5th.
They'd be the first in history to do it, Mark. Nobody has done it over the course of their career, let alone doing it the same season. Or same year, I should say. It would make history on both fronts.
Yeah, we'll be surprised to see Jones figure out how to get himself into the top 10 when it's all said and done. They ran there all last year.
Yeah, Robbie did it 3 times. There was somebody posted it during the week. Cletus. Somebody posted it during the week, the ones that had attempted the double and their finishing results.
The All-Star race, and he goes home in a couple of weeks. We race at Michigan.
Logano and Stenhouse here battling for 9th. Trevor, what you got on Logano? Well, Logano's had a very quiet day considering it's his 36th birthday, but this team's continued to work on the car, and that discussion you had earlier.
Honestly, I think it would have been more impressive to do it back in the day than to do it now. Now you can basically, you can train your body to do it, but back in the day when it was a little more tougher, I think it'd be harder to do it back in the day than now.
37 years old, but 627 starts. Those don't seem to go together. He just started so young. He has run so many races, so much experience, 37 wins, championships, and he's accomplished it.
Stenhouse trying to find a way around this 22. He's going to have a run here. He's going to want
It's a battle for 9th. They're showing on the screen there.
But he'd rather have the top. Brad Keselowski drives into this battle in the 6th.
3-car battle there for 9th.
In the running order.
Oh, Stenhouse almost got to the outside. Couldn't quite do it. Now we're racing. We've got the top 4 here on the screen. As the 45 still leads the 19, but the 54 Gibbs is closed in, and he's trying to take a spot away from Denny. 45 struggling on the bottom. This will be a good opportunity for the 19 down the back straightaway. He's going to have a big run. Does he go to the inside?
I wonder if Reddick's tires are giving up.
Chase Briscoe.
You know, they've had issues in the past with I know they've had issues before with him using up his tires late the run. He's going to have 4 hungry Gibbs cars after him here with about 16 to go. Bell's in the mix, too. He's closed up a bunch on those little fresher tires.
And here's a 20. I mean, all the Toyota
We're all here except for the Reddick's teammates, Wallace and Herbst and Heim. Otherwise, you'd have all the Toyotas in one shot. Oh, and the legacy cars. Jones is actually 12th right now.
The strategy within the stage, but it is paying off with 15 to go in our third stage of the night.
Gibbs had to get out of the gas there on the inside of the 33, the 20 to the middle of the racetrack. He might be able to get to the outside of Gibbs. Can't quite do it off of turn 4.
5 cars under a blanket with 14 to go in the stage.
Briscoe's there. Here comes Hamlin.
Briscoe goes high, Hamlin goes low.
Briscoe wound up outside lane. Hamlin painting the line. Both of them get by Reddick. Who's going to get the lead? Turn 3. Give it to number 19. Not yet.
20 cars going to win this stage. Bell's going to win this stage at this rate. He just got another one. He got by Gibbs. He got by Reddick. And he's reeling in his teammates.
That is not the first time we've seen that happen between these two off of turn 4.
Watch that 20.
Is covering his eyes. I mean, the coach is like, I love the numbers. I love what we're generating here. But my gosh, guys.
Well, they're about to be 1, 2. Yeah, they're 1, 2, 3, 4. JGR 1, 2, 3, 4.
He takes the top of the racetrack. Bell goes to the bottom.
Bell looking for second.
Side by side off this corner with the 19, a huge run from the top. And Bell slow him down, can't quite do it as the ball back in.
I kind of like the Roval what if. I would keep the 600 where it is, but I kind of like to have the Roval. I hated driving it, and I've never even attempted it on iRacing because no way in hell would I attempt it on iRacing. But I kind of like that you had the different race for the second race. Keep the 600 like this.
I think he's just accepted they got to make adjustments here. Briscoe almost into the wall there off of turn 4. Christopher Bell again with the newer tires. A little more speed in this car. Takes away second spot from Briscoe.
JGR about to go 1, 2, 3, 4 at this stage.
He does. Christopher Bell can't clear, can't make the spot. Can't go.
Yeah, that's why I was saying too, because that's happened to that 45 team before too. Tyler just seems to burn up his tires to where the good runs out of him, then he's got to just hang on until the end of the run. You still got another stage, still got another 100 laps. And Bell is, ooh, Briscoe might have got the fence off too. Watch Bell here. He's going to get a great run off this corner. There's not a lot of room there. I think that's what they're saying is right. I think Bell's move is to use the top lane, but I don't know if there's room for him to get outside Hamlin. Yeah, we're gonna get this race in. I think too, B. We're gonna get this at least the third stage through.
Ty Gibbs into third, got by Briscoe. Now Christopher Bell's gonna go around the top of the 23 car. Oh, he got a little bit loose right there. Top of 1 and 2. It's the 19 of Briscoe getting in the fence off of turn 2.
Yeah. Gave himself a Charlotte Strike. Yeah. That's nothing. That's a kiss. That's a swipe. Tim Austin Dillon about to go 3 laps down. And they're not been a good night for the 3 car.
Off the corner right on the back bumper of the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Think about the way Bell and Adam Stevens have played this from a strategy perspective. You gotta make some notes when you start fast-forwarding to managing the green flag cycle in the final stage.
6 to go in the stage. And hello, Seabell, the 2024 winner. Racing the 22 winner. Two guys that have won in this car at this track. Or two guys that have won in this car at this track, at this very race. Oh, I didn't think of that too, who Bell's crew chief is. Imagine what that would be for Adam.
What a run. Christopher Bell on point in the Coke 600. Won this race 2 years ago, but it was rain shortened. He said, I want to finish the deal, go all 600, and get the trophy. And he's in control now. 4 laps to go, stage 3.
4 to go in the stage.
Credit to Adam Stevens. He sat there. The toughest thing to do is to run long. Keep your driver on the racetrack knowing you're going to lose time. Put him back on the racetrack 9 seconds behind. And Christopher Bell.
You don't think the crew chief, Kyle's former crew chiefs want to get the job done? I heard the interview with Randall Burnett on Friday, what they did on the MRN radio. The emotion was in his voice. And you could hear it a little bit out of Adams earlier today in his pre-race interview. They want to win this race for him.
Everybody's got balance issues, maybe some tires unraveling, some cording happening. Everybody just trying to finish the stage.
You mentioned Larson right here in 5th. Behind him, Reddick. He is almost 3/4 of a second off the leader. You see him all the way back here. I think he's doing just what you said, Dale. He just found a comfortable place to ride. Just trying to manage this right rear tire to the finish.
Second time
2 to go on the stage.
has led over 100 laps. Last time it happened, Darlington 2000.
Also for the prediction,
But he finished 32nd. Brad Keselowski won that
Hamlin
race.
runs second.
Down the back straightaway
He
for
stays
Christopher
there.
Bell. Gonna see one to
Option
go,
1 to win the
stage 3
prediction.
this time around. And the advantage now in front of Hamlin, closing on 2 seconds. Just incredible what he's done. He raced
How
up
about
got
this,
the lead,
though?
pulling away.
And I think what you see is
As we get 1 lap to go in stage 3, we could have 3 different stage winners
at this point, it's kind of equipment maintenance.
for the 3 stages that have been run tonight.
Good point. Take care of yourself for that final stage. Been some rough moments this year for Bell. He's had speed, hasn't had a lot of luck, but he's getting it done here tonight.
Well, the 2024 winner is going to come around turns 3 and 4 and win stage 3.
Here comes driver 20, 3rd stage victory in the Coca-Cola 600. It's also his 3rd stage win of the year.
Now we're 100 laps away from the end of this race.
Stevens on the pit box. Hamlin, Gibbs, Briscoe, Larson, the top 5. Talked about Reddick falling to 6. Van Gisbergen outstanding tonight. Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse getting stage points. It's time for the 4th quarter. In NASCAR's longest night, it's a crown jewel race. The Coca-Cola 600. Pit stops when we return. You're watching NASCAR on Prime.
Almost seems like a JGR night.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s.
Think of Bob Labonte, who won his first Cup race for JGR right here in 1995.
Great, but why does she get a spotlight? Oh, she joined the Ozempic family. It's very exciting.
Yep. For adults with type 2 diabetes, I can help lower blood sugar. And if you're also at high risk for major cardiovascular events like heart attack, stroke, or death, I'm FDA approved to lower your risk.
Oh, that's cool, but check this out. Wow. How'd you do that? I know a guy. Spotlight guy. There's a pill version of Ozempic.
I doubt it.
Needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, ME2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions.
I've not seen anything that
Tell your provider if you plan
to say that that's a possibility, honestly.
pregnant or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems.
Not saying it could happen, but
Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms.
I've not seen. Yeah, that's why I'm saying what if. Honestly, I would love to see Seabell win it for Adams. I think Adam Stevens is the one that kind of got lost in all the talk about those connections to Kyle. You know, Stevens was with him for Kyle's 2 championships, so I think it'd be awesome to see Stevens win this race with Seabell. Not to mention the fact that Bell was one of the guys that Kyle developed, so.
Imagine that. Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast.
Look, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery cake.
I'm gonna get annoyed by that commercial.
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the proud signature partner of America 250. Powered by Dindix Motorex. Shop now on Amazon. Logitech G, official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt. Get ready for the final stage in the Coke 600, and we continue a 17-year tradition that has included Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain. The Coca-Cola 600 winner takes
How are you ahead of me, though?
Coca-Cola 600 vending machine. This year's winner will receive a
Everything's okay, though.
1993 model thanks to Coca-Cola. Look at this. Timmy Hill made
Oh.
issues.
It looks like there was a fire on the right side. You know, we've been talking about these tires unwinding. Well, in certain circumstances, that fabric and that rubber can kind of get down in that rocker panel. There's Timmy, who's out of the race car. Good to see. But it can kind of get caught in that area where the exhaust is, and we have seen this a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And it can be scary when it catches on fire.
Yeah, it looks like the Fords are more flammable than other cars. So we've seen
That's the
this
first time we've seen that kind of fire either.
years, right? Yeah, just when there's a track where we have a lot of tire debris, a lot of rubber.
Key thing was just making sure to get him out of the car, which attaboy to the crew members right there. There's Timmy.
A lot of starts and opportunities for Timmy, but he always has
No, that wasn't a foam thing.
He does, doesn't he?
Harvick's was foam. This was actual rubber. It was the rubber that was on fire.
his own truck wheel and his Marca,
Whereas Harvick was foam.
a rally or a come start.
One reason I think Hit Road's going to remain closed is because not only do we have this car here, but he is sitting in some other teams' pit boxes. Zane Smith, he's half in Zane Smith's pit box, running 15, so that team's going to want
See Bell.
moved and some time to clean up what we got.
Over the
Well, if you're looking at the prediction I do, it's the first 3 listed are the stage winners in order. That's how I always do that if the stage winners are all together.
for the worthy nominees this year, and there you see a great list. Jeff Burton, Kevin Harvick, Larry Phillips. Jeff has had an incredible career as a race car driver, but a lot of people will say that there's things that he's done outside of the car as far as safety, as a broadcaster, leading the driver council. This guy's had a huge impact and continues to have a massive impact on the sport. And obviously, Kevin Harvick, to me, was a lot driven. You know, his career, his Crown Jewel win, the championship, and 60 wins as Cup Series driver, along with all the other success that he had in the Rally Series and so forth. Then you got Larry Phillips, man. This guy has been trying for years to get himself.
Yeah, that was him saying about the phone catching fire. That's what that was. That was the first year of the next gen car. That was 22.
About why he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's a weekly series racer, but he was a 5-time champion, 13-time track champion across 3 states, one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers. Awesome to see Larry. I'm sure his family is thrilled to finally check that box. well-deserving trio.
Yeah, I agree with all three. Kevin Harvick for sure was the first ballot. I thought was a no-brainer. Jeff, selfishly, I was so excited. I've shared the booth with him now for over a decade, and I think you said it the best. It's those are what he did on the racetrack, but off the racetrack, I think it's impossible to list just the impact he's had both when he was a driver and now as a broadcaster.
That was Eric Jones' last win too.
And always fun that we're going to talk a lot about these guys. They'll actually go into the hall in January, so great event.
Lisa France Kennedy gets the Landmark Award, so that's exciting.
Yeah, Lisa has worked alongside her family and managing NASCAR for years, and responsible for racetracks, responsible for Daytona's Rising and all the upgrades there. Managed a lot of different departments, marketing, souvenirs, and a lot of different things in the sport. So she's kind of worked her way up the ladder and had a huge influence on a lot of things over the last probably 3 or 4 decades. Very deserving. There's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of you were in there.
It's humbling. The three of us were in there, and I will tell you, it's very humbling to walk in there. There's a lot of 40 or 50 people in there, and just
a lot of honest conversation. There's a lot of questions.
Less than 100 to go.
Why aren't we talking about this person more? Why aren't we considering this person? Everybody gets a chance really to say whatever they need to say, and I felt like this one was a bit easier than some that I did. I did it last year. That was a little more difficult, but sometimes the class just stands right down out there.
Yep, you guys are having fun for it.
It's a really challenging decision.
Yeah, and I think it's the process is interesting because everyone in there, their votes are all equal, right? Everybody in the room is one vote, so
it's awesome. And I cannot wait to see them give their speeches. I was telling Jeff Burton, I said, man, we've given speeches at banquets as if you go to the banquet to talk about your team, whether you finish in the top 10 points and whatnot. You give speeches.
All right, then I won't ask you questions then. Somebody can type in chat what I'm asking, so. Like, to be fair, this is the race that actually was the one that had to get in because it is the crown jewel event of the weekend. So if we needed to get one of the 3 races into its full distance, it would have to be this one because it's the most important one.
It's the biggest pat on the back you can probably get in the industry. I'm very excited to see those guys. I've loved the ceremony every year.
Clean up on pit road though, trying to get the fluid off of.
A lot of conversation the last few days about Kyle Busch as we remember him. And no doubt he's got a seat, first opportunity. He'll be in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and you think about the numbers that he's been able to compile, and all those numbers have come out, this week as we remember his life. But so many other great stories have come out. And it's allowed us an opportunity to really reflect on the impact he's made on so many other drivers that are racing here tonight, crew members, all those guys that showed up in the garage with the Kyle Busch Motorsports hats and shirts. And it's a good time to reflect on one of the best ever.
One of the stories that I didn't get to share was really telling to me about Kyle as the person. Everyone knows about our past, and we became friends over the course of many years. But I was getting married. I'm at one of the best days of my life, and we start the reception, the after party, and I hadn't seen everybody that was there, but we're standing there getting ready to start dancing. The DJ starts playing, and who's standing next to me, cheersing me with a beer, dancing with his own wife? It's Kyle Busch. And I'm thinking, in one of the moments that's the most important to me, this guy wanted to be there and wanted to share that with me and be a part of that. And we had a blast. And, it's moments like that, I think, that we all will have come across our minds. We'll remember those kind of moments over the course of
Yeah, that's a good one, Junior.
Really touches on just
You were to Junior's wedding.
I really appreciated that about
After all the clashing that their fan bases did, the fact that Bush was at Junior's wedding, that's that's a good one.
You know, Kyle Busch was nearly the first driver I crew chief for. I was a year away from crew chiefing at Hendrick, and Kyle Busch was going to be the next big star there, and I had the opportunity. I would say that the paperwork was in place, like that was going to happen. I ended up crew chiefing for Jeff, but his just raw talent inside a race car was so unbelievable that I'm so thankful we get to hear these other stories, because it's crazy, and it's hard to believe we're sitting here today talking about this, but it's been great to hear all the stories and the support from fans. And
looks like we're all set for pit road, so should be able to let them bring them down this time, I would assume.
Their strength, I think, is really just
Probably pretty much a one-stop race from this point after they pit here.
do what they did was unmatched in my mind. I can't put any words to it.
I can't either. Everyone would have forgiven them for taking some time. I was amazed at all that they were part of the festivities today. It was just insane.
Look at the guy leading this race, Christopher Bell.
Yeah.
And the man on a pit box, Adam Stevens.
know.
And those two have such a connection to Kyle. In position maybe to go out and win another crown jewel for Joe Gibbs Racing. Pit road is open. Pit stops as we set for the final stage in the Coca-Cola 600. Trevor?
The 20 car of Christopher Bell come to pit road after 2 pit infractions.
I'm sure I'll hear a little bit from you from post-race for it, so. Hope you and Cody enjoy yourselves still. Enjoy this last stage. Bell's team with a good stop. Can they hold the race off pit road? Looks like they will.
Race off the pit lane, 20 team getting it done.
Briscoe looks like the loser off pit road.
Hamlin, Reddick going in the right direction. Restart next.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done. Technology to make care comfortable. And flexible hours to fit your life. All at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
They call us misfits, outsiders, and loners. But we are not alone. We look at a world asleep and wake it up with a roar.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, is now available with the Big Crispy Chicken Sandwich. Yeah, that looks pretty good, but do you still get bottomless chips and salsa? Okay, and what about a bottomless drink? Sure, but answer this. Is Chili's Big Crispy Sandwich bigger than McDonald's McCrispy? Oh, well, yeah, that is way bigger. So all of that deliciousness is still just $10.99? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. Celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this, thanks to all of you for that part.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
Welcome back to the Coke 600. We're about to enter the 4th and final stage, and right now it's all Team Toyota with Joe Gibbs Racing going 1, 2, 3, 4 to end that 3rd stage with C-Bell coming across the line first, guys. And speaking of Toyota, man, they were putting on a show there, Corey. About 12 to go at the end of stage 3 with Reddick in the mix.
Talk about unbelievable race, and these guys are trying to fight for a stage win. You've got Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, and Denny Hamlin. These guys are going 3 wide, and they completely forgot about the guy who was on a 6-lap tire advantage, catching them down, and then passes everybody and wins the stage.
And that's Christopher Bell we're talking about. You know, as we watch these
We're
guys
going 11 hours of streaming.
we're in there as drivers watching this. We saw
Over
a little
11
bit of rain
hours, sorry.
coming, and we thought now is the time to go. Well, Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell, after practice, were not happy. I had the opportunity to be up in the lounge with them. They were talking about all sorts of issues. Basically, Adam got up, left to go to a meeting. Christopher got up, said, well, I guess we'll just get to work, and they've done it.
Well, we talk about the Coke 600, the marathon. We still have 89 laps to go, about staying in the fight all night. Who's going to be able to stay in the fight and keep making the very fine-tuned adjustments on these cars to get there?
And guys, we are tracking some possible pop-up showers coming towards the racetrack from the southeast. Carl, how does that play into the mind entering this final stage for drivers and crew chief?
Well, it adds another layer, and as you know, the drivers can imagine this going on. They're hoping. I was hoping when I was in the seat that my crew chief would tell me everything that's happening, so that I know how much risk to take at any moment. So Letarte and Dale could speak to it more, but as those storms...
Well, the bigger concern, because it looks like the rain might skirt the track, I think the bigger concern is lightning. We got to keep that in mind, too. Some of those storms are bigger cells, and we do have that lightning policy. So, that would, I think, be the bigger concern right now than the actual weather, is possible lightning. All right, 88 to go.
A little bit of an accordion effect on the front row there with the second row. The 11 bounced into the back bumper of the 20 pretty hard. Denny loses a lot of grip there coming up off the corner. On the inside, no momentum.
That got tight.
Cars going by.
Hamlin tried to block Larson, and it almost went wrong. 3 wide. Could Reddick hold it up there? Gibbs holds him off. SVG. P5.
Showing what he's got early in the final stage. Again on restarts, not good for Denny. All the way back to 7th place, just off the screen there. Larson to the inside for 2nd place. Larson's SVG around the middle of the corner. Sorry.
Oh my, 97. Shady Van Gisbergen right in the game.
Density's definitely ratcheted it up at the front. Gibbs leads Reddick.
Oh man, the 19 up the racetrack, almost into the door of the 97. Here comes Denny to the inside. That cost all of them a little bit of speed. Blaney right there.
Dipped in quality.
Oh, the 11 sideways up the track, almost into the door of the 19. You can feel how much harder these guys are going. They know final stage is here. Time to go. This is all for the win.
Well, you know, the radar, the rain is dancing all around us. They talked about that during the stage break there. Danielle and Carl and Corey, so we know that's a possibility as well. But right now, all your cards are on the table. I mean, before maybe you conserve whatever. Now you absolutely have to go get it.
The rain is close. There's some cells in there that could have electricity. Remember, that can end this. And I think all these drivers know that a shower at this point could and perhaps would be the end. And they are racing like it.
Inverse car numbers 54-45 out front.
Up top. Excuse me, Chastain in the middle. Oh, Hocevar door slams him. The one gets a shot back at the bumper cover. Somehow they both stay straight.
You want aggression? Give me Hocevar and Chastain. It's like he's Chastain 2.0, I would say. Those two are not afraid to go after it.
The hammer and the anvil.
Gibbs hanging on at the moment.
We've talked a lot about Toyotas, and it's been hard to kind of root them out of the top.
Ooh! Chastain in the wall hard.
Caution number 8 in the Coke 600.
47 just wrecked him.
47, so I saw...
So Stenhouse and Chastain apparently contact.
47 of Stenhouse had a huge run off the top of the racetrack on the 1.
Chastain moving around inside the race car.
So Chastain was running the bottom of the racetrack and kind of
pulled up in front of the 47.
Did he try to pull a slide job on Ricky and
I wonder if there was some contact. Let's see. Going down in the corner. Here goes the one. The bottom.
dives inside? Did he try to pull up on him and Ricky had to run?
47's got a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit of a run and just bumps him. Yeah. Just didn't like it. He's like, hey, I don't like that you pulled up in front of me. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. Do not get in front of me. 47 almost tried to make a move to go left and didn't clear. Clips him on the way by. That was just frustration, if you ask me. When you're running the top, those guys kind of want a little bit of more respect. You know, give me a lane. I'm on the top with a lot of speed. Get out the dirt guy. You know, there's a little bit of etiquette there. When you're running the top, you give a little bit of lane if you run the bottom. And he didn't love this one jumps right there in front of him, and he didn't want to lift. He had all that momentum he had built up. He ran that top to create that momentum. He's like, I don't want to get out of the gas for you. And so he drives to the inside, doesn't clear, clips him, breaks the one. Let's listen to the 47 and see what he says.
I don't really honestly know. I think he just tried to block and we didn't move, so.
So he feels like he was blocked. Didn't want to give up the momentum he had. Late in the race, it's time to go. Not a lot of give. It's all take at this point. Taking a look at it. 47 didn't take a move low, but he knew that that was going to create contact.
The difference I've seen from other runs is other people tonight that have been blocked after running the top kind of hit him square and give him a shot down the straightaway. This right here is kind of a shot as he was crossing the rear bumper. Watch this ride on board with Chastain. Man. My point being, we see this in speedway races. You know, there they push and shove a whole lot more, but this was, instead of a square push that we see, you know, accelerating somebody down the straightaway, this was kind of a crossing action that got him in the left rear, turning the one, and then it was game over.
Michael McDowell going to get the free pass here. He scored 20th, so we'll put 20 cars on the lead lap with 80 to go.
And decisions. Remember, it was a 6-lap tire advantage for Bell under green flag conditions in the last stage that helped, bad and a very good race car, helped propel him to the lead. We've run 6 laps right here. 19 cars on the lead lap. What do they do? Do they pit? And if you do,
You can't. I don't think you can make it on gas
I
from
don't think
here.
there's any chance you can sit on pit road taking 4 tires and not expect to be one of the last cars off.
But by pitting here, you know, you
let me help
yourself an opportunity to shorten up that last pit stop, you know?
I was going to say, fuel could maybe make it, but right front tires can't. So
right.
You're definitely having a pit stop, but maybe that other one will be a little bit easier. Now the opposite, let's talk through that. I'm talking front half cars, 2 tires obvious. But if you are a back half of that car, I think you can either stay out or you can take 4 tires here. We run 6 or 7 more, and then you can take 2. You just always leave yourself kind of an option. And all of these pit stops now just have to be mistake-free.
No chips. No chips.
We've had a lot of great recoveries today, but with 79 laps to
Yeah, I
go,
could do a pretzel, but I'm not hungry.
this is where, you know, the magnifying glass is turned up. The mistakes will cost you more.
Let's do our all-day value presented by IHOP.
Capturing a crown jewel is what all the drivers are trying to accomplish tonight. This is one that they all dream about. 600 miles, the longest race of the season. That makes it a unique accomplishment for any driver in the field.
We just talked about it when we were in that Hall of Fame room, and names are being discussed. Daytona 500s, Southern 500s, Coca-Cola 600s. Those are broken out when you start looking at the statistics of people and you're trying to compare the greats to the greats to the greats. You start using, you know, different criteria, and this race is always part of the criteria. Pit road open, it's going to get busy, mixed decisions. See what everyone does.
Well, shot fake. Gibbs stays out. So does Van Gisbergen.
Gibbs and SVG stay.
Others do as well.
Everybody else looks like the pit road.
Yes, sir. You see the 20 car hit pit road. We're waiting to see whether they go
See
4
2 or
2
4.
tires. They did not tell Christopher over the radio. They asked me
Ooh, 2 for Bell as he almost gets his tire changer.
Gonna be right side for Kyle Larson.
Larson doing 2.
The decision Billy Scott did up to
Hamlin doing 2.
I think that fake out of Ty Gibbs may have brought the 45 to pit road, but they said, hey, that's okay. But Steve, they
Yep, 45 went 4.
4 tires. Look at all those teams that went with 2.
Yeah, 2 tires are going to be the first cars off pit road, but what's going to make this really messy is the group that stayed on the racetrack.
I don't know, Bumble. I'd rather have the track position. At this point,
This is Body Armor Flash IV, the only rapid reaction.
because everybody's going to have to probably stop one more time. Fuel is questionable about whether they're going to make it, I think.
For days that don't slow down, choose Body Armor.
I'd rather take the track position.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name 4 is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Because there wouldn't be anything for them to race for at that point.
Different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the USO. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and
You got to earn that lap back.
we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it. I need every man, woman, or whatever that is.
You may have the power, but you're too scared to use it.
I know how to use it.
Masters of the Universe. Only in theaters June 5th.
77 absolute weapon.
Really? That's Rancho?
This is Carson Hosevar. He doesn't follow the scripts. He rewrites it.
Coolest guy in Cup right now.
1 minute flat out, inches from the wall.
Move out of the way.
Next, Hall of Chaos, full set. Unapologetic and a hurricane of hell yeah. All the way to victory lane.
I knew we were going to win. I really did.
Make sure you check out Prime's exclusive in-race feature Key Moments during the broadcast by clicking up on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with Rapid Recap, where you can see all key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Ty Gibbs stays out here. He'll be the control car. So let's rewind when they did this at Bristol and how things played out for driver 54.
Used tires worked that day for the 54 on the high banks. So with the seal the deal.
Held off Ryan by a half a car length.
Yeah, it was a great fight. A tough one, though. This is going to be a little bit
For that first win.
running that top line, fending off the challenge on the bottom. A little more straightforward than what he's going to have to face here in a few more moments.
What do you have for us, Kim?
After Ty stayed out, he did ask his team, if we would have come, do you think they would have all stayed out? And they told him, not sure. So there was a little uncertainty from the driver on that call, but the team reassuring him, you're going to be okay. Listen to this in-car audio, though, a little strategy talk for the race moving forward.
Yeah, but we're going to split the stakes anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? We're not trying to go all the way. That's our plan. And if we get a caution with enough laptop tires, they're going to come get them. If you get a rash of cautions here to the end, we might have to take our medicine. Come fill up once we're in the window.
good discussion there. So basically, the first statement was, hey, we're all going to pit under green anyway, so it's just a few lap fresher tires isn't going to help us. The concern being we get a bunch of yellows at some point, he's just going to have to pit anyway. Now that's all assuming he can keep his track position on no tires. Earlier, we saw Chastain try it and a few more laps on their tires, but it did not work for Chastain. He sunk through the field. Now 2 tires was very successful. Zane Smith, I thought, was going to win the stage there. That's why I'm a little surprised by Reddick's 4 tires, but look, you know, they've won 5 times, so who am I to question what this 45 car is doing, because they seem to have it figured out this year.
74 to go
old tires, you must
as we get the green.
I think as soon as you lose clean air, those old tires will really hurt. I'm a little concerned for SVG, having such a great day. You know, Gibbs has a lot more experience than maybe SVG in this situation, and he's not the control car on old tires, so we'll see how he does.
I don't think SVG knows if he's in a bad spot. He's probably just going to fight and try to get the clean air, try to get the lead here. He's got a real great opportunity starting on the front row. Just have to try to get the right launch. I mean, it seems to be important to have a little help from behind, a little bit of a push, working with whoever's behind you to be able to get the launch and get the shove down the front straightaway, have a fighting shot off into turn 1 and 2.
Ross Chastain released from the care center. How about this? We are commercial free to the checkered flag.
Okay.
74 laps to go. Front row, old tires.
Apparently commercial free to the checkered. We'll see if that holds, but 74 to go.
Automotive restart zone. Big restart in the Coke 600.
Who gets the jump? Who makes it 3 wide?
Reddick up through the middle.
Bell was looking. Look at that 20 car take off of turn 2. Hamlin with the, look at Eric Jones in the mix. Here comes Bell. SVG to the lead, but Bell to second. With a little fresher tires.
That'll be interesting to see.
I didn't have this on my bingo card. Shane Van Gisbergen leading with 70 to go in the Coke 600. And it's not by accident. He has been outstanding all night long. 3 wide here for position. Byron was a part of that mix with Zane Smith.
Shane looking like he's driven in NASCAR his whole life right here. Behind on tires, controlling the race.
What a recovery for William Byron. Up into the top 10. Bro's been. Oh, there goes Bell. Or there goes. Big wreck. Busher, Priest, Briscoe, Barry.
Priest, Barry, all getting damage. Driving through the grass to avoid it.
Well, whoever said this wasn't going to be that wasn't going to be the last caution, I guess you were right.
Josh Berry, his team just
mayhem.
They have no luck when they have a car that's going to score some points. Get caught up in this wreck. So much happened back there. I'm going to have to see the replay, but we saw the 60 of Priest with heavy damage. We saw Briscoe with damage.
Did Dylan get a piece of it?
Oh, yeah, the 60
Damn, Priest for the 2nd week in a row. Tore up. Briscoe tore up. There goes that. There goes Briscoe as far as the predictions go.
There was a group of cars.
Well, they cut back. The first thing I saw was Busher around. So somebody got into Busher. Or either he lost it himself or somebody got into him, and he's the one who turned Priest.
Stage points earned, which will ease the pain some for this 19 team at another race that they're not going to see the checkered flag.
Again, watch Busher, the 17. Oh, Briscoe got him. Briscoe got into the back of the 17.
Briscoe is moving down the racetrack. We'll see right here.
Oh, Busher moved over too. He moved over to, I think, to try to block Briscoe, and okay, that was a great shot. That back straightaway shot. He tried to move in front of Briscoe, and Briscoe didn't hit him straight.
That's exactly right. I think this is two racing moves that collide. I think that Briscoe makes it hard left.
Yep, he did. Briscoe tried to. I don't know if Briscoe maybe even, or Busher may have broken loose too as he made that move. It looked like when he made the jab to the left to try to block Briscoe, the car broke loose on him.
From there, it looks like he hits the 17, but we both know, Dale, from the outside view, that 17 was also moving left. It's not as clear cut as I think it looks at full speed.
Riding with Brad Keselowski. How about that?
Oh, nice drive through there for Brad. Got through that.
Brad's 11th right now in the running order.
Yeah, he avoids the incident, but he sees two of his teammates.
Yeah.
He was on the apron there, John, but he didn't get a piece of it.
That's got to be tough. As part owner of that organization, to see them get swept up together in the same accident. We mentioned earlier how Ross was in that accident. It looked kind of similar to this. Trevor's caught up with Ross.
About to reach the 500-mile mark.
Yeah, guys, here in the final stage, we've seen the intensity pick up, the aggression pick up. Ross, what happened there off of turn 2? We saw the 47 have a little run, but were you surprised that he stayed in line and gave you that shot down the backstretch?
Yeah, for sure. I got up in front of him there, and our jockey Chevy, it felt like, yeah, he probably would have a run, and checked the camera, and he was closing, and I thought he would just go back inside or push me straight, and I saw him move left, and then I was spinning right. So, hate that I then crashed, overcorrected, but not the night we're looking for on the one car for sure to be racing back there. Actually, Ricky had been ahead of us most of the night. I think he had a bad restart. So, not the effort we want, but a big Shane fan right now. So, go back to the hauler and root on that 97.
I was going to ask you, man. I mean, Shane is surprising us all. Are you surprised by this, or have you kind of seen this potential on ovals growing for Shane Van Gisbergen?
I'm not surprised. We're all trying to.
Well, at the start of the day, I had a feeling we were going to get both races in. Something in my gut told me we were going to get both crown jewels in. And we're 68 laps away from doing just that.
Not surprising to me.
Ross Chastain, first DNF of the season for this driver of the one car.
That's actually kind of surprising. I know Ross has had a rough season, but that's surprising that this is actually his first DNF of the season.
I think about SVG, and it reminds me of Marcus Ambrose and how we got to see him develop into an oval racer when he came in NASCAR, racing the Truck Series for a long time, and finally got his opportunities in the O'Reilly and the Cup Series, and ended up having some really great moments on the ovals once he got the hang of it. It was not uncommon to see him flash and have a good solid run.
I love to see Ross Chastain's belief in his teammate, right? I don't think anyone questions Shane's ability. I think it's his experience on the ovals versus the best oval racers in the world that perhaps is where we get some of our judgment. But I will tell you, any question I had about his learning curve, the restart I just saw and the laps he just ran moves the meter a long ways for me. It's very hard to judge where people are at when they run back in traffic. We see how chaotic it is back there. It's kind of like you just have to kind of find your way through the corners and not hit or be hit and try to find clean air. We don't get to see Shane on the front couple rows often. And when we just did what he performed on a tire deficit, that to me has kind of jumped him over the still learning, but no longer the new guy on the oval.
Well, the most wins for Chevrolet this year by one Chevrolet driver is Chase Elliott with 2.
I love this call.
So SVG, who already has 1.
Looking at the radar, I think it's just too close to pull your car in at this point.
Got a couple of takers coming.
I don't mind Ty Gibbs. Already has a win this year, and he's lost track position on old tires. So there's the.
Yep. So they're going to try to flip it here with Gibbs.
Situation with completely different calls, and I think both are correct for those cars.
How about it, Kim?
Yeah, and they'll kind of just take their medicine now. We saw him drop back after he was on old tires during that last restart. He said, I just plow. I don't know what else to do. So they are going to free him up with that chassis adjustment you see right there. Go to the left side, put those 4 fresh Goodyears on and snowball fuel.
Got his average running position tonight. Really close coming off.
Brad almost made contact with him.
I'll just mention that 67 laps, I believe these cars can go to the end on fuel. I'm not sure that they can get there on a right front tire. We've seen the tires kind of about lap 50, 55, but say we have a couple more yellows. 67 to go. It might not be 67 green. So if we ride around under yellow here, if we get a delay, or if we get another quick yellow, these guys could feel that they're in position to connect this to the end of the race on their tank of Sunoco gas.
Check that radar. It's been a big topic of conversation. We've had reports of rain in the Charlotte area, but you can tell right now the system staying to our west when you look at where the rain is developed in relation to the racetrack. So we may be able to catch a break here tonight when it comes to Mother Nature.
Also, I have a moment.
I hope so. The racing has been outstanding.
Props to everybody that stayed with me. I didn't expect to have this many people for the 600, but props for everybody that stuck with me through the Indy 500 and this point of the 600.
The onboard, boy, it really made me nervous.
Brad had to swing around. I think that was Stenhouse's pit stall. You had to swing around. Yeah. Almost swung out into Gibbs.
17 cars on the lead lap now. And I'm sure that is a part of the equation when you start making some of these decisions and where you are and the opportunity to overcome some compromised track position.
It's like you said earlier in the show, Adam, you can't give up. You never.
Yep. It's the beginning of the healing. This will just be the first, The first of many in the post. This post KB world.
This race got blew up just a couple of cautions ago, where there's churn throughout the entire field, and so now we got all kinds of different tire strategies and so forth, and a lot of different things going on. But you can't never give up in this 600-mile race here at Charlotte.
Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street.
It's magical. You drive by this place most days of the year. It just doesn't look the same until it's filled up.
Been doing this since 2019.
Quite a facility. Across the street, the dirt track's even lit tonight. They got it all lit up. Drag strip right behind it. Mecca of racing they've built right here.
Let's get a report on our race leader, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, coming to a really important moment for Shane Van Gisbergen here. They've been discussing the choose. He's been
If all of that ever happened, I'd pull the Caesar line. It too, Bumble.
I think for the tire deficit, this 97's looking here to go to the top. Go with his gut. Where's he been good, Kim?
Well, Trevor, William Byron up to the 8th position. It's interesting because Rudy Fugle told me this morning, look, we've basically been an 8th place car all year long. That's not where we want to be. We are not happy being in the second half of the top 10. You got to imagine, though, that they're happy with where they are right now because it has been a blue-collar day. He has spent the race in the second half of the field for the majority of these 335 laps, and he has rooted and clawed his way back up there. At one point, was even a lap down. So right now, William Byron on the charge, Marty.
Kim, 65 to go, and look who is in the 3rd position, Kyle Larson. Just talked to Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, just seconds ago. I said, does this caution help you out a little bit if you can shorten your 2 runs to make it to the end? Because they have had problems with cording, especially the right front on the 5. He said, no question, but I think it helps everybody in the field. But he said, honestly, I'm juggling a lot right now. There's lightning in the area. I think that's one thing we have to think about, and we have to figure out when we want to make that final stop. And is it 2 or 4 on that final stop? Cliff Daniels said, I don't know that yet, but there's a lot at play right now.
Thank you, Marty. And now we do the choose.
Yeah, I think Shane's going to take the top because if we watched the last restart with the 54 on the inside, he could not finish the corner. Lost a ton of spots down the back straightaway. As Trevor mentioned, on the older tire, there's going to be a little less grip. So we haven't seen anyone be able to launch Steve and be clear by turn 1, right?
I agree.
So if you know you're going to have somebody on your quarter panel on the outside, you don't have a shot. You've got to take the outside, which he does. And that's his hope, is he can fire off into turn 1 and 2, hold it wide open. The guy on the bottom, they struggle trying to finish strong, and he can clear off the turn. Very simply, taking the top, you have 50-50 of maintaining the lead, but you're going to be...
Now he's a bronze fish. Boo. Patrick Boo.
Just knows that can't. He's having a great love to win this race.
You about the goldfish that went bankrupt? Now he's a bronze fish.
Try to have a great run. Let's listen to Bell. We'll start inside front row.
So if there's no yellow, we have to run the south. That is correct. And we will have enough fuel. It's just going to be a matter of making the right side tires live. Have we had any tire issues today? They've been used up, but they haven't had an issue. I think we can squeak 10 more out of them.
I love this. Yeah, that's what we love. Hey, we've asked Goodyear to make that type of tire for us. Challenge these teams. Challenge these drivers.
Now you gotta change it to Bush.
A little bit of the tire. That's part of the game. I love to see who can do it and who has a challenging time.
And that radio will help the 97. If you lose track position, you run 15 or 20, pit under green, go back out, and push those guys that are trying to stretch their good years into wearing their tires out.
All right. 63 to go as we get the green with SVG as the race leader.
Over 4 hours, time of day. Restart coming here, 63 to go. Shane Van Gisbergen in charge.
Oh, almost 3 wide with Denny. He's going to have to back out.
Oh.
Coming in the inside lane. Hamlin looking underneath.
Bell looks for the race lead. Hamlin looks for third.
SVG doing a great job.
And hello, is that Zane Smith? Zane! Zane! Where did you come from, bro? Zane!
Bell back on point.
Where do you come from?
27 laps tonight.
Here comes Denny Hamlin around the top of the racetrack.
Zane in the mix. Back in the mix again, I should say.
SVG goes low. That's going to give Denny the top of the racetrack. I kind of like that for the 11. Denny can't make it work up there. SVG with a great corner, actually. Close the gap a little bit to the 20.
Reddick goes around.
The Joey Logano's up there too. I haven't talked about Logano tonight. I mentioned Eric Jones already, Byron.
On that last cycle when those guys pitted, he took 4.
Nighttime's the right time. That got hairy for a second there off turn 2. Oh, this is a mess right here.
Gibbs, McDowell, Jones, all stacked in there.
Denny side drafting SVG down the front straightaway. Still trying to get around this 97 for second.
He's like, clear.
Just about got him.
Well, I almost thought I was going to lose my voice calling the Indy 500 finish, but
I thought the 11 was the best long run car all night, except for the last long run, where it was Bell. A little bit better tires, but I really thought it was
you got to send me a clip of that Suarez story if you can find it, because I want to hear that.
And a solid night for Christopher Bell. Didn't have great track position to start the evening because we didn't qualify here yesterday. They've had a couple of penalties on pit road. It's been a yo-yo night. Give it, take it back. Give it, take it back. But now here we are, fourth quarter. Everything's on the line, and Bell is out front and in control.
Reddick with a lot of momentum around the top of 3 and 4, going to the inside of SVG here. Tries to get to the quarter panel. He does. Side by side, neck and neck into 1. 45 should be able to clear. Go up the racetrack just a little bit and take that line away.
And the 4 tires I was questioning on Reddick look genius now, because if they are going to have to stretch, forget about stretching. The 3 car is smoking.
Sorry.
Huge damage on the right front.
On the pit
Destroyed the right front of that car. No caution. Stay green as he makes it to pit road. Should be able to make it to the garage. That one is done for the day. We're done for the night.
Will aid in the wear on the right side. You know, like they're kind of helping them out.
Briscoe and Priest released from the care center after that crash we had moments ago. What do you have on a 45, Marty?
I was going to follow up on what you and Steve talked about with that 4-tire stop. Talked to Billy Scott, Steve, and he said, listen, I just felt like 4 tires at that point gave me way more optionality on the next stop. I feel like I can go right or 4 if I have to. I asked Cliff Daniels the same question. He said, I think everyone has to take 4, but Billy Scott thinking I might be able to take 2 on this final stop.
The interesting thing is Bell and Adam Stevens were talking like there wasn't going to be a final stop for the 20 car. It's going to be a lot of chess match here with 56 to go.
We'll find out. 55 to go now, Steve.
In the top 10. Talk about the problems for Bell and the 2 penalties. You got Zane Smith back up there inside the top 10. He too had a penalty tonight, was caught speeding. Logano started 33rd, but he's running 7th right now. Blaney had the pit stop issue. He's in the top 10. Byron's been 120 laps. 1 lap down. He's 11th right now. Someone else to monitor, Ty Gibbs. They made that pit stop. Lap 333, got 4 tires. He's worked his way to 9th in the running order. On board here.
It sounded like prior to that restart, the Bell's crew felt that their tire wear was good enough that they could possibly go to the end of the race from here if we stay green. Yeah, he slammed it.
Tell you, we mentioned Zane and overcoming the speeding penalty. This has just been so impressive.
Well, right now that would be Bell leading the race.
Yeah, this kid has what it takes. I know he's in a program that's
Zane Smith probably with his best run since his best career finish.
that a team like this can really build off of and carry forward. Hope Zane can stick around and in the Cup Series for a long time, because I truly believe he's got the talent.
Does have a truck series.
Yep, second to Nashville in 24.
And racing right now behind one of the best.
When you think about the organization as a whole, you know, front row has 3 drivers. Zane Smith at 26 years old, Todd Gillen at 26 years old, Noah Graham at 27 years old. So a lot of youth, but normally you see one veteran driver mixed in to try to help lead through some of these decisions you have to be made. They've leaned into 3 young drivers. I think they all bring different things to the table. Zane, I think, is just proving right here, Kim, that when they have the car and the race falls their way, he can get it done behind the wheel.
Absolutely, and Ryan Briganti, the crew chief, has been so complimentary of his young driver, saying he's very coachable, and that's what you want.
And I do kind of like the position Bell is in, at least from what they were saying. So we'll find out. We got 50 laps to go. So as we saw at Indianapolis, a lot can happen in 50 laps. So.
Adjusted their approach coming to the intermediates, but right now just showing what they've got running in the 6th position.
Referenced this earlier, getting it done here tonight. And next Sunday, we race at Nashville Superspeedway, where 2 years ago he got his best ever finish.
Hamlin reeling in Bell a little bit.
So a lot of promise for that team and optimism.
Last 2 laps on the racetrack, Denny Hamlin's been about 1.5 to 2 tenths quicker, and you can see he's starting to close the gap on Christopher Bell. Reddick back in 3rd, matching lap times with Denny. Bell could be managing his pace, running just hard enough. Denny's having to go through the top of the racetrack, super challenging up there, as rough as it is.
Yes and no, Bumble.
But he can make a lot of time.
It's been great. It's been definitely one of the better races we've seen this year. But that's again Charlotte with this next gen car.
Last year, Denny was in the game. They had that fueling issue, so
Oh.
had to make an extra stop. And there's
Caution's out.
48 to go. Our 10th
Not sure what for.
as we have lightning in the area.
Oh, lightning.
That's unfortunate. That was starting to develop into a pretty interesting process between these 2 drivers, but there you see some of the weather starting to kind of build closer toward the speedway.
What I do love, though, is there's this big kind of gap behind it. That if I think
No, it's for lightning, Chuck. Which was the concern, which even if those storms do miss us, which I think we're going to be all right, we got to watch out because you get lightning within a certain range. They have to do it.
get us to a weather situation.
Yeah, when lightning gets in the area, NASCAR's not going to mess around, and you saw the red.
Well, it's because we had a fan killed by lightning is what made NASCAR put that rule in place. Can't take the risk.
The lightning hold is lifted. Maybe we avoid any precipitation, and we can get this thing going
once again in fairly short order. We'll see what NASCAR does. In the past, they have treated lightning just like rain. What I mean by that is they don't open pit road while they are under red. We're going to work our way to a red flag condition here to not change the running order. So I think for Bell, Hamlin, Reddick, the decision right now is there is no decision. I think pit road's going to be closed. We'll stop the cars. Now, get to the other side of that, there's going to be a lot of decisions, but they'll have 30 minutes to ponder.
Is that good or bad? Sometimes quick decisions are easier than ones that you sit around and think about for a while.
Yeah, my career has been quick decisions and a lot of regret for the bad ones.
That's right.
You know.
Hey, giving credit where credit's due here. You know, Van Gisbergen on those older tires, and yeah, he didn't keep the lead on the restart, but he's hanging in the top 5, and now you get this caution, it might play right to them, you know?
Really done an amazing job, and you know, you can only, there's parts of it. You learn how to like be more consistent at the ovals and all these different things, but Dale, I don't think there's any sim work and any video work you can do other than running in the top 5, right? You learn how to race around those guys in the top 5.
Thank you, Castle.
Of the trade around some of these restarts, and you talk about, you know, kind of turning.
You didn't have to do that. Like I said, I don't ask for that stuff, so appreciate it.
Thinks he's very, very much alive to make this chase. Sitting right there as they run, 13th in points, and you got a couple of road courses here.
Nope, can't work under the cars under the red.
Do this or just moderately be, you know, top 15 in these ovals. He's going to take a spot that, you know, from someone else, and that's going to be pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
Yeah, 45 laps.
That's the one thing, Dale, you and I have talked so much about.
I've been here for every one of them. Had a little sleepy moment at the start of this race, but oh yeah.
And the battle and the management within races and having to avoid the problem.
Hey, we took third.
As we run here, Reddick's been outrageous, right?
As we run.
At the midway point, running away with that regular season crown. But if you look on back, there's a whole lot to be decided. Who's going to get in, and then maybe more importantly, who can get up there top 5, 6, 7, and really be where they need to be once we reset in September.
So just to remind the fan who's tuning in this
Gibbs
year,
might be able to take 4th from Elliott tonight, depending on where he finishes.
Everyone's not equal, and the leader has a bigger advantage over 2nd and 3rd and so forth. And with all the simulations, everybody loves numbers and data crunching anymore. You know, there are examples. The Tony Stewart year, for example, if you go and have a magnificent 10 races, you can recover from outside that top 10, top 12. But if you take, quote, standard performance or consistent performance, the top 5 or 6 cars definitely have a big advantage.
So you see the seating on the right side, and it's you know, we kind of have the old chase back, but there is a massive advantage to being, say, in that top 6 or that top 5, as opposed to a driver who's 10th through 16th. Basically, 100. You know, if you're in 16th, you're 100 points out when the chase begins with 10 races. You're going to need not only the guy in the first seed, but also everyone below him, the next 5 or 6 spots, to have trouble to be able to climb your way back into an opportunity to win the championship. It's very unlikely. I feel like, personally, the champion comes out of the top 6, and yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out.
We just got word we've been cleared by the meteorologist. You know,
The lightning's moving in the other direction. Pit road.
Wow.
Stop here, 45.
We actually did stop the cars. All right. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. All right. I'm okay with this.
Go ahead and get those 4 fresh Goodyears and fuel. No changes to this 20 car.
Trevor, there was a lot of confusion on every radio, including Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. He said, are they not doing a 30-minute hold? And Cliff Daniels said, no, they're opening pit road right now. Larson's at a little bit too tight this run. Meanwhile,
New leader. Daniel Suarez.
And a drag race off pit road that was almost 4 wide at one point, Adam.
Suarez, 2 tires plus 13. Bell and Hamlin come off 2nd and 3rd with those 4 tires.
Well, I'm shocked because usually the trend was that when there was a lightning delay called, you sit for 30 minutes. That's the first I've seen them actually say, okay, no, we're not going to stop him. That's kind of surprise.
I can remember that they've had a meteorologist on site to tell them that they're good to go. go, and to clear the lightning hold. I think it might have been serving everybody on pit road a little bit to add another lap before they brought them to pit road, but they cleared it, open pit road. Make your decision, fellas. Are you coming down to get 2 tires?
And then we got that window between those 2 cells. I think we're getting this thing in, boys.
It's moving away. Yeah, moving away. So
well, it's a new thing. We've never done that before.
Hey, listen, if this gets some more racing for the fans and the experts say it's safe, then I'm all for it. Let's have some more racing.
Yeah.
But I just
100%, Steve.
It sound like the crew chiefs expected that we were under
a warning.
Yeah, 30 minutes for sure. Let's hear what the 11 had to say.
7, they just said that they got the all clear from the lightning. It was 6 miles away, but moving away from us. Copy.
All right. Well, hey.
Hey, I'm down for it. I'm down for it.
I wish I knew that's all it took. I could have told that in a lot of other scenarios in the past. It was moving away, guys.
Want to get this sucker in.
What we have Suarez out here, 2, a whole bunch of guys on 4, 43 to go. Man,
what a play for Suarez. I mean, we were talking about the standings and where everybody is, and you know, he comes in just above that chase cut line. Play some games here. Just over 40 laps to go, right? Who knows? Put yourself in a position to roll the dice, and it hasn't been an easy night for Suarez, but we also have to salute what an outstanding job he has done in year 1 at Spire. I mean, questions about how would that go, and they really have done a solid job in the first half of the regular season.
I would have never said this was a
Well, we're going to have, I believe, what, 18 on the lead lap now. 40-something laps to go. We run, say, another 30 laps?
Feels like he's in a situation where
Do you take the gamble?
he can get the tools he needs.
I think that's what's really going to be interesting. If we run another 30 laps and you get another yellow, that's when it gets interesting.
If I would have these tires, I would take the outside again. We talked about whether to be on the inside or outside. I think if you have used tires, you need to try to take the outside, but it'll be a little more difficult with that 20 car now for the Goodyears. Well, he takes the bottom of the racetrack, so he goes low, 20 to the outside.
When SVG took the high lane on that last restart as the control car out front, that was only the 3rd time tonight the race leader had taken the outside lane.
The hope is that Suarez can get a launch and get a good shove from this guy right here, Kyle Larson. He wants to be clear through turns 1 and 2. He does not want the 20 car to be on his right rear quarter panel and side drafting him right here on corner exit down the back straightaway. So it'll all come down to the launch and how well that car behind you in row 2 can work with you and help you push and shove out clear into the lead.
What's up, Kim?
Yeah, great job by Ryan Sparks, the crew chief, to call that 2-tire pit stop, but they've had a